amazingly and completely. They take care of their patients and their families. When we first got here, Hunter was in an incredible amount of pain, and St. Jude gave him the most superb care. Childhood cancer is devastating, but childhood cancer is beatable with St. Jude. To any of the donors, I would say bless you and thank you, because without the donors, St. Jude wouldn't be here.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
From the State Street Studio, this is WMVP WTBC HD2, Chicago.
A good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan, Jonathan Hood with you. We've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore. We've got you for a 3-hour ride here on this Deal Breakers Thursday. With open phone lines for you at 312-332-3776. Don't forget to watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Shay, as we have you here on this Deal Breakers Thursday, and we got a chance to hear from the quarterback for the Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams. We wondered when he was going to speak, Cap, and so now we finally got a chance to hear him talk about a myriad of subjects.
He did. He spoke. I thought he comported himself well. I'll maintain what I said. I thought it was completely unnecessary that he addressed going up to talk to the Vikings and how much he liked it. He wants to be here. He's maintained that for a long, long time. I don't think there was any earth-shattering news that was said, but he did it. Now, hopefully, we can move on from it. I would prefer to hear more from Ben Johnson, to be honest with you, about what's going on now. Caleb, obviously, throughout the year, but when Ben Johnson talked about he wants your facial expression and your body language and your demeanor, it all matters. I don't want a palms-up team like, why? Why me? You're wrong. What? No, he said that shows weakness, and I completely agree with him.
As far as the quarterback is concerned, it goes back to our conversation yesterday about the most important position in Chicago sports, and that's QB1, followed by QB2, followed by whoever the power slugger star is as far as baseball in this town, Cubs and White Sox, and it goes on to the goal scorer for the Blackhawks and the point guard for the Chicago Bulls. But the number one conversation piece is who's the quarterback and how will that quarterback lead us? And, Cap, you have to remember 1985, in which when the Bears won the Super Bowl, or that Ditka era, we knew a lot about a lot of different players. But everyone was interested in Jim McMahon because of how outlandish he was, the bright personality that he was. It wasn't just a local story. It was a national story as well. The same thing with Caleb Williams. It is not a non-story about what he was thinking about the Chicago Bears before he became a Chicago Bear. You know why? Because it gives context to his father, to his mindset, and where he is today. So you tell the full story. It's a timeline thing. You don't do a timeline of the quarterback of the Chicago Bears and say, well, he was a high school standout here, and he was great at these two colleges. We skip the process of him getting to the National Football League and just get to year two. No, that's not the timeline. Correct. The timeline is exactly what he thought of the Chicago Bears before he got here. And by the way, you and I agree with the dad because of how the Chicago Bears have been run. And you've had other quarterbacks that have decided to balk and say, I'm turning a blind eye to the team that's going to draft me because that team sucks. We've seen this with the Mannings. We saw this with Boomer Esiason and many others. I'm not playing for that team.
Elway.
I'm Elway. I'm not playing for that team. So, no, it's not a non-story. What it is gives context to the mindset of the dad and the son saying, I got this. And that says a lot about Caleb Williams as far as his personality, his makeup, to say, yeah, Dad, I know you want what's best for me, but, you can have that conversation, but if the number one pick is the Chicago Bears, that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
That's a good story.
And that also had to do with after he met with the Bears, Ryan Poles made it clear to him, we're taking you.
Yeah.
You can balk all you want. We are taking you. And that was part of the reason I was told by somebody that they did not fly Jaden Daniels in for a 30 visit. They met with him at the Combine. They did all their homework and watched film and talked to his coaches, and they were at his pro day. But in terms of bringing him in and whining and dining him, they had already told Caleb, we're taking you. You're not going to be able to push your way to Minnesota or wherever it is you want to go.
Yeah.
Again, I did not need to hear from him yesterday. There are others who did. I know Silvy thought it was important that he did it. Fine. Okay. He spoke. Done. Can we move on, please? There was nothing earth-shattering said yesterday. What I found far more interesting, for me, this is just for me, I'm not speaking for anybody else, for me, was when Ben Johnson was at the podium. And he was asked about the Albert Breer report from the other day when Courtney and I had him on, where he said, we absolutely are watching tape of the Lions offense, obviously, because that's where Ben came from, and Matthew Stafford. And I thought that was super cool. Matthew Stafford, the way he orchestrates a game plan and the professionalism he shows. And Albert said the way that he's not just off platform all the time. This is how you play in the pocket. In structure was the word Albert used.
So let's hear in context the thoughts of Caleb Williams yesterday, because now that the story came out from ESPN.com, now the quarterback, Caleb Williams, addressed it, and then after this, it's on the football. But let's hear the opening statement. I'm glad Caleb was able to say this.
So, get this started. First, let's start off with it is what everybody would love to ask about, is this whole storm that happened. It wasn't something that, we wanted to happen at this point. We're focused on the present. We're focused on now. We're focused on, trying to get this ship moving in the right direction. And I think so far that's what we've been doing. But for this to come out, it's been a distraction. So coming up here and talking about it and addressing it is important today. And so that's what we're here to do. Next is all that went down, all that was said. Yeah, I had a good visit at the other place, Minnesota, with Ken O'Connell, good staff and all of that, obviously. He just won Coach of the Year award and things like that. So obviously good staff and things like that. But something that keeps getting lost, something that keeps getting, I think, not being addressed the way it needs to be, is the fact that, I went on that visit first, came here, and then after I came here, I went back home, talked to my dad, and, all of the things that were supposed to be these big things that everybody's been talking about recently. One never happened in the sense of they were all thoughts. They were all ideas. And I think if you're in the situation, I think if your son or daughter, anybody is in a situation to be in that position, I think you think about all of the options and, and you look at it, the history and the facts and all these different things. And, those are thoughts that go throughout your head in those situations. So, all of those were thoughts. And then after I came on my visit here, it was a deliberate answer and deliberate and determined answer that I had, is that I wanted to come here. And just like Ben spoke about, obviously, the past years, as everybody knows, it's a fact that quarterback play, there hasn't been a 4,000-yard passer. There's, there's all these different things that come up. And so, being able to have those thoughts is I think, fair to be able to have, good and bad thoughts. But like I said, I came here on a visit. And like I said, just like Ben said, it's a challenge to be able to come in here and try and turn around. And that was the the main goal of all of that is to, through all of, what was, going on, through all of what happened in last year and previous years, I think that was enticing. I think that was something that was glaring to me, that I wanted to come here and be the guy and be a part and be a reason on why Chicago Bears turn this thing around. So that last thing that was said and all of that, I think, was the most important thing, is that I wanted to be here, that I love being here, I love my teammates, I love all the people that got me here, family, friends, Ryan, Kevin, Floos and Shane, all those guys that went through all of that process with me to get me here. But it was all those things, like I said, were thoughts. But the main goal and the main objective of being here is to turn around. That's why I was selected number one. And so, that's what we're here to do. That's what they brought, me here to do. That's what they brought all these guys here to do. Joe, DJ, all these different guys. And that's why they brought Ben here. And so, like I said, it's a challenge. And we look at those challenges, and, we don't laugh. We look at them really, really seriously, and, we go attack them, to the best of our ability to go and change it and turn it around. So, yeah.
So the thoughts there from Caleb Williams, the quarterback for the Chicago Bears, in its context. That's it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yep.
Okay. People wanted to hear from him. They heard from him. Now can we move on from it? And let's talk about what actually is going on up there. Because everything I've heard from people in there, everything that we were told, he's working his tail off. Mm-hmm. He's a constant presence, as Albert said, in the building, even on days that he doesn't have to be there. He is watching a ton of film with Ben Johnson. They're trying to break down certain things. Like, why'd you do that? Can't do that. I want more of that, the good and the bad. And they said he has accepted all constructive criticism beautifully.
So he's not watching it by himself. He's watching with Ben Johnson, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just checking on that.
Now, while you were gone, Kurt Warner was on with Waddle and Silvy. Mm-hmm. He said when he got to the NFL, he goes, there's no one watching film with me. He said that it's like, and I read something else where it was, I'm trying to remember who the other quarterback was, another big-name quarterback. He goes, this notion that you've got to be held by the hand and watch film together. He said, yeah, you do it in the quarterback room. He goes, when you do your other film study, you're by yourself. You better figure it out, man. And he goes, and if you have a question, you need to ask somebody. I don't understand that. Can you help me, please?
Yeah.
But he said this whole notion that he was just thrown to the wolves, and I think Caleb kind of, that came up a little bit. I don't believe that it was as portrayed.
I would just say, practically, as a rookie, you want to make sure that no stone is unturned. He can't just, like, for a veteran quarterback like Kurt Warner, I get that. I would just say for
but
a
he's
first
saying
year,
when he was a rookie.
Yeah. Well, was he playing? Was he a backup then?
No, I think he was starting.
When he first got in the league?
Yeah, didn't he have to start because Trent Green blew his knee out?
With the Ram?
Yeah.
I would just say that for a number one draft pick, you want to make sure that he understands. That's just me. Like, I just want to make sure, right?
Right.
And just from the other stuff that we hear that he wasn't coached well. Hell, a lot of the players weren't coached well because there was no real checks and no real balances with that team under Eberflus.
Yeah, and more so from what I've been able to deduce talking to people, Matt's not an idiot as a football tactician.
Yeah.
There was no level of accountability.
That's a problem.
Like in Ben's world, you cannot eat while you're in your meetings. Mm-hmm. Last year, guys are bringing in croissant sandwiches and got their phones out, and that stuff doesn't happen now under Ben Johnson. None of it.
I would have really played well under Eberflus and under that regime. Bring my sandwich in.
They had to vacuum the floors after every meeting.
Yeah.
I would have really worked.
They said the same thing with Vrabel. The first day somebody had their phone with him. He's like, okay, this is the last time I'm going to say it. That phone stays in your locker. After the meeting, you want to go check it, and the food that's there, you can set it on that table that's right outside the meeting room. And when you come out, you can eat it then. That stuff is not going to be in our meetings going forward. Are we clear?
Man.
Yeah.
I couldn't play for Ben Johnson, but I could play for Eberflus. Bring my sandwich in, a little coffee. Good. Go ahead, Coach. Good film. Let's see what's going on here. Immaculate grid. Oriole Cub.
Wordle.
I mean, come on, Cap. You and I have been.
Jonathan, you got that blocking scheme at left guard.
Oh, can't hear you, man, over the chewing. Say it a little louder down there. Ha ha!
So we see this set. This is the defense we're going to be in, right? Taser, hey, Taser, you paying attention? Sorry, Coach, I was watching the Stephon Diggs Tusi video.
You see
Did
this?
you see this thing?
Oh my God!
Did you see
Bag of
this?
pink powder he's giving those ladies.
We got you, Coach. Yep, we're gonna play Washington, and we got everything taken care of, especially right down to the last second. Oh God! So long, everybody. A loss. I mean, come on, man. I'm gonna play for Flus. But I'm glad that Caleb Williams said his piece, and there's other things that Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams had to say. We'd like to get your reaction. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Your thoughts on Caleb Williams saying that, hey, we went through the process, and I'm a Chicago Bear. And also still to come, Ben Johnson, the head coach for the Chicago Bears, talk about a myriad of things with this off-season program. Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10. Right?
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Jurko's Summer Friday. Join the boys tomorrow as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Jurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you tomorrow from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
The 125th season of White Sox baseball. The 20-year anniversary of the 2005 World Series champs.
Sox winner and a world champion.
And a year of rebirth under new manager Will Venable. The fans will follow the Sox as they get back in the AL Central mix. And they will do it all on the White Sox radio network on ESPN Chicago. Tell your story to some of the most passionate fans in baseball. Consider advertising here. Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet and greet people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
$2.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Oh, Kap J Hood, big fan, man. Watch out, fellas.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Thursday as we talk to you about the Bears. 312-332-3776 is our phone number. And Kap, there's a lot of other news coming out of Lake Forest, and just news meaning just hearing from the head coach of the Bears, Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson talked about a number of things, including talking about body language. It's very interesting, Kap, because, you know, when you get sacked as much as Caleb Williams got sacked, of course your body language is not going to be standing up like you're in a suit at a party someplace. I mean, you're hurting. You're in trouble. He was trying to lay down on the bench at one point because he got hit so much. You remember this, right? Helmet off and just want to just lie down. You can understand why.
And they showed him that exact video. It said, dude, cannot happen. Can't happen. Don't care that you got pounded. Yeah. If you're going back in the game, that stuff can't happen. I've had multiple guys tell me.
There's adversity that's going to hit every team, every season. You don't know when it's going to happen. We might lose a few games. We might have some turnovers, and yet just the wherewithal of we're steering the ship. We're going the right direction. It's not woe is me. We are going to take everyone around us. We're going to elevate them, and we're going to look to forge ahead to what's next. And so it's not dwelling on the past. It's not whether it's last season, last play, last game. We learn from it, we grow, and we move on. And so our body language needs to reflect that as well. No, we early in the process, we sat down and we watched some tape from a year ago, and we talked it through. It's like, do we really want to? Is this what we want to look like or not? And we come to an agreement. No, it's not. And okay, we learn from it. And we move on to the next thing. So, it's body language is a huge thing. Demeanor. We don't want to be a palms up team where we're questioning every. No. That's to me, that's a little bit of a sign of weakness, and we don't want to exhibit that from anybody on the team.
That's right.
Love it.
Yes.
Absolutely love it. From what I wasn't at practice yesterday, but what somebody who was at practice told me last night. Dude, they may have allowed F-bombs in Hard Knocks. There's enough of them to go around now at practice. They said Ben is colorful, intense. If he doesn't like the way you're lined up on a play, you're going to get embarrassed.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way it is.
That's just
and
coaching.
If you can't handle it, get out.
Yes.
So, super cool.
Can George McCaskey handle it? I don't think he's going to be around a lot of practices.
George, go get your steps in.
Yeah.
We've got some men here doing some work, and then might get colorful.
He's just going to be there getting his steps in with his fingers in his ears because he's not going to want to hear what's going on there.
No.
Don't want to hear it.
They're a little,
yeah.
They're cursing in there.
Yeah. Put your earmuffs on, George. You don't want to hear what's going on. I know it's July. You're going to look ridiculous with earmuffs on, but that's what's going to be because that's football.
Did you see the video of Eric Bieniemy? So they're doing a drill with the pads on the ground, and the running backs had to cut and jump and move. And here comes Kyle Monungai. Is it Monungai?
Yeah.
The seventh-round draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
And as he goes, you're moving like an old-ass man.
Well,
like, whoa.
Yeah. Well, that's coaching. You want to get it right.
Yeah.
You just got the job, Kap. You just don't go in soft. You don't go in like Shane Waldron on a new job. Just put it that way. Yeah. Anti-Waldron. There should be a Waldron sign and a red line through it. Yeah. Big sign there. We don't play like that. Right. You don't have to worry about us coaching you hard. You as a coaching staff, Kap, you take in all the intel. I'm sure PR is like, want to see some of the clips from last year?
Oh, 100%.
Right on your desk, pal. What? Waldron need to coach them harder? Was that a thing last year? Oh, wow. Accountability must have been a real... Okay. Guys, gentlemen, close that door. This team looks like it needs accountability. Seems like they need a foot in their ass. We will provide that as a team. Do you understand?
Well, do you remember
Seriously.
the first thing he said at the press conference to the players? They were like Cole Kmet, DJ Moore. I'm trying to remember who the four were. Caleb.
Mm-hmm.
There was one more, maybe Jalen Johnson. They're sitting up front. He goes, to the players here, get comfortable with being uncomfortable. And then you asked Poles a question. I'll never forget it. 2 weeks ago he was on, 3 weeks ago. And he said, Jonathan, I don't believe accountability, that will not be a problem with this coaching staff.
Okay.
Okay.
The only thing I question is, when you do have adversity, how will Johnson handle it? It's one thing to do it now, in May, into June.
Well, what if you've lost 3 in a row?
What are you going to do? Because you hardly did that in Detroit. And by the way, if you did do that in Detroit, you weren't the head coach. You're the offensive coordinator.
Correct.
All I'm saying, Cap, is that I'm not saying it's a negative. I'm not saying it's going to be a problem. What I'm saying is I look forward to seeing what that looks like.
Yeah.
Do you still have your head up, confident, and talking to the media and talking to your players and trying to inspire them? Or do you tuck tail when you start losing 3 in a row? Because he's never done that as a head coach, because he's never been a head coach before.
Correct.
The only person in the building that can speak to that is you. You're the only one in the building that can speak to what's that like, another 18 inches over to the next seat. As you were an assistant, but there was times you had to be the head coach.
Right.
So what does that look like?
We're going to find out.
Cap was always cool, man. He ran us hard, but boy, he was great to us, man. He talked to us. He learned more about us.
Because I wasn't the guy that was going to kick your ass.
What's up, coach?
Right. They'd come by my office. They didn't want to go to the other office. Yeah. Tuck your shirt in.
That's
Why are you 2 seconds late? Yeah, that wasn't me. That was his job.
Yeah. So there's a difference. 18 inches over. You don't have Dan Campbell screaming and yelling with all his coffee and all his bravado and his big muscles. Now it's you. How do you handle it?
Correct.
Not saying the Bears are going to go through this long stretch of losing. I don't see them losing 10 games. But even in our light predictions that we had a little bit of adversity in the season because the schedule's tough. It is. And I know the NFL is different from year to year. We only base it on last year's results, Cap. When we look at the schedule and we just, with a pencil, win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. But there's a tough spot right there around that Cincinnati game where you go, okay, how are you going to beat Cincinnati and the Ravens?
Yeah.
How are you going to get through that? Minnesota, what are you going to do with that? And, again, not saying that they'll lose, but just like every team, most teams go through adversity. So in your first year, what are you going to do about it? Sounds good now. Sounds good when Eberflus was head coach.
Yeah.
All that football nonsense and Nagy with his football nonsense and all that jargon.
Yeah.
But what are you going to do to resonate with the players? The other thing is that Ben Johnson was talking about emphasizing certain points of interest.
Well, our biggest point of emphasis as a coaching staff was really our finish, our pursuit on defense. We want to stop the ball, the momentum of the ball running through the defense in practice, even without pads on. And so it's a learning experience of what that looks like and what we're going to be about. And then offensively, we talk about the finishing aspect of getting connected down the field and blocking for our buddies. So finishing is a huge deal about what we're doing. We're very much rooted in the fundamentals and the techniques of what we're asking our guys to do. And so we saw growth last week in that way, and that's the expectation for us going forward.
You and I are going to be on the sidelines in Lake Forest, and you're going to say, Hoodie, they've moved the practice over to the right side. You want to walk around? And I'm going to say, no, Cap. I'm going to stay here with the offensive linemen. I'll be the only one. Everyone else is going to just follow along the path and go to the other side and watch the play. No, Cap, I got it. I'll be with the big guys. The big guy is going to be with the big guy. And I'm going to keep my eyes peeled on Trapillo and Amagaji because that's something to watch now. It's not the number one story, but it'll be interesting to see Trapillo in person, the giant right?
6'8", 360. And I still think Braxton Jones will be the starting left tackle. I do.
Yes.
But these two dudes are at least getting opportunities while he recovers from his ankle injury.
Yes.
So we'll see.
While you watch the fly of the ball, I'll be watching the trenches. I'll be the only one. Everyone else is going to go around the other end, around the bend, to the right and to the left. No. I'll stay right here, keeping my eyes peeled on the big guys.
I'm not so sure about that.
What's that?
About you watching. They're going to say, hey, Hoodie, get out there.
Oh, no.
Show them how it's done.
Oh, I'm retired. They don't want me out there.
Who's the big guy over there?
How you doing?
Can he move? Can he play?
Oh, God. They don't want me on special teams. You can have, as I told you, Cap, I'm coming back in this life as a guard so I can hide on tape.
Watch, he'd be laying on his back going, oh, God, who ran me over?
I'll be hiding on the tape. How'd that ball get through there? Not me. Don't see me, coach.
That's it. I was locked up inside.
Trapillo against Karan Amagaje. How about this?
We're moving guys around. Yeah, we want to give everyone an opportunity. So, Darnell, we feel pretty comfortable keeping him at the right side right now. So the left side until we get Braxton back in the mix, it's going to be a little bit of musical chairs.
Yeah, it's newsworthy. That's newsworthy.
Yeah, no question about it. Now, can we just move on past the Seth Wickersham nonsense and let's go?
So Caleb gave his over? Is it officially over?
It's over. It was over for me when the story hit. It was a non-story. But he addressed it. People are happy. God bless.
No.
Let's go.
Not a non-story. Oh, stop. No, audience. No. Not a non-story. Not a non-story. You have to tell the entire story of the process of him getting to the Chicago Bears. That is not a non-story, Cap. It is not.
Why do you have to tell the story? He's already here. He's already the quarterback.
He spoke. He's the one who chose to do
I'm
the
not
book.
talking about, yes. He didn't choose to do any. It's not a book about him.
What do you mean? He gave quotes.
A year and a half ago.
So what? He voluntarily offered up quotes in the book.
That's fine.
How on earth is it a non-story? Yeah. How on earth does he not have to address it?
No, it is.
That's the part I don't understand.
We'll agree to disagree.
The reason
I thought it was the biggest non-story I have seen come down the road in a long time.
If it involves quarterback one, it's always a story.
That's a different thing. He could
What do you mean?
He could go get a speeding ticket and it becomes a story.
Absolutely.
Yeah, agreed. But the fact that he had to address that the pre-draft process he went through this, that became this firestorm that he's got to address. That's garbage.
But he volunteered whether it was him or his father or both, they volunteered the information to Seth Wickersham.
A year and a half ago.
So what?
Okay, we'll agree to disagree.
Yeah.
I thought, and I think most fans thought, biggest non-story out there.
Damn.
He addressed it. God bless him.
I can't speak for most fans. I can speak for Jonathan Hood. And Jonathan Hood says that if it involves the quarterback of the Chicago Bears, it's always going to be a story. And I'm glad he got ahead of it. The story's there. He was able to speak on. Now, imagine if he just hit from it. If he cut and run from it, that would suck.
What happens when the book drops in September? And something else is in the book we haven't known. We got to address that too? Because he said it. We got to address it. Such a bunch of garbage.
I don't think it's listen. I think it's letting him off the hook a little bit. If it's like, hey, you did this book, you did speak to him, you offered up the quotes, you volunteered this information. No, it's all good. You don't have to talk about it.
Jackass. He's already here.
I understand that, and I don't think it changes anything about him being here or being the quarterback or wanting to be a Chicago Bear. But to say he never had to speak about it, that's a little insane. He was perfectly happy to talk about it a year and a half ago. He should have to address it now.
I'm glad you did.
Who's saying he has to? The media. That's who's saying it. That's who's saying it. Fans didn't care.
No one dropped an anchor on his ass and made him go up there and talk. He did it because he had to. He did it because he wanted to get ahead of the story. I'm glad he did.
Yeah, that's fine.
Imagine if he didn't say anything about this and then there'd be questions over and over and over again. And now that it's done, now we can move forward. But the quarterback had to speak on it because the head coach had to speak on it. So why wouldn't the quarterback?
Yeah,
come on now.
And he did. I didn't learn anything yesterday. Nothing. I learned more from Ben Johnson about body language and this and that. Great. Caleb's 4.5 minute thing, there was nothing earth-shattering said there. He did it. Everyone's happy.
Yeah.
God bless.
No, it checks a box.
Damn.
Great.
It checks a box. I'm glad he said something versus not saying anything at all, because now it's not a story. You're right. Is it a story now? No. You know why it's not a story? Because he said something about it and cleaned it up, and that was it.
That's my question then. In September, when the book hits the street, does he have to answer those questions again too? There'll be people that say,
no.
Media people. Well, wait a minute now. We didn't know that. That's in the book. I want to ask. No.
No, but
well, you said it.
He did as much yesterday. He said, "I don't want this to be a distraction when the book comes out and we're playing Minnesota. I want it to be about the football, so I'm going to do it now."
God bless him.
And he should have done that, and it's good that he did. That's all.
God bless.
Yeah, we got.
If it made people happy,
Yeah.
I'm glad he did it.
Yeah, I mean, it was addressed like anything else that happens in sports. There's a book. You're in that book. You're involved. You have to say something about it. Otherwise, people will cast aspersions on you, thinking that you just didn't want to be with the Chicago Bears. He said he wanted to be a Bear. Talked about the process. That's a good thing.
God bless.
That's a good thing.
I'm just glad it's over.
The contract and the ink dried on the contract doesn't speak anything to the book, Cap. It has nothing to do with the book. Yeah, he's a Chicago Bear. You and I both know that, and Bears fans know that. But when there's stories like that, you must address it, and then you move on. And I'm glad that he did. Imagine if he just said, I just want to talk about football. Okay, so does this guy really want to be here? All that. Now we're talking about this on a regular basis, you and I. Now that sucks, especially when we're in the season with a new regime. So he spoke on it, and I'm glad he did. But the idea that he was supposed to just turn a blind eye to it, no, your name is on it. Your dad's name on it. Your reputation's on that. You say something about it. When someone says something about you, you know what we don't do? We don't ignore it.
Damn.
We address it. Do we not? Silvy? We address it.
What do you mean, Silvy?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? What do you mean? What do I mean by Silvy?
I don't know what you mean.
I'm talking about when he said, was talking about you and the Cubs. Talking about, you're not supposed to go after the fans.
Oh, you mean 2 weeks ago before you left? Yeah.
Did you not address it?
That was more fun.
But you addressed it though.
Because it was fun. I'm having a good time. He and I are in a good place. I'm having a good time with it. But do I address every comment? No, I don't. I don't live in that world. I've moved way past that. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about anything. If you can go back and look through my Twitter timeline, I don't go at people like I did 10 years ago. I don't have time for it. You want to write something about, God bless you. Have at it. I don't care.
What about the aggregation? You're good with that? The false aggregation.
Yeah. Exactly.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say that. Yeah, but no, in terms of like the whole, somebody said something, I got to address. No, I don't.
But it's not somebody said something. In this situation, you said something. Like imagine if an article came out, and I'm not saying any of this is true, I'm just painting a picture. But if an article came out and it was like, I spoke to David Kaplan in 2020 and he told me he never wanted to host with Jonathan Hood. Here are his quotes saying he didn't want to do it. We would have to talk about that if it came out today. Would we not?
You don't have to talk to me about it. That's how you feel. It's okay.
I mean, it would be a great radio bit, but he knows how the whole process started, so I really don't feel like I would have to address it.
We all know we're in a good place. The show's successful. We have fun every day hanging out. But if that were to come out, we would have to at least address it. At the time, this was the thing, but here we are now.
But we would address it having fun with it because he was there with me the day the call was made. Let's do this.
Yep.
He knows how the whole process went down.
Yep. That's the same thing as Caleb.
The books say you wanted Pat the designer before Jonathan Hood.
That true, Cap? Did you want Pat the designer?
I did.
Did you? Okay. So, all right. Well, then I'll go home and watch Gunsmoke.
Pat said no. I went to Goff.
I don't know why. Man.
And then when Goff said no.
So what you saying is you wanted Pat the designer over me? 312-332-ESPN is our telephone number. Cap and Pat the designer, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Saturdays on ESPN Chicago. Join me, Peggy Kaczynski.
And me, Dion Miller, for the cleverly named Peggy and Dion.
Of course, we are always talking about the saga of Chicago sports.
And occasionally, we may dive into other areas of interest. So join us Saturday morning at 11.
Peggy and Dion on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Golf at night? You heard that right. Golf Center Des Plaines, the home to the only lighted golf course in Illinois. A stunning 9-hole par 3 course illuminated under the night sky, offering you the perfect opportunity to unwind and sharpen your skills after a long day. With their state-of-the-art practice facilities and expertly designed course, every swing is a chance to elevate your game. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, Golf Center Des Plaines is your one-stop shop for all your golf needs, day and night. 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
You probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from Zip Recruiter. You could post your job today and talk to the interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/USL. That's ziprecruiter.com/USL. Say more.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I'm a winner. I'm going to win.
On ESPN Chicago.
Can you feel it? It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. We're with you until 10 o'clock. Then it's Clinton and Friends at 10, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12, Waddle Silvy at 2:30, Bears Weekly with Jeff and Tom at 6:30, right into the Pacers and the Knicks right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. Black and Abdallah on the YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Black and Abdallah there. To the phone lines we go, 312-332-3776. As we were talking about the Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams spoke to the media addressing his issue from the Seth Wickersham book, he and his dad. Same thing with Ben Johnson talking about certain things that he's seen from the Chicago Bears so far in camp. And Lyle, here's Lewis on Kap and J Hood. Lewis, good morning.
Morning, guys. Haven't said it enough. Best show on ESPN. You guys are the only ones that listen to from beginning to end.
Appreciate you.
So, hey, this whole thing. I mean, this is honestly the perfect answer that he could have given. I mean, I've said it before. These were just confirming rumors that we had heard. I mean, we knew his dad. Well, you've been hearing that his dad was trying to get equity in the team. These were all legitimate concerns that anybody would have had, and his answer, honestly, just confirm what we know. He wants to be here, and it's an answer that everybody can get behind. I mean, Eddie on the north side would probably get behind it. The only one who wouldn't get behind it is Chris Canty, and Chris Canty would still be bashing Caleb Williams as he's getting his Hall of Fame jacket.
Right.
But
wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope everybody's happy. I hope everyone's satisfied, and I hope that we can just put this to bed.
Please, I hope you're right.
Yeah, well, I mean, now that he's addressed it, we can close the book on that. If there's anything that comes out in September, that's not going to be a huge topic for us because he's already addressed it. Then when we get to August, September, we're talking about, games and breaking down film and talking about how the Bears can get better. That's the goal. That's the conversation.
I hope you're right, Pat.
Yeah. We go now to Joey. Right here on ESPN 1000. What's up, Joey?
What did you say to me?
What's up?
Why is Cap laughing? What did you say?
That was you, buddy.
No, I know that. All right, Jonathan, welcome back.
Thank you.
Hall of Famer, always good to hear you.
Somebody you.
Hoodie, yeah, he doesn't like me, I know, but he took all 5 calls last week.
Oh.
And I am blessed. So you're the culprit, Hoodie.
Okay.
Now,
stand in line.
How can you come up with an analysis of comparing Jim McMahon? Want to watch and see Jim McMahon compared to Caleb? What do I make out of that as a Bear fan?
I was ultimately saying that the quarterback is the most important figure in Chicago sports, just like Jim McMahon was. Not just because of the Super Bowl, but because of his behavior, how great a personality he was. He was the shining star on that team. And so what I'm saying is...
Yeah, he was always good to watch and see what he's doing in the golf course. I agree, but...
That's the parallel.
He's the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
But McMahon wasn't the number 1 pick.
He was the number 5 pick.
Yeah, whether it's a number 1 pick, number 5 pick, a free agent that came over from someplace else, the quarterback for the Chicago Bears is the number 1 athlete that everyone talks about in the city because the Bears galvanize the city, Joey. That's where Cubs fans and Sox fans agree. Is about the Chicago Bears.
I guess I got to take you. You're the guy that's in the business. My you have to excuse me. I just got done with breakfast.
Okay.
My Cap will tell you what I had.
I know what you had for breakfast.
That'll be fine. Thank you very much.
How would I know that what he's had for breakfast?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't know. The medicine has not kicked in yet.
Obviously.
It's time for your dosage, Joey. Almost 8 o'clock. Oh, boy.
By the way, sidebar, may I approach on an unrelated but kind of related topic?
Yes, brought to Aiken Law, 312-6 million for the Great Iron Aiken.
Did you know there's a question of the day in the lunchroom over there?
Yes.
Yeah.
And do you know what today's question is, or maybe it was yesterday's?
What's that?
I don't know. Is this something we should do after the break? This feels like there might be some legs to it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that'll be coming up next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
Imagine using your skills and experiences to inspire young minds. We see the teacher in you. No matter your starting point, we can help you become a teacher. Teaching offers consistent pay, a pension, and summers off. Learn how you can be the teacher. Visit BeTheTeacher.org. Sponsored by Grow Your Own Teachers, Illinois.
Small's here. It's time to turn things up a notch. This summer, don't binge watch shows. Binge s'mores by the campfire. Press pause on the podcast and press play on the warm weather vibes. Here's your chance to win $10,000 for your ultimate summer. What are you waiting for? Take your shot with 5 Hour Energy and make this summer your best summer ever. Visit 5heshot.com for full details and rules and enter today. No purchase necessary. Ends June 30th, 2025.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Plumbing disaster, power out, furnace or AC failing? These can't wait, and neither should you. Four Seasons guarantees same-day installation with no extra fees for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call your trusted local expert today at 866-4Seasons.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Okay, more.
Welcome back to Kap and J Hood on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Going to get up to 71 degrees today. Right now it's 55. So, Kap, you talked about the lunchroom. What is the scenario?
So they have question of the day.
What's the scenario?
Up on the whiteboard in there.
Yes.
And the question of the day is, what ESPN 1000 employee has the most screen time each day?
Oh, that's different from the who's going to win the WNBA championship that I saw the other day. I think I saw that yesterday.
Yeah, most screen time. Zetterman got 1 vote, and that is so uninformed. That dude is not going to be close to the most screen time. He does his work on there, but he is not a guy who hangs out just glued to his phone.
I would push back. I don't know if I've ever seen him outside of his office without his phone in his hand.
Yeah, that's if there's something urgent that he can get the call, but he's not a guy that's locked on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever it is, Facebook.
But a lot of meetings, though.
A lot of meetings. But he uses it as a work tool. And when he's not working, that dude ain't answering his phone.
So you think it should be you? Is that what you're saying?
It's not even close, but the voting so far up there has 6 written for Kap.
Kap, do you know how to look at your screen time in your iPhone?
No.
Mine's come up every Sunday.
Yeah, so does mine.
Yeah.
So open your phone.
Yeah.
And then swipe down so you can search.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then just type in screen time. And it'll pop up. It'll take you there.
afraid.
I want to see what your daily average is.
I'm afraid. Daily average. Where do I tell this?
Are you on the screen time page?
Yeah. Screen
It
time.
should say it right at the top.
It doesn't. It just says app and website activity, screen distance, communication limits. Doesn't say it.
Must have it turned off. Hoodie, what are you at?
Oh, turn on here. I don't have it on.
Oh, yeah, cheating the game, this guy.
I don't have it on.
Hoodie, what are you at?
Oh, it says up 26% from last week.
Oh, no.
7 hours, 19 minutes.
Yeah, because last week you were on vacation.
A lot of reading.
Like when I go on vacation, I don't take myself out of our text chain. Hoodie does. Jonathan Hood removed from the text chain. He doesn't want to see our nonsense. Me? I don't even know. You know how many people on my life it says has notifications silenced?
Yeah.
I don't even know how to do that.
Yeah.
I don't want my notifications silenced.
Well, why do I remove myself out of the chain? Do you know?
Yeah, because you don't want to be woken up with our nonsense.
No, that's not the case. Because I missed the show so much. Remember I told you that?
That's right.
Because if I see stuff about the show, I'd want to be part of it. It's kind of a FOMO thing.
Right.
And I don't want to deal with that, so it's just like
They've got who on while I'm gone?
Yeah, I don't want to see that.
Right.
Because I missed the show so much when I got to take vacation time.
Right.
So, yes. So, is that too much, Shay, do you think?
No, I think that's probably about right. That's usually where I'm at. And I think we skew higher because of what we do for a living, and we're always consuming stuff. I just got a new phone, so it says mine is at 5 hours and 10 minutes right now.
No shot.
5 hours, 10 minutes already today?
No, daily average.
Daily average.
Yeah, 5 hours and I've just woken up.
Like-
I have like an attachment. I wear it on my head like a face mask, and it just has my phone in front of me.
Like Danny, when he was producing the show.
Is your thing on there? Do you have it?
No, I don't have it.
All right. Shay, you got
I got mine.
I want you to turn it on, Kap, and we'll update this next week when we have a full week of your screen time.
Yeah, I'm 5 hours.
And it does not have any. You're 5 hours
Yeah,
average?
I'm up 14% this
So
week.
turn on app and website activity. That's what you want?
Yeah,
Yes.
I want to know your screen time.
God.
But
We'll update next week.
is it? But I would say, Jay Moore, that a lot of this is on your watch too, though, right? Is there a separate
I'm
one
not
for
sure
your
if
watch?
it's connected in that manner, but the way I'm looking, it just gives you the days. And so you can see with the graphic how much time you're on your phone.
It had my iPad on there. It says I daily average 1 minute.
Okay, though, he just started.
No, that's the iPad.
Yeah, well.
How you don't use your iPad very much, though, right?
A little bit, not much. I use my desktop at the house, and I use my phone.
I'm excited to see the update on the screen time on your phone. I can't wait.
We'll bookmark that and make sure that we go back and take a look at that because that's going to be unbelievable.
Hoodie, should we place bets? What's the over/under? 8.5 hours?
Yeah, I'll take the over. I think. Hey, I'd make it. Put it at 10.
10 hours.
Yeah,
a day.
No question. No question. Yellow, Enzo, what's up? Hold on, Waddle. I'll call you back. Hey, what's up, Enzo?
Does that count as screen time, though, if you're on the phone? Or do you talk on speakerphone so you're still staring at it and scrolling Twitter while you're having conversations?
While he's working out, there's got to be that, too. I think I would set it at 9.5.
9.5 hours.
Him?
You know the scary part of screen time is it's only how much you're looking at your phone. It doesn't account for all the times you're not looking at your phone but still looking at a screen.
That's him. And by the way, we have to have bets. Not only phone 1, but phone 2. How many hours on phone 2? Don't forget about that.
Oh, yes. A phone call on iPhone generally counts as screen time. Even though you might not actively be looking at the screen during the call, the screen is on and interacting with it, even if just for the caller ID or incoming call notification. So this activity contributes to the overall screen time report.
Yeah, it's the over, jack to the gills, without question. Shot or no shot. And that's just phone 1. What about phone 2? Shot or no shots in 2 minutes on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine.
Yeah.
Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago.
Damn, you a pretty man.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Exciting developments are underway in Madison. Market Square Crossing, a 50-acre mixed-use project just 30 minutes south of downtown Chicago, is ideal for retail, hospitality, residential, office, and recreational opportunities. Considering a business move? Contact Madison's Economic Development Department at villageofmadison.org to learn more. With its strategic location and growing community, Madison offers unmatched potential for business ready to thrive. Don't miss your chance to be part of the momentum. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer. Now through June 2nd, we have a great selection of Camrys, Corollas, Tundras, and more.
Right, your summer starts here. I'm a pet sitter, and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Stop, Sebastian. Goldie is not dinner. Right, your summer starts here.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Checkmate 1-6, suppression on target.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in my shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000. And streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you. We'll have Deal Breakers coming your way at 8:35 for Deal Breakers Thursday. But first, shot or no shot. Here's Shane Norland. Shane?
Good morning, boys, on a Thursday. How we feeling?
We're good, man. We're good. I told Hoodie at break, I'm terrified what my screen time number is going to come up.
I can't wait. 8.5 may have been a light over-under.
That's 8.5 hours a day, right?
Yeah. Daily average for a week, 8.5 hours.
If I'm close to 8, you got to be at least over 9.
That's true. Like if I sit usually around the 7-hour, 10-minute mark. New phone excluded because it says 5 hours right now. I think I'm typically in the 7-hour range. If I'm there, Kap could be at 14.
Could be.
No, I could be happy.
Oh, this show is 3 hours on its own.
Yeah, but I'm not on my phone much.
Huh?
Whoa.
I use my computer.
All right, then start bringing your laptop in. But do you have a Mac laptop?
I do.
Yeah, bring that in. Use that computer instead and sync it to your iCloud, and we'll see where your screen time is. We're going to over under 15 and a half hours.
Jack to the gills.
Yellow, Mindy, Waddle. Hey, what's up, App? What's going on? Take that. Screw him.
Brett, what's up, Brett, man? Hoodie, up. Again, 14 and a half. Yeah. Plus the research. Don't forget about the research, too. You're on the John.
Right.
Don't forget about that.
I do
John
all
time?
my show prep through my phone.
On the John.
A lot of it.
I know how that goes. I know how that goes. That 45-minute poop. Your wife thinks you fell in. You might be unwell. You're just sitting on the phone scrolling.
It's so comfortable because it's such privacy. You don't have to worry about anything, especially if you have multiple bathrooms in a home. It's the best. Don't bother me. I'm prepping.
Doing my show prep.
Nice cold seat. Nice and comfortable.
There are nights I will go into the bathroom and I'll just get lost on my phone doing whatever, reading articles, scrolling, whatever.
Yeah.
And I'll come out and my wife will go, I didn't even know you were still in there. It's like,
think I left?
Yeah, see,
I vanished in a black hole.
I get one of the 3 dogs if I'm in there too long. Usually it's Maverick. He will come push the door open with his nose.
Yellow.
And literally jump right up on me.
Oh, my God.
His paws are right.
While you're on the John?
Yes.
This is why you can't sleep naked with your dogs, man.
You scratch me.
Hey, Dad, can we go play ball out there?
No.
I've always wanted a dog that could play fetch.
Yeah.
The other 2 don't.
Yeah.
He's the greatest. Maverick? Oh, man. Doctor. He brings it right to me, drops it. Let's go.
Yeah.
He could go an hour.
Like the movies.
The best.
Just like the TV show. Just throw stuff out there and brings it right back to you. It's great.
So
So
I'm terrified what my screen time number is going to be.
You look at your phone a lot.
I do.
And the reason why you don't watch a lot of TV.
I don't.
So that's where that screen time goes.
Correct.
It goes there.
Correct.
So.
Correct.
Matter of fact, impromptu shot or no shot start. I gave Cap a television show recommendation last week over the long weekend. Shot or no shot, Cap watched the show I recommended.
There's no shot. Only management, right? Like when Mike Thomas worked here, right? He get, that's a great movie. You should be watching. I'll be on it. Absolutely. Take that. I'll be watching. I give him P-Valley.
I watched it.
Yeah, but eventually. You finally got around to it.
I told him Your Friends and Neighbors on Apple TV. You can finally see John Hamm not be a total douche.
No, he didn't watch it. Of course
I
not.
had 14 people staying in my house for the weekend. All my kids, my father-in-law, my sister-in-law, they were all staying in my house for 4 nights.
That's fine. You tell them to clear out. I got a movie to watch. Get out of there. That's what you do. You're the king of the castle, aren't you?
No shot.
Oh, okay. We turn now to Shay Norling.
I married the king.
Excuse me?
Mindy.
Oh, man.
I just get out of the way, man.
Wow. You're the king. I tell my wife that all the
Did you
time.
say King Mindy?
Yeah.
King Mindy.
Wow.
I just got out of the way, man.
King and the queen.
It's not worth fighting the fight. It's not. I just come out bloody.
You married Howard?
I just come out bloody. No.
I need you to clean the bathroom.
That's it. So you got Howard.
That's it.
King of all media. As we turn now to Shay Norling. Shay?
The Cubs won again last night. Another multi-hit game for Matt Shaw, who continues his hot streak. He has been on fire since returning to the Cubs. His slash line in 9 games back with the Major League team, 382, 432, 529. That's good for an OPS north of 900. Shot or no shot, third base is fixed for the Cubs.
Sorry to use your nickname. First take Shay. He's been back up here, what, 10
Did I
10
offer an
days?
opinion? I asked a question. It's the beauty of this game. You can say shot or no shot.
No shot. I don't know yet. We
Uh-oh.
played the Whites. Who did we play? The White Sox?
Played the Whites.
Played the White Sox. We played the Rockies. The Reds.
What do you mean by that? You played the Whites.
I mean, he hasn't. I want to see him when he has to face the Dodgers and Yamamoto, and he's got to face the Yankees or some really amazing team. I love where it's trending.
Cap watches. He enjoys watching the Whites. Chicago Whites. The way it should be. 1950s. That's all I saw. Anyway, so in this country, we once had proud white fires. People we could enjoy. And then we've got the gold chains. And all of the dancing and all the fast running.
Wow.
What happened? That's, you know what? How about this, Cap? It's a shot. It's a shot.
I'm a huge Matt Shaw fan, but he's got to prove it, right?
No, you know what? It's a shot. Let's just be positive. Just walk with me.
I'll walk with you.
All right,
fine.
All right. Matt Shaw at third base, that is a shot, and here's why. You're not a Matt Shaw away from winning the World Series. If you keep going this way, if nothing else, at the minimum, you got someone you could depend on at third base. He's not going to be a butcher over there. You know what that looks like without Shaw. You know how bad that was with Workman and those guys?
Again, I like Matt Shaw.
Yeah.
He said it's shot that it's fixed.
That's a shot.
I can't tell you that in 10 days.
How about
it's trending in a great direction?
That's where I'll go. That's where I'll go. I think that the Cubs, and I think that you agree that they will add on. You need more pitching. You want to make sure you solidified your 7th, 8th, 9th in the bullpen.
Actually spoke about that and said, we're shopping.
But you know what, though? I don't think you're shopping for a new third baseman. I think it's other things on that list.
Oh, I agree with you there.
Then it's fixed. That's the extent of fixed.
I say it's fixed. And if he stays at 9 in that lineup, then that's actually good. Because I think he has enough pop to turn that lineup over. And I say it's fixed.
No, fixed is like Pete Armstrong. Center field's fixed. Third base,
it is.
It's trending in a great direction.
But that's not how I mean it. Maybe I should have gotten that intent across better. I'm not saying Matt Shaw is going to be like prime Evan Longoria.
No.
Or Alex Bregman pre-injury with the Red Sox. I'm just saying it's fixed enough to the extent you don't feel like you have to plug a hole anymore.
That's a shot.
Okay, then that's asking it that way. That's a shot.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
And I hope it continues like this, because then you go into the offseason and go, we got our third baseman and we control him. Let's lock him up. But I can't tell you that yet. I believe the way he's playing, you're not going out and trading for Alex Bregman if the Red Sox make him available. You're not.
I say it's fixed. I say that he feels like he'll never go down again. It's like, okay, you fixed my swing and the way that I approach offensively. I think that he'll be the third baseman moving forward. Because without him, you know what that looked like. It looked terrible.
I hope you are correct. I love the first 10 days he's been up here, 12 days.
I'm just going to say that even if he hits the way he's hitting right now, it's a great way to turn the lineup over, and also you'll have someone shorthanded over at third base. And if he hits 9th cap in that lineup, that's actually not a bad thing, if that's where he's going to be. Because look at everyone else. We talk about Shaw, but remember, Happ is healthy now. He's back with Tucker, with Suzuki, with Crow Armstrong. Whatever you put at the catcher position, you're getting not only quality defense, but great offense as well. Bush coming through. Swanson has turned things around. Horner. So I would say that if Shaw is still coming along offensively, at least defensively, I think he'll be airtight. I think he'll be good. I think he'll be fine at third base. It's something that's not on the checklist for me if I'm Jed. It's just not.
I would agree there. It's not on the shopping list. If I've got, X number of prospects I'm willing to move, I got X number of dollars that I'm willing to spend, third base is not a priority right now at this point to me.
Pitching is, but not third base for me.
I need a high-end starter. I'm not talking about a guy who, he can spot start. No. I'm talking about a high-end starter and a high-end eighth-inning reliever.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just signed Genesis Cabrera last night. You saw that?
Isn't it Genesis?
I have no idea. He spells it like the car, Genesis.
Like the band.
Like the band.
Like the first book in the Bible.
Like the golf tournament.
Yes, or the Bible.
The Bible.
The first best. Yes, it was.
Of the Old Testament.
Yes.
Yes.
Shay?
All right, well, a little nugget from Jeff Passan a couple weeks ago that he believes the Pittsburgh Pirates could be best served by trading Paul Skeens has inspired everybody in baseball to play fantasy baseball and create trades. That includes Jim Bowden of The Athletic, who offered 5 teams that could force the Pittsburgh Pirates to at least consider trading Paul Skeens at the deadline. The Cubs were among the 5 teams. The Cubs offer from Jim Bowden, Cade Horton, Matt Shaw, Kevin Alcantara, and 17-year-old international signing at shortstop Juan Thomas. Shot or no shot, you would make that deal for Paul Skeens?
No shot. I would not do that.
Do you have a package that you would do that?
Nothing they would accept. Why would I give
How do you know? It's the Pirates. They're a dumpster fire. Dumb organization, making mistakes left and right. You've seen what they are.
Yeah, but he is...
He? Who?
Skeens.
Oh.
He is tremendous. But I'm not giving you a guy who could become my number one starter in Cade Horton, who I control for the next 6 years, and my starting third baseman potentially that I control for the next 6 more years after this, like Horton, and my number one outfield prospect, and a guy who I obviously, what is his name? Juan Thomas. Juan Thomas.
Whoa,
Juan Pierre.
Throwback there.
Yeah, Juan Thomas. You probably paid him a couple $1 million because you like him.
Oh, my God.
He's not a throw-in, I would think. So I'm giving all that up for a guy who, awesome as he is, doesn't play third. No, I'm not doing that.
There has to be a package, though, that you can put together, Cap.
It's Juan Valdez, Cap.
That's my coffee.
That's my guy, Valdez.
A package I would give up?
There's got to be something there.
Yeah, I'll give you Dansby Swanson, Ian Happ.
Wait a minute.
And I'll give you Moises Ballesteros.
Hold on, they're listening over there. Don't do that. You're going to get aggregated. Don't do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Please.
Breaking, David Kaplan says Cubs should trade Dansby Swanson.
Hap is expendable. Take that, everybody. Oh, God. You don't want that over there.
No.
And your phone's going to ring.
Yeah.
Hello.
Did you say?
Oh, my God.
No, I was kidding.
You know, some of these are not good, Shay. Some of these deals here from The Athletic that you're talking about, some of these are not good. Dalton Rushing, Andy Pages, the outfielder for the Dodgers, Jackson Ferris, and Landon Knack for ski. That won't happen.
Jackson Ferris is the guy the Cubs gave up for Michael Bush.
Dalton Rushing is not great. I saw that in person. I don't know what that is. I think you do better than that if you're the Dodgers.
And if you're the Pirates, what are you saying to your fan base?
Well,
we've got the best young pitcher to come along in 50 years. And we're going to blow him up as a second-year guy. No shot.
I understand your premise, but that assumes the Pirates give a rip about their fan base.
I think we know the answer to that, Cap. They clearly don't.
They took the bricks out of the building and threw them in a dumpster.
Or the Clemente family. They don't care. They don't. That's not how. I don't think that I'm doing a bit there. I think that's pretty clear through the first couple of months of the season. They don't know what they're doing over there. And by the way, Shay, do you like the Tiger deal? It's Max Clark.
Are you kidding me?
Max Clark, outfielder, Bryce Rayner, the shortstop, Jaden Ham, a right-handed pitcher, and Owen Hall, a right-handed pitcher.
Yeah, it's a double-A pitcher, a single-A pitcher, and two high school draft bats that were first-round picks.
Yeah.
I would gas up the car and drive him to Pittsburgh.
Okay, I'll do that deal if I'm the Cubs. I'll give you...
You don't have those players.
Kevin Alcantara. I'll give you Alcantara. I'll give you Owen Casey. I'll give you Jordan Wicks.
Tigers.
And give me that Juan whatever from...
Juan Thomas?
Juan Thomas.
Juan Valdez.
Yeah. I'll give you anybody out of the system. I'm not giving you my starting third baseman and potentially the best pitcher on my staff. No.
Okay. Because Paul Skeens is already in Chicago. Cade Horton.
That's right.
How about that?
Paul Skeens. We got Cade Horton. Yes.
Hell yes. We don't need him. We don't need that old pirate. Yes. Hell yes. Coming up around the NFL on Kap and J Hood. Yes.
Good morning. Good morning. Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me tonight, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dion, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg tonight. And please enjoy responsibly.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at HawkAuto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
You've got stuff you've collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here? Huh?
It's now time to go around the NFL here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Around the NFL is brought to you by Mr. Finance.
Brandon,
Build
Mr. Finance.
wealth with smart investing. Go to BrandonMrFinance.com.
He's back at it again. Every time I think he's done, I'm like, is he going to... Is he...
Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
I'm actually afraid to look at my phone.
Oh, take a look at it.
I'm afraid.
Take a look at it.
I've got a text from my wife. I can't read it because it's screen time. I can't do it.
Oh, now you're going to try to limit your screen time so that you don't get a scary number next week?
There's no way. My life is looking at that phone.
I got a message for you. You can see my cousin Wiley's screen time. It's there. Take a look at it. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, let's get started with Around the NFL. A couple newsy items, and then I have a couple player A, player Bs for you because we're going to start a dialogue today. But I want to...
Oh, it's like blind resume.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
But I want to start things off with some Trey Hendrickson news. There's a report on ESPN.com. This is unrelated to the Bears, but it is Trey Hendrickson news from Bengals reporter Ben Baby, who has spoken to people around the league who say Trey Hendrickson is extremely dug in, quote, about the contract dispute with Cincinnati. And if they can't come to a compromise, several people around the league believe Hendrickson will follow through on his promise to miss games or even the season. I ask you, if Trey Hendrickson is not traded and does not receive a contract, will he play in 2025?
Yes, he will.
I think so. I would say yes.
I still remember. I told you this story a few weeks ago. I still remember running into Al Harris and the late Todd Bell, who missed the 85 season.
Yep.
And both guys said to me, biggest mistake of my life. No matter what they paid me the next year, I could never get the year with my guys back. I could never get the year of salary back. No chance I would ever do it again.
Yeah.
I'm going to say no shot. First of all, if you don't play, the year does not count toward free agency.
And you don't get your game checks, which I think is where even, like, you might miss 4 weeks, but then your family's like, oh, kids need to eat now. We kind of need the game checks.
Yes. What does he make, 14 and a half?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way, I think that they'll come to an understanding. Yeah, you can't just sit out, man. You can't do that. I understand the pride thing, but I think that he's going to play. I do. I know how the Bengals work, but you got to play. All right, blind resume?
You want to do blind resume or you want to do the Patriots news first?
Patriots news is very interesting.
Yeah, Stephon Diggs was caught on video doing what I'm calling the Tootsie slide. There is apparently a pink cocaine known as Tootsie in the underground, and Stephon Diggs was caught on video handing out what appeared to be pink cocaine on a boat. The Patriots are now looking into it, and we have yet another wide receiver on a boat scandal. Remember Odell Beckham Jr. Enter Stephon Diggs.
Allegedly. Because it looked like fun.
That's why I say appeared to be.
Okay.
Remember the candy when we were kids that looked like that? Lick-a-Maid?
That's kind of what
Remember that?
Yes.
That's what it looked like. Big
yes.
Jay Moore, are you old enough to remember Lick-a-Maid? It was a little envelope that came, and it had like powder that was all sugar in different colors and flavors.
I remember that. Do you remember Tootsie? Remember that, Jay Moore?
Who doesn't?
It is a young party drug.
I never heard of it.
Yeah, no, it's a thing. It's quite a popular thing amongst young folk. I just find it interesting that someone would film that and it's put out there virally. Cardi B clearly was, she's very attentive to Stephon Diggs' needs. She kept looking at him like your dog looks at you. She's like looking up like at Stephon Diggs. You saw the video though, right?
I saw the video. I did not realize Cardi B was in the video. A, B, they were filming so close. Like, how does he not say, hey, delete that?
I wouldn't have had that. That's just dumb.
Dumb.
You might mess up your career that way. Like this, will he suit up? Will he play for the Patriots knowing that this was seen on film?
I always find it fascinating. I don't know. But it is interesting. Like, Tyreek Hill can have all of the things that Tyreek Hill has had in his personal life. And then a video comes out where we don't even know it could have been anything that he was handing out to these women on the boat with him. And now it's like, do we have to void his contract?
Well, they're going to have to investigate what was in those.
Of course.
Wow.
But he's a multimillionaire having a good time. And I think I heard on the radio this morning, per the CBA, the most that can happen, even if it was cocaine, is a $15,000 fine per the CBA.
That's it?
He's on a boat. He's having a good time. There are guys in this league who have done horrific things and have jobs.
But hold on a second. What if he was doing that party drug?
Allegedly.
Then it's more than a $15,000 fine. You can't do cocaine.
Allegedly. It was mushroom coffee, man.
What is this, the NBA in 1988?
And by the way, we bought that mushroom coffee. That stuff's horrifically bad.
Never had it.
You got to mix it.
Supposed to be super healthy for you. So I bought it. And when you first taste it, you're like, that's decent. Next thing I know, I'm in the bathroom for like 9 hours, not needing screen time to occupy myself.
Did you buy the Rise brand or which one you buy?
Everyday Lightning or something.
The Rise
Everyday
brand
Dose.
is better, but you still have to mix it. with something. I
horrible.
can't drink it just straight.
Everyday Dose, I think it's called.
Around the NFL, brought to you by Mushroom Coffee. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, Hoodie, blind resume time. You're going to love this.
All right.
These are two quarterbacks.
Okay.
Player A has a 22-38 record as a starter.
Okay.
Has completed 63% of his passes for 13,815 yards. 69 pass touchdowns to 46 interceptions. Passer rating of 85. Also has over 230 rush attempts for 1,083 rush yards and 14 rushing touchdowns. That's player A.
Okay.
Player B has a 24-44-1 record. Has completed 64% of his passes, slightly better, for 14,582 yards, also slightly better, albeit more games played. 70 passing touchdowns, almost 400 rush attempts for north of 2,000 yards, and 15 rushing touchdowns. Do you like player A or player B better?
Is player A Kyler Murray?
No.
It is not. Is it a starter in the league?
Yes.
Well, I was going to say is player B Jameson, but that's not going to work because of the interceptions.
Just on the blind resume, tell me who you like better.
Okay.
I'm going to say player A is Trevor Lawrence.
69 touchdowns versus 70. You said player A, 46 interceptions. I like player B.
Okay. Cap, you're right. Player A is Trevor Lawrence.
All right.
Player B is Danny Dimes.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
Okay, well. Wait a minute.
I saw this on social media. Player A, Trevor Lawrence. Player B, Daniel Jones. Career stats, nearly identical.
Yeah.
If not slightly better in favor of Daniel Jones.
How many rushing yards you said that Daniel Jones had?
That he could do.
2,200.
2,200 rushing yards. Boy, they are down. I wrote down, Cap, side by side. They are identical. So, Cap, which one would you rather have?
Trevor Lawrence.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
What if Daniel Jones had been the number one pick in the draft? Would we say Daniel Jones?
Right? So, who was coached worse? Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence was.
Because Urban Meyer?
Yeah, that thing was a train wreck.
And then from Urban Meyer to
Doug Peterson.
Doug Peterson, which was the right hire at the time, I thought. And then Daniel Jones, just one head coach? Now two?
No, he was there under, who was the head coach before? Was it Joe Judge?
Was he under the Judge administration first and then the coach now?
I'd have to. I think he was he might have been under the Judge administration for 1 year and then got Brian Dable. I feel like that would.
Did Dable replace Joe Judge?
I believe so.
Yes.
Because remember, they wanted to resurrect Daniel Jones the same way that Dable allegedly resurrected Josh Allen, who may have just been an alien anyway.
Yes. Boy, that's scary. When you see those numbers, I'm like, B. Daniel Jones? Yeah, I don't want anything to do with that. But the question still stands. Are we sure that Trevor Lawrence it can be better than this? I feel like this is who he is. Do you see a Stafford renaissance from him? I do not.
I see Trevor Lawrence taking a step.
He's got the horrible Urban Meyer year, then a couple good years, then last year.
Well, you hope Caleb doesn't end up that way.
And now he's making $55 million.
I would say that Trevor Lawrence is who he is. I don't think that gets better. I don't. And if that's coaching that broke him, Shay, I don't think that gets better.
By the way, both those players with those stats both have signed contracts worth north of $40 million a year.
This is where we are.
That's the league.
That's unbelievable.
It's unreal what guys get paid
Hoodie,
for mediocrity.
I have a very quick wide receiver, player A, player B, if you would indulge me, just because I want to prove a point.
Well, that's another sheet of paper. Hang on. All right, here we go.
This one will be quick. Last 3 seasons at wide receiver.
Ready, Cap?
Player A's got 174 catches for 2,800 yards, good for 16.3 yards per catch and 12 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Player B has 222 catches, just over 3,000 yards, good for 14 yards per catch, 19 touchdowns. One player produces more in touchdowns, one player produces more in yards on a per catch basis.
One of them's Justin Jefferson.
Nope.
One of them DJ Moore?
Nope.
I was thinking that.
You want the names?
Yeah.
Who's player A?
George Pickens.
Okay.
North of 16 yards per catch the last 3 seasons.
Which is amazing. And 12 touchdowns.
Player B is DK Metcalf.
Yeah. The article I read over the weekend on George Pickens, they are throwing a party to get him out of the locker room.
I understand, but
they hated him there.
But you gave me 14 yards per catch for player B and 16 player A.
Yeah, I'm boiling it down to the numbers, man, because everybody talks about George Pickens because of the knucklehead stuff, and I'm not denying it's there. Like he's some bum who's totally ineffective, and I don't feel that way at all. He is wildly talented and has been a productive player.
He's very talented. They said he was nothing but a pain to deal with. Tomlin was done. Get this guy out of here. I'm done.
Yep. And wants Aaron Rodgers in the locker room. Coming up, we will go around the deal breakers. Yeah, of course. Deal breakers.
And it was Joe Judge, by the way.
Joe Judge was the first year, and then Daboll.
Yeah. Yep.
Hope Caleb doesn't have that same fate.
Hopefully.
Coach fired, and then got another coach in place, year 2. Slippery slope, man, unless you can pull the nose up on this.
Very much so.
Deal breakers. Next on Kap J Hood.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Ball.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Unless you got a friend like the good K. Hey, I want to invite you out to Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill in Oak Lawn. Join me this Sunday from 1 to 3. Let's enjoy some Yingling, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Carmen and Jurko, sponsored by Blue Chew. At the end, we'll pick one qualifier to win a twosome on our team. See you Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 at Birdie's in Oak Lawn. Please enjoy responsibly.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in Central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free, and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BODY to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BODY to 321-321. That's BODY to 321-321.
$2.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
The playoffs are in full swing. You get all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York. Jay Moore.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood.
Jay Moore.
Follow the show on Instagram at The Catman and at IGJ Hood. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We all have to make choices in sports and in life. It could be running on third down.
You ran the same third down situation, and you ran the same play twice. You're getting paid for that.
I cannot believe the call.
Or managing finances.
This country, you got to make the money first.
Or it could be a deal breaker.
Time for Deal Breakers here on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. This portion of which is brought to you by the Village of Bolingbrook. Yes, the Village of Bolingbrook, the best place for you to elevate the future of your business. Go to bebolingbrook.com today. Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, let's get started with Deal Breakers. You bought a starter house 5 years ago, and when you bought it, your neighbors asked if you would contribute to shared fencing for the backyards. It's like a new development subdivision, and it's got no fencing in the backyards, no perimeter fencing. Your neighbors wanted to invest. You didn't have the money at the time, and you weren't particularly interested in building a perimeter fence in your backyard, so you declined. They went ahead, put their own fencing up. 5 years later, you're a little more flush, and you decide you want to finish it off and give yourself a backyard perimeter.
Sure.
So you put the posts in, start building the fence. Your neighbors see the fence posts go in and ask you to pay for your share of their fences that they installed 5 years ago because it's unfair that you now get a discount fence. Are you paying your neighbors, or are you telling them to shove it?
I'm confused. We split the cost 5 years ago.
No, you didn't. You declined because you didn't want the fence.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that was the offer.
Yeah.
To split the cost.
Correct.
The fencing I'm adding now is not bordering their property. It's the rest of my fencing.
Yes.
So that has nothing to do with that.
They built their own fences. And now they're asking, because you didn't split the cost then, that you pay your share now.
But they want me to split my cost of what I'm putting in now, or what it was back 5 years ago?
What it was then.
Probably fair.
Yeah, I would say so.
Probably fair.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if they wanted me to give them half of what I was putting in now, but I'm using part of their fence to close out the rest of mine.
I think that's fair.
That's fair.
Really?
Yeah,
Yes.
I do.
I would tell them to shove it.
No.
No.
You're utilizing the fencing they put in at their cost.
Yeah.
5 years ago.
Doesn't matter.
I didn't tell them to build fences. They did it on their own.
And now you're utilizing my fence.
That's only fair.
And if you wouldn't, I would take it out and just to spite you.
And it'd be an eyesore back there, Cap. It'd look terrible. So just finish it out.
Just one big back fence, and you've taken out the split in the middle.
Yeah. Could you imagine how that would look? Right? Like, again, as you well know, as a homeowner, Cap, you want to make sure that you have as much equity in the home and aesthetically pleasing, curbside appeal, all that. You don't want to look ghetto or
Just
country back there.
Yeah, just to spite you, I would move my fence posts into my property. I'd cut down my own space just so you had to pay to put another one because you're being a jag.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Cheap bastard.
Jackass. Jackass.
I thought you'd both be on my side. I can't believe you're saying you'd have to go back in time and pay for a fence you didn't choose to build.
Because you're now utilizing said fence.
That's why, yes.
100%.
100%. See, this apartment dweller here doesn't know.
No, he has no clue.
This guy-
Wait till he buys a place of his own, a home.
Wait till you have your own home. Because of BrandonMrFinance.com. He'll get you. He'll
What
get
a
you settled.
plug. I mean, that's professionally done. What a plug.
Mr. Brandon, Mr. Finance will come over right away and say, hey, we're going to straighten the financing out right around here now.
And look at that. And your fence looks terrible. That's what he would say.
Yeah, you're dead in the wrong. Sorry.
Shay?
All right, you and your wife live in a small apartment, just one bedroom. And your wife's father recently passed away. She's an only child. This leaves her as the sole support system for her mother, who is grieving. Mother's real lonely, wants to stay with you for a few months, again, in your small, one-bedroom city apartment. Your wife is on board with moving her in, reluctantly, but would you allow your mother-in-law to stay with you for 2 months in your one-bedroom apartment while she grieves?
Yeah, I would.
Well, is she hot?
Yeah, how old is she?
How's the mother-in-law? Is she hot?
Is she like a 42-year-old? You know, she gave birth at 14. I mean,
seven in the face, 8 in the waist.
This is unbelievable.
What are we looking at
the
here?
debauchery that you two created
What
in this
do you
segment.
mean?
My goodness.
Is she like a hot 55-year-old? Where I'm like, yeah, bring her around.
Sorry for your loss,
It's
mother-in-law.
your wife's mother. What are you going to do?
Game the whole family can play.
Oh, my God!
Sorry for your loss, mother-in-law, but...
Oh, my God!
Oh.
I keep the door unlocked right there. You come down anytime you need something.
Oh, my God!
I was talking about a cup of coffee or something like that. You guys need to get your head out of the gutter.
Wife's out of town for the weekend, Hoodie. Cap's leaving the bedroom door open with the light on.
I would say yes, you can move in. Now, move in and live permanently? No.
2 months, he said.
In a one-bedroom apartment.
It does not matter if it's a studio apartment. If it's family, you got to be there for your family.
Are you giving up the bed and sleeping on the couch?
Whatever I got to do.
Look at this guy. He's the most generous man alive.
Well, that's a lie. He's not doing that. It's about his comfort. He's going to make sure that the mother-in-law sleeps on the couch. No question about it.
No, I would stay on the couch.
No shot.
100%.
No shot. Away from
100%.
Mindy for 2 months? That's not happening. Don't
What if
lie.
she said no
I'm not
sport?
lying.
What if she said no sports in the house while she grieves for these 2 months?
No sports on TV?
No sports on TV.
Yeah, I'm having her locked up.
She's commandeering the television set and playing Lifetime movies during the Cubs games.
Yeah, I'm staying at the Marriott Suites. I'll see you in 2 months.
I've
No.
got a hotel guy. She could stay there. Good rate. Take that.
And I'll even pay for it. Get her
Exactly.
out.
But the idea that you're going to be away from Mindy in the bed for 2 months, that's not happening. That's no shot. That means no action.
The mother-in-law's got to go leave the house at some point.
Oh, no,
She's not a hermit.
She's grieving.
Well, then we're going to...
Huh? She's going to what?
We're going to go
Huh? She's going to do what?
We're going to go get a hotel room, Mindy and I. Yeah, no, I'm not going 2 months.
I'm just saying, man.
On the retention plan.
I'm
Not
just
happening.
I mean, because she's right there with those thin walls in that place. Just telling you.
It'll disrupt your livelihood.
And now she's grieving more because she doesn't have her man, and like you're having sex, and again, right through those walls, you can hear. I mean, how do you think she's gonna feel?
You thought she was grieving before.
I'd probably walk
You
out.
thought she felt lonely
and if
before.
she gave me that look. Hey, I just want you to know. Your late husband is looking down happy for your daughter right now.
Oh, God.
Jesus, dude.
What is the matter with you, Cap?
He said, look how happy she is.
Why are you talking? I can't wait. Jay Moore, hit a button.
Mom.
Get me out of here.
Going through the mattress.
David's killing me in here. Mom. I'm coming in to save you, honey. Don't come in here. Wow. Take that. That's why you would not be sitting on the couch.
Cut that meat.
I would absolutely let my mother-in-law or whoever it is stay there for 2 months. I would.
Yes.
It'd be hell, but I would do it.
Yes. But she's staying on the couch. There's no way you're giving up your bed. And the dogs, too? No shot.
Right.
Just trying to be practical, man. Just trying to tell you how the scenario works.
You'd have to sleep with clothes on, Cap, in case of emergency.
Yeah, what about that? Can't walk around naked like you normally do. Around the Studio 41, the kitchen. Wow. Just saying, what's that going to be like?
I actually have a relative of my wife's staying with us for a month right now. Now, I have more than a one-bedroom apartment, thank God.
Yes. But walking around for 2 months on the AC Green program, that's got to suck.
But yeah, exactly.
We will have
Did
more.
he ever cross the threshold, AC Green?
By now.
Yeah, he got married.
By now.
Because he went a long time.
He got married, but the question still stands. Did he cross the threshold? We still don't know.
And Tebow crossed the threshold, too.
Oh, okay.
That's why he always talked like this. He was always in a rush, and all of a sudden, hey, how's it going? Tim?
What happened?
What happened?
Boy, I experienced something that's just changed.
We got to run with the football. We got to play hard. We got to play hard. I'm married now. How's everything going? What happened?
It's going great.
He had sex on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Unless you got a friend like a good K. Hey, I want to invite you out to Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill in Oak Lawn. Join me this Sunday from 1 to 3. Let's enjoy some Yingling, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Carmen and Jurko, sponsored by Blue Chew. At the end, we'll pick one qualifier to win a twosome on our team. See you Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 at Birdie's in Oak Lawn. Please enjoy responsibly.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish. From fresh salads and appetizers to pizza, pasta, and desserts, Lou's has something for everyone. And now here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Dine in, order delivery, plan your next event with ease. Order now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money, so I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal, but it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Listen for Danny Acker and the Crane Chicago Sports Business Minute, airing Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on ESPN Chicago. Presented by Chicagoland BMW Centers.
You already heard us sing the praises of 5 Hour Energy, but now we're singing even louder because they've introduced an incredible new flavor, Spicy Cinco de Mango. Spicy Cinco de Mango has a spicy chill flavor, flavored, which is pretty cool. That's a spicy energy shot. It's spicy, it's sweet, and it's a tad unhinged. So don't wait. Head to 5hourenergy.com to order Spicy Cinco de Mango today. Jay Moore.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Tom Thayer brings the Super Bowl championship flavor to the show every Thursday at 9 o'clock. We'll talk to Tom coming up at the top of the hour. But first, more deal breakers with Shay Norling. Shay?
All right. You find out from your parents that your brother has been secretly dating your ex-girlfriend. And apparently this is pretty serious because your parents tell you they're only revealing this because he's now planning on proposing. You call your brother to challenge him about him keeping this a secret from you, and he apologizes before revealing they're engaged and he wants you to be the best man in their wedding. Would you be able to stand in your ex-girlfriend's wedding to your brother after they dated in secret?
This is a real story.
Could be.
Oh, my God. Okay. Well, Cap.
Wow.
Dr. Bruce Kaplan is going to get married to your ex. You good with that?
Did my ex leave me heartbroken to go with him?
Yeah, was there a guy in between, or did she go from one brother to the other?
There was time in between, we'll say.
Okay. Time has passed, Cap.
Yeah,
but they were dating in secret.
They were dating in secret, but she and I were not together while they were dating in secret.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I could be in the wedding, 100%. I just want my brother's happiness.
Is there not aren't there other fish in the sea conversation?
All right, you don't have to say it that way.
What do you mean?
Go ahead.
There's 8 billion people in the world. You chose the one I dated?
So what?
You know that happened in the Jackson family.
So what? You can give him tips.
Did.
You can give him tips.
Jermaine Jackson married, I think, Marlon's ex-wife.
Oh, my God.
And they have kids that are cousins and nephews or something like that. It's all messed up.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, no. If there was time in between, it wasn't like they had a thing between us. No. That would be a problem if it was going on while we were together. But there was time in between, and I've moved on with my life. Absolutely. And I could give him tips, whatever.
Oh, she likes it like
Well, obviously, you don't have tips to give. It didn't work out for you.
Oh! How do you know? How do you
That's
know?
why she's your ex.
This is when you... Now, listen, kid. You got to go right in this scenario. Then you got to do this.
Yeah. Hey, here's what she doesn't like.
All right.
Can you imagine how horrible it would be?
On that.
Oh, if you're telling her, like, she loved this, and then your brother is like, she told me she hated when you did that, brother.
Doing the opposite. It's a Ben Johnson playbook.
That's it.
My God, a set of plays that she likes. That's, you know what? I'm out on that.
4th and 1, Coach. What do you want to run? The old reliable.
What are you, sitting in a chair? Are you watching on the sideline with a play sheet?
The old reliable.
The tusk.
You see, with her, there's a seal here and a seal here, and you run it in the alley. Thank you, Vince.
Vince Lombardi. That video is one of the greatest.
Let me
you
be
got a seal here and a seal here, and you're running
right up the alley. That's how you do that, Cap.
Jay Moore's got to find that because it's on there. It's on the video.
When you look at this play, he's got his white shirt and his thin black tie.
Yes.
Hair slicked back.
I just see Cap now in the room with a headset.
Yeah. It's a deal breaker for me.
Covering his mouth with the play sheet.
Yeah, no.
I can't do it.
They didn't, cheat together while we were dating.
No,
I could absolutely do it.
Shay, I can't do that. That's just too hillbilly for me.
Isn't it?
I can't do it. I don't want to be involved in it. You did it in secret. Like, I'll be in the audience. I can't be standing there next to you while this is happening.
I don't want to be in the pews at my ex-girlfriend's wedding. Forget standing up while she's marrying my brother.
I can't do it. Sorry. It's just too much. It's sloppy, and there's drama involved, and plus, you just can't do it. Tom, you just don't do things like that, right? You just step away from that situation, correct? Come on, Tom. Come on, Tom. He's
not responding.
He knows.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, you just can't do those things, right, Tom? You just can't do it.
Heck no, you can't do that. But I really do. I think it happens more often than you guys are just talking about this one time, because I think if we search right now, there's probably 4 or 5 instances that we can think of immediately that it's happened.
Yeah.
Especially on Maury.
Damn. No question. Yeah, I'm totally cool with it.
I can't do it, Tom. That's just too much.
No.
I just couldn't do it. You know, we should ask Big Jeff. Let's see what he thinks of that. I'm going to text him and ask him that scenario and see what he would do. We'll talk Bears with the Super Bowl champion, Tom Thayer. That comes up in 2 minutes right here on the home of the Bears, ESPN 1000.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Here comes the flow. Hey, it's Kap Hood here with Howard Ankin. Howard, I know someone who was injured on the job.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Howard, I have a buddy who was injured after being rear-ended by a truck.
I'm here to help.
My guy.
Wait a minute. Your guy?
Correct.
Oh, no. My guy is Howard Ankin.
Fellas, I'm here to help.
There's an Ankin Law practice area for just about any injury.
Ankin Law is injury law made personal.
I could not have said it better myself.
Howard Ankin is our guy. Call 312-6-million.
On the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000. My guy.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
What time is it? It's Thayer Thursday. Tom Thayer. 1985 Super Bowl champion and football analyst for the Chicago Bears.
Compete to win the division, get into the playoffs.
Former offensive lineman.
Do they need to get better? Do they need to give up less sacks? Yes, of course.
Tom Thayer. It's Thayer Thursday on Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Good morning, Chicago, and welcome into the Kap J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood with you, we've got Shay, we've got Jay Moore, and we've got you, and we've got Tom Thayer on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
Good morning, Tom. How are you?
Good morning, Jay Hood. Good morning, Cap. Good to talk to you guys.
Good to talk to you. So we've been having this discussion. Caleb met the media yesterday, and I felt, whatever. There was no earth-shattering news revealed. I'd rather hear, what's going on today with Ben Johnson and that process rather than care about pre-draft stuff from over a year ago. But some people needed to hear it. I didn't. What about you?
I agree with you. I'm glad that Ben Johnson got out in front of it when he addressed the podium at the start of OTAs, and then it should have been a dead issue from that point. But that wasn't going to happen. They were going to ask Caleb about it, or he was going to address the situation just to kind of clear the air. And I do think the air is clear now after Ben Johnson has taken over and what he's been able to do for quarterbacks in his background and what he hopes he can do with Caleb and the Bears in the future. And so, we'll see how it all works itself out. In 1983, when I came out, some of the biggest conversation at all the combines we went to was the fact that John Elway was going to make the call where he wanted to go. And then his threat was playing baseball. And so it's happened before. And then when Archie Manning did it for Eli Manning, that was kind of the conversation starter. But because of Archie's background, they put a little bit more stock into what he had to say than to what Eli wasn't saying. So it's not the first time it's happened. And, things have worked out, for all of them.
Tom, what concerns you most about the Bears as we get ready to get to Lake Forest?
That's a great, to me, it's first of all, identifying a left tackle and who is that guy gonna be? And is he a bona fide NFL left tackle that he's up, when he's up against it, a loud third down in an opponent's stadium when they got a premier pass rusher, and Caleb is in a shotgun formation with multiple receivers, and he's not going to receive any help to the right and left of him. I think that after a season of 68 sacks plus a lot of hits on Caleb, that's one thing that you got to get identified immediately. And then, making sure the rest of the offensive line is able to stay in place for the remainder of the season, hopefully. And then all of a sudden, is Darnell Wright going to take that next step forward to be a dominant right tackle in this division? Because he's on the cusp of a new contract eventually. And so, Darnell's got to go out there and play like that alpha male that they wanted to draft, and he definitely shows he's got the traits to be that guy.
You know what, Cap? I think that the head coach always has the opportunity to change his mind. But we heard that soundbite yesterday, and then we played it this morning regarding left tackle and right tackle. Like Darnell Wright's a right tackle. But polls did open the door to say, what if Darnell Wright was left tackle? You recall this, right?
He did a few weeks ago, but now it sounds like it's a competition between Amagaji and Ozzie Trapillo until Braxton Jones is back. If you asked me to make a wager, Tom, I would say Braxton Jones will start opening week if he's healthy at left tackle. Who would you put your money on?
I think, first of all, if Amagaji came in and he was mentally and physically prepared and he showed signs to Dan, the new offensive line coach, Rosar, that he was ready to play that position, and he had, showing all the different traits that you need to see out of pads and how they convert to pads, he would probably be my number one guy on the chart. And then I would have to give Trapillo all the opportunity in the world, but I would also have to surround him by a tight end to his left and Joe Tooney to his right that could really help him kind of emerge into that position. And obviously Braxton Jones has experience, but again, I would need to have eyes on and test him to see where his leg is at, because you need that bendability, you need that leg strength, you need everything that's required out of you for a full template of an offensive tackle in the NFL. And leg strength is equally and sometimes more important to a tackle than upper body strength is.
Yeah, I was looking at the tallest offensive lineman that we've seen. Do you remember playing with someone that tall or that big, Tom?
I played with a guy at Notre Dame, Phil Pozderac, that was 6'9", and he ended up going to Dallas Cowboys and playing there for a period of time. I played with another guy at Notre Dame, 6'7". His name was Mike Shiner. He ended up playing a little bit of guard and tackle. So I've been around guys that tall. And listen, Van Horn, Keith is 6'7" plus, and he's really a great athlete for that size. And with the approach of Dick Stanfeld and the way he encouraged him to use his length as well as his athleticism, he was a premier tackle at that height as well.
In terms of this whole thing with they've got so many weapons, are they going to be able to get everybody the football? Can you have too many weapons on an offense? Colston Loveland, Cole Kmet, DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Luther Burden. Can they have too many?
No, if you're a duck hunter and you look at how many decoys you put out there just hoping to get a shot at one or two ducks, that's what you need. Because a lot of these guys, when you put them out there in a formation, a lot of them, they know at when they break the huddle and the play is called that they're going to be decoys trying to open up an opportunity for one of those athletes that you just mentioned. And I think the more you spread the ball around, the more difficult it is to get that analytical approach from your next opponent, and you're not giving a lot away. So to me, when you're talking about 17 games a year and how many times you have a guy that goes in the game that's a little bit more banged up than they're letting us know, but he can still be a decoy that occupies the attention of the number one or two corner on the team, or the number one or two safety linebacker combination in that mid-level. I don't think that you can have enough weapon. You can have too many weapons. And if we talk about the creativity of Ben Johnson and the staff, I think you're going to figure out a way to use every one of them.
By the way, I found Philip Pozderac got out in 1982.
Yep.
Drafted by the Cowboys, 5th round, was there 82 to 87, and then was, I think, a little bit with the Colts in a practice squad situation. He was 6'9", 277.
Yeah. Holy smoke.
How skinny.
That was offensive lineman back then. It wasn't, they didn't put the, premium on how long your arms are or how much you got to weigh. It's more, are you up to the mental part of it, and then are you physically committed to what, football takes out of you? But, Phil, for a big, tall guy like that, he was able, to have that bendability and still earn leverage. But when he played against the guys that had, a longer approach to their game, he was able to match up that as well.
I mean, Cap, think about the day in the 80s. That was a big guy back then. Is
Yeah.
that, like Jordan Mailata, 6'8", 368?
Yeah.
From the Eagles?
Monsters.
But can still run fast and can be able to do things that smaller people could do.
Well, you look at that guy that Tampa Bay just drafted on the defensive line, and I think the biggest guy ever, 364 pounds or something. Is that going to be the new weapon against the tush push? Is that what everybody's going to have to go and find that interior guy along with Vita Vea that can, dominate the center so he doesn't have any get off and limits the penetration and the success of that play?
By the way, it said if you asked people in Dallas when he was playing there, because he had 2 famous penalties in the final 75 seconds of a 17-14 loss against the New York Giants, propelling the team to a Super Bowl championship, a standing joke at Dallas be, what are Pozderac's 5 best plays as a Cowboy? 1 holding, 2 holding, 3 holding, 4 holding, 5 false start.
Yeah, I was watching. I was watching that game when Phil. Did he have 4 holdings and a false start or 5 holdings?
Oh my God!
And I was amazed that they just kept him in the game and just having a difficult time of it. But I think he showed a lot of resiliency, even though he had such a bad game that day.
Yeah.
Tom, here's some thoughts from Ben Johnson talking about Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson and their status. Listen.
Yep, Jalen's not here. Kyler is dealing with soft tissue, and then TJ, same thing, a little soft tissue deal.
So they were not there because, again, voluntary. You want as many people in camp as possible. I'm very interested in seeing what this defensive line looks like, and then the question mark about Jaquan Brisker. Have you heard anything about Brisker and how he's feeling right now?
He looked good yesterday.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks the part. He looks everything that's required out of that specific position. But there is going to be no determination on him until they start the physical part of it. Is he able to withstand the punishment of the game? And my concern is the concussion part of it. So he would probably be one guy if I was on that staff, and I would require him to wear a guardian just to maybe absorb some of that punishment because, he delivers big-time shots. And either he's going to have to change his whole approach to tackling or try to protect himself a little bit more than he has in the early part of his career. But Jaquan, he has the ability, the athleticism, the willingness to hit, the catch ability to be a premier safety in the league, but it's all going to be about him staying healthy.
Yeah, he got a pick of Caleb yesterday. He and Tremaine Edmonds both picked off Caleb, and they're all wearing guardians right now. But you're right, there's no real hitting going on.
I'm just concerned, as you well know, Cap, about the Bears being able to be back to Bears football defensively, getting the ball out, punching the ball out, putting the offense in a good position. We didn't get that last year. I want to get back to that, Tom, to where you're getting after the quarterback, but also the secondary making plays, swarming difference-making plays.
Yeah, I think it was Kevin Byard last week at the podium, and they were asking about it. He goes, the defense first priority is the ability to stop the run. If they can stop the run on first down, first and second down, then it's going to give them an opportunity to put the group of pass rushers at the line of scrimmage that they feel the most confident in. And it's necessarily not just getting sacks, but putting pressure on the quarterback to make him uncomfortable. And I guess if this defensive line can morph into the run-stopping defensive line that's needed in the NFL and doesn't put your defense in a 3rd and 3 or less kind of situation, Dennis Allen's going to have the opportunity to be way more aggressive. But it's as much as we're talking about pass rush, it's going to be with stopping the run.
Tom, have a wonderful rest of your day. I think we're going to get some nicer weather around these parts, so let's get out and sit out and have a little dinner.
Well, yeah, I still owe it to you. I haven't forgot about it, and I'm ready to fill both of your bellies.
I'm ready.
All right, man.
Yeah, all of his money's in a Crown Royal bag, of course. all change.
That's it.
It's a Southsider, after all.
That's right.
Have
See
a
you
great
guys.
day. See ya.
Tom Thayer
on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
What can Brown do for you?
Yeah, you get out of there. All right. Coming up next, Shay. Coming up next.
Are we doing it?
We have a lottery story.
God.
A lottery story.
I've been on pins and needles for 24 hours.
It's amazing.
We have plenty of time now. We got another 45 minutes to get this story.
Right. Well, let's just put it in the Friday folder.
Oh, my God. Shay's going to have a fit back there. Old Sparky's going to have a fit. He's going to have a fit back there.
If it doesn't get done today, I will ensure it is not in the Friday folder tomorrow.
Okay, well, here it comes,
I'm still angry it didn't get done yesterday.
See? So we have time now, Cap. That wacky lottery story.
We're going to do it.
Very many layers to this lottery story.
It is.
We'll get to that coming up next, allegedly, on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Good morning to you.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago.
Go Ricks.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
You want to change the way your money works for you. So when you book an appointment with BrandonMrFinance.com, what's it like?
I'm going to find out who you are. You know, it's important to know what you want, you know, what your needs are, because I want to focus on those things. And then I'm going to basically just come behind it and give you a lot of ways that you can grow, you know, so you can own your time versus sell it. Because, no offense, most people, they work their jobs, you know, it's selling the time, whether it's an hourly or a salary wage. But I tell anyone who works a job, there's nothing wrong with creating a business, because then you can tap into the tax code. So we're going to expose you to things that you've not been exposed to.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
We show people how to repurpose their life and organize money and then create, you know, wealth. Like in my household, if you're a family person, I'm gonna tell you that I don't pay anybody cash in my house. I give you a paycheck. I can write this off. But I'm also arming you to have qualified financials so that when you want to make application for funding, you can verify income. So I'm setting you up to qualify for things that you want or you need.
So book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com.
I want to teach you how to grow, you know, but this time on your own time with your own terms.
Hey, football fans, it's Shane Orling, and I'm headed to Chicago's best dive bar, Weeds Tavern, for more foosball fun. Mick Ultra, the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and me are inviting you out to watch the UEFA Champions League final. We're searching Chicago for the best foosball player. Come play, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Join us at Weeds Tavern Saturday, 2 p.m. We're giving away a messy Mick Ultra jersey, playing foosball, and drinking ice-cold Mick Ultra. See you at Weeds, and please drink responsibly.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free Millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Oh my God, is this your house?
This is the humble abode.
Oh my God, it's so humble.
FX presents Adults.
You don't know your social security number?
No, I do. It's just my mom knows the whole thing.
A new comedy about 20-somethings achieving zero anythings.
What is the worst that happens? I go broke. I can't pay my loans. I start an OnlyFans, but only you guys subscribe.
You can't do OnlyFans.
Yeah, you wouldn't make it on there, so sorry.
FX's Adults, Wednesdays on FX. All episodes streaming on Hulu.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. If an accident has you sidelined, Postman Law is ready to fight for you. Over $3 billion recovered for their clients, delivering speed, ease, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN now. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago.
While Kap digs out the lottery story, oh yeah! He's got to go to his phone, of course, to see it, because there's screen time there.
Right. Now it's going to be screen time that I wasn't going to get.
This guy...
He's going to leave this studio today, forget that this is a bit, and we'll have the regular screen time.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, now he's wary of it. Now he's got knowledge of it. Like, oh, I'm actually on my phone a lot. No bleep. That's where the information is. As we're with you until 10 o'clock, then it's Clinton and Friends, followed by Carmen and Jurko at 12. Waddle and Silvy at 2:30. Shaw Local, brand new column. I love this coach. I love this guy. That's part of the Shaw Local for Silvy on shawlocal.com. Check out the column right now. Waddle and Silvy at 2:30. Bears Weekly at 6:30. Pacers and Knicks at 7:30. Bleck and Abdallah on their YouTube channel, youtube.com. Look for Bleck and Abdallah there. A crazy lottery story. Here's David Kaplan.
So Hoodrow sent me this. A lawyer for a man who says his former girlfriend ghosted him after claiming a $5 million prize on a lottery ticket he bought will be in a Winnipeg court this Friday, asking a judge for an order to prevent the woman from giving away any of her money or selling any other assets. Lawrence Campbell's lawsuit says he bought a winning $6.49, that's the game, ticket at a convenience store on Isabel Street in Winnipeg, Manitoba, the day before the draw, handed it to his then-girlfriend, Crystal McKay. who was named as a defendant in the lawsuit because he had recently lost his wallet. She claimed the multi-million-dollar prize in the January 20 draw, though Campbell alleges he alone purchased a ticket and as its sole owner is entitled to restitution in the full amount of $5 million according to his lawsuit. Now, he says, we were in a loyal, committed, and promising romantic partnership and shared many things with her, including a home and a family. The day after the lottery draw, he scanned the ticket and discovered he was the winner of $5 million.
Whoa.
Okay. He goes to cash in.
Yes.
And when he goes there on January 30th, he and her go to the office of Western Canada Lottery Corporation. According to the lawsuit, the agent at the lottery said to Campbell he did not have a valid government-issued ID. That makes him ineligible and unable to claim the winnings. And he told her, you should give it to your girlfriend to publicly claim the winnings.
Okay, that's just wild.
She then deposited the $5 million into her bank account as she was the only named winner on the ticket because Campbell does not have an active bank account.
He's living off the grid in Winnipeg?
Yeah.
You don't have a bank account? What are you, a moron?
Right.
Cap.
Doesn't have an ID.
Oh, see, Shay, the real ID does matter.
He said...
Jackass. Point real ID. 1-0 real ID.
Campbell said, I trusted McKay with the lottery ticket and gave her permission to claim herself as the winner on the understanding she would hold the winnings in trust for his benefit until he got a valid government-issued photo ID and set up adequate banking arrangements.
Cap. How does a grown man not have a bank account? Living off the grid, I mean, he's in a home, right?
Yeah.
He's not around a campfire, around some, living in the forest someplace.
Correct.
So you're going to have someone hold the money for you. Now, Cap. Now, they're not married. It's just a relationship, correct?
They had a home together.
They're home together.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if they rented it or what it was.
But no ring, though. There's no marriage.
They're not married. Following the lottery win, the couple went to stay in a hotel room after the lottery win. But one night, McKay did not return, the suit claims. He searched places where she was known to go and party, and after some investigation, he found her in bed with another guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
McKay later said she
good.
wanted to end her relationship with Campbell to be with this new guy, according to the lawsuit. She then used the resulting conflict between them as a pretext to effectively deprive the plaintiff from access to his rightful monies.
Oh, my God.
And ghosted him.
Did the new guy happen to work at the lottery?
No.
Okay. Just making sure.
His lawyer said Mr. Campbell did not personally feel very good as he slowly realized his trust that he had with her and all three defendants, including the lottery workers, was misplaced and violated, the statement said. He relied on the system and got burned, trusted his partner and was deceived.
Mm-hmm. Now, okay, so genius or stupid?
He's stupid.
Stupid, yeah. So because, again, you don't have a bank account, which I can't get off of, right? You don't have anywhere to put the money. You want it.
But that's supposed to be your lady, right?
Well,
you trust her, right? Don't you, to some degree?
Well, that's why I asked. Like, in the story, in the context of the story, they're not married. So she can do whatever she wants to do. Yeah. She just sees what's
but what about what's common law mean? It's like if you're together long enough and you, assume a life together, the courts can look at you as married anyway.
It's not like my Uncle Walt being with Minnie for 18 years. Oh, they've been married for a long time. They're not married, Mom? No. They're just common law. They've been living together for 18 years. Why don't they get married? None of your business. All right. Back to the Atari.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, that doesn't seem like a long-term relationship. Now, Shay, that's your research. What's the common law rule in Canada? We know it is the United States. Certain amount of years, you're together. Even though you live together, there's no ring, there's no marriage, you're together. In this spot here, what's more valuable to her? Her man or the money? I think it's pretty clear.
Obviously, the money.
Yeah. Clearly. So that's why yeah, that's his girl. But no, when it comes down to money, yeah, there's no relationship. And then she's sleeping with someone else on the side.
She was all in it for the convenience. That's it. Until she got a way out, she broke out.
Common law in Canada is iffy. It's province specific. So in Ontario, generally 3 years of continuous cohabitation in a conjugal relationship, or 1 year if there is a child.
How about Manitoba?
I'm going to look it up.
What does
And
Manitoba
I'm not
say?
going to do it on my phone because that would be screen time.
You can't cheat the system like this, man. Come on. Do what you do.
You just read a whole column. That's gonna be some time. So what is it in the province of Manitoba? I'm sure something similar, right?
Common law partners if they have lived together continuously for at least 3 years, or 1 year if they have a child together. So same thing.
All right, 3 years. Now, Cap, we don't know how long that relationship was. However, it just comes down to someone being money grubbing. Oh, you got $5 million? Yeah, I'm out. And now you're one of these hippie dudes, right? You're one of those guys. Hey, man, all right, I don't need a bank account because the man's watching you and every dollar and every cent. Oh, really? Bobby Skatefish? Really?
Yeah.
Hey, Daddy-O, what's your saga? All right.
That's what Bobby Skatefish said to him when he was like 20 years old, 19.
Yeah.
He's interning down the dial.
At XRT.
At XRT.
Yeah.
And Bobby Skatefish, who's a legend. Music DJ, he sees Hoodie. Hey, Daddy-O, what's your saga? What?
I'm just a kid from the South Side. I didn't know what that meant.
I have to tell you, I don't have any empathy for this guy. None. He's a clown.
He's stupid, but he deserves some empathy.
He's a clown. Like Jay Moore said, that's your lady, right? You should trust her. Is there anybody in your life you would trust with $5 million?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Michelle.
My
just my wife.
and my
That's
brother.
Well, that's a legal marriage.
And my kids.
My wife and my parents are probably, and maybe my sister, are probably the only people in the world I would trust to hold that money and not steal it from me. There's nobody else. If I weren't legally married to somebody, I would not trust them with that money. You don't have to claim this immediately. Go get an ID and open a bank account, you fool.
It's simple, but no, man. The man's watching every dollar, every cent. I'm not going to deal with that.
So what did he do for money, like living-wise, if he didn't have a bank account?
He's a beatnik. That's what happened, Cap. That's who he is. He's a beatnik. Just this Dobie Gillis at the soda pop shop, Cap. The place where he used to hang back in the day.
Right.
Looking for a phosphate, looking for a
Yeah.
a soda jerk.
What do they call, like a New York, it was like a chocolate fudge.
Yes, that's right. That's right. That's what it is, Cap.
Started in New York.
Damn soda jerk. I don't need that, man. You don't need a bank account in 2025? Something? And then no real ID, whatever is called the real ID in Canada. You don't even have that. So you know what? She took you for a fool, pal. That's what happened.
If there isn't a piece of paper saying that we are one and the same for legal and tax purposes, then I'm not handing you $5 million. I don't have a bank account or an ID. I'll go take care of it, and then I'll claim my winnings.
Yeah. Cap, why did you play if you thought, did you think that you could just have the money in cash in an attaché case and then just go around with it, buried in the backyard? You need a bank account, don't you? Why'd you play the lottery?
I'm actually looking at the picture of her getting the big oversized check that the lottery put out.
Yes.
And there he is. Oh, he doesn't look like a beatnik. He just looks like a
moron, a mark.
Dummy.
He's a mark. That's what he is.
You big dummy.
Let's take a look here. Let me see this.
Is she hot? No.
Damn. Hold on. Let me give you the picture.
I'd like to see the picture, Cap. What did you think?
There's the picture. He outkicked his coverage.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
He outkicked his coverage.
Yeah, I'm looking at the photo. He definitely outkicked his coverage.
That's him, right?
Yeah, and that's him.
The little Kangol hat?
Yeah. No, it was a baseball hat.
Is it?
Little black baseball hat with an oversized,
Oversized bill?
like Carhartt shirt jacket.
Oh, he's a real man. See? He's a guy who lives off the grid. He wears Carhartt because he's a man.
He's a man.
He's an alley mechanic.
The Twitch chat is shocking me right now. We've got a guy in the Twitch chat saying he would trust 90% of his friends with $5 million. Brother, you got great friends.
Brother, if that's true, you're the most blessed man in the world.
That's trolling.
People don't understand how much money $5 million is. If my best friend on the planet said I won $5 million, I can't claim it. I need you to hold the ticket. I would probably have to say I won't do it because I wouldn't trust myself.
Actually, Cap, for me, the only people I would trust with that is Peacock and our agent, because I'm not going up there. I'm sending Steve. Would you?
Yeah.
I got it, bud. Don't worry about it. 847-274. He'd take care of it. Do you know our agent would take care of it, right? I mean, if you want, well, Cap, you'd be there with the check. Come on, Mindy. Look at that. Take that. You'd be taking that, everybody. For me, quietly, Steve, you handle it.
You hand me a ticket that's worth $5 million that pays off my parents' house. It pays off my wife's student loans. It pays off my student loans. There's money left over. And I'll tell you, thank you. That was a finder's fee. I wouldn't trust myself to hold it.
Yeah, they wound up calling you and be like,
exactly. Oh, I've got a new phone number and a house in Bermuda. Best of luck.
There's that lady again. Please check the number and dial again.
Who's this?
That's exactly right. Exactly right, Cap. So that's the only two people I would trust. In my family? Oh, no. Just remember, I got family in Michigan.
Me, Jay Moore, and Shay would be good for you.
Hoodie, I would tell you not to give it to me.
Yeah.
I actually think that's being a better friend. Saying, I don't trust myself with this. Give it to somebody else.
Hello?
Hello?
Who's this?
Who's this?
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service.
No, I would not trust Ryan Poles with my $5 million either.
Somebody finds my new phone number, I'd start throwing an accent on. Convince them I'm somebody. I'm from a different country.
Hello?
Yeah.
Who's this?
Me no habla inglés.
Seriously. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Like, I mean, and I saw the picture, and it's like he's a simp. I live off the grid, eh? I live off the grid. No bank account. Really? What do you think? 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776. This is a layup for you, Kap and J Hood Nation. How would you handle this? She just vanished with the money.
She did.
Kap.
I mean,
it's not a marriage. And by the way, for some, you probably can't even trust your spouse in that spot.
Correct.
Because it's $5 million. Even though they would be in for half. Hey, we're together. We're a married couple, you and Mindy, me and Michelle. Hey, we can celebrate this together. We can pay off a lot of stuff. Nope. She vanished. What a moron.
Crazy.
Beatnik. Been the big bill on that cap. You know what that looks like? Elmer Fudd.
Idiot.
Kap and J Hood, weekday morning, 7 to 10.
This is not my money, bro. I do not have nothing.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
That would have went viral.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey, guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me Thursday night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dion, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg this Thursday night, and please enjoy responsibly.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox busted out the heavy lumber in a 9-4 win at the Mets on Wednesday afternoon. Starter Shane Smith had an uncharacteristically short start, but the bullpen covered the final 5 1/3 innings, and Andrew Benintendi knocked in 4 with a single, triple, and home run. The Sox are off today. They open up a weekend series in Baltimore tomorrow night. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 tickets to the Flo Rida postgame concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Great Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited-time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Unbelievable! What a play!
See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
$2.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Kap and J Hood are back.
Show me the money.
On ESPN Chicago.
It's the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. By the way, with our baseball teams yesterday, I just want to give the Sox a shout out. I know, Kap, this morning they're 18-38. We understand where they are. I just thought that they played well yesterday against some of the best pitching in the big leagues. I would say the best starting pitching in the big leagues with the Mets. But I like the plan of attack for the White Sox yesterday. And hats off to the Palatine pounder, Mike Tauchman. Two for 5 with 2 RBIs. And again, it wasn't all with the long ball. Benintendi seeing the ball well, like the home run he hit. It was late in the 8th inning. And they took on Canning, one of the better starters for the Mets. And Canning only lasted 3 innings, and then they went to the bullpen. I just thought that the Sox, give them credit, Cap. They did a nice job. Lenin Sosa, 3 for 5. Watching that game from beginning to end, it's like, okay, nice effort. And that's what you're going to get a lot of time. I was surprised they did against the Mets, but it's just sometimes the team sees the ball well, starting with Vargas, actually.
How about Juan Soto goes hitless in the series? Dan Plesac said he looks off balance to me, like not even like balanced at the plate. Did not have a hit. Looked terrible. They've had issues with him running balls out and things. $765 million.
Cap, you knew this was going to happen. When you get that many years, and hopefully this will happen to Tucker. If the Cubs sign Tucker and he signs for 10, 11, 12 years, hopefully he won't get the blame for everything. When you sign a contract like Soto signed, the controversy, him going from the Yankees to the Mets. Anytime that the Mets lose, it's his fault. And he's got to have big shoulders. I'm just telling you, it's always going to be his fault. Yeah, he went 0 for 4 and hitless in the series. He did walk yesterday, but he looks less than right now. You know it's going to straighten itself out because it's a long season, but when you sign that kind of lucrative contract, every time you strike out, every time you roll over to second, that's on you. You're the reason why we lost, Soto. No, actually, it's not.
Fair.
It's because Pete Alonso sucked in the game, and the Mets were sloppy yesterday. They were bad defensively, the Mets. So that helped the White Sox cause. The Sox are usually the one that's getting laughed at. Actually, the Mets were sloppy defensively, and that kind of helped the Sox cause in a big way. But just so you know, you sign these big deals where it's Bryce Harper, A-Rod in the past, Robinson Cano, Mike Hampton, all those guys that signed. It's your fault. So you got to handle it.
It's brutal to see what's going on with him.
You make the most money, have the most years, you're the face of the team, your fault. So he's got to handle it.
Yeah, it's just, wow. You better know the guy that you're signing for that kind of money has the internal combustion engine that fires, that he strives to be great every day.
Some can't handle it.
Like Michael Jordan, when he played, yeah, he was making a fortune of money. That had nothing to do with it. That came with it. That guy played his tail off every single day.
Yep.
Some of these baseball guys I'm watching now, like Juan Soto, I got paid.
It'll straighten out. You know he's going to have some good numbers.
Yeah, you would hope.
But just so you know, when the Mets fall short, he'll be the first one blamed. It's the way it works.
Hoodie, I don't know. He has been, and I don't say this easily. It takes a lot for me to get to the point where I'm going to say what I'm going to say about Juan Soto. He is loafing his way through this season.
Does not look good.
You're not running hard out of the box to the point that the Mets have to talk to you about it.
You're not dealing with the media properly. I mean, what are we doing here?
He's not running down fly balls that have 90% catch probabilities in the outfield. He's loafing his way over to the corner in Yankee Stadium, kicking the dirt around on the warning track while the fans are shouting at him.
It's truly embarrassing.
Well, what did I just say about New York? Some can handle it. Jack McDowell was a Yankee. Remember when he was a Yankee? He gets booed out of the building. He gives them the middle finger. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Jack McDowell, the former Sox. Yep. He went for the money. Jack could not handle New York. He's sensitive.
If you're sensitive, you better not be playing for certain coaches.
Brother.
That can't be it because he had an MVP caliber season in New York a year ago with the Yankees. The only reason he didn't win MVP is because the guy on his team was better.
Yeah, but he didn't have the pressure of $765 million.
Is it pressure or does it just build in laziness? He doesn't look like he's under pressure. He just looks like I'm good.
Pressure's not always outward.
Yeah, I think there's internal pressure he's feeling, like he's just overwhelmed. Like, oh God, it's not all you think it is.
You think he's got buyer's remorse? He was like, oh, $750 million, this is great, and then you got to play your games in Citi Field.
Well, we talked about this at the time. We said about protection in the lineup. Like Juan Soto was part of the machine with the Yankees because Judge was bigger.
Yep.
So now you're the man. How do you handle it? That's the whole thing.
Agreed.
We talked about Pete Alonso's a good player. I'm glad he's not a Cub. I think you'd be having buyer's remorse there, Cap.
I would.
I don't know if you want him to. He's a good player, but I think that you'd rather have Tucker in that spot, wouldn't you? As the big bopper.
I would.
Now that you got Pete Crow, now you don't need. Now you don't need Alonso.
That's one thing that the Cubs have done a really good job is that this group, and I heard Jamison Tyone talk about it last night on an in-game interview with Boog and Elise Menaker. He was talking that we hang out at the hotel. We hang out on the road as a team. He goes, everybody gets along. He said they've done a really good job at putting chemistry together. That's important, man. It is.
That is correct.
When you play 162 times, you're with those players more than you are your own family in season.
So it's Alonso and it's Soto, and then what? Jeff McNeil?
No, Lindor.
Yeah. He's a very good player.
He's a very good player.
Jeff McNeil, by the way, is an a-hole. but I want him on my team. He's such an a-hole.
He's a good player.
he's just a stick in the beehive, man. He's always complaining. He wasn't great in defensively yesterday. I watched a lot of games yesterday. But McNeil's the kind of guy is like just a bleep hole, but you'd want him on your side.
Yeah. But like there's only 4 games today in Major League Baseball.
Sad.
But I'll put it on in my office. I'll absolutely watch day baseball. And it has nothing to do with either Chicago team. The Cardinals don't play. It's not like I'm watching them who are chasing the Cubs.
Let's watch the Braves.
I don't believe the Yankees play.
No, they got the Braves and the Phillies.
They have a doubleheader, day-night doubleheader.
Yeah.
But I'll probably watch the Seattle game, or Tampa Bay, Houston.
Don't
I
forget.
think there's only other game is the Athletics at Toronto.
That's the game you can watch, Shay. Thursday night baseball game of the week on FS1.
Oh, that'll be better than the hapless conference finals tonight.
Knicks win tonight.
Yeah, we'll see.
Knicks win tonight. Yeah, I have the Knicks win tonight, but then that'll be all after that.
Yeah.
They have one more punch.
I mean, could these conference finals be worse? 2 4-1 ends yesterday. The 2 games tonight could be 4-1 finishes for the conference finals. Hopefully the finals are good because this has been brutal.
I don't like the way the Timberwolves just rolled over. That's just bad.
Q word on that one.
That's
Cancun on 3 yesterday.
Seriously, I don't like that.
They were down 65-32, whatever it was, at halftime.
Yeah, it was a joke.
You want to do that in December, like, okay, ball's up, right? First quarter, coach, we're down 20-8. Second quarter, yeah, we're still getting blown out. All right, next game. What do you mean next game? You still got to play hard. It's the playoffs. Holy smokes. Then Ant said, Jay Moore, he said, should I be upset? Why am I upset? I'm 23.
Right.
Remember that?
Yeah. That's a terrible
I think he's afraid to be the face of the league. I think he's dodging it, man. As much pressure as people are in the media are putting on him to become the face of the league because he's trying to find somebody.
Yeah.
You know, I just think he's dodging it, man. He don't want it.
Some don't.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
some don't.
want it.
I get it. Just like the Timberwolves didn't want it yesterday. Horrendous. Bad for the league.
Boy, did they quit.
Horrendous.
All
right, we will give you the Kap and J Hood cut of the day. That's next on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap J Hood. Kap and J Hood. Mornings on ESPN 1000. Chicago's Home for Sports. Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly. Tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do. With all the finals, papers, party prep, and more, it's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end-of-the-school-year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown, or as a guest, cheering from the audience. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey, it's Pat the Designer. If you're looking for your next car, make it easy. Make it Madison. Just 30 miles southwest of downtown Chicago, the Madison Auto Mall has thousands of new and used vehicles, all in one convenient spot. Whether it's shopping for your first ride or your next upgrade, you'll find the right fit at the right price. So why drive all over? Visit Madison Auto Mall for yourself at the intersection of Lincoln Highway and Central. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling Hotline.
Yingling is in Chicago. After 196 years, you can now enjoy Yingling Traditional Lager, Light Lager, Golden Pilsner, Black and Tan, and Flight.
Now back to Kap and J Hood
When I tell you he's got his own money, I mean the boy has got his own money.
on ESPN Chicago.
Turn it up, Jay Moore. Oh. Glorilla sounding good this morning as we go to the Kap and J Hood cut of the day.
Brought to you by Chicago Cut Steakhouse. David Flom and Matt Moore's Dining Gem is on LaSalle, the north side of the Chicago River. Jay Moore.
Yo.
Yes, it's boring, but it's a sport.
Oh!
Whatever.
It's not boring.
Okay, then you're boring.
All right, cut.
What happens when the book drops in September? And something else is in the book we haven't known. We got to address that too? Because he said it. We got to address it. Such a bunch of garbage.
I don't think it's... listen, but it's not somebody said something. In this situation, you said something. Like, imagine if an article came out, and I'm not saying any of this is true, I'm just painting a picture. But if an article came out and it was like, I spoke to David Kaplan in 2020 and he told me he never wanted to host with Jonathan Hood. Here are his quotes saying he didn't want to do it. We would have to talk about that if it came out today. Would we not?
Damn. You don't have to talk to me about it. That's how you feel. It's okay.
I mean, it would be a great radio bit, but he knows how the whole process started,
Right.
so I really don't feel like I would have to address it.
We all know we're in a good place. The show's successful. We have fun every day hanging out. But if that were to come out, we would have to at least address it. At the time, this was the thing, but here we are now.
But we would address it having fun with it because he was there with me the day the call was made. Let's do this.
Yep.
He knows how the whole process went down.
That's the same thing as Caleb.
The books say you wanted Pat the designer before Jonathan Hood.
That true, Cap? Did you want Pat the designer?
I did.
Did you? Okay. So, all right. Well, then I'll go home and watch
when
Gunsmoke.
Pat said no. I went to golf.
I don't know why. Man.
And then when
So
golf
you wanted?
said no.
So what you saying is you wanted Pat the designer over me?
And that's all, folks.
Kap and J Hood cut of the day. Brought to you by
Chicago Cut Steakhouse.
All right.
On LaSalle, on the north side of the Chicago River.
Buddy, credit to you on the Gunsmoke poll. I missed that in the moment. I go home and watch Bonanza
I
today.
guess so. Daytime TV.
Might get a little Green Acres action in this afternoon.
I guess. If he doesn't want me here, I've said that for many years around here. If you don't want me around, I'll just go home and watch me TV.
No local baseball today. I'm going to catch the Jetsons.
Sure. Why not, man?
That's a great show, man.
Cap, we should send condolences to Diane Pathio.
Yeah, Diane is a friend of ours here in the building, and when we were working downstairs, we would see her every day. And She does the traffic on ABC 7's morning show, and she's one of the kindest, sweetest people you will ever meet. And sad news last night that her husband, Nick, lost his long battle with brain cancer. And she tweeted that he got his wings, and our deepest sympathies. He was a firefighter, and he was just 42 years of age.
Yeah, way too young.
Sickening.
Yeah, way too young. Need to come up with something to be able to knock out and kill this disease.
Yeah, the Brain Tumor Institute at Northwestern is called the Malnati Brain Tumor Institute. They've given tens of millions of dollars there.
Yeah.
And there's so many good people there working on it.
Yeah.
Like Dr. Chandler. But this insidious disease continues to take people.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yeah. So all the best to Diane and her family during this very difficult time.
Yeah. We're in your corner, Diane. All the best. Love to you.
All right. We got a Football Friday tomorrow.
We do.
Yes. Of some distinction.
Yeah. And then the White Sox are back at work, and so are the Cubbies.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank everybody for listening and calling in and being part of the program. Our thanks to Shay and Jay Moore on the other side of the glass. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 7. So long, everybody.
Take that.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I'm Christine Lisi. One night after the Thunder punched its ticket to the NBA Finals with a 30-point win over the Timberwolves in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals, the Pacers are hoping to do the same with a victory over the Knicks in Game 5 of the East Finals tonight, 7:30 Eastern, ESPN Radio. New York center Karl Anthony Towns questionable with a left knee contusion. Indiana small forward Aaron Nesmith sprained right ankle questionable as well. The NHL's West Final could end tonight. Oilers up 3-1 at the Stars for Game 5, 8 Eastern ESPN. Defending Stanley Cup champion Panthers advance to the Cup Final for a third straight year with a 5-3 victory over the Hurricanes, Game 5 of the East Final. Major League Baseball is purchasing an equity stake in the Athletes Unlimited Softball League, partnering with the budding league that's preparing for its first 4-team season and plans to expand further in the future.
Transmitter's working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
with the microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to my friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Thursday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and, of course, on Watch ESPN, where you can see my glorious cable knit sweater. It is gray. Devin has the con. Josh is on the board. We are here, although things did not exactly get off to the best start yesterday, and I will explain why. Everybody who's ever worked in morning radio knows that the most important thing of all is, of course, the clock. Yesterday, I got home from work after doing a couple things around town, took a nap, slept so well that I thought when I woke up that it was morning time. My power had gone out, therefore all of the alarms were off. The sun was lowish light, and I panicked thinking, oh my goodness, I have woken up late and I have missed a show. Now, there's some history of precedent with this. I have slept through things before. I mean, whatever. I'm a normal person. Hell, I almost slept through a car crash and nearly died, but that's okay. Point is, I started panicking and texting the crew like, oh my God, I'm sorry, blah, 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 and nobody's replying. Nothing seems to be alarmist. And then I was like, oh, it's nighttime. It is not the morning. And the boys proceeded to laugh at me like, yeah, that one sucks. Happens all the time. Devin, when you first got that text, did you realize what panic I was going through?
100%, because I went through it myself. Like I said yesterday, when I was working on the morning show back in the day, I woke up at 10 p.m. and I thought it was 10 a.m. Right. And so 10 a.m. would have been the end of the show. So I proceeded to get dressed really quick, run outside. I got in my car before I realized it was still nighttime out. But what was I gonna do at 10 a.m.? The show was over. Get there and apologize, do some post show work
again. And it's like that those 3 minutes where you're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this is happening. And then I was like, oh, thank God. So ended up watching. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, how good is the feeling once you realize that you're not? In that position?
To be honest, it was good, but it was also like, I got to get it together. You know what I mean? I'm my power going out all the time because this is the third time my power's gone out in my building randomly. So I got to find a backup system such that my clocks don't rely on it, nor does my charging of the phones. But yes, I was relieved. Ended up watching some basketball, a little hockey too, which we're going to get to in a second. But thankfully, didn't happen. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. It's easy to bundle your home and car insurance at Progressive.com.
We're not parsing words, hiding from the headlines.
Extra, read all about it.
Or saving the best for later.
I can't wait.
It's time for The Lead.
Talk about burying the lead.
On Clinton and Friends.
So I ended up rewatching this game in full, and it wasn't necessarily the best usage of my time. The Oklahoma City Thunder beat the Minnesota Timberwolves, buck 24-94. They seal up the Western Conference Finals at 4-1. They are the first team to punch their ticket to the NBA Finals as the Pacers and Knicks face off tonight. And this was a non-game from the beginning. I don't think, there's it's not to say there's not much to say about it, but the point is that there are two sides of this to be discussed. Number one is just how good the Oklahoma City Thunder are running right now. They're operating on all cylinders. Everything that you thought they were going to be able to do well, they have executed at some point throughout these playoffs. Chet Holmgren has turned into the kind of player that it's just you see that guy in the gym, and if you're the opponent, you're annoyed because you know you're going to have to deal with that every time. He's getting transition dunks. He's posting guys up. He's blocking shots. He's making threes. That guy's a hassle, and he's not even the MVP of the league. That would be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's one thing.
Now, some quick notes here to bring up. The Thunder are the youngest team to reach the finals since the Trailblazers in 1977. The Thunder are the first team to reach the finals despite not having a player with 10 or more seasons of experience since the Nets in 2002. And if you forgot how good this team was, OKC that is, the Thunder went 29-1 against the East this season. They swept both the Pacers and the Knicks, by the by. They beat the Knicks by an average of 13.5 points and the Knicks by an average of 17.5. So Vegas, in all decent judgment, would tell you this is OKC's to lose. And we'll get into that conversation later as the program goes on. Feel free to call in. Do you think that this is the team that is the odds-on favorite lead pipe lock? But we also got to talk about Minnesota. I mean, Timberwolves, come on. This was going out sad. Getting banged out like this after, showing a glimpse of life, an extinction burst, if you will, has led to also, the reminder that a Minnesota men's team has not made it over the hump in what is effectively 2 generations. 1998, Vikes lose to the Falcons in the conference final. 2000, Vikes lose to the Giants. 2002, Twins lose to the Halos. 2003, the Wild lose to the Mighty Ducks. 2004, and I'm sorry if this is a trigger situation, Minnesota, but we got to review the facts. This is history. This is reality. 2004, the Wolves lose to the Lakers. 2009, the Vikes lose to the Saints. 2017, the Vikes lose to the Eagles. 2020, Minnesota United. Oh, MLS, talk to me. They lose to the Sounders. Last year, the Wolves lose to the Mavericks, and this year, the Wolves lose to the Thunder. So close, yet so far for the Minnesota men's teams. We've had callers call in and talk about that. But this squad, I feel like, I don't know. There was something about their attitude, which I felt led down from Ant, that just didn't work. I tried to tell y'all that Rudy Gobert was going to be an important factor in this series. My mans did not show up whatsoever, and I think it showed in the team. I would be highly upset with the Wolves were I a Wolves fan on this day. That's just me. Let's hear what Anthony Edwards had to say about why this game got loose.
And just what did you feel in the first quarter that just allowed them to get on top of you guys so quickly and let the game get out of hand?
They came ready to play. We didn't. When you lose a game like this, it's not really too much to break down. They just did what they were supposed to do and won the game.
I don't like that. They came ready to play and we didn't. What? It's the conference final. Literal elimination game. What were y'all doing if y'all weren't ready to play? You're on the road. That reply did not inspire confidence. Now, I understand the season just ended, so it's not like you're going to have that much to say about it. But, man, I don't know. I don't necessarily know that I like the psychological makeup of what that roster is looking like right now. Let's hear what Tim Bontemps had to say about whether or not the Wolves need to blow it up.
I would say this has been a great season for the Wolves, and I would say that, Anthony Edwards is still a very young guy and still emerging as a star, and they've got a bunch of players that are in or around the primes of their careers, and Jaden McDaniels and Naz Reid and Julius Randle, and we'll see if they can keep Nickeil Alexander-Walker this summer and Dante DiVincenzo. And, yes, they've got to figure out a long-term answer at point behind Mike Conley. And, yes, Rudy Gobert is getting older. But this is a really good team. They have done a pretty good job of challenging Oklahoma City in this series and have not hit as many threes as they would like and have often been capable of, and that might have swung a game or two in their favor. But, yeah, look, I mean, they've got work to be done, but I don't think there should be any existential panic about where the Wolves are at.
I don't know that I agree with Good Times on that. I mean, existential panic might be a bit of an overstatement, correct, but the Wolves need to get better. The way that this ended up for them did not give me the indication that you come back and say, next year, oh, look at that. this is going to be a squad that really turns it around. Mike Conley's not getting any younger, as much as I love him. By the way, we have a chime in from Federica on the TV side. She says, don't worry, Ant will thrive once he's on the Heat. Heat culture makes its way onto the show, 7:10 a.m. How did we manage to let this happen?
We're still working on the camera for Federica. We're going to get one on because, she's chiming in the chat. We need some production, something.
Has to happen. Has to happen. That said, though, the Thunder look so good. I don't see this being a team that loses. If they lose any games in the finals, I can't imagine it's going to be more than a couple points. I know that there was a blowout by the Timberwolves. I understand that. That was obviously a freak score, an anomaly in a statistical context. But my God, were they flowing last night. They're just the kind of team where it feels like every time the ball goes up, it's going in. An incredibly annoying feeling if you're an opponent. They got their defense is a disaster in terms of dealing with it on an offensive end, and they convert in transition as well as any team has in the playoffs. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Minnesota, how you feeling? Where does this rank among all of those conference final losses that I listed over the last 20 years since the Twins last won the World Series? And man, does OKC look good. If you're a Thundy fan, like my man Paulie, I want to hear from you. Give me one good reason why this team should win the NBA title, because I don't got one right now. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Let's hear what the Thunder head coach, Mark Daniel, had to say about his squad.
Just through the experiences, I thought today, we're up 3-1. We're coming home. All the psychological, human nature elements of that game would get you to exhale. I didn't think we've handled, Game 6 in Denver. We did not play our best game in terms of what we could control. Certainly Game 3 in this series, those are both with leads. And I thought our recognition of that and our course correction of that coming into tonight's game is a great example of that. These are rich experiences. We've played a lot of playoff games now and dealt with a lot of different things. And this team, as they've always done, they internalize the experience, they strip the emotion, they learn the lesson, and then they compete presently in the next moment. And that's why we've improved at the rate that we have, because they've got that way about them.
You know what I like about Mark? Mark strikes me as the kind of guy that doesn't cuss a lot. And, basketball coaches cuss a lot. I don't know, the basketball coaches cuss more than, now that I think about it, the power ranking of coaches who cuss probably starts at football. Baseball coaches cuss a ton too, though. That's tough. But Mark Daniels strikes me as the guy who doesn't use a lot of swear words, like in his regular life, which for whatever reason I really do appreciate.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just the vibe I get from him, is that he's not necessarily a super cusser. I cuss a lot, obviously not on the show, but you can sort of tell by the way somebody talks how often they use swear words, and he strikes me as the dude that doesn't do that.
You know what I was thinking about too when we're talking about can the Timberwolves, what do they need to do?
Yeah,
if you look at the Thunder, it's going to be tough for the West, because if you look at the Thunder, they have draft picks for days. They can use all those assets to maybe get a superstar to pair with SGA. So, listen, it's sports radio. I don't want to start the dynasty talk. They haven't won anything yet, but just in terms of roster construction for the rest of the West, it's going to be tough to compete with this team because they are so young. They have so much depth already, and they got a lot of assets that they can still move and play with.
They have a lot going for them. Should this be the should this be the beginning of what is a dynastic run? Absolutely. Now, with the CBA changing over and this, that, and the third, things could alter. But I'm fascinated by what the Minnesota Timberwolves think that they're going to be. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Have we crowned Anthony Edwards too early? I don't think so. I think people like him and want him to succeed. I don't necessarily think that what he's shown, even as a young kid, has been indicative of somebody who's ready to really handle that mantle just yet in terms of the winning. Never mind the personality. That's just me. But Minnesota's been going through it for decades now. on the men's side. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Timberwolves fans, Thunder fans, I want to hear from you. Let me know how you feel about last night's game. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and, of course, the ESPN app.
The NBA playoffs continue on ESPN Radio. Down 3-1, the Knicks return to Madison Square Garden facing a must-win Game 5. Will they survive? Coverage begins tonight at 7:30 Eastern with tip-off at 80.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
White Sox fans, don't miss out on our 125-year anniversary promotions in June. Between the 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat, presented by Wintrust on June 7th, Southside legend Ray Durham bobblehead presented by United on June 8th, and Southside legend Louis Aparicio bobblehead presented by United on June 29th, there's something for everyone. To purchase tickets and for the entire promotional schedule, visit whitesox.com/promos.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
It's been a real journey since 2014 when I first had my injury. I realized that my home was just not working for me and that it was time to ask for help. Homes for Our Troops is really giving me my life back. The shower allows me to go in and turn around with my chair, pull down storage racks, automated door systems, hours of my morning given back to me. Adaptive sports are a huge part of my life, a huge part of my healing journey as well. Homes for Our Troops helped with making sure that I had a home gym so that I can continue to train. This past year, I was able to host Thanksgiving in my home. And it was the first time I was able to have my whole family in one place and I was able to contribute to the meal. There are a lot more veterans in need and Homes for Our Troops is going to be there to help them too.
Homes for Our Troops builds and donates specially adapted custom homes nationwide for severely injured post-9/11 veterans and enables them to rebuild their lives. Join our mission at hfotusa.org.
Hey guys, 13-year NFL veteran and Super Bowl champion Jason McCourty here, and I'm an innovation ambassador at Thayer, Food Allergy and Research Education. I would say the most challenging thing as a parent of a kid who has a food allergy is probably the ignorance that I myself had in the beginning. I didn't know what anaphylactic shock was. I didn't know the dangers, let alone the things that she needed to be able to have a normal life. When you go to drop your kid off, and every single time in the beginning, we'd have to go through everything she was allergic to. Preparation is everything. And me, for playing football for 13 years, it was all throughout the course of the week. It's getting ready for game day. When you're on the field, you're playing for your fans. At home, you're playing for your family. My playbook: read labels, keep it allergy friendly, and have an epinephrine nasal spray as a backup plan. Because when my family's safe from food allergens, that's the real victory. Visit foodallergy.org to learn more.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
I love you, man.
Yeah, I know that. See you Friday.
You gotta say I love you back.
Dad, are you serious?
I want to hear it.
You want to hear it?
I love you, Dad.
You're driving me
I love you, Dad.
Look at this place.
Dad, I love you.
Dad, I love you.
That's a copy.
This is Clinton and Friends.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Talking NBA here on a Thursday. The Minnesota Timberwolves washed out against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Yet another conference final men's Minnesota team that cannot find its way to even play for the trophy. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Jordan, what's up? You're on Clinton and Friends.
What's up, Clint? Hey, man, I'm pissed off this morning. I'm not a type that cusses a lot. I think I can say the P word on the radio as long as it's the right one. But look, man, they need to go out and get Giannis Antetokounmpo in the summer. Naj Reid, Jaden McDaniels, and that little Alexander guy's cousin need to be a three-guy trade to go get Giannis and pair him up with Anthony Edwards. And we need to get over the hump, and we need to go to the final. What do you think, buddy?
Thanks for the phone call. What's the P word? Pacific? Peach? Plum?
Don't.
888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Trey, where in Minnesota are you, and how do you feel today?
Hey, man, I'm actually from Mankato, live in Sioux Falls.
Okay.
Here's my quick bit. I love listening to you guys.
Thank you.
My bit is this: we should sign and trade Randall and Shannon, as well as Alexander's probably not going to be a piece to trade because he's got a contract unrestricted, I believe. But use that draft pick we got from the Pistons and try to get Sabonis since he's super unhappy out in Sacramento. That'd be a great opportunity for the Timberwolves, in my opinion. Let me know what you think. I appreciate you guys so much.
Thanks for the phone call. Sabonis is not a bad little piece, Devin. Hadn't really had him on my radar in terms of what I was thinking about regarding roster construction. I like DeMontis.
100%. A little toughness, a lot of rebounding, some scoring punch. That would be, those pick and rolls with Anthony Edwards would be kind of nice.
And has something to prove as well. He's got I like the cut of Sabonis' jib. I like his dad. His dad, one of the great nicknames of all time. He's not your Vetus. He's not my Vetus. He's our Vetus. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. K9, what's up? How's the kennel?
Yo, what's up, OG?
What's going on, man?
Hey, shout out Vivid Seats, man. I don't know where I'd be at in life without them, man. They stick it around for me. Hey, I agree with the previous. I agree with the previous callers, man. I think the T-Wolves need to make a move. I think they need a mentor for the Ant-Man. I don't think he's ready to be the number one. They need another piece. And then the Thunder, I'm comparing them to last year's Celtics. The Celtics were the favorite, the whole playoffs, the whole year. We all kind of slept on them still because we just didn't think they could get over the hump because we never seen it from them. And I feel like the Thunder are like the same exact team almost, even kind of have like the same type of roster. You know, like SGA could be Tatum and Jalen could be, Brown, and just they match up. It seems like this is their year, man. I think they're going to win it this year.
How are things down at the barbershop?
The barbershop's it's been good for me because the Mets beat the Dodgers 2 out of 3. So, I was in there in the barbershop barking, howling. Oh, boy, I was feeling good. It's nice.
Thank you, K9. Appreciate the phone call. K9 getting a little baseball talk in, Devin. I love
it.
That.
I think I heard the birds chirping in the background.
I was going to ask him what he's doing. I feel like K9 does a lot of outdoor work.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? He seems like kind of dude that's, on a lot of crews and doing this, that, and the third. But, yeah, he's up with the birds early in the morning. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Steve in Reno, what's up?
Hey, guys. I wanted to say thank you. First-time caller. I've been listening to your guys' show damn near every day.
Thank you.
Past couple of years. I really wanted to appreciate your guys' baseball intellect. It's allowed my IQ to rise and allows me to watch these games and understand what's happening. I really wanted to say thank you, and I appreciate it.
No problem. You're very welcome. Wow. A thankful caller appreciating the knowledge. Where were you on my Twitter feed yesterday, sir? It's my question. I'm kidding. I appreciate that. That's the goal here. I'm not here to tell you I'm right versus somebody being wrong. I'm here to provide you with more ways to enjoy what's already going on these fields, these rinks, and these courts of play. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Bob in Arkansas, what's up?
Yeah, I didn't have a whole lot of trouble with what you had to say about Anthony Edwards. I do think they need some help.
Yeah.
I actually had a problem with one of the things you said about OKC.
Okay.
I am a person who believes that culture trumps talent and that you've got to build culture first. And you made a statement about SGA needed to use some of those assets to bring somebody in to help SGA. Why would they screw up a good thing? They're on the verge of being one of the best teams ever as far as record and then their run through the playoffs. Why would they mess with that? Why wouldn't they continue to use those assets to build up on the culture that they already had? That's my question.
Thanks for the phone call. People said the same thing about Golden State when they brought in Kevin Durant. And not to mention, OKC has not won anything yet. So there's that.
Yeah, I think I hear his point, but I think the thing is that they have these assets to be flexible. They can be flexible. They don't need to be flexible, but they can be flexible, and that puts them in an even greater position than they already are.
Yeah, and once the new apron comes and all this CBA stuff changes, they're going to have to do something with those picks anyway. So, there is a shot clock, if you will, on what's actually happening regarding all of those assets that they have stacked. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Dylan, what's up, dude?
Hey, great sermon going, CY. Arvidas was Indiana basketball before it arrived. So I compared the leadership. We all wanted Ant to grow. Didn't really see it. No cussing Dags and Shea, they have grown. You see complete alignment from the coach to the start. It reminds me of Kerr and Steph and Pop and Timmy previous. So I think Shea might be the most patient, balanced, humble MVP we've seen. And then just relying on D and not the three, that's a good recipe to success, which OKC does. Ant saying, I don't know. I think that's what happens when dominant defense just defeats any answers. And then I have an Indiana basketball call to arms, if you'll let me. So Indiana basketball, harness your collective energy of every high school gym scene. Pass till your fingertips bleed, and then pass some more. Study Gene Hackman and shooters every move. Broadcast that film statewide on continuous loop. Walk every inch to where Hoosiers was filmed. Which, sidebar, I looked this up. There are a lot of calling sites. That's why every caller says they are from where Hickory's yellow shorts once shined. But further than that, bring back the Hick from French Lick. Bring back Bobby to throw some chairs. Put Zeke, lay Zeke up. Bring back the Wizard before he went to Westwood. And most importantly, spread the mayo on every cornfield, every smoked meat. Spread it on anything that moves. We want a competitive finals, but unfortunately, it still won't be enough. The Thundies are the best team top to bottom since the KD Dubs. You guys have a great day.
Thanks for the phone call, Dylan. Call to arms for Indiana basketball. I don't think they need it. It's already in their blood. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Walrus, good morning, sir.
Good morning there, CY. Good morning, Devin. Good morning, James, all the friends out there. CY, lamentably, I totally missed a pun yesterday when I was saying if we get Pacers Thunder, that would be a great series if it's coming our way. No, man, if that comes to pass, as in Indiana basketball, man, that bothers me. But anyways, I agree with K9. I think, I don't know, as I was telling Devin, I don't know if he could be the leader of a team. Definitely the best player, but right now he's only 23. He's got time to grow. But, yeah, they definitely need a leader on that team, at least right now. And, yeah, the Thunder, I kind of agree with that previous caller. That might have been, Bob in Arkansas? This chemistry that this Thunder team has, it's incredible. It's some of the best team chemistry I've ever seen. They take those post-game, pressers together. The reporter, I think the local guy, they're putting the towels on his head.
Sure.
It's a really fun, cool vibe, right? And the last thing, CY, I think that was Jordan in Texas. Yeah, I'm teed off, Jordan in Texas, that you didn't show up for Freestyle Friday last time, my guy, puffing out your chest. So we got that in 8 days on June 6th. You better show up, man. Big talk down there in Big Texas. You have a great day, and long live the Horn.
Thanks for the phone call, Walrus. We have an update on Freestyle Friday. Devin will have that update at the top of the next hour. That, my friends, is a professional tease. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 7 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
The Oklahoma City Thunder going to the finals for the first time in 13 years.
I don't want to stop coaching this team. It's just an unbelievable experience every day to show up and be around them.
These guys really make it seem like it's just fun, and I think that's what makes us really good.
Lord, be my witness. Got to keep the devil alone. Keep the devil alone.
When you hear that music, you know who's on the line. David Dennis Jr., Anscape senior writer, host of Ball Up Top. You hear him on ESPN Radio as well. David, that game last night was a non-game entirely, though. But was there anything that stood out to you, not from just the winners, but the losers as well?
Well, first of all, a couple stories here. One, I was just at the gym, and this very song came on at the gym very randomly, and I almost just started talking hoops with the person next to me because I have a Pavlovian response to this song now, which is super random. Also, I was in a good mood earlier this week, and I saw you very emotional video about the final round the Horn appearance. Got me in my feels too, man. You got to warn me when you put things like that on the internet.
Yeah, man. Just quick an aside. So shouts to Carlo, who does almost everything here at ESPN 710. And he was like, I'm not letting you do this thing alone. You're not doing your last day by yourself. And so he brought the camera, and I needed it more than I think I even realized. So that was part of the reason why it was okay for me, at least within myself, to be vulnerable. So I appreciate that, David. But anyway, the daggone Timberwolves got blowed out last night.
What are we talking about?
Blowed out. That cannot happen in an elimination game, in my opinion. What did you think about the Timberwolves after that loss?
Not too much on the Timberwolves here. I mean, I just think that this is OKC. They break your spirit. Right. They break your spirit. They wear you down. That defense is just so suffocating. They come at you in waves. If you're somebody like Anthony Edwards, there's no So let's look at on the other side of this whole thing, right? Where you look at the Pacers and the Knicks, right? If you're Tyrese Halliburton, you breathe easy when you see Jalen Brunson on you, right? You breathe easier when you bring, Shamet on you, those guys. So, you feel like you have these breaks. Anthony Edwards does not have any one of those breaks. He's going from Dort to Caruso to SGA himself to Jalen Williams to, there is just no breath there for him where he feels like, all right, I have a moment where the shots come easier. Now, Anthony Edwards is going to have to learn how to create shots that become easier, or second moves, or moving without the ball, or mid-range, or something that is indefensible. But even Jokic felt like his spirit was a little broken there by Game 7. This is what OKC does. When you have a combination of execution defensively and youth and athleticism and not getting tired and depth, that just breaks your ability and your will. And when you're a young team like Minnesota, that will's a little bit easier broken than some of these other teams. There was a 1-2-3 Cancun thing going on there. Once that thing got probably about halfway through the first quarter. But this is about what OKC does to the heart and soul of the people that they're playing against.
David, young team, the Thunder are younger than they are, all right? Mike Conley, Rudy Gobert, these are not young guys. I'm saying this because I feel like Minnesota's got some real questions to ask themselves about what they're going to do around this team with this roster.
Yeah, I mean, the OKC is younger. They're also better. So that makes up for a lot of that. Like, they don't have to have sort of these come-to-Jesus moments in the same way that Minnesota does. They're just better than everybody. I think the thing with Minnesota, I agree with you, though, that they do have some questions, namely the fact that once that defense, about halfway through the series, OKC said, hey, we can suffocate Anthony Edwards and nobody else is going to score on us, including Julius Randle, the guy who went out there and put Draymond Green on a T-shirt a week and a half ago, and now he can't dribble the ball, right? Naz Reid cannot dribble the ball up and down the court. The guys there, Anthony Edwards just found himself in a position where he was the only person who could create a shot, and who he was passing out to were guys who were missing open shots and couldn't execute on their own. So now they have to look at a situation where a year ago they had a number 2 option in Karl Anthony Towns. They moved him for a guy in Julius Randle who it doesn't seem like they had any long-term prospects for, and then he outperforms in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. Then he reverts kind of back to the Julius Randle that had everybody scratching their head about this trade in the first place in these conference finals. And now you have to decide, what is it that we actually have with this dude? Do we have a real second option for Anthony Edwards, or are we just overpaying for a guy who we just wanted to pay to get us under this apron and move on from Karl Anthony Towns? These are some of the off-season decisions that they have to make, because it felt like a foregone conclusion at the beginning of this season when the trade was made that Randle would be gone. It got complicated by his playoff performance in the first 2 rounds. It got even more complicated in the fact that he seemed to revert back to bad Julius Randle come conference finals.
David Dennis Jr. joins us here on the program. People used to call Julius Randle a football player in the NBA, and that's all he was good for. He's developed past that, but there are some real questions. So let me ask you about OKC. I noted this earlier. Mark Daigneault strikes me as the kind of guy that does not use a lot of curse words in his regular everyday life, something that I like. What do you think about the chemistry of this team in terms of how they blend together? And, people talk about these picks down the line and what they got to do, what they may do to add. I don't know whether or not I'd change anything if I were them. I like the way that their chemistry flows.
Yeah, the chemistry is great. And, yeah, they do have these picks. I mean, one of the things that was the big off-season question that everybody was like sort of preemptively asking about OKC was, if this thing falls apart, you're down 2-1 against Denver, what do you do? You're down 2-1 against Denver, you lose this series. Do you move and get Giannis for a couple seasons? Do you get Durant to help you score down the stretch? They clearly do not need any of those things. They are fine to stay down pat, and they have sort of an abundance of wealth and riches with these picks to make this thing sustainable even more. Like, you have a guy in Presti and a coach, like you mentioned, who can get the most out of young players. Like, I just cannot recall a time where I've seen so many young players buy in defensively and buy into the fact that we have a leader and that we have a best player that we are going to defer to in SGA. Like, there's no question. Nobody's out here saying, hey, I think I may be better than this dude, or why am I not getting the ball? Which is even the early OKC with Kevin Durant had that problem, right? Mm-hmm. And so that sort of mix of youth and a GM who has so many pieces to play with, I mean, it's hard for me to imagine OKC not being the team of the 20s and early 30s, to be honest.
Wow. David Dennis Jr. joins us here on the program. Switching gears to the Eastern Conference Finals, what do you see for tonight? The Bing Bong community is loud and proud, but they also haven't won a game, the Knicks that is, in this series at home. I think the Pacers close it out. Do you?
So, I hope – let's start with hope here before what I think happen. I hope the Knicks kind of give their fans – similar to what happened in Boston, right? Boston going into Game 5 was so dejected. They lost Tatum for, however long they're going to lose him. And they gave their fans something to at least cheer about when that series was over. They, clearly lost in 6, but they gave them some in Game 5. My hope is that the Knicks can do that same thing for their fan base. These fan base went rabid 2 weeks ago when they were up, when they beat Boston, and it's been downhill ever since. The hope is that they can give them something to cheer for down the stretch. But I see something similar here to what I'm seeing with Minnesota, like a team that spirit is kind of broken a little bit. Like, everything that they are doing offensively and especially defensively against this Pacers team, the Pacers just have an answer and an adjustment for it. You throw Mitchell Robinson out there, he's going to play you tough. defensively. He's going to get offensive rebounds. We're going to play him off the court. Jalen Brunson gets in foul trouble. Maybe we found something defensively when Jalen Brunson's not playing. Then you realize, oh, wait, actually we need to score. And if Karl Anthony Towns is not on the heater, we're kind of stuck in the mud without him. They're just finding things, but the Pacers are finding things more to go be a step ahead. They're the better team. They've played better. It's just going to take that intangible heart and grit from the Knicks that we saw earlier in the playoffs for them to even get this game.
He's David Dennis Jr. He's an Anscape senior writer, best friend of the program, and he wants you to know that he still hits the rack in public. Thank you, David.
Banging and clanging, baby.
I love David Dennis Jr. Appreciate it when he joins us. Coming up, we might talk a little baseball. We might take a couple more of your phone calls. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, kiddos.
What up and what's good? It's Randy Scott.
And it's Gary Streisky. And Randy, do me a quick favor. Never do that again.
I did instantly regret it. We are the duo that brings you SC Plus every weekday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Disney Plus.
Highlights, top stories, and the best ESPN analysts, and of course, us.
Tasty.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey, it's Courtney Cronin, and when it comes to gifting, nothing beats a beautiful piece of jewelry. And when it comes to jewelry, Chicagoans have trusted Rogers & Hollins for over 100 years. As your local family-owned jeweler, Rogers & Hollins offers meaningful pieces at a great value, plus expert guidance, trusted repairs, and hands-on service that make every experience unforgettable. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or something for yourself, check out rogersandhollins.com or stop by a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6814. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6814. 800-575-6814. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
My mom is a veteran and she was injured in the line of duty.
I hurt my leg in a training accident when she was only 2 years old.
She had 7 different surgeries over the span of 9 years, and there were tons of complications.
I couldn't be the mom my kids needed me to be.
She missed so much.
After my last surgery, I got an infection so bad I thought it was going to kill me.
I told her she couldn't leave me yet. There was still so much she had to see. I hadn't even graduated.
I'm doing much better now. I may have lost my leg, but I've gained so much. I'm an active part of my kids' lives.
She can kick a mean soccer ball.
DAV's been there for me and my family. Through thick and thin, they've had our back.
Every year, DAV helps more than 1 million veterans like Sandy get the health and disability benefits they've earned. so they can achieve victories great and small.
My victory is getting my life back. I got my joy back.
We got our mom back, thanks to DAV.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Hi, I'm Kim Holderness.
And I am Penn Holderness.
And we're here to remind you to get your cancer screenings.
Now, we don't have cancer, but we do want to keep it that way.
And while you don't have to race to the doctor.
Oh, but I like races, honey, especially when they're amazing races.
I see what you did there. But you do need to make time for routine screenings. I schedule my annual mammogram and gyno appointments every year around my birthday and then treat myself to lunch.
Well, that sounds like fun. Can I get in on that? I mean, I like lunch.
Well, you have a colon and you're over 45 and you have lungs.
Yeah.
And didn't you smoke in college?
Yeah, but...
Okay, so seriously, Penn, if there is something, early detection can make all the difference.
Okay, I'll get screened.
The C word can be scary, but routine screenings for breast, cervical, colorectal, lung, and prostate cancers can detect cancer early, even before symptoms appear.
Please visit preventcancer.org to find out which cancer screenings you need.
Because early detection equals better outcomes.
I'm Shanola Hampton. Every day, millions of people face hunger. Today, I will share with you some of their experiences. I'm stuck between paying for medications or paying for food. John from Maine. After paying my bills, I can buy groceries. It's sad to say, food comes last. Alice from Oregon. I thought pantries were for less fortunate people, but anybody could be less fortunate in a day or even a second. Claire from Virginia. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. No one should have to worry where their next meal will come from. Together, we can end hunger. Learn more at feedingamerica.org.
Waddle and Silvy, now weekdays 2:30 to 6:30 on ESPN Chicago.
DW.com/Apple.
This is
We got to work on that piece of production. That drop to This Is. It didn't say the name of the show. But that song, Work Friends, is really funny. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. What it is right now. Matt in Minneapolis, you're on the show.
Thanks for taking my call. I'm in my 40s, and I was lucky enough to be at the 91 World Series. And since then, it's, as you mentioned in the show, it's been pretty awful for men's sports. Minnesota women's sports knows how to get it done, but men's not so much. As far as the overall demeanor from last night's loss in the series, it sucks, but it pales in comparison to the Vikings losses from 98, 2000, 2009. Those teams, we at least had the firepower. We had the expectations to try to get to the championship, whereas the Timberwolves this year, losing Karl Anthony Towns, getting Dante and Randall, and then the coaching staff just kind of making it fly during the season. I feel like we almost overachieved just to get this far. And the Oklahoma City Thunder are just an overall better coached, better set up team. It's just a bad matchup, too. So those are my thoughts.
Thanks for the phone call. All right. So the vibes aren't horrendous in Minnesota, if for no other reason that people didn't necessarily think this team was that good to begin with. That makes sense. But I still didn't like the attitude from Ant coming out and coming in. And during the series, to be quite honest. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Arturo in Cali, what's up?
Hey, good morning, Clinton. First off, I want to start by saying, sad day for the Round the Horn. I mean, it's not today, but, last week I saw the video, and it was moving. I commented, and yeah, you're awesome.
Thank
but I did want to just shout out Jalen Williams. So my cousin went to Santa Clara with Jalen Williams, and they got in at the same time. They were both freshmen, and there was absolutely no way that I would have seen this level of growth and ascension. Like, he was a great young man, but his game didn't match what it is now. Up until like his senior year, he kind of climbed up draft boards and things like that. So I just want to congratulate him and shout him out because his work ethic and everything you can obviously see it. And yeah, I'm just happy to see the Thunder kind of get where they are. That's really all I had to say. And I had a question. What the heck is Sirs and 5? Where did that come from? Who decided that Pacers is Sirs?
Thanks for the phone call, Arthur. Appreciate the kind words about the video and the last day of Around the Horn. And that's a good point about Jalen Williams. Like, he is the exact kind of workhorse that an OKC team has and utilizes exactly well. That's the kind of player that you need. 19 points, 7 of 14 from the field, 8 boards. He is a critical cog to how they operate. Didn't realize he went to Santa Clara. I guess what am I trying to say? It's funny when guys who are like local guys from around California end up blowing up and random people are like, oh, yeah, I know that guy. I remember him from this, that, and the third time. So that was a good call, Arthur. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. You know, about the Minnesota men, though, that's a tough streak. Like 1991, that is a really, really long time ago. I was a child in 1991. I remember that World Series like it was yesterday. But 2000, I'm trying to think of which one of these losses is the worst. We can review them. 98, the Vikes lost 30-27 to the Falcons. I remember that. 2000 was a bummer. The Vikes lost 41-zap to Devon's New York Giants.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? How old would you have been then?
100%. How old was I? I was 9 years old.
Okay.
I remember that. Yeah, that was...
that would have been an early memory for you.
It was a great one, too, because I still remember, like, the lead-up to that game. The Vikings were definitely the favorite, despite not playing, on the road.
Sure.
They had Dante Culpepper, Randy Moss, Chris Carter, and from the get-go, the Giants absolutely just demolished them and didn't let up.
Randy Moss was such a monster.
So good.
People sleep. People sleep all day. They tell me about this guy. They tell me about that guy. I said, listen, if you're asking me who the wide receiver I want to pick, period, ever, of all time, it's Randy Moss. And the Vikes have a lot to do with that. There's a YouTube highlight of Randy Moss where it's literally only his highlights of over 40-yard touchdowns. Dude, it's like 9 minutes long and it has no repeats. Have you seen that?
I have.
It's unbelievable. Like how many of those he has.
There's also a famous screenshot of Randy Moss, like with the chyron of his stats on the bench. It's like 3 catches, 300 yards, 3 touchdowns.
It's unbelievable. It's crazy to think that team never managed to win a Super Bowl with Randy Moss. In my opinion, the greatest wide receiver of all time. But I feel for you, Minnesota. This Minnesota Timberwolves team was not ready. The Thunder are better. The Thunder are better constructed. And the Thunder had, what my opinion is, a better attitude. Do I think you write off the Ant-Man? No. But I do think there are very real questions as to whether or not that guy, whether he's the face of the league or not, is going to be effectively the captain of your team. It's an interesting one. Coming up, Bing Bong versus Spread the Mayo.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter. Especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
It's been said that when someone you love has Parkinson's, you have Parkinson's. The Parkinson's Foundation knows that the disease doesn't just affect the diagnosed. It affects everyone who supports and helps care for them.
If you or someone you know is living with Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement, we understand that it can be difficult to know where to find help.
If you have questions, the Parkinson's Foundation has answers. Answers for everyone in the fight.
We can help you understand the disease,
help you find expert care and local support,
give you tips for living a better life,
and share the latest research.
Find your answers and join us in the fight against Parkinson's.
To learn more, please go to parkinson.org
or call 1-800-473-4636.
That's 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Wildlife around the globe needs help. And when you help protect them, you become a friend of the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance. A real friend. The kind of friend you want to thank. And not just with a card or a text, but with a song.
Thank you for being a friend.
Travel down the road and back again.
Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend.
From your friends at the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance, thank you for helping protect wildlife around the globe. Without you, there's no them. Learn more at sdzwa.org/friend.
Thank you for being a friend.
Did you know VA home loans are a key to home ownership for those who served?
It was a personal goal of mine to try and purchase a home before the age of 30. I do remember the first moment I walked into my home. I remember that real clearly, actually. I walked in and I could hear my footsteps echo off the back wall. And the first thing I thought in my head was, man, furniture is going to be real expensive. The VA not requiring any down payment prior to buying the home is actually really beneficial because it allowed me to take that money I had budgeted to go out and buy furniture, food, cleaning supplies, pretty much everything I needed. Using the loan itself wasn't too complicated. It's very user-friendly, and the VA was really helpful, showing me what I needed to do and how I would go about it. Purchasing a home is scary. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of things that are new to you and that you won't understand, but ultimately it's not impossible, and they make it so that anybody can do it. Oh, I'm extremely glad I did it. It was one of the best things I could have done for myself, I think.
To learn more about VA home loans, visit va.gov/home loans.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Did you hear this one?
The Bears voted in favor of banning the tush push.
They know what the play was, or are they just going on the term tush push? That doesn't sound very Fox.
Is that a profane term? I don't want it.
It sounds uncomfortable. Go ahead.
That too.
Ow! Ouchie!
I haven't done that.
Ouchie!
Kap J Hood weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Transmitter is working perfectly. I hear everything clear as a bell.
Clinton Yates always brings the heat.
I can lead a nation with a microphone.
I am pleased to be joined by ESPN's Clinton Yates.
With a microphone.
I would imagine most of you have never heard of Clinton Yates. He's irrelevant.
This is my new favorite show.
We welcome in Clinton Yates. Clinton, I've mentioned this to you before. When I think of people who love the game, I think of you.
That right there is Clinton Yates.
Clinton Yates!
Clinton Yates, incredible job today.
Our pal Clinton Yates. People like Clinton Yates.
Let's first begin by saying good day to our friend Clinton Yates. There's a lot to talk about here.
Clinton, where the hell are you at?
From Studio 5 at LA Live, this is Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Happy Thursday, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and, of course, on Watch ESPN, where you can see me smile. Devin's got the con. Josh is on the board. We're here. Today is Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday. Why does this matter? Because we have some things we have to discuss regarding the next Freestyle Friday. For those of you who know, you know that we had our inaugural competition last month where basically we let you guys call in, rap about your favorite sports and whatever, literally, and we determined a winner. Now, we declared that Freestyle Fridays will continue, but it will be on a monthly basis. However, we have an update on that. Devin Kane, could you please update the people?
Yeah, so the update on that is that it would have been next Friday. That would have been the next Freestyle Friday. But because of the NBA Finals starting on Thursday, it would feel out of place for us to come in the show after the NBA Finals Game 1 and blow out the 10:20 to 10:40 segment with Freestyle Friday. As much as we love it, it doesn't seem right, and there's plenty of space for it. So I don't want to put a time on when we're going to do it. We still need to talk about that, but it won't be next Friday. It will be soon after that.
I imagine this comes as a huge disappointment to Walrus. Walrus sets his clock by Freestyle Friday timing.
Yeah, he's already calling out beef, too, with another.
Which is unfortunate. But we do actually have sports to talk about. So we're going to put normally. So the reason why I brought this up is because normally first Fridays equal Freestyle Fridays. However, Finals Fridays preempt Freestyle Fridays, if that makes sense. Does that make sense, Devin?
Yes, 100%. And listen, the NBA Finals, it is our bread and butter. I'm not saying Freestyle Fridays are more important than the NBA Finals. Maybe they are for our show. But listen, the Freestyle Fridays, the most important thing everyone needs to know is they're not going away.
Yes, not going away. Nobody from management has told us not to do it again and we're making up excuses or anything like that. No, we just have real deal sports talk we got to get to. The NBA playoffs, by the by, are on ESPN Radio. Catch Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed.
That'll do it. This series now 3-1 in favor of Indiana as the Pacers win it 130 to 121.
In our world right now, it's day 7 of 13, and tomorrow's day 8, and we've got to just keep our eye on the ball and keep focusing on each day. I thought we did a great job of just playing our way, the whole game, keeping pace in the game and just playing Pacer basketball. So I thought we responded really well, which we've proven that we do after tough losses really all year, and especially in these playoffs.
So Pacers-Knicks has given us quite a bit of entertainment value on this program in particular. The Knicks, the Bing Bong community, as I call them. As a matter of fact, I had to explain to somebody yesterday. I didn't have to, they asked. They were like, by the way, where does Bing Bong even come from? And I had to explain the whole sidecar and all of this with the crazies outside of Madison Square Garden. It was fun to review that over at ESPN Los Angeles. Got put on the video in the office in a group setting at loud volume I was like, that might not exactly be what you want to play over the loudspeaker, which was funny. But the point is that the Knicks and everything they provided from a basketball community standpoint has been fun. But on the court, they have been, dare I say, outpaced tremendously by Indiana. Indiana basketball, as we know, the premier form of basketball that exists in this country from the ground up, starting when you're a child and you learn how to run suicides in your sleep in elementary school in the cornfields.
Yep.
Really, really builds character. They've just been a better basketball team overall. The Pacers are 11-3 in the playoffs. They've won 6 straight road games. They're unbeaten, except for losses in all 3 game threes, which is just a weird side stat in general. And if you remember this series and how it started, one Devin Kane said, I don't think the Knicks can recover from a game 1 loss. I believe you had that.
Yeah.
I like to spread the love when you get things right, and it sort of feels that way. Let's hear what Frank Isola had to say about this. He might agree with you, Devin.
I think it all goes back to game 1. You know, you lose a game like that, and, you know, you're chasing the series from that point forward. If you look at Boston, you know, not so much game 1, but game 2 against the Knicks. They lost that. They never recovered. I thought Cleveland losing game 2 at home to Indiana when, you know, they blew a late lead there. I think it was an 8-0 run to close out the game. They never recovered from that. You know, the Knicks, after everything that happened in that game 1, they were up 9 with 58 seconds to go. It wasn't like Indiana went on a 9-0 run to tie the game. The Knicks scored 4 more points. So Indiana had to go on a 13-4 run in the last 58 seconds to tie it up. So I think that's the biggest issue.
Frank Isola with an excellent point. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Bing Bong community, how you feeling? There was a lot of tough talk in the streets talking about y'all going to come back after game 1. Has not happened. Indiana basketball, we know y'all are steady out there. I'm sure things are feeling good for the night. Give me a phone call, 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Sylvia in New Jersey, welcome to the show.
Hello. You know, I am so thrilled that I really got into the playoffs this year. I used to love the NBA. My favorite team of all time were the Pistons from, 89 and 90 when they won the championship.
Yeah.
And when they were just the best, and I loved them because they were all about defense. They were all about just, like, crushing you. And, like, every game was under allowing less than 100 points. And then we had our kids, and life got complicated. And then we had a third one who just loved sports. So I'd always just watch ESPN and listen to you guys and things, but didn't really watch anything during the regular season. And I am just so thrilled. This is like the changing of the guard. These 2 teams, the Oklahoma City Thunder and even the Pacers, their defense is Piston-worthy. They're amazing. They're so deep. They're so close. They share everything. I love it. I'm thrilled.
Sylvia,
I'm so glad that I saw every game.
I have a question for you, Sylvia. How do you watch the games? Do you watch with your kids? Do you watch with your friends? Do you watch at home? Do you watch when you're out?
Well, you know, okay, I am the biggest weirdo in the whole world. Should I really tell you the truth? My kids are gone. You know, they're all grown. And my husband doesn't really appreciate it. So I watch them by myself. And I am such a baby. I usually kind of just keep up with it on the stats, you know, what's happening. And then when I kind of feel like, okay, we got this in hand, then I'll start watching the game. But it doesn't take anything away from me. I still get nervous. I still get excited. It's just been, I can't believe that I have learned all these players' names that I knew nothing about. I really knew nothing about the Pacers either. I think they're thrilling. That Halliburton is amazing. And SGA is just great. And then on top of it, the romantic story and then just the baby and crying at the MVP. I mean, what could be better for a woman to get into this? This is just the best season. I'm thrilled. Like I said, I love defense.
All
and
right.
They're both beautiful players. Like, it's just like they're Slim Reapers, the two of them, kind of like Kevin Durant, not at all, but, you know, just great.
Thank you, Sylvia. Appreciate the phone call. She's having a blast, Devin. Sounds like an enthusiastic NBA fan.
Sylvia, man, she was ready to go.
I liked her energy. Sylvia, please call the program more often. That was a fantastic phone call. And shout out to the 80s bad boys Pistons as well. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Sean in California, you're on the program.
Clinton, what's up, bro?
What's up, man?
feeling, man. Hey, just wanted to touch on something that I heard you mention a few minutes back.
Mm-hmm.
Can we slow down on the Ant-Man comparisons to Jordan? Like, the guy's a great player. We see that. But why do we always throw the first guy up and compare him to Michael Jordan? Like, you know what I'm saying? Let that guy win a championship first. That's number one. Number two, let's give some credit to OKC, man. The young, hungry team. They just took Minnesota out, completely out of that series. Give credit to OKC, bro. And I'm excited about the fact that they're young, that they enjoy playing together. And I'm interested to see how long those guys are going to stay together. And I think that could be good. I think that's already great for the NBA. 2 new teams. Pacers are on their way. Pacers are doing great. Shout out to all the Indiana fans, you know, the home of basketball. Love that. But the one thing I did want to say, Clinton, is we're giving credit to Halliburton and everybody else and Indiana basketball and sharing the ball and Pacers basketball, but nobody's talking about Rick Carlisle and how great he is. That guy won a championship as a player, if I'm not mistaken. Coach Dirk Nowitzki to a championship for the Dallas Mavericks, and is on the verge of winning a second one with another organization. So let's give Rick Carlisle some credit as well.
Thanks for the phone call. You got to listen to the show if you're going to call the show and tell people what we're not talking about. Rick Carlisle was the only championship coach left in the Final Four. We talked about it at length. And the only person on this program comparing anybody to Michael Jordan is you, my dude. We are not doing that. All right? I don't know what shows you're listening to, and I appreciate the phone call. You know a lot about ball. But ain't nobody here comparing nobody to MJ. Not remotely. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Freddie in Indianapolis, what's going on?
Hey, what up, buddy? Hey, man, good for the Pacers, man. Glad they're doing good. I'm local here in Naptown.
Okay.
Really proud of my boys, but, man, McConnell, dude, like, in the end of the second half there, or right at the end of the third quarter, he stepped out of bounds, right below the net, right in front of the referee, and the ref did not say nothing, man. And then they continued to go ahead and pass it off, and then Turner shot and missed that, with 4 seconds ago, something like that.
Uh-huh.
Like, that stuff was kind of crazy, but, man, I'm really glad for him. I'm happy. Oklahoma's a really tough team, though. So, like, if we can get past the Knicks, which I believe our guys can, but, man, Oklahoma, man, dude, they got
Freddie,
it.
quick question.
This year.
Freddie, are you from Indianapolis or do you live in Indianapolis?
Yes, sir.
So where'd you go to
Indianapolis? Yeah.
Where'd you go to high school? What was the mascot and what was the capacity of the gym? This is important information.
Man, I went to Manual.
Mm-hmm.
Our mascot, oh, man, it's been so long, dude. I've been out of school for like 20 years, dude.
You don't know the mascot of your high school?
Yeah, I believe it was an eagle, man, if I remember right. And then there's probably like 5,000. No, I'd say about 2,500 could fit in there. And then our football field, dude, it was humongous, probably like $6,000,
Okay.
around that number.
All right. Thanks for the phone call. Appreciate it. My God, if I am ever so old that I forget the mascot of my high school, oof, that's tough.
Listen,
some people did other things other than go to class.
Yeah, Freddie might have been in a certain clique in Indiana.
888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Zach in Indianapolis, what's up?
Yo, Clinton. Hey, I'm from Attica, Indiana.
Okay.
Played for the Red Ramblers.
Yes.
I don't know the size of the town, but we had about 40 kids in my graduating class.
All right.
Our basketball gym held at least 3,500 people, so it was a full town affair. So I got to tell you, I moved to Attica by way of Westchester, Ohio, and I know you're going to ask next. I was right by Mason, and I just wanted to tell you real quick.
Uh-huh.
My neighbor at the time was a professor at Miami of Ohio, and he would hook us up with tickets to football games. So we got to go see young Randy Moss play a couple times when Marshall would visit, and then Byron Leftwich as well, and Big Ben before we left the Cincinnati area and moved to Attica.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the phone call. Appreciate that. Those are the glory days for me. I saw Lefty and Ben play against each other all the time. That's how I got into this business, watching Mid-American Conference football. Byron Leftwich getting carried down the field by dudes. Real life.
By the way, Clinton, someone called in during the break after we talked about Randy Moss a little bit, saying, "Listen, if anyone knows about football, Randy Moss could only do one thing, and that was the go ball. Like, so if you're taking a wide receiver, you're not." And I didn't get a chance to say it to him, but I'm like, all right, so yeah, the goal is to score the ball. So why wouldn't you want the best guy to ever do that? Basically,
that's crazy.
Because he doesn't run the crispest routes. No, he runs right by you.
Right. What do I care?
You got to get past your defender. What are you talking about? The ball knowers are out here.
The ball knowers, the football ball knowers are the worst ball knowers. Let's be clear about that. We will delve into this quite a bit over the summer, but I can't deal with football ball. Do we have time for one more? We have time for one more. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Troy in Indianapolis, make it quick. Devin's mad at me already.
Yeah, Troy of Indianapolis, getting ready to celebrate for our Indianapolis.
Oh, that was so not worth it.
What?
Oh, my God, I feel like such a jerk. Coming up. Oh, my goodness, that was awful. Knicks-Pacers Game 5 is what everyone is watching for tonight. What to watch for is brought to you by Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN. Get great deals on the hottest tickets. Experience it live. Bing Bong community, everybody, feel free to continue to call us. I totally blew that last phone call. It's Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This weekend on ESPN Radio, it's a World Series rematch in Los Angeles. Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers go head-to-head with Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees. Coverage begins Saturday at 6:30 Eastern and Sunday at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Exciting developments are underway in Madison. Market Square Crossing, a 50-acre mixed-use project just 30 minutes south of downtown Chicago, is ideal for retail, hospitality, residential, office, and recreational opportunities. Considering a business move? Contact Madison's Economic Development Department at villageofmadison.org to learn more. With its strategic location and growing community, Madison offers unmatched potential for business ready to thrive. Don't miss your chance to be part of the momentum. Madison, where business breathes new life.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
My fiance is a veteran. He was a combat medic in the Army.
I did tours in Korea, Germany, and Bosnia before I got injured.
There's been a lot of wear and tear on his body.
My knees are bone on bone from doing all those jumps and lugging my backpack and all that gear around. I was also exposed to toxins.
When Yusuf got out of the military, he needed help getting his disability benefits.
Luckily, DAV came to the rescue. They fought for me the same way that I fought for my country.
Every year, DAV provides life-changing support to more than 1 million veterans like Yusuf, helping them get the benefits they've earned so they can achieve victories, great and small.
Now Yusuf is paying it forward. DAV has been instrumental in helping him start 2 healthcare technology companies that are working to help veterans everywhere.
My victory is never giving up and finding more ways to serve.
He's pretty amazing.
Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
You know what hope is? Hope is action. Carving a path forward, even when it's hard.
And kids who still know how to dream. They're the best pathfinders of all.
So at Child Fund, hope means helping millions of children living in poverty worldwide to grow up healthy, educated, skilled, and so all those good things can come true for them, safe.
And that means safe at home, safe at school, and safe online.
Hope means walking this path together, all of us. Because when we work together, we can do so much more.
That's right. Hope includes you.
Child Fund, because we need each other.
To learn how Child Fund works with children in 23 countries to help them achieve their full potential, visit childfund.org. That's childfund.org.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
This is Clinton and Friends.
Hey, excuse me. Yeah, Carmen Jello. Where's the principal's office? What? No, it's been forever since I've been here. I totally forgot. Oh my God! Did you just call me Carmen Jello? Yeah. What's your name, right? No, it is not my name, man. Did it ever occur to you that it might be the name of the janitorial service I work for? Oh, yeah. My name is Steve. You just assume that all black people got crazy ass names, huh? I don't assume anything about black people. It's written on your shirt.
Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Normally when you hear that music, we have the Tim Bontemps. Tim Bontemps is the new dad. Tim Bontemps will not be here, but I do like this song. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. We're taking your phone calls about the New York Knickerbockers and Indiana basketball. 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. David, where in Indiana are you?
I'm in Indianapolis. I live just outside the city in Brownsburg, Indiana, home of Gordon Hayward.
Okay. All right. What's up? What you got today?
Well, my high school was Anderson High School. We were always known as the Indians, playing in the wigwam that could sit 9,000 for high school basketball.
All right. What do you think about the Pacers?
And the city is electric. I'm a Pacers fan back to the days of the ABA. I went to games at the Coliseum and saw Dr. J play for the Virginia Squires.
How about
and
that?
So my 23-year-old he's like a huge Pacers fan as well, but the city is locked in to this. Nice. And the fact that the Pacers, it's every night somebody different steps up, not just Halliburton and the other guys, but everybody. He's getting everybody involved.
Thanks for the phone call. Appreciate that. Anderson is the name of his high school. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Mitch in New Jersey. How you been, Mitch?
Oh, what's poppin'? Clinton, Devin, thanks for taking my call. Good show always. I see why I can't be 3 hours. You're a young man. I'm going to do a little oval here. First of all, I think it won't be a cakewalk for Oklahoma because they got a deep. They have a pretty good deep roster themselves. Ben Mathurin can't even get in the starting lineup. They're so well deep. So it's going to be a great series. I don't think the Knicks, Kate, he's not really dependable, I think. And Minnesota, they're kind of like LeBron's first team, but at least LeBron's first team, his first finals, he brought that team. He didn't have a star either, but at least he made it to the finals. But it just begs to explain to me, how did the Lakers lose to Minnesota so badly, too?
Thanks for the phone call. It's a good question. And I think that's a decent comp. The early LeBron squads, along with Anthony Edwards, that's not the purpose there is not to directly compare Ant to LeBron. The purpose there is to indicate when you've got a star that's clearly so dynamic in terms of their skill set, in terms of their personality, in terms of everything you've invested in them, and you're still trying to figure out the correct combination, that is a decent comp. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Brent in New Orleans, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, Clinton? Thank you guys for taking my call.
No problem.
First thing I wanted to say is I was a huge Mike Greenberg fan for a long time. I was really sad when Greeny basically got out, but you guys have been killing it, and I really appreciate the show, and I really appreciate how much love you guys give to women's sports as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And so my question is, I'm not really sure between the Timberwolves and the Knicks who's going to have a better chance of getting back where they are now. Yeah. It looks like the Timberwolves, like Ant-Man's got this attitude problem. Rudy Gobert is no longer the Stifle Tower he used to be. Mike Conley's looking old. And then the Knicks just seem, I don't know if they're tired because Tibbs is running them into the ground, or they just seem a little discombobulated right now. Which team do you think's got a better chance of getting back there next year?
Thanks for the phone call. That's a really good question. That's an excellent question. And my answer is, in fact, the Knicks, because of all the reasons that you stated. I said before, I don't like the psychological makeup of this roster on the Timberwolves, and that has not changed in 45 minutes. Not even close. Gobert is a big issue for me. Like, I don't know what he's bringing to the table at this point outside of just annoying people. Conley is obviously getting way up there. And while I wouldn't qualify it as an attitude problem, meaning a permanent situation for Ant, I do think that this series kind of got to him. This does not appear to be moving in the right direction for the Timberwolves to me. The Knicks, however, who face off against the Pacers tonight, simply caught a hot one. Again, game one of this series was vital. You lose a game like that, in that manner, the rest of the series, kind of out of the window. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Martin in Indianapolis, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys, how we doing this morning?
Pretty good.
Good. Yeah, so season ticket holder here, top row, lower bowl, section 7. My wife and I, we've got our first wedding anniversary here coming up on Sunday. So I got 2 different dinner reservations for Saturday night. One at 5 o'clock so we can eat and then walk down to the field house. And I got one for 8 o'clock if we wrap it up tonight. Definitely, we would both prefer just wrap it up tonight because if this comes back here, man, all the pressure is on. I know last year won Game 7 at Madison Square Garden. I don't know if that can happen twice in a row like that. Would just prefer to win it tonight. And question for you guys is, Rick Carlisle's already got a championship. Yeah. He's higher than most people realize in all-time wins. Is he already a Hall of Fame coach? And if not, what needs to happen either this year or in the next couple years for him to get there? Because I think against Oklahoma City, aside from the depth, the experience on the sideline is going to be a really positive for the Pacers. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the phone call. Number one, tremendous planning around their anniversary there. You're a season ticket holder. You've got all that set up for a couple different options. Good work out of him.
Yeah, Clint, I wanted to ask you because it made me think.
What's up?
If you're a diehard fan of a team and you're, let's say, a season ticket holder, and you have the opportunity to see your team clinch against the Knicks at home in Game 6 versus just getting it done in Game 5 tonight, I think some fans might be – I know he said he just wants to get it done tonight. I think some fans will be like, you know what? No. Lose tonight is as crazy as that sounds, so I can see this in person.
I know a lot of people like that, and I am one of those people. I am 100% one of those people that will take my personal experience over whether or not the team wins or loses. Absolutely. Absolutely. There is nothing wrong with that at all. People like sports for different reasons in different ways, and if you've got a ticket to a game and you don't get to go, that sucks. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Colin in Indianapolis. What's up?
What's up?
just want to first of all say you give a lot of props to the Pacers. So I understand that. I've been listening for the past couple of weeks, and you have talked about the Pacers more than anybody. So thank you, and don't believe any other. I grew up in Indianapolis, too. Just to give you an idea of how it shaped me, like when I was in 7th and 8th grade, I would go to a high school basketball game, and I could see Greg Oden and Mike Conley play on the same team. And then throughout that, when I was playing in high school, I would play against D1 players, the Teagues and all that. Lawrence North always had a bunch of big players.
Yeah.
But just the community that we had. And now, finally, with the Pacers being good, I mean, we had the days when we had Troy Murphy and Mike Dunleavy when we were terrible. So now that we're good, it kind of gives us something to cheer about in the NBA.
What's your watching setup? How do you watch the games? Do you go out? Are you with friends? Are you a loner like our friend Sylvia? What do you do?
So I coach from my living room, and I think I led them to the win last week, a couple days ago. So I have to do my coaching in my living room.
Thanks for the phone call. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Bill in Indianapolis, we're still spreading the mayo. What's going on?
Hey, you are always going on, and I want to tell you, it's always a privilege to get a chance to talk on your air, my friend. So
no problem.
Appreciate that. As far as the game goes tonight, you can expect a couple things. Number one, the New York crowd will be absolutely electric and trying to push the Knicks over the hump. The player to watch is Benedict Mathurin because he's up for a contract extension, and so is Miles Turner, and they're going to have to pay Turner a max contract, and whether or not the team finally goes over the salary cap will just kind of depend. But I want to talk specifically about the transition defense of the Knicks. And the one thing that I always notice is that when the Pacers start running and the Knicks are kind of on their heels, they've got their back to what's happening around them, and that's why the Pacers get so many open shots. It's the Knicks have to work so hard to get back and defend the Pacers that they lose a lot of energy. And Tyrese Halliburton, game for the ages, but one of the stats that never gets talked about was his 4 steals. And if they can continue to harass the Knicks guards, wear them down, I think Brunson is going to not have a good game tonight. And apparently Towns is hurt, and he can't do a high pick and roll anyway. That's a painful thing to watch and everything, and him trying to execute the high pick and roll because we get through it every time. But as far as the game goes tonight, all I can do is quote the great Sly Stone from the band Sly and the Family Stone, 1969 Woodstock. Boom shakalaka-laka, boom shakalaka-laka.
Thanks for the phone call. Tremendous breakdown from Bill there. Yeah, transition defense is important. That's the whole reason why having a team that can move is excellent, is because exactly what he said. When you get guys on their heels, they get frustrated. Next thing you know, they're flat out tired having to run after you in transition situations. 888-ESPN, 888-729-3776. I meant to ask Bill what beers he was drinking because he mentioned he had a couple of locally brewed IPAs the day before, and I forgot to ask him. 888-ESPN. Jay Boogie, welcome back to the show. What's up, dude?
Salute, 3 capital S. It ain't been that long since I've been off the show. Matter of fact, the last call that I came up here on the show, we won that game. So I want you to take notes. And you playing at good times. And all. A lot of these people don't know about John. They don't know about Florence. But tonight we're going to keep in our head above water. That's what it's about, handling our business at the crib. And put the pressure back onto the Pacers. We know that Indiana do anything. We know Indiana, y'all up and y'all appreciate what's going on. But a couple of missed calls here and there, and there's more turnovers. All the turnovers we doing, we low our turnovers. It's a different type game in the last game. You know what I'm saying? So I just want y'all to know, you better handle your business tonight, because if we get back to that building, you remember when Pat Ewing, he missed that finger roll? We went to the Pacers back to that game and came back and brought it back to the building. So I'm just letting you know, we ain't over, we ain't done. All that wishing Indiana and OKC and all that. OKC there, but we ain't finished with y'all yet. Salute, 3 capital S's. New York stand up tonight.
Jay Boogie is scrambling. Jay Boogie is scrambling big time. And by the way, we got a text from Tim Bontemps, Good Times, about the fact that he wasn't on even though we played his music. He says you should have called me, which is pretty daggone funny. Oh, man. Indiana basketball, Bing Bong community coming together. The NBA playoffs are on ESPN Radio. Catch Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight. Coverage begins at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by Indeed. The headline of the day, and you guys know that we talk about women's sports here a lot, and I've talked quite a bit about how my favorite sport, period, to watch in college is softball. That's just it. Women's College World Series is coming up. UCLA is going to make it. I thoroughly enjoy the game on a lot of levels, and not just because I'm a huge baseball fan and enjoy diamond sports. But joining us right now are Jenny Finch and Natasha Watley, former softball players and Olympic champions. If you don't know who they are, you're listening to the wrong show. The Athletes Unlimited Softball League starts on June 7th. Can you guys tell me a little bit about this announcement about partnering with MLB and what that means for you all, not just your sport, but your league in specific? And welcome to the show.
Thanks for having us. It's just so exciting to be here today to celebrate this historical moment for not only the sport of fast-pitch softball, but for women in sport in general. MLB has invested in the past in the grassroots program, the development, and Tasha and I have been a part of that, being MLB ambassadors, but to be able to see it now back up the AUSL and to see what the AUSL has in store for the future of our game is incredible. We have a 24-game season coming up this summer, right after the Women's College World Series. And so now we'll have 4 teams traveling the country, competing, playing, and you'll be able to see the best of the best perform on the field.
Natasha, I was going to ask you a little bit more about that format in terms of what it looks like for the average fan who says, hey, what's this about? What's this look like? How do I engage? What can you tell me on that front?
Yeah, so it's a touring model. They're touring to 12 cities, and it's been super intentional. I think that's what makes it so exciting is that this league is coming to the communities. It's coming to where all of our young girls are at. And so I think that's what makes me excited is that these young girls get to see some of the stars that they just got to watch. What you talked about, you mentioned the Women's College World Series, but they're getting to extend their careers. And so coming to different communities and being able to touch, feel, see them, and being able to see softball played on this incredible level, some incredible athletes. And I think the touring model of just being able to go across the country and, share the love of the game and share this incredible moment, I think is really special.
Jenny, you've obviously been a face in the public for a long time, and I've been to a couple of your tournaments at the All-Star Weekend sort of deals, that I've seen. And I'm asking you that because from a, not just a top-down standpoint, but from the bottom-up standpoint, how much actual growth, participation-wise, have you seen and been able to be a part of in terms of the young ladies and the girls who play this game, who nobody's ever heard of, but still enjoy it tremendously?
Oh, I think that's where our hearts are, where it began, and that's at the grassroots level. And so to be able to encourage these young girls to go after and chase their dreams, and now their dreams just got even more exciting, having the opportunity not only to play college, which that was the ultimate goal, and then obviously 15 players got to go compete and represent our country, but now there is a professional league. And so to be able to now travel around and share to these young girls that there is a professional league and they can go watch and see what they hope to be one day, and that it is actually a job that they will get paid for. It's the future is so bright, and we couldn't be more thankful for Major League Baseball stepping up to the plate in a big way and stepping forward and not only sharing platform, visibility, all of those things, but also making the investment in the Athletes Unlimited League to help create the establishment. And as we go on tour this year, hopefully next year we'll have 6 teams, and we'll figure out where the fans want these 6 teams to call home. And so come out, support these athletes in our game. The best is yet to come.
Natasha, last thing I'll ask you is, the Women's College World Series is coming up, as we said. There's also an Olympiad on the way. How important are these events in terms of what you're trying to accomplish and your goal with your league?
Well, I think this league is a way that these athletes can prepare for so long after college. Like Jenny mentioned, a lot of these athletes fell off. And so trying to extend your career to even continue to play for the Olympics, it was hard to train and it was hard to maintain a living. And so I think having this pro league was going to not only be a feeder and a development opportunity for our athletes, I think it's going to make us stronger for the Olympics. And we're going to have all of these athletes being able to have the opportunity to play throughout the year. And so they'll continue to get better, they continue to develop. And so that's what makes it exciting, is having this opportunity to be able to extend their careers and potentially making us much stronger on the international level as well.
Natasha Watley, Jenner Finch, Two great softball names. Thank you, ladies. Appreciate everything you're doing for the game and for all the athletes.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
No problem. Women's College World Series coming up, Devin. I'm fired up, to say the very least. But that is a great cause. MLB getting involved with AUSL. I think it's important because it also shows that, in general, a lot of these leagues, when they try to grab a foothold in what they're looking to do, it's very difficult without just plain investment from a lot of these entities that have been there for a long time and have the money to spend. I talk about this all the time. Cash and participation help everything from the bottom up. Just a personal opinion. Coming up, we'll go to the watering hole. You know what time it is, kiddos. You're listening to Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Big and new today on SC Plus, streaming exclusively on Disney Plus.
Hear me those Western Conference highlights. How about the SGA and OKC show taking out Ant-Man? They are headed to the finals.
That's a Florida Panther for you. Back-to-back years going back, trying to lift the cup.
Progressive knows there are two things RV owners love: to travel and relax. And they like to take both nice and slow. Just like this commercial. And what's more relaxing than the peace of mind knowing their RV is protected by Progressive? Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Tired of losing in the stock market? Isn't there a better way to secure your retirement? Good news, there is. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth and featured expert in the retirement deception. This documentary pulls back the covers on strategies Wall Street doesn't want you to know about. It's a $29 value, but it's free when you call us today at 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLyonsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
There's a spark in every child. A spark of energy, of curiosity, of possibility. But too many Native American children face poverty and life in survival mode, putting the childhoods they deserve out of reach. They need a safe and supportive place to grow. A place like St. Joseph's Indian School.
You don't have to worry about where your next meal's coming from. You don't have to worry about somebody coming in and hurting you. Here you can just be a kid that plays basketball, or a kid that plays on the playground, or a kid that does art, and they can really work on themselves and be who they're meant to be.
For almost 100 years, St. Joseph's Indian School has served a greater purpose beyond the classroom, caring for children in mind, body, heart, and spirit, turning the spark in every child into a lifelong flame. and a brighter future.
You help light a spark in a kid, and it feels so good. You just want to light a spark in every kid.
Light a spark today at stjo.org.
Statistics show that roughly 20 veterans die by suicide every day in the United States. And each day, over 1,000 dogs are euthanized in shelters across the country. Canines for Warriors is the leading nonprofit organization providing highly trained service dogs to veterans with PTSD and other invisible wounds of war.
Hannah and I, since we've been together, we have done so much. There's nothing I won't do now as long as Hannah's by my side. Without Hannah, I'd probably still be stuck in the living room with the curtains drawn, with my back to the wall, with probably a gun on my lap.
The majority of service dogs from canines are rescues, and with each pairing, 2 lives are changed forever. We rescue the dog rescues the warrior. To learn more about how Canines for Warriors is saving lives at both ends of the leash, please visit caninesforwarriors.org. That's caninesforwarriors.org.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Carmen and Jurko. Weekdays, now noon to 3 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Clinton and Friends with Clinton Yates.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Show behind the show just went from 0 to 100 in the context of exactly one break, just so you know. Down to thank David Dennis Jr. and Skate Rider for joining us. He's hitting the weights and talking basketball. I want to thank Jenny Finch and Natasha Watley, who, of course, are former softball players and now part of Athletes Unlimited Softball League, which has recently partnered with MLB in their latest touring venture, if you will, for that softball league. But we got a lot going on, Devin. Catch me up on what's happening right now over on your side.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in Bristol. Currently, the yellow alert light is just going off in the. I don't know if you can see it blinking on the app, but
I can't. No.
It is blinking. Last time this happened, there was a bear on campus, so we're not really sure what's going on. And also, I got an update while we were on the Zoom there with Jenny and Natasha. Ryan Matlack of this show, he called in. He said, "Hey, I have an update on the Team Hard Out softball team playing currently right now. They dropped the first of a doubleheader, but he wanted me to relay that they're currently up 11-7 in the bottom of the fourth. I asked him if he was worried about revealing the score in the middle of the game, if he felt like it might jinx him. He says, you can't be afraid of the ghosts." So
listen to Matlack. I love it. Oh, there's the alert. We've got the alert on camera. Tremendous work. On the TV side, if you're watching on the Watch ESPN app, that is a little concerning. The flashing alone is concerning, never mind the fact that it's the alert light.
Yeah, hopefully everything's all good, but hopefully a false alarm. But, yeah, that's currently what's going on in Bristol.
All right, appreciate that. It's time to go to the watering hole.
Time to check my social media, to see who loves me online.
The dulcet tones of Dustin Akui, who graced us with his presence one time on this program, and we use this song in the Circle of Life to take stock of the day and what we've learned. At Tremaine Hutchie 1, he says, AE, as in Anthony Edwards, has to earn his dog tags back. Nothing he showed in this series has dog attached to it. I tend to agree. I am personally kind of disappointed in Anthony Edwards. I understand he's a young man. But what I was looking for there, he did not have. At Dirty Water 619 says Pacers is the new P word, relating back to a phone call that we had earlier that was slightly, well, let's just say controversial. At Tostrov, 19th Hole Financial says, what about Freestyle Friday NBA Finals themed? I don't hate that idea. It's just a matter of how much time we're devoting to this. If we're in the second week of the finals,
yeah,
it's sensible then, because there's more finals product to rap about, and we've already established what we're doing.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
And also just a Formax question, Clinton, for us. Thinking out loud. We have 6 lines on this phone that I can use.
Sure.
We had 6 competitors the first round. Right. I imagine this is only going to grow. I don't know how we're going to be able to get all these calls in, all these competitors. Like, we're going to have to figure that out as we get to it.
Listen, we'll sort that out as we go. I'm not too worried about that. But yes, we're delaying Freestyle Friday. I mean, can we just officially say we're delaying it until the next Friday now?
Yes.
Okay, so what is that actual date on the calendar? That date on the calendar would be?
That date would be the
13th.
Yes.
Friday the 13th. Perfect. All right. Friday the 13th, Freestyle Friday. That's what we're doing. That's it. That's the list. Just saying.
Friday the 13th, do we got to do like a spooky theme or something?
We'll figure it out. At Nick Buckholt says, the local radio station here in Indy ran a poll this morning. 97% of the responders said to close it out and not see it in person in Game 6. So, Devin, we are in total disagreement on that. But Indiana's ready to get this thing locked up. Eddie Galindo says, Anaheim needs a pro softball team. They need some kind of good diamond play. Taking a shot there at the Halos. Unnecessary. The Halos are pretty decent this year. They don't have an ace, but they got some fun players in Neto. And you know how I feel about my man Ron Washington. Stop it. Unnecessary. Anyway, Good Times texting us in the middle of the show after we played his music was probably the funniest thing that happened today of all the things. And with that, the Circle of Life is now closed. Oh, man. A bear on campus. The softball team is winning. The alert light is flashing. And I will be going to a college baseball game tomorrow. I'm very excited about this. Unsure what's going on with the Omaha situation as of right now. But UCLA is hosting a regional. They've got Arizona State in that regional. I believe it's Irvine as well. There's one more team. I should know this. I just talked about it. But the point is, tomorrow, I will be headed out to Jackie Robinson Field to watch baseball. I'm so excited about this. College baseball is my jam on every single level. It won't be the first time this season I've been there, but I'm excited about it. Gonna go with Emily Hebel, your friend, who you were talking about Survivor with earlier this morning, Devin.
We might have to get into that later.
You have 15 seconds to let the people know what you have a problem with on the Survivor 50.
Listen, Survivor 50 is starting next spring. It's going to be a milestone moment for the Survivor franchise, and they're not bringing back enough legends in my experience. There's going to be too many people from the new era, and I'm not happy about it.
Survivor Talk. We're going to have a lot of it coming up soon on the program. This has been Clinton and Friends on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app. Joe and Q is up next. I will see you on the...
Carmen and Jurko coming up, and we got a busy Thursday on deck. Courtney Cronin live at Hallis at 12:30. Caleb Williams addressed the media yesterday. We'll play some of the highlights of that. We've got another list, 2 for 2, as far as good ones here to kick off our countdown to the start of the NFL season. So don't miss list number 3. The Thunder punch its ticket to the NBA Finals. The Pacers will try to join them with a win in the Garden tonight. The Panthers are back in the Stanley Cup Final for the 3rd consecutive year. And the Oilers hoping to join them. Plus the Cubs sweep and the White Sox get a win at Citi Field. Lots to talk about. Join us coming up at noon.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet great people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Kap and J Hood here with Howard Enkin.
Hey, what's wrong, Cap?
I slipped on the court and I pulled a hammy.
You did a slip and fall?
I know who to call.
He's playing hurt.
Seriously, anyone who experiences a slip and fall injury should call me at 312-6-million. Auto, truck, rideshare, medical mistakes, I'm here to help.
Yeah, but this one was Cap's fault.
I need some new shoes.
I might be able to find a cold pack for you.
Injury Law Made Personal is Howard Enkin, our attorney on the Kap and J Hood Show. Weekday morning 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
Hi, I'm Connie Britton, and I want to share with you the experience of Donna in Washington. She writes, I got injured about 5 years ago. I was let go when, because of the injury, I couldn't keep up with my schedule. I've tried to find other work, but I'm 68 now. No one wants to hire someone that old. This week is tough, though, because I had to get my tooth fixed. So I only have $10 in my checking account. But it will be okay. I at least have food because of this pantry. Millions of people face hunger. Some every day, just like Donna. The Feeding America network of food banks helps provide over 6 billion meals to people in need each year. Learn more at feedingamerica.org. Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
Hey Lisa, how are you? It's been so long. Are you back for good? What's going on?
Hey, good to see you. Yes, I'm back for good and just trying to get my life back together.
Well, I'm so happy that you're home. It looks like things are going well. I've been seeing those pics you post of you and your family at all those fun events. What gives?
Oh, VetTix. VetTix gives.
What's VetTix?
VetTix is an amazing charity that gives free event tickets, like concerts, sporting events, and shows, to currently serving military vets and their families, and to the immediate families of troops killed in action. It's a really nice organization.
That is so nice.
These events have helped me feel like myself again, and all these new happy memories my family and I are making are priceless.
We have extra tickets sometimes. Can I donate them?
Yes, it's easy. Just go to vettix.org. You can give your extra tickets, and other vets like me can sign up to get them.
Awesome. I love that idea. What a great way to give back. I'm so glad you told me about it, and it was amazing to see you. And listen, thank you for your service.
Hey there, Jane Lynch here. You want to hear something funny? Too bad. You want to hear something uplifting that will inspire you? Good. Because today, I want to talk to you about Direct Relief, a humanitarian organization that does seriously good work when it counts. Fires, hurricanes, earthquakes. When disaster strikes, Direct Relief immediately shows up with medicines, medical supplies, and everything doctors and nurses need to save lives. Let's ship her out! Every day across the United States and around the world, they're making an enormous difference. If someone needs help, Direct Relief helps. No politics, no red tape. Hey, what you doing over there?
Oh, I'm packing insulin for kids with diabetes.
See, every box here is literally a lifeline for someone in critical need. So check them out at directrelief.org. You might just bring a smile to someone's face.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
All right, back in our normal spot after being on a little early yesterday with some day baseball in Queens. White Sox got a win, by the way. Miguel Vargas continues to play very well, so that's nice. Cubs sweep the Rockies. Both teams off today. Reds roll into town for a weekend series on the north side, while the White Sox go to Baltimore to take on maybe the most disappointing team in Major League Baseball so far here to start the season. Lots to talk about today, including a lot of football, and Caleb Williams did address the media yesterday, and it's the best place to begin. Courtney Cronin will join us in 30 minutes. Thought he should have done this last week. Sounds like the Bears maybe intervened and didn't want him to, but he got his chance to kind of put everything out in the open and put everything behind him. Quite frankly, this won't be brought up again. The subject won't be broached again. I know you don't want to help Seth Wickersham sell books. I know you don't want to do that.
I will not.
I know you will not try to help
help
Seth
him
sell books. But I don't know if this constitutes us helping Seth. I don't think it does. I don't think so. We don't even have to mention his name anymore. I won't even bring it up. We'll just talk about Caleb and the Bears and what's relevant. But Caleb did go to the podium yesterday to meet the media, and we're going to play that statement here in a minute. And a few other things that I thought were interesting just about where they are now and where they are in the program, where his mindset is, and hopefully how things are going to get better going into year two. Because the more we learn about last year, sweet Jesus, it was an absolute disaster up in that building.
It was cluster blank.
It really was, wasn't it? And I know you want to put it behind you, but man, oh man, with every new revelation that comes out, you're like, how could it have gotten so bad? And how did they let it just keep spiraling down the drain? I'm not sure. This goes back to like early offseason conversations we had with Ryan Poles, or when he sat down at the combine with Waddle and Silvy and just admitting that things were missed and some steps were skipped and that they probably should have been more proactive in like fixing things that they saw going wrong. Like, why didn't they do all those things? I'll never understand it. Never. I know what led them to Shane Waldron. How they let it get so far out of control, though, I don't think I'll ever know. And I know we need to put it behind us and move on, York, but, like, we don't have games to talk about yet. There are no games to be played. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, this is just where we're kind of stuck for now. And with every new report that comes out and you realize just how dysfunctional it was up there, for some reason it becomes more and more shocking. Maybe it shouldn't be, but because this is the Bears after all. I hope they have finally turned a page in this franchise's history. I really do. I hope they have finally turned a page. They're starting new in a lot of key spots, and I hope it's better because none of us can take this for much longer. The last time the Bears were truly good for any sustained period of time, I was in grade school. Grade school.
It's a long time ago.
It's a long time.
Yeah.
Minus a fun 06 season where they were really good and they were like decently good in 05 and in 2018. The last time they were any kind of sustained success within this organization, I was single digits. It's embarrassing. It really is. And every time it comes up, the national media has a chance to keep taking its pot shots, and rightfully so. I'm so sick of it.
Aaron Rodgers takes his pot shots whenever he can, too.
Yeah, and the only people that can change all this are the people in charge now, and Ben Johnson and his coaching staff, and Caleb Williams, and the rest of this team. And my God, I hope it gets better. This was Caleb yesterday as he stepped to the podium, his opening statement in the wake of some of the things that were reported here in the last couple of weeks with the upcoming book later this fall about quarterbacks in not just the NFL, but in college, quarterbacks in America and how popular they've become. They are the kings right now. This was Caleb Williams stepping to the podium yesterday during OTAs to meet the media.
So, get this started. First, let's start off with it is what everybody would love to ask about is this whole storm that happened. It wasn't something that, we wanted to happen at this point. We're focused on the present. We're focused on now. We're focused on, trying to get this ship moving in the right direction. And I think so far that's what we've been doing. But for this to come out, it's been a distraction. So coming up here and talking about it and addressing it is important today. And so that's what we're here to do. Next is all that went down, all that was said, yeah, I had a good visit at the other place, Minnesota, with Kevin O'Connell, good staff and all of that. Obviously, he just won Coach of the Year award and things like that. So obviously, good staff and things like that. But something that keeps getting lost, something that keeps getting, I think, not being addressed the way it needs to be, is the fact that, I went on that visit first, came here, and then after I came here, I went back home, talked to my dad, and all of the things that were supposed to be these big things that everybody's been talking about recently. One never happened in the sense of they were all thoughts. They were all ideas. And I think if you're in the situation, I think if your son or daughter, anybody is in a situation to be in that position, I think you think about all of the options and, and you look at it, the history and the facts and all these different things. And, those are thoughts that go throughout your head in those situations. So, all of those were thoughts. And then after I came on my visit here, it was a deliberate answer and deliberate and determined answer that I had, is that I wanted to come here. And just like Ben spoke about, obviously, the past years, as everybody knows, it's a fact that quarterback play, there hasn't been a 4,000-yard passer. There's, all these different things that come up. And so, being able to have those thoughts is I think, fair to be able to have, good and bad thoughts. But like I said, I came here on a visit, and like I said, just like Ben said, it's a challenge to be able to come in here and try and turn around. And that was the main goal of all of that, is to, through all of, what was, going on, through all of what happened in last year and previous years, I think that was enticing. I think that was something that was glaring to me, that I wanted to come here and be the guy and be a part and be a reason on why Chicago Bears turn this thing around. So that last thing that was said and all of that, I think, was the most important thing, is that I wanted to be here, that I love being here, I love my teammates, I love all the people that got me here, family, friends, Ryan, Kevin, Floos and Shane, all those guys that went through all of that process with me to get me here. But it was all those things, like I said, were thoughts. But the main goal and the main objective of being here is to turn around. That's why I was selected number one. And so, that's what we're here to do. That's what they brought, me here to do. That's what they brought all these guys here to do. Joe, DJ, all these different guys. And that's why they brought Ben here. And so, like I said, it's a challenge. And we look at those challenges, and, we don't laugh. We look at them really, really seriously, and, we go attack them, to the best of our ability to go and change it and turn it around. So, yeah.
I think there's the explanation you were looking for. Sure, they thought about a lot of things. He had a great meeting with Kevin O'Connell. I'm sure every young quarterback sits down with Kevin O'Connell and is blown away by Kevin O'Connell. That's not a shock. None of this is shocking. He came here, and he went back and he said, I'm good. I'm going to go there. I like what I saw. I like what I heard. We didn't know it was going to turn out quite the way it did in the first season. Hopefully it's finally getting better. But he was sold. So whatever happened, without going into too much detail, he didn't do that. But he was sold. He obviously told you he was sold once he finally met with the Bears.
Not a lot of headlines there. That's all I would say. A guy that's going to be a high draft choice, analyzing where he may or may not go in the draft, having maybe a preference where he might want to go as opposed to where he might end up.
Yeah.
None of that's shocking.
None of it, and it's not shocking to hear him say he was impressed with Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah. None of it's shocking. None of it blows me out of the water. None of it makes for a 24-hour news cycle where it should be the top story, and unfortunately it was, and I put it exactly where it needed to be, in the garbage bin, because that's where it belonged. He talked about it. He had to relive it. He had to go back over it, and that's fine. That's what he did for you today.
I hope a young quarterback.
There's no headlines there, though. None.
I hope a young quarterback in a few years talks about being blown away by Ben Johnson, like telling other people, I want to go play with the Bears. I want to go play for that guy.
Well, you're hoping it's not for 10 more years.
No, I know.
I mean, what are we doing?
I'm just saying. Like,
Come on, champ.
Wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah, of course.
I was blown away by that guy. I told my dad how much I wanted to go play for him. Are you worried the book's going to be a distraction at all? Here's Caleb Williams.
That's why I came up here today to address this and actually speak on some of the things that were at this moment out of context, and also some of the things that I want to clarify, like what we just spoke about in the watching film and things like that. Obviously, my information that I know now was not the same as last year, whether it's fronts, defenses, blitzes, whether it's offense and things like that. And that's something that over the years and over time, speaking on it like Case, he comes in here and he's been in many different offenses and things like that, many different, teams and all of this. So when he comes in here and he hears something, it may be a different name, but it's the same exact thing. So that sort of thing is kind of, on a steady trend longer that I play.
So it said by talking about it now, it won't be a distraction going forward. I don't think it will be either. This is just what he needed to do. Get out there, say a few things about it, be asked a few questions about it, and it'll be in the rear view. They won't have to deal with this again. If he struggles, I think other questions are going to come up, but that doesn't really matter. That won't be that won't pertain as much to what is going to be out in the book later this fall. How about the report of him watching film alone? Caleb tried to clear that up a little bit.
Yeah, that was a funny one that came out. It wasn't that I didn't know how to watch film. It was more or less the sense of learning shortcuts, in the sense of, or not learning shortcuts, but learning ways to watch film and be more efficient, learning ways to pick up things better. And so that was a funny one that came out, that in context and how I was trying to portray it, didn't get portrayed that way. So it wasn't that I didn't know how to watch film. I was trying to figure out the best ways and more efficient ways so I can watch more film, I can gather more information, so that when I do go out there on game day, that it's I'm that information that I gathered through Monday when we got back, all the way up to whatever day the game day is. So when I get out there, I can gather it. I see it, I can react, and it's not me sitting there thinking so much about the rules and these different things. It's more of a reaction game at that point in muscle memory. So,
final one more thing. This is about his dad, and I think he was asked. I don't think the question's in here. I think he was asked specifically, "Does your dad speak for you?" Here's Caleb Williams.
No. I actually shut my dad down quite a bit. He has ideas. He's a smart man, and so I listen, and I always listen. I'm very fortunate to be in this position in the sense of playing QB, but also very fortunate to have a very strong-minded father. And so we talk very often. It's like my mom and my dad are my best friends, and so being able to have conversations with them to understand that everything they say also is portrayed on me. So I think that's the part of it. But other than that, no. I mean, I'm like I said, I'm very fortunate to have a father that's super strong-minded, that's always there, always wants the best for his kid. And I think any of y'all that has a kid or anything like that, a niece or nephew that you love so dearly, they try and help, and you try and help and put them in positions that the best position that you can. So that's all he tries to do. But no, definitely a grown man, and I shut him down quite a lot, just because in season, out of season, something that you have to do. He cares so much about me and my future, and we've been along this journey so long together that all he wants is the best for me. And so if anything happens, he's super high-headed, and it's more of like, all right, like, go ahead and go away, reset and things like that. So, love him to death, and things like that. And like I said, super fortunate to have him. But, we have talks about it, understanding that, it's the right place and the right time. And then, there's times where it's not.
All right, that's a good answer. I don't know. His dad's not really out there like answering questions to the media a lot, is he? Or saying things to the media about Caleb? Doesn't seem like it. I mean, I know there's some stuff in the book. That's a writer. That's a reporter and a writer specifically seeking out people that he's highlighting in a book, though. Of course, you're going to be sitting down, asking questions, getting answers. Like, has Caleb's dad been out? Am I missing something? Does Caleb's dad speak for him?
Not that I've seen.
I don't even know like who's insinuating that.
Well, I think the one thing people would point to is the rumors before the draft that came from Colin Cowherd. I think a lot of people think that connection was from Caleb's dad.
From Caleb's dad.
He also tweets a lot.
Oh, he does tweet a lot? See, I don't go on Twitter. I didn't know that.
Like there was that tweet, I forget after which game, when he just tweeted coaching matters. And like people saw that as a direct shot, obviously.
Yeah, he took a lot of shots at Eberflus.
Took a lot of shots at Flus.
Yeah.
But is that
and what's
his,
funny
is that,
because like
is
his
that a
Twitter
dad,
handle?
Is that a dad being like again? Is it a little overbearing? Like
yeah.
But he's not speaking for. Is
I don't know. It seems like
Caleb.
It seems like that's what this generation of dads for professional athletes
think
do. Because
Caleb is-
like,
yeah,
did you see
maybe
last
you're right.
night Shea Gilgeous-Alexander taking photos after they win, and his dad took the trophy from him, and he's like posing with the trophy, and it's like Shea
Boy.
looked at him and goes, that's not yours. Like
Is it just people want to be on camera?
I don't know. And then you got Halliburton's dad thinking
I
that
know.
he belongs on the court.
They just can't help themselves. What is it? Like they want to be on camera? They have to inject
I
themselves.
don't know. I think it's your generation, right? They're Gen Xers.
They're not Gen Xer. Oh, you mean the dads? The
The
dads.
dads,
the
yeah,
fathers.
right. Like if kids,
Yeah.
if these
Yeah,
athletes
yeah.
are in their early 20s,
Yeah,
their
you're
parents
right.
are
The dads
likely Gen
probably
Xers, right?
Yeah, you're probably right, Chris. Yeah.
What is it?
I don't know. What is it? Is right? Is it just social media? Is it unavoidable?
No, I think that like if you look at the dads, right? Like look at the way Caleb and like a lot of the AAU kids in basketball were brought up. Like their parents, like we all know the history of Caleb. Like he lived in like a room by himself when he went to high school, so he could like his parents have set him up.
Right.
They've
the whole
cultivated
way.
his entire career.
So they feel responsible for his success.
And so their idea of sharing in that is they have to interject themselves into the story
Well,
more.
look, I
They
don't
have
think
to
you're
be-
going to see Carl Wood. Like, let's say that Caleb ever does win an MVP or a Super Bowl. Like, I don't think you're going to see Carl Williams on the podium with him.
Maybe you will.
I don't think so. The Bears aren't going to have Carl Williams on the podium with him.
How did the Thunder have?
Maybe on the field. Well, that was on the court.
That was on the court.
So maybe he's on the field, but it's not like Caleb's going to be handing him the trophy.
I don't know. So I guess this day and age through social media, that's how it's interpreted is he is speaking for his kid, or maybe he's just interjecting himself and his kid doesn't want him to as much, but he's doing it anyway because he has a social media account and he's got a voice and a presence. Everybody's got a voice now with social media. Everybody's got a voice. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I was glad to hear Caleb say no. He speaks for himself and he's a grown man and he shoots his dad down a lot.
You know, when Kachuk was going through the thing they were going through, they always tried to find Keith Kachuk in the stands, right?
Was it during February?
The last
during
one
the
we
Four
had,
Nations?
the Four Nations thing. Archie Manning, every time with Peyton and
with
Eli, they'd always get him, but he'd always be where he's supposed to be.
Yeah.
You know, up in a box.
Wasn't tweeting.
Why can't they find places up in boxes for these guys so they can't make it down to the court?
I don't know. Like, Halliburton's dad was in a suite the other night. It was probably a better place. Like, you don't have to be courtside.
Up in the suite
getting
watching
in the face
TV.
of people.
Yes,
Yeah. I don't know what that is. You're right. Like,
the only
how is it that-
credential you should have as a family member is a credential that gets you into the family room after the game. And then you can wait for the player to come in when he's done, showered up, had his debriefing with his coaching. They go into the family room. That's where you go ahead and meet everybody.
My favorite part about Carl Williams' Twitter account is that he clearly just created one and didn't doesn't care about it. It's like Carl Will 9582961, and it doesn't have a picture. It doesn't have a header. Like it doesn't have anything. Like he just made it and took the first.
Well, did he just take the first one was available?
Well,
Because
yeah,
Carl
'cause-
Williams is a popular name.
Well, you know, like when you make a Twitter account,
Yeah.
it auto-generates a name
auto-generates.
for you.
Yeah,
Like he just went with that one because he just doesn't care.
There's probably a lot of Carl Williams out there.
It's
that have
great,
Twitter
though.
Accounts. All right, if you want to join us, you can at 312-332-3776. We could play a few other highlights, and Courtney Cronin's going to join us at 12:30. I am glad that we could finally start to put some of this behind us. I mean, it obviously was something that was going to have to be addressed. There was no getting around that. So they did it. And there are more important things on the horizon for Caleb and for this franchise, and we'll continue to talk about that. There's a lot going on here, though. We got half of the NBA Finals set. We got half the Stanley Cup Finals set. I mean, how about the Panthers' third straight year in the final? Jeez, I'm a little envious here.
That's Q's team.
That is, well, yeah.
No,
Q,
that was the team
yeah.
Q, and whoever was with him as a general manager.
Yeah.
That's the team they built.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they definitely did. I mean, there are probably some additions. He's been gone 3 years now. There are probably a few things here and there, a few tweaks. But, boy, Paul Maurice.
How many years have they been there?
They've been
said 3 years,
three
right?
straight years. He's been gone, yeah.
Okay, well, there are changes now, but
Yeah.
less changes last year and less changes the year before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so anybody that says that this isn't his I mean, his
Well,
stamp.
he's got some
his
fingerprints
stamp
on
is
it.
on this.
He definitely does. He's got some fingerprints on it. They've done a hell of a job with that roster, man. I said this. They remind me of the Hawks. That's why I watch them and I'm like, oh, man, I'm reminded of all the good times. They're just, like, in these big moments, they were down yesterday. It didn't matter. They came back. They won. Like, they could just choke the life out of you. They play physical and hard and fast, and they're deep, and they can score, and they're really, really impressive. So there's a lot happening. A blowout win for the Thunder last night. I want to talk about Ant a little bit because I think Ant's getting it in the teeth maybe a little bit more than he needs to be right now, too, Anthony Edwards. I think we got to remember that he's 23. So I want to have that conversation with you in a little bit. 312-332-3776. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me tonight, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dion, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg tonight. And please enjoy responsibly.
Life isn't always a highlight reel. One moment everything's going your way, the next, an accident changes everything. Medical bills start piling up, paychecks stop coming in, and the insurance companies try to give you the runaround. This is where Postman Law comes in. With over $3 billion recovered for personal injury victims, they deliver speed, ease, and results when you need the most. Car accident, workplace injury, slip and fall. No matter how you got hurt, Postman Law fights for you, so you can focus on getting better while they handle the rest. No upfront fees, no hassle, just real results. Getting the compensation you deserve shouldn't be a battle. That's why Postman Law makes the process simple, guiding you every step of the way and standing up to the insurance companies so you don't have to. Don't let an injury keep you on the bench. Call 844-POSTMAN now. That's 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. Let them deliver for you.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. Call them today at 866-90-NATION because now is your best chance to get new windows, especially with prices going up. Right now, they've got a great deal. You get 4 windows free when you buy 4, plus a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. And check this out. No money down for 2 full years. It's a smart move, so do not wait. Do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Courtney Cronin in about 7 minutes. She'll join us live at Hallis. Bears wrapping up OTAs. There's a mandatory mini camp next week. This is still the voluntary portion. Real quick, I want to play one more soundbite, and then we'll grab some calls. The difference about watching film now with Ben Johnson. Let's listen to what Caleb Williams had to say about that yesterday.
Like I said, I think Ben has been extremely detailed. And so when he talks about the plays, when he talks about, the pass, run, screen, play action, he talks about them really in depth. And what we love them versus and what we don't love them versus and things like that. And, just have an idea going into practice, going into soon game days and things like that. It's going to be nice for something that we've been repping and getting after. And, I think that's been one of the things that's been really awesome is the detail and, him really being on top of that. And, he's been in it for 6 years. It's been his offense for 6 years. So, he's really on top of it. And, we're only trying to catch up. I'm only trying to catch up to him and be on the top of the details as much as possible.
Very detail-oriented. Good. And Ben Johnson seems to be on top of everything, right? All the little things, body language and discipline, and nobody's got it. There's no depth chart, and nobody's guaranteed of anything, and he's going to push and push and push and push. And he's responsible for changing the culture and getting this franchise going in the right direction, something that hasn't happened in a long time. I'm putting my faith in him. I hope this is finally it. I really do. Manny on I-65. What's going on, Manny?
Hey, guys. No, I just wanted to say how emblematic this is of the Bears organization. If anybody had any type of authority within the organization, Jurko's been a part of NFL family. You know what your guys are about. You know what their family is, how many people come to the games regularly, whose father is a character, how they like their steak, what kind of car they drive. You are aware of all the goings-on in the organization. And like you guys said, their father would be, in the box communicating with them. Caleb came out and said, "Oh, my dad's my best friend." All of this should be known by the organization and in communication with them. But none of that was handled correctly, and now they put Caleb up to it and be like, "No, you go handle this." If anybody had any authority within the organization, it would be like, "No, we're already on top of this." But the Bears, again, this is emblematic of how they operate. And forever they'll be mired in mediocrity if they continue this entire Midwest attitude of, hard hat, lunch pail, and, we play on the lakefront, and this cheapness of, we want to get the best deal for the new stadium, so we're going to sweep this under the rug and sweep that under the rug. It's just nauseating how the league has passed this team by, and we continue to play on parks department grass, and they're trying to put Ferraris on it. And it's like, no, that doesn't work.
There is some thanks, Manny. There is some mom and pop nature to them. That's true. The stadium thing, look, every team wants the people to pay for their stadium. That's just the way it goes. Buffalo's fans are paying for their new stadium. That's the way it is now. We know where this is going. I don't like it, but we know we're paying for it. Or at least a chunk of it.
You've seen the little doohickey that's happening?
Yeah, I saw it. I read it this morning at the Tribune.
What exactly is it?
Well, I guess...
Because I heard the reports of it.
You want me to just read you a couple of things here?
They show you, the governor, and then they show you the Bears, and they show you Arlington Park, and...
Basically, this was from the Trib today. As the Bears have waffled over the past year on where to build a new stadium, one constant has been Governor J.B. Pritzker's skepticism about providing public dollars to help fund the project. But during that time, Pritzker has spent $100,000 in taxpayer funds for an outside legal consultant to advise the state in discussions with the team.
Who is the legal consultant? Do we have a name on them?
Yes. Yes, the legal consultant is. The revelations came to light after the Bears' new advisor, a longtime political consultant who worked on local fundraising for last summer's DNC in Chicago, as well as Pritzker's first campaign for governor in 2018, reached out to the governor's chief of staff in late April in an email. Blah, blah, blah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Ann Caprara? Am I saying the name right?
Say it again.
Ann Caprara? Yes.
All right.
No, I'm sorry. That's the governor's chief of staff. Leah Israel wrote to Ann Caprara, who is Pritzker's chief of staff. So basically, we know where it's going to end up. I don't like it. Teams have been doing this for decades and decades and decades, and they convinced the public long ago that we have to make sure for civic pride we can't let them leave town. They threaten us by leaving town.
Yeah.
And we have to pay for their new stadium, even though there's no benefit to the taxpayer. There's no real benefit to the people. There's no economic benefit. The only economic benefit goes to the owners. That's been proved in countless peer-reviewed economic essays. You can read those online. A simple Google search will turn up hundreds of these. And across the board, pretty much economists agree, there is no public benefit whatsoever. This benefits the team and the team only. The team is the one that will make the money, but they've been very good at convincing all of fandom that, well, they can't leave, so we just have to pay for it. We know where it's going to go. Of course we're going to pay for it. I know that, especially as a resident of Cook County. I am well aware that the taxpayers of the city, whether it's Chicago, Arlington Heights, and then the county, are going to foot the bill for some of the stadium. That's just the way it goes. Don't like it, but that's the way it is. And, yeah, I guess today's story just kind of reveals what's really happening in politics. And, of course, they're going to work to broker a deal. You've said that all along. Mm-hmm. It'll happen when we don't know about it. It happens in the shadows, and it'll just be sprung on us.
She has provided strategic guidance to presidential, Senate, and statewide campaigns such as Senator Tammy Duckworth, Governor J.B. Pritzker, Pete Buttigieg, as well as mission-driven organizations, including all this other stuff, blah, 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 blah.
They still don't know where they're building
and
the
blah,
stadium,
blah, 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 blah. Was she hired by Pritzker to do this?
Yes.
Interesting.
And
former campaign?
Well, she's now working for the Bears.
She's working for the Bears.
Yes, she's now working for the Bears.
So the Bears were forced to hire her?
I don't know how to answer that question, Jurko.
I'm trying to understand exactly how this works.
I'm not an investigative journalist working on this story.
Who's our guy that just got his chops busted and they're trying to throw in prison here?
Our chops busted?
The old guy that ran the government, the state house down there.
Madigan?
Madigan.
Yeah.
Madigan. Yeah.
I don't know.
Boy, I tell you. Oh, it doesn't pass the smell test. That's all I'm saying.
All I know is we'll pay for it.
Something's rotten in Denmark. Yeah, it doesn't pass the smell test to me here, kid.
Yeah, but this is the kind of politicking that goes on. This is the backdoor stuff that happens.
And some people go to jail, and other people just declare it's everyday business.
I don't get caught in some sort of a sting operation, I guess. Coming up, Courtney Cronin will join us live at with a recap of some of the week's festivities up at Hallis, and then look ahead a little bit at mandatory minicamp next week. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
$2.5 million. The Veroliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Veroliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Veroliak Law Group. Playing professional football, being on the radio for years, I've had the chances to endorse many companies. Never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Veroliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Veroliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, and medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 8444-VLG-LAW today. The Veroliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Who are you talking to? As a business owner putting hard-earned dollars into advertising, that question is everything. So who are you talking to? How about a very loyal fan base of a great Chicago team? Send your message out to White Sox fans all over Chicagoland. The Sox fan is hungry for a new start and ready to support a business that supports their team. So who are you talking to? How about you start with talking to us? Send an email to whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com. That's whitesox@goodkarmabrands.com.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays.
Unbelievable! What a play!
See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
The Bears, like most teams in the NFL, in the middle of the offseason program. OTAs again this week. Mandatory minicamp coming up next week. Let's bring in Courtney Cronin. She joins us on the Yingling guest hotline just to recap this week. And he didn't speak a week ago, but he spoke this week. What did you think of Caleb stepping to the podium and all the things he had to say, Courtney?
I thought he handled it perfectly.
Yeah.
Could he have done this a week ago? And maybe it's not a story 2 weeks after the excerpts of the book was released? Sure. But he handled it yesterday. For whatever reason, they didn't have him go week 1 of OTAs. And I think he did a good job. I think, the opening statement, him getting out in front of it instead of waiting for the inevitable questions to come to him was the right approach. And he sounded like a leader. Like, if I'm a Bears fan, I hear Caleb speak yesterday and my, how I feel about him and how I feel about his leadership is strengthened by seeing how he handled that and didn't shy away from anything, met every question head on, didn't deny anything. And it's honestly more that can be said about Caleb than Tom Brady. When Seth's book came out, the It's Better to Be Feared book about Brady, Belichick, and Robert Kraft, Tom Brady denied everything. And it's very clear his involvement in that book was not just speculation. Caleb didn't. There's a lot there, and it's probably only 1% of what, Seth's reporting actually made it into the book. And I think Caleb did a great job being able to say, yeah, these were thoughts and ideas that we had pre-draft, but once I went on my visit to Chicago, I wanted to come in and be the guy. And I don't think there's any better way he could have handled it than saying that and making sure that he really hammered that point and hit it home.
Do you believe this puts an end to it all?
Yeah, it should. Absolutely. There's nothing more to say about it. I don't know what the next follow-up question would be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the only reason this stuff will get brought up again is if they lose and if Caleb struggles. There's going to be the sect of the fan base that always, people aim for low-hanging fruit and say, well, you didn't want to be here anyways.
Yeah, right.
I hope that's not the case for his sake, because I think he's handled it in a way, and the work that he's clearly putting in this offseason is showing you how badly he wants this, how badly he wants to put, a really bad chapter of his football career behind him. But that's the only way I think it ever becomes a story again, which, I know there's people in this fan base who didn't want to hear about this. I'm so sorry. This was a big story. If it doesn't get addressed, it lingers, and it's naturally because it is juicy information. And it's important information. It was stuff that was real. This was his real life experience as a rookie, and I think he had every right to talk about his season, however he felt it went down, and I think he had a right to give clarity on things that needed clarity for his sake, but also for the organization and the people that brought him here and believe in him.
Why does Ben Johnson feel it's important for him to kind of clean up some of the body language stuff?
I think it's interesting because they went through his film from last year and, pointed to specific moments where they felt he didn't have the best body language. And I think it's more than just Caleb. It's an accountability factor for everybody else, because if you see the quarterback of your team, the most important position on the field, portraying himself in a certain way, and I kind of read between the lines, you don't want a defeatist body language out there, because if you do, then other guys are going to see if he's giving up, then why should we still be all in? So I thought that was important, and I don't think there was any moments where Caleb's body language was reflective of anything other than I'm getting my ass kicked out here. Frankly, I keep thinking back to the Minnesota game on Monday night, and he's getting rocked, and yes, the cameras were showing him writhing in pain on the sideline and maybe laying a little bit too long on the ground. I'm never going to fault somebody for how they react to taking hits from defensive ends that are 5 times the size of me. But I understand he's in a position where you have to react differently to that and fight through, the pain and frustration of getting hit, and sometimes free rushers are coming at you and you feel like, well, if you would have just done your job differently, I wouldn't be on my back. All of those are thoughts that those are valid and he's allowed to have them. But I think what Ben Johnson wants is for Caleb to compartmentalize that a little bit better and show physical leadership through how he gets in and out of the huddle quickly, gets everybody else, in the right direction, because that stuff matters. That stuff does have a carryover effect into how you feel and how quickly you're able to bounce back from a bad play, a bad game, what have you.
Is this left tackle position trending to be Ozzie Trapillo's job to lose? We'll put it that way.
I think it's still early, because what Ben Johnson said yesterday about Braxton Jones coming back, and that it's going to be, Trapillo all day yesterday at left tackle, and then last week it was Karan Hamagaji when we were out there for OTAs. They're going to be rotating between the two of them. But until Braxton comes back and it becomes a real competition to see who your starting left tackle is going to be, it's going to be those two. I think the more interesting part of this is that Darnell Wright has stayed at right tackle.
There you go,
The Bears are the ones who opened the door about, he could move. He's got the versatility to do it. But that hasn't, they like him at right tackle, as they should, because he's played there for 2 years. So I think this is, it's their way of getting Trapillo reps at a position where he could actually see time next year instead of playing him at his more natural position that's already occupied by a starter.
In the defensive backfield, the guy that was a problem last year was Stevenson, obviously after the Washington thing, and then the fallout from that the whole way. What's the communication been like between the defensive coaches and Stevenson so far?
I know that there was this idea last year about what happened after the Washington game and whether he was getting the support he needed or not, because obviously, the boulder that he was carrying around, the shame he probably felt from, his actions leading to the play that then torpedoed their season. It's not all on him, but I can imagine just from being, a human here, he probably felt a lot of that weight. His personality in the locker room changed, at least when we were around. He didn't want to talk, and I get it, because he felt like the world was against him. But I think the coaching staff didn't do enough last year, from my understanding and conversations I had with people on last year's staff, to try to help him move past that. So this year, and what we've heard from Al Harris a couple of weeks ago when he talked before the draft, and what you're seeing out there is someone who's present, which again, he doesn't have to be. It's voluntary OTAs, but he's here because clearly he wants to be. And knowing that this is a chance for him going into year 3 to put a really tough season behind him and show that he can not let anything from last year affect how he plays, because pretty soon he'll be in a contract year. These seasons go quickly. Yeah. And this is such a pivotal moment for him in his career as a second-round pick to show Ryan Poles, his front office, his coaching staff, his value. And not just his value for now, but setting himself up for long-term value here.
Anything we need to know about mandatory minicamp next week and what we expect?
So it's June 3 through 5. I don't imagine Caleb will speak again until training camp. Right. So that's one thing. Usually the quarterback will talk during mandatory camp, but since he got it out of the way yesterday, I don't imagine he will again. But you'll get 3 days of Ben Johnson. And, the others that we haven't heard from yet are DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, Jalen Johnson. I think that's, there's important things that, DJ on however many coaches this has been for him. Roma Dunze going into year 2 and hearing what Ben Johnson said about Rome last week was, pretty eye-opening, just of saying he's one of the best, prepared pros that he's been around. But in addition to, like, all of that, there's going to be, Ben said he doesn't anticipate any injuries keeping guys out. So there's a few guys, Luther Burden dealing with a soft tissue injury. Kyler Gordon is as well, TJ Edwards. Ben said he didn't expect any absences, so I'm curious to see injury-wise, because we know like guys like Colson Loveland won't be playing because they're still rehabbing, but, they got their contract stuff done out of the way before any of it could have even rose to the level of being an issue. So no holdouts expected, and if health is if it's true where they're trending health-wise, that's a great sign if they don't feel they're going to have anybody that can't play next week.
Yeah, I mean, I like how you said DJ Moore. How many coaches is this? Is this 4 coaches in 5 years, I think? It's 3 in 3 years for Caleb?
I think that's right. And
right?
I've lost track of the offensive coordinators for him, too. So.
Too many. It's a lot of different coaches in a 5-year span for one player.
It is. And, for him to have Antoine Randall out, because, there's a lot of different experiences in that room, and there's a lot of different places that guys are at in their career. I remember talking with Randall L. in April about how different is it going to be when you have to coach DJ Moore, who's done things a certain way for 7 years in the NFL, versus Rome, who's ready to take off in year 2. And I think that he's going to have his work cut out for him, because that's 2 different styles that you've got to approach it with. And then if you throw in Luther Burden, who's just getting started, you've got to go even further back to the basics with one specific player, whereas you've got DJ, who's the clear leader in that room, trying to get himself back to where he was 2 years ago. So there's a lot there. I think the receiver room is going to be probably one of the more interesting dynamics on the team this year.
Yeah, good point. All right, Courtney, anything else we need to know, or is that about it?
Yeah, I think the one other thing for joint practices that Ben mentioned yesterday, it's going to be 1 day each with Miami and then with Buffalo, and then it'll be the preseason game. So probably similar format to what they did last year with the Bengals. I just remember that was a closed practice day because of weather. So don't know what the schedule should be coming out for camp, I would imagine, by like the 2nd or 3rd week of June. So fans can probably anticipate one of those practices being open, I would imagine, before the preseason game.
All right, good stuff, Courtney. We'll talk to you next week for mandatory minicamp. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, there's Courtney Cronin, brought to you by Costa Ivone. Injured in a car crash or at work? Call Costa Ivone, your local injury lawyers. They live here. They work here. They fight for their people. Costa Ivone, call 708-4-MILLION. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports. Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Jurko's Summer Friday. Join the boys tomorrow as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Jurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you tomorrow from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
I've been playing sports all my life. Little football, basketball, pickleball, cross training, mud events, Spartan races and things like that.
For Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor, staying active means everything. So when nagging knee pain slowed him down, he didn't want drugs or invasive surgery. He found a natural way to get lasting relief. QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies.
We're using my body's natural abilities to get better. And that's huge. In time, that's going to be the way of the future. Using your own body's ability to heal. Now I can play day to day and not have that severe pain.
Now he's back out there doing what he loves, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Life is good. You're not going to slow me down.
Leave the pain behind and get moving. Book your free consultation today with QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. In the North Shore and North Side of Chicago, there's only one name you need to know for fences. It's FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy in 41. They stand out as the locally owned, operated fence company dedicated exclusively to this community. From the timeless appeal of Western red cedar wood to modern no-maintenance composite materials for a contemporary look, FenceWorks guarantees custom quality that meets your needs. Take the first steps to keeping your family and your home safe by visiting theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
Zoning out on that Zoom meeting? Zoom. Find out what Carmen and Jurko were talking about. Tell your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Counting down the days of the start of the NFL season, down to 98 already. So we kicked off our list season around these parts with Carmen and Jurko. We got a new list coming up in the next 15 minutes or so, a little bit after 1. We got the lunch rush at 1:30. Crosstalk at 2:35 with Waddle and Silvy. And they're on the air till 6:30 to get you home on this Thursday. Then Bears Weekly with Joniak and Thayer into Pacers and Knicks in progress from the Garden, Game 5. And it is win or go home for the Knicks as they try to extend it back for a Game 6. If they lose tonight, the Pacers will join the Thunder in the finals, which start a week from tonight. Eric is in Oswego on ESPN 1000. Hey, Eric.
Hey, guys. Hey, I just want to bring up real quick. I noticed in today's Chicago Tribune, they had a picture of Caleb at his press conference, or wherever you want to call it, yesterday. And if you look in his right ear, I could be wrong, but it looked like there's a purple and a gold earring in his right ear.
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't know if that was like a little bit of a clapback or
why.
If maybe I was looking at it.
Oh, purple. Oh, like Vikings colors, purple and gold.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm looking at the photo
That's
in
amazing,
question.
Eric.
I'm looking at the photo in question right now. Eric is not wrong.
Eric, hold on. All right, Eric, that's a good one. Let me look.
Call of the year. And the contest now. That's the call of the year.
He's wearing a purple and yellow earring.
He is. Eric,
I don't know if it's 2 earrings or 1 earring.
He's secretly signaling something to the Vikings.
But Caleb Williams
catch by Eric.
And now we have to wait until training camp, as Courtney said, to ask him about the purple and yellow earring.
Call of the year.
Now we have to
That
wait.
is an amazing catch because they're 2 little like stud earrings.
Yep.
That's a great catch by Eric. I don't know how some people notice these things. You guys, I could never be a detective, you guys.
I mean,
Eric might be a detective.
You're looking at the picture. That's a huge picture of Caleb Williams. It is front and center.
I know, but I never would have noticed that, Adam.
Yeah.
I'd be a terrible detective. Terrible FBI agent.
I'm trying to click on it and make
Terrible.
it bigger, but, I mean.
Does Eric work for the FBI? That's a great catch. I love, now we got to make a big deal out of that.
Something
Here,
is
Yerk,
afoot.
Do you see it, Yerk? You want to see it
Well,
over there?
listen,
that is odd. That is odd.
How'd you get the picture that big? That's what I was trying to do.
I don't know. Look at that. It's a golden.
Is that amethyst?
I don't know. It's a purple and gold earring.
Oh, man. What stones are those, man?
Eric might have just had the call of the year, you guys. You might be right.
I'm going to have to go look at my stones
You
to see what we have.
Got to end it. Of course, Eddie on the north side could easily top it right here. I mean, easily. Right?
Let's hear it.
Let's
then.
try. Eddie, what's up, buddy?
No, but the way he just mentioned it, I think that's like a big middle finger up to Chicago. You know, that earring and everything.
I don't know. That can't be a coincidence.
So we can all agree that Keelan Allen was a bust and a waste of money, and another on the negative side of
Maybe more of a waste of a draft pick, if you want to say. Well, why do you say that about Keenan Allen now, though?
I don't know, because he brought nothing. Everybody made a big stink about him coming here. He's going to do this and that.
The team stunk. I mean, I don't think it was Keenan Allen's fault, though. I think they were hoping that he would provide a reliable sort of zone beater target and a veteran presence. And I think they obviously thought they were going to have a much better team. And if they did, he could have contributed in more significant ways. But I don't blame Keenan Allen for anything that went wrong last year. He still was one of their more productive guys in a lousy offense.
Carmen, Jurko, another movie from yesterday when we were talking about it, and I thought about it and I forgot all about it. The Sixth Sense.
That made you cry?
I know you guys had seen that.
That made you cry, though?
No. Hey, that scene when he was talking about his grandmother taking that brooch or whatever in the car, that was a pretty gripping scene when that bicycler got killed or something in front.
Did you say bicycler or a bicyclist?
The other scene where the father with the daughter, where she was at the funeral home.
Yeah.
And
right.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about, Eddie. To me, that's not one that would necessarily, but I have Seabiscuit on my list, and people probably think I'm crazy.
Yep.
So to each his own.
You are nuts.
Thank you, Eddie. And Eddie, it's a bicyclist, I don't think it's a bicycler, is it? It's a bicyclist.
Keeler Allen.
Eddie could Chicago anything. I love it.
Yes.
That's why God bless his heart.
Yes, he can.
I just like that you give him a response, and he just keeps going on with his own thing.
And then he talks about the movies. Real quick, Adam and Wheaton wanted to talk about the list. Go ahead, Adam.
Hey, guys. I normally call in, but I've been working midnight, so I've been listening to you guys on the app.
Okay.
Available on iTunes and Android stores for all you guys out there.
Thank you for the plug, Adam. We appreciate it.
See what I did there, Carm? I learned from the best. I learned from the best from Jurko. I learned from the best.
That's exactly what you did, Adam. Good job.
So my list, I got 2 cars and 2 shows or movies.
Okay.
The cars.
Go ahead.
The Monte Carlo from Training Day.
That's a pretty good one. I don't think anybody said that.
Nobody did.
Hell of a call on that one. Love that movie, and it's a badass ride. Good call.
And then the other one, if anyone remembers the show Nash Bridges, the yellow 71 Cuda.
Sure. It's another good one. Ooh. Nash Bridges, Don Johnson, right?
The Cuda.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And then my shows or movies, I just watched the finale. I cried during the finale of Young Sheldon where his father died.
Okay.
And then the first one I cried at in a movie theater, The Sixth Man with Marlon Wayans when Kadeem Hardison died and he went back up to heaven when they showed him leaving.
All right, that one I'm unfamiliar with.
Yeah,
your first 2 out of the park. Your last
that.
2 I'm not so sure, Adam. I love that the lists are so popular. Guys are calling like 2 days later.
I'm telling you, I had league yesterday.
Adam, thanks, buddy.
I had league yesterday, and it was the talk of the town.
Everybody was giving you their list of movies?
Yeah, they're telling this is the car that you missed. This is the car that you missed.
Well, we got a list coming up.
This is what movie made me cry.
And I have a list for you before the actual list.
Oh, my heavens.
There are 2 lists coming up. Wow. It's Carmen and York back in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Spring is here. So many great things you do with the kids as things warm up. What a wonderful family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to talk about taking the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no-needle, no-scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Automatic.com.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
I didn't know
he clanked it. He clanked it.
Come on, Jesse. I didn't know my mic was on. I clanked it, Chris. That's my bad.
Did you turn it on to cough?
I turned it on. I was so excited to speak. I'm glad to be with you all. Abdallah's back. First time he gets to do the list live with us.
You're a clanker, kid.
I don't notice things like, I mean, it's got to be really obvious, like, for me to notice what kind of an earring a man is wearing. You know, like, you see Michael walking around with the hoop earring still, and you're like, really? Still rocking the hoop earring? That's a little noticeable.
I mean, you would notice it if one of us suddenly walked in with an earring.
I probably would.
Like, if I came back from a few days off just now and I had an earring, you'd be like, what?
Like, Caleb wearing an earring at the podium, I don't think much of it, but who was it that called in Oswego? Eric? He said, guys, what was with Caleb wearing the Viking color earrings? And we said, wait a minute. That's an interesting catch. Why is he wearing seemingly a purple and a gold earring?
Amethyst and citrine is what I'm guessing.
So look at you, citrine. Do you know the November birthstones are topaz and citrine?
Mm-hmm.
He is a November birthday. And topaz comes in a variety of colors, including like that hue of purple. Citrine, as you correctly identified, is exactly the earring he's wearing. So is he just wearing his birthstones?
Maybe, but usually there's only one birthstone.
Well, it says there's two, Yerk.
Who's doubling up November and why?
This is from the GIA. Isn't that like the Gemicological? Am I saying that right? I'm going to be like Eddie on the north side calling bicyclists bicyclers.
They're the ones that grade. They're the ones that grade stones.
They grade them. What's
GIA grades
the GIO,
stones?
like Gem. What does the G stand for?
Well, GEM, International Association. Internationalization.
The gemology. The genealogist. Institute of America. I don't know.
But they grade the stone.
Well, they say that November birthdays have two beautiful birthstones to choose from, citrine and topaz.
Interesting. Why?
I don't know. What are you asking me? How am I supposed to know?
September, sapphire. July, ruby. May, emerald. April, diamond.
I know you know yours.
So does my kids, too.
I know, but yours has 3, it says.
Mine's crap.
Peridot?
Peridot.
Oh, is it peridot? I would have thought peridot.
Looks like frozen snot.
Spinel and sardonyx?
What? Spinel, since when?
Yurko, I'm reading.
I understand why. Ours was so crappy, they probably gave us a couple of bonus ones.
It is ugly. That paradox.
Yeah,
is ugly.
it's terrible.
It's funny.
I mean, who said August? God, I'm tired in
That's
August.
good.
You ever notice, like, in the calendars, too? Like, you'll get to August, and it's like they're tired of picking out good stuff.
I think they are.
And they'll just, like, let's put the crappy one in August.
Like, what's your...
Especially the pictures, those
Yeah.
picture calendars. You get to to that point of the year, and it's
That's true. It's
all the good pictures are in the spring and early
Right.
summer.
Like girls in bikinis, right? You get girls in
Sure.
bikini, and it's like, oh, my God, look at that. Get to August, and it's Rachel Maddow in a bikini.
August is a little bit of a tough month. You know, you feel like you're sort of making the turn for like the backside of summer, and it's back to school, and it's hot and it's sticky.
I don't know,
August is a tough month.
August is the month that's been shorted forever.
Yeah.
That's just the way
You're
it is.
kinda right
If you're
about
an
that.
August birthday, you've been screwed. The only great
We
thing
did this
you
list
have-
last year.
Did
Favorite
we?
months.
You got the
We did.
Leo.
Yeah,
Carmen, you got the Leo sign. That's what you have.
You got the Leo.
Well, most of the month is a Leo. So you know what? Makes up for it.
At least you got that for
Makes
you.
up for it, Carmen.
There's no way he didn't do this deliberately.
Wow, it could just be Adam. I'm
Nope.
telling you, it could
Nope.
just be his.
Dude, you know you're okay. You wake up in the morning. You know you're going to be speaking to the media that day. You have. I guarantee you, these aren't his and his only set of earrings.
Do you think he just sleeps in them? Those are the ones he's wearing right now.
No.
He went to bed. He didn't remember in the morning.
You don't make a conscious decision to put that in, knowing you're going to be talking about how you met with the Vikings.
He might not have known that it was going to.
Do earrings come out every night?
I don't know.
I'm not an earring wearer.
not
I
an
don't
earring-
know.
I don't know.
I thought if you put earrings in, they don't come out.
I think you can or you can't.
Those are just
I think
little
it's
studs. I think
it's optional.
He's just sleeping those.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely hilarious. It's the height of lunacy, and still it cracks me up a little bit that Eric caught that and that we're having fun with it.
All right, let's get to the list.
Wait, hold on. I got one before that though.
All right.
Just one real quick here.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna quiz you, Jurko. This is baseball. You ready for baseball quiz?
Baseball quiz. Love it.
So Fangraphs tends to, not tends, I mean they do. Like Fangraphs really puts a lot of emphasis in their base running and defensive metrics. And so their WAR numbers are going to reflect that. And they're often quite different from the baseball reference WAR numbers, okay? So they're really weighting base running and defense.
Right. If you can steal bases or get an extra base.
Yeah, like they like that. And they love defense.
And if you can track down things, they like you.
So we're just over a third of the way through the season. There are currently 4 players, according to Baseball Reference, in baseball that have 3 or more wins above replacement. Can you name all 4 of them?
That answer would probably be a resounding no.
Would you like to take a
PCA.
PCA is on the list. He is tied for second, Jurko, at 3.2 Fangraphs WAR right now. And
Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani has 3 on the head. And, of course, he doesn't get any added boost from defense because he's not playing defense.
He's third.
But his base running numbers are okay. PCA, by the way, base running and defense, tremendous.
Yeah.
They are, like, through the roof. Fangraphs loves his defense, and they love his base running. And, obviously, offensively, he's having a very fine year, too. So Shohei has 3. PCA has 3.2. He's tied with one other player, and then there's one player above all of them.
Fernando Tatis.
No, Tatis is good for 2.5 right now. You're forgetting, like, one kind of obvious one. One I wouldn't expect you to get, but you're forgetting a pretty obvious. Like, he's the best player in the game. Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge.
Yeah. Has 1.5 more wins than anybody else. That's how much
Wonderful.
better he is than
Aaron Judge.
And then you'd never get Cal Raleigh, but we've talked about him a little bit. He's the best defensive catcher in the game, and he also hits a lot of home runs. So he has a tremendous WAR, according to Fangraphs, mostly based on, not mostly, I should say, but he really gets propped up because of his tremendous defense.
His
too.
framing.
He's just great defensively all around. I mean, he's probably the best in the game, or he's certainly one of them. So it's Judge, Raleigh, PCA, and Ohtani. Those are the only 4. Bobby Witt's close. He's at 2.8.
Who's the best framer in Major League Baseball?
Right now? It's a great question. I don't have a good answer for you off the top of my
They would
head.
call him the Carpenter.
Yeah, that's funny.
Because they do framing.
Back in the day, it would have been one of the Molina boys, Jurko. It would have been probably Jose Molina back in the day.
Be the Carpenter because he's so good at framing.
For a while there, you know who was good for a little while there? Like the Grandal was good. He was bad defensively, but he was good at the framing thing for a little while.
I think we're ready for the list.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good question, though. I don't know who would be the best in the game right now. Maybe Cal Raleigh. All right, let's spin the wheel and do a list for today.
Okay, so production.
Adam, welcome back.
Thank you. Production meeting on the air. So we were 4 minutes away from break. That's not enough time to do the list.
All right, you want to wait a minute?
So
you melted away the segment there.
We were having fun, and then we were talking baseball. And what are we doing?
Well, listen,
baseball stats.
Yeah.
Top
of the hour is supposed to be the list.
I had to do the Keenan, not Keenan, the
Keelan?
the Caleb. Yeah, the Keelan. What did he call him?
Keeler Allen.
Keeler Allen.
I think you take a couple phone calls, and then we'll come back and do the list when we come back.
I'm going to be honest.
I mean, last hour you
It's
broke it 34.
disappointing, right?
I've been
What are we
with this
doing
guy
here?
since January of 2009.
Long time.
And invariably, that thing is on the road. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not on the yellow line.
The rig.
Not on the white. You never hear the rumble strips when this guy's got it going. You know what I'm saying? You never hear nothing. That thing is in the center of the lane. Boom.
Well, I thought it was important.
I trust him invariably.
Got to trust your partner.
When he changes directions because he feels it needs to change direction.
I thought the
if we got
Caleb
to take a
Earring
left,
thing
we got
needed
to take a route. We're never going to get stuck on the roundabout. No Big Ben Parliament forever. Nothing. I trust this man. And today he has led me astray.
Well, I thought the Caleb thing needed
First time
a
in
minute.
16 years.
He clanked it. He clanked it.
I can't
I
believe
thought it hit him
The
right
whole
on top
segment
of
was
his
thrown
head.
off when you coughed.
You clanked it.
I've
whole
never seen
segment.
him play like that.
No, that's unique.
It's like a poor lovemaking session.
Oh, no.
When you jump the gun
When you
and
clank
you're
it?
spent. Yes.
too
And you're
fast?
spent. This guy jumped the gun at the beginning, and it was just like he's trying to put too much sausage in the casing. You got to pace yourself. It's a 3-hour show.
I felt the Caleb Earring thing needed a minute because when I realized that he might have just been wearing his birthstones, I thought that was an interesting tidbit.
And then you had another list before the list.
Well, that took 2 seconds.
I doubt that, Carm.
No,
It felt like an hour, though.
We need to sit
It
down.
did. It really did.
We need to sit down tomorrow. Okay, the list is going to be here. When we come back, the list is going to be here. Tomorrow, we got to do sound check. We haven't had those since there was a portly
With
fella
Danny?
back there. No, there's a portly fella back there in the early aughts.
That's an air check.
Okay, air check, sound check, whatever.
We're going to sit down and have a listen.
and we're going to analyze this thing and where it went off and why we couldn't get it back on the rails.
What time tomorrow? Danny's office at what time? Do you guys want to get together?
8 a.m.
Danny doesn't come to work on Fridays.
Wow.
Wow.
I hope he's listening.
cow.
My God.
Apparently, he doesn't come on Mondays and Tuesdays either.
Right to the guardrail now. Oof. Too fast, too furious over here.
We are on remote tomorrow. We're at Hillgrove Tap, a home game for me in
We
Western
could Zoom
Springs.
it. There could always be a Zoom meeting.
No, we got to tape odds couple in the morning. No, we don't have time.
He got his Rake City baseball shirt on. He's all happy. Nipples are hard. Diamond cutters underneath there.
They're not hard.
Oh, yeah. Look at him.
Hillgrove Tap tomorrow.
Paint a picture for you.
Wolf Road and Hillgrove in Western Springs with Yingling as the Yingling Summer Tour kicks off. All right, here, let's grab a call real
No,
quick.
now we don't have time for the calls.
And now we're late.
Now we're late.
It's Saturday.
Yes. There he is.
Turn the camera on.
He's here.
Turn the camera on.
How dare you
don't
make
come in
this
on Fridays.
How dare you make this about me? I'm in the office. Adam, what did I tell you today before the show is the best thing you guys do?
The list.
The list.
The
I'm
list.
in the
You told
office.
Adam that?
I told Adam the best
Well, you
thing
didn't
you
tell
do.
us that.
Air checks. Air checks.
Hey, I tell him it's the best thing you do. I'm in the office, eagerly awaiting the list, and you're giving baseball stats
No.
and keeping me hanging.
You got to admit.
Imagine what the fans out there
You
are
got to
waiting.
admit that Caleb Earring thing is interesting. That's an interesting tidbit.
Very interesting.
Do you ever wear earrings, Danny?
Back in the day,
he
I
did when
did.
he was
Yeah.
young.
Did you keep
yes.
it in if it was a stud, or did you take it out every night?
No, I never took it out ever.
See, so that's what,
That's
he
it.
could have
That's
went to
what- that's
bed, woke up,
And he never takes them out.
I'm
Never
like
takes them out.
99% sure that my wife takes them out every night.
She might be hoops, though, Adam.
Oh, they're not hoops.
Hoops. Like
They're not hoops.
chandeliers.
What year is
Like
it?
chandeliers.
I
like
know
up
what
her
kind of
ears?
earrings my wife wears.
Are
You know what they say, bigger the hoop.
Does she wear Coco Chanel's?
Are you going to be here tomorrow for an
Yeah,
answer?
how
You're not going to
dare
be here.
you?
You're not going to be here.
How
You don't come
dare
in.
you
He
make
knows.
this
He
about
doesn't
me?
come in on Fridays anymore.
How dare
we don't see him.
No, not on Fridays. Oh, where's Danny?
It's
He's
okay.
working from home.
But you guys are out on Fridays at the different partner locations. I'm out on Fridays at different partner
Danny,
locations.
you're being green. You're being green is what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Green. Sure, that's what he's doing.
The lights are going to be low again, and
But we're now going to reinstate air checks once a week.
Oh, yeah.
Just me and Yerk. We're going to listen to everything you guys
You
do.
want to stick around and do the list next? You want to do it?
I mean, it would be an honor to be a part of the list.
All right, Danny, maybe we'll have a five-way.
Get some headphones.
This is like the five-man weave.
A five-way.
You're going to need some headphones.
A five-man bang.
This is the
Oh, man.
We'll do a list, and maybe Zetterman will stick around and do a list with us coming up next.
So he clanked it. He clanked it.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select a local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
Hey guys, it's Silvy for Window Nation. Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, no monthly payments until 2027. It's a lot of savings and a super smart investment when prices are going up. Their windows also come with a lifetime warranty, so you'll keep saving long into the future. Hurry, the sale ends soon. Don't wait to get your estimate. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
I mean, Adam's back. He gets to do the list live for the first time. And Zetterman, I don't think he's ever done a list. Not with us, anyway. He's going to do it, too.
Yeah, not that I remember.
This is the talk of the town. Everybody loves the list.
Ooh, I'm telling you.
All right, Abdallah. Black, spin the wheel.
Give it a spin.
All right, gentlemen. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be spinning the wheel. Here we go. Spin, 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 spin. Lands on number 91. Okay, let's see. 91. Oh, okay. I'm excited to start these. Okay, so a theme throughout the lists this year are going to be blank, blank things. Chris is shaking his head because he doesn't appreciate it, but whatever.
No, I think he just got lazy with the list.
Well, then you make it next year.
Yeah.
So blank things, okay?
Okay.
So we had a lot. So like last year you did your favorite comedic actors.
Yeah.
But now we're going to break down those actors' things. So our first, so I've got like Al Pacino things. I've got, blank Samuel L. Jackson things. So today's list, number 91, Will Ferrell things.
Will Ferrell things.
So Will Ferrell has been a SNL cast member. It could be SNL sketches. It could be movies he's been in. It could be anything involving Will Ferrell.
Wow. So any character or sketch?
Anything you want that involves Will Ferrell. He could have showed up to your house one day.
I'll tell you what won't be there is Harry Carey impression. It's brutal.
I think
he got on SNL because of that.
Isn't it supposed to be brutal?
I hope not.
Will Ferrell things. Okay. Boy.
There's a lot.
I'm going through my mind of some of his great SNL things, too. I mean,
as well you should. I mean, it could be number 1, it could be number 6, depending upon what you like.
There's a lot of stuff.
I've got this one.
He's been randomly showing up places as a DJ, too. He was like DJing a bunch of like frat. Like I think it was his son's frat. And he just showed up and started DJing like a party that they had.
All right, I think I'm
ready.
Are you really?
Yeah,
Boy, that was fast. Danny, how you doing over there?
This is a tough one, man. I feel like we need preparation for
that's
something.
the beauty
like
of
this.
this.
Point.
That's the beauty of
And
this.
then we forget things, and people are going to call and say, "Oh, you guys missed a good one."
Yeah, I've got mine if I'm ready to go.
Wow, you and
I've been
Adam,
first a long time. You ready?
You want to go, Yerk? Go ahead.
The one Will Ferrell does with the little daughter when she wants to rent.
The baby video?
Yeah.
The first funny. That was like the first time Funny or Die got famous. Yeah.
Yes. Funny or Die. It's when the little girl, she wants to rent. And he's like, come on, give me more time. 4, Cowbell.
Yeah, it's on my list.
Give me more Cowbell.
That's definitely on my list.
Wedding Crashers. Mom, the Meatloaf.
Yep.
Mom, the Meatloaf.
Me too.
Elf, specifically when he's singing the song while the girl is in the shower.
Oh, yeah.
And then old school. My Boy Blue. My Boy Blue.
All right.
Those are pretty good.
Good list.
You want to go, Adam?
Yeah, sure. I'm
Go
ready.
ahead.
I go first.
I'm ready. Let's see. Number 5, Mugatu. For
Oh,
Zoolander.
that's a great one, Adam.
Number 4, Ashley Schaefer, BMW.
Another very good one.
Number 3 is Elf. I just like Elf. I don't have like a specific scene.
Right,
I just like
Elf.
Elf.
I love Elf.
Number 2, I Drive a Dodge Stratus. It's an SNL sketch that he
I don't know
did.
if I
It was
remember
great.
that,
Oh,
but
it's
okay.
a great one. He's
Yeah,
at a dinner table and he's being disrespected by his kids.
Okay.
He just keeps yelling, "I drive a Dodge Stratus." And then number 1 is also a recurring character that they did on SNL. It was when they were in the mall at the like very fashionable store, and he would roll out on the little scooter, and he had the little tiny phone. I cry laughing every time I see that character.
That's pretty good.
That's number 1 for me.
I feel like there's a lot of crossover on all of these lists. I feel like that's going to be the case.
There's a lot of things that
All right.
happened during SNL that
Yeah.
well, you found some really unique things that touched your soul, Adam.
Yeah.
Okay, I have my list, Carmen.
All right,
Here
go
you
ahead.
go. I'll go Elf, number 5. Number 4, I'll go with the more Cowbell sketch from SNL. Number 3, Old School. Number 2, Talladega Nights. Number 1, do you guys remember in Austin Powers? He was the henchman that died, but you could still hear him. Burning
badly, but I'm still alive.
Can anyone hear me?
Can anyone help me?
I'm going to go with that, number 1.
That's pretty good, Chris. See, that's a deep cut that I like. Oh, man. Danny? You want to go?
I'm going to go. I have a lot of crossover with Chris. I'm going to try to be a little more specific. I'm taking the guidance of Jurko. So I'm going to go with Elf as number 5, but I'm going to go with that breakfast scene when he's just putting all the sweets and the candy and all that stuff on the plate.
Maple syrup.
Maple syrup. I love that
On
scene.
the spaghetti, too.
Number 4, Step Brothers.
Yeah, that's
there's so many scenes, so I'm not going to pick one. Number 3, Cowbell. Number 2, Abdallah will appreciate this. I love that Will Ferrell looks exactly like Chad Smith, the drummer from the Red Hot Chili
just
Peppers.
His being? You just like his being?
I just like that they look like
and
they're
they've had drum-offs against each other.
Yep, doppelgangers of one another. Number 1, and one of my favorite movies of all time, Old School, but if I'm going to pick something of my favorite, is his wife. For some reason, Will Ferrell's wife in that movie.
Name? It's she played Piven's wife in Entourage.
Yes, I've always had a thing for her, so I'm going to go with Will Ferrell's wife in Old School.
That's an interesting one. All right, that's pretty good. All right, I don't know if I love my list, but here we go.
I'm sure you don't.
I'm going to go because there's a lot in here, man. There's a lot. I'm going to go with the sketch he did for Funny or Die with John C. Reilly when they did the spoof of the Little Drummer Boy.
Oh, that was great.
That's awesome.
I really love that a lot. That always makes me laugh.
That's the type of specificness I like.
Because that was great, and it was just creative and funny, and I can watch that anytime. And then I'll stick with the holidays. Elf's one of my favorite movies, and so I'll go with just about anything from Elf. I'm with Adam. His turn as Mugatu in Zoolander is brilliant. He hates a foamy latte. It makes him gassy and bloated. Love that. Number 2, Cowbell, and number 1 for me is definitely Step Brothers. Just everything that is Brennan.
All right, here's what we didn't get.
There's so many out there on Twitch.
Here's what we did not get. We did not get when he was the cheerleader with the one girl.
Yeah, that's right.
And that was phenomenal. That was my also eligible list.
Did anyone of the 5 say Anchorman?
No. How about that?
No Ron Burgundy.
No one said Ron Burgundy.
Yeah.
We also got Bill Brashke.
Boy, I do love Ron Burgundy.
In the Twitch chat, Bill Brashke's great. Let's see.
Was there a lot of Ron Burgundy in the chat?
No, not really.
I'm shocked.
An SNL skit that's underrated is the one with he and Rachel Dratch where they're like a couple in the hot tub. And they're all over each other.
I don't know if I've seen
that. You guys
either.
ever seen that one?
I think so, yes.
He's got so many now that you say that, Chris. Like, what's the one where he's at? Isn't there a skit where he's at his kid's like softball game and he's drinking a beer at 10:30 and he's yelling at all the kids, right?
Yeah.
They're like, isn't it a little early for a beer? And he's sitting there drinking, and he's telling him he's going to chain him up in the basement if he strikes out again. Like stuff like that is fantastic. He's got a million of those.
What about the movie with Ditka? Nobody had that one.
Kicking and Screaming.
And he was in a movie with Ditka.
I know. And Duvall. Robert Duvall and Mike Ditka.
Yeah, that's Bobby Duvall. The other guys where he plays kind of the plain kind of cop that doesn't want to take any risks.
The old ball and chain.
He's got the hot wife that.
Who is
Mark
that?
Wahlberg is like stunned. Come
Who
on.
is that? That's the old ball and chain.
That's not your
No,
wife.
seriously, who is that? It's Eva Mendes.
Yeah.
It's so good. That's why these are fun.
I love the list. That's why
Everybody's
I charged down here because you were
dude,
putting it
we
off.
Got a good one.
All right, thanks for having me.
You're
Peace and love.
leaving? That's it?
Well, you guys have this under control.
All right.
We missed you. We already
Bye,
missed you.
Danny.
Bye.
All right,
Enjoy
what do you
the
got?
day.
What do you got?
This is a really good one, and this is kind of like, we didn't have Anchorman, and this is a really good one. Dave's in Shorewood. Go ahead, Dave.
What's up, guys?
Tell us.
Got to be Celebrity Jeopardy when he's Trebek.
Yeah, that's a pretty good call there, Dave.
It's a great Trebek.
Alex Trebek, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Classic. S-words.
Yeah, swords for 2000.
It's not swords. That's S-words. That's very good. Carlos on the north side.
You can't even say something.
I know.
Hey guys,
What's up?
you guys forgot a good one. Will Ferrell on Eastbound and Down.
No, Adam said it. I think Adam had
Did
it
he?
on his list. Yes.
The other one I just heard you guys say was Gator Don't Play from the other guys.
Gator don't play. Very good, Carlos. And I think Adam did have Eastbound and Down. Ashley Schaefer.
Yeah, he said he was the Ashley Schaefer guy. That's what he said. The car guy.
I can feel it in my plums.
Yeah, deep
in my
a
plums.
deep bluish hue.
Let the boy watch. He's got to learn the way I learned.
Okay.
John in Tinley Park. What's up, John?
Hey, what's up, guys? I don't think anybody said Harry Carey.
No, Jurko hated it.
Yeah, I couldn't stand that.
But I think it's
Oh,
kind of
come
funny.
on.
I think it's kind of funny. I think
you
it's
can
such a-
have it. I'm not going to stop you from having it.
I always liked it, John, because it was so ridiculously bad that it kind of made me chuckle. You know, it was
so bad it turns you back around where you loved it. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a good one, John. Not my top 5, but that's okay. It was very good. Oh, here's a good one too. See, you start to remember all the stuff he's done. Joe in Naperville. What's up, Joe?
Guys, you guys rock, and how do we not bring up Jackie Moon?
Pretty good.
Love me sexy.
Pretty good. Absolutely. The Flint Tropics. Good call, Joe. Woody and Will Ferrell in that movie. Top notch. Well, who else? You're Bob and Kenosha. I'm trying to remember this. Do I know this one? Bob, what's up?
What's going on, guys? I got one. He's not the main character. The internship where he's at the furniture store groping that girl with Owen Wilson.
Yeah, that's right. I couldn't remember him until
Vince
you
Vaughn
said Vince.
and, at Google. They were at the Google.
I couldn't remember that. I was trying to place him in that movie, and then once you told me the scene, that's right, Bob.
That's your other guy, too, Rob, later in the movie.
Rob Riggle.
Yeah.
Rob Riggle's
Let's
cameo.
do some thunder sticking.
So much thunder sticking going on down here.
That's good stuff. Blades of Glory.
Oh, man.
Jean Michael? Is that his name?
Chaz Michael.
Chaz Michael.
The underground ice skating scene in Detroit, isn't that it? Right? He became part of the underground figure skating scene in Detroit, Michigan. He's done a lot of hilarious stuff. Here's another one nobody's brought up yet. Jake in Naperville. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, hey, Night at the Roxbury. Can never forget that one, huh?
He and Chris Kattan.
That was young, too.
That was an early day.
That was an early Will Ferrell.
They did a movie out of it. That's another one of the SNL skits that they made a movie
you know
out
which one we missed with SNL? His George Bush.
Pretty
He was
good.
great at George Bush.
He was pretty good at it. Damn. Dana Carvey did a good George H.W.
Yeah.
But the good George W. was Will Ferrell. Absolutely.
He nailed that one.
He did
That
nail
was
it.
great.
Like, he had the facial tics down.
Right.
Remember, he had the
and
eye
like
thing?
the cockiness and like the gunslinger attitude.
Dude, he had it down.
Don't mess with Texas.
He had it
Right,
licked.
right.
Yeah,
Like,
don't mess
he
with
was
Texas.
great at that.
He had that lick. That's a good call. All right, good job, guys. There were a lot of good recommendations, too, that we might have forgotten.
Not a bad
See,
addition.
Chris, the things are good.
Still like our
this
last.
guy.
I think
I
you
like
took an
it.
easy way out, but all right.
Maybe,
okay,
but
all
that's
right.
fine. I thought it was productive.
Still turned out to be pretty good.
All right, kid, keep it on the road.
The lunch rush is coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
All right, Chicago, it's time to make some room in the beer fridge because Yingling is finally here.
That's right. After 196 years, the oldest brewery in America has officially landed here in Illinois. And we're not just talking about one beer, Chris. They're bringing the whole dang lineup.
Let's start with the legend Yingling Traditional Lager, a smooth, rich beer that's been around longer than our North Side, South Side rivalry.
Then there's the light lager, that famous Yingling taste, but crisp and easy drinking. You've got the Golden Pilsner for that clean, refreshing finish. If you want a little extra flavor, the Black and Tan is a perfect mix of dark and light beer. And there's 80s around the corner. You want to get in Speedo season? Drink some Flight. It's lower in carbs.
I'm just going to enjoy the warm weather, not wearing a Speedo, but enjoying Flight. So next time when you're at the bar grabbing a six-pack, don't be like Abdallah and wear a Speedo. Just go with the usual. Try a Yingling. You've waited long enough.
Yeah, the six-pack of Yingling will be the only six-pack I'm showing off, I think. Chicago, the wait is finally over. This is officially Yingling country.
DG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, PA.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox busted out the heavy lumber in a 9-4 win at the Mets on Wednesday afternoon. Starter Shane Smith had an uncharacteristically short start, but the bullpen covered the final 5 1/3 innings, and Andrew Benintendi knocked in 4 with a single, triple, and home run. The Sox are off today. They open up a weekend series in Baltimore tomorrow night. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 tickets to the Flow Rida postgame concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Great Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Crosstalk in an hour with Waddle and Silvy. It's Carmen and Jurko.
How's lunch?
The lunch is good. I'm having some leftovers. Well, now I'm having an apple. But I had some leftovers.
Before the last segment started, Jurko seemed to be peeved with what you brought into the studio for lunch.
It wasn't anything impressive. I made skirt steak last night, so I had some leftover rice and beans. It wasn't even any steak.
I thought he had some steak in there.
No,
That's
my
what I was
son
looking
ate all
for.
the steak.
Yeah, good for him. He's a strong young man.
He got home from baseball practice.
Yeah, I was hungry.
Went through everything I put out on his plate for him because he was home a little bit later. My daughter and I had already eaten, and he said,
need more steak?
Yeah, he goes, Dad, is there more steak? And I had put some in the fridge that I was going to have for leftover today. I said, yeah, there's some in the fridge.
Of course, get in there.
Little did I know he was going to go and finish it. But, he's a 13-year-old growing boy.
You need to start making a little bit more.
I guess so.
Yeah?
So I had no steak left over. I just had leftover rice and beans.
How about making some of that barbacoa?
I'll make that again
That
soon.
you made that one time. No, for your kids.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid they enjoy that, you know?
Well, he
That's good
devoured the
stuff.
skirt steak.
Me and Tommy came over there for that New Orleans Saints game. Woo!
That's right.
We sawed right through that stuff.
So I wanted some protein because I knew I exercised this morning. I want the protein, so I wanted the beans more than the rice. Danny was giving me the stink eye a little bit. He's like, Carm, rice? And I'm like, Danny, listen, it's basmati rice. Homemade. I make it at home. I know there's no junk in it. It's, a little rice and beans ain't going to kill you.
Basmati rice.
Yeah, it's good. I like the basmati rice. I like the texture of it for some reason.
Basmati turkey, or where's that from?
I'm guessing maybe India, China. I don't know.
Somewhere out there.
Jurko, I don't know.
I'm just asking. I mean, it's got a specific type of rice.
I have no idea, but that's what I like.
I figure you'd know something about it.
But black beans, just black beans with no junk, nothing bad in there.
A lot of protein in your black beans. A lot of
fiber, a lot of protein.
Yeah.
And now I've also have an apple. And,
apple?
Yes.
Man, one of Bill Gates' apples?
And a little protein shake because I need some more protein.
It's got a little bit of that juice on the outside.
It's got a lot of juice.
I'm talking about on the outside. They put that little film on the outside so it doesn't go bad. You haven't heard about that?
No, I haven't heard about that. It's called a Bill Gates apple?
I call it a Bill Gates apple.
Oh. I buy the sugar bee apples. I like those. It's not the Bill Gates one, is it?
No, I don't know. It depends what it's the spray that gets sprayed on the outside of it.
You think?
Did you wash it?
I washed it.
You got to scour it, man.
I washed it.
You got to scrub it.
You got to scrub that bad boy. Look at him go. Boy, them teeth could penetrate anything. Do you see them two front teeth? I'm telling you.
What's the character from James Bond?
Jaws? Off a tree.
Last time I saw teeth working on an ash tree like that.
Yeah.
It was down by the pond. My Lord. Woo.
With friends like
Look at that.
I'll tell you.
My heavens. You ever think about taking advertising out on those two front teeth of yours?
No.
Like billboards, man. Oh, heavens. Jeez.
I don't know where you
Rotate
come up
restaurants from Elmwood Park on your teeth.
No, you're kidding. We'll get them all on there.
You're such a good trash talker. I don't know where you come up with it. How you think of that so
I'm
quick?
mentally ill.
All right, let's do the lunch.
That's what helps.
All right, gentlemen.
Let's do it.
We're gonna spray to all the fields today.
Well, like
if there's time, Adam.
No.
I was going to bring not sports related, but something that interests all of us for the lunch rush.
All right. We'll go through this quickly here then. CBS NFL ranked the divisions in the NFL, and I was surprised where the NFC North is because I think I'm higher on this division than maybe they are. Where do you think the NFC North came in?
I think they have it at 4th.
Boy, that seems...
It's actually higher.
Yeah, I was going to say it's got to be higher than that. I'm guessing that...
I mean, 4
I'm
of
going to
8.
say third.
4 of 8 is not bad.
Can I try to rank them?
Sure.
AFC North.
No.
No.
They probably have the
AFC West?
NFC
No.
East.
Yes.
NFC East?
NFC East is one.
With the Giants in there?
East Coast
Okay,
bias.
so that's my point. NFC East is 1. NFC North is 2.
Okay, that's not shocking.
No, it is because of the
'cause-
Giants. The Giants only have a 5.5 game win total. Everyone in the NFC North has 8.5 or higher.
Oh, yeah. Well, what I'm saying, Adam, is I'm not surprised that they were in the top 2, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
'Cause I would have ranked it like AFC North, NFC North.
But then you have the Browns.
That's true. You do have the Browns.
The
Browns.
NFC
Yeah, but
North
think
is
about
the only one that I can find with 8 games or higher for every team.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. You're definitely right about that. And it probably should be number 1. Maybe it should go like NFC North, NFC East, AFC West. I think the AFC West could be good. What if Denver's for real? I mean, the defense probably is, right? Great coach, great defense. What if Bo Nix is good? The AFC West is going to be...
They have the AFC West 3rd.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be tough, you guys. And maybe the Raiders are a little improved.
But again, the Raiders don't have that high of a win.
Yeah,
not
it's
as
like
high as
6.5.
8.5. Yeah.
And then the NFC West.
NFC West is 5th.
What's the worst?
The AFC South.
AFC South,
Yeah,
that makes
AFC
sense.
South.
And then the NFC South's got to be 7th.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, okay.
That is correct.
Yeah, NFC North is probably going to be the most challenging.
Yeah.
Their schedules are tough in there, too. I'll have some stuff for you guys maybe on that tomorrow because Mike and I are going to talk about it on Odds Couple Yerk when we tape tomorrow morning. But just look at now that we pretty much have, the numbers set, right? Like draft is done, free agency's done, schedule's out. Like these are the numbers. Maybe little subtle changes in terms of juice here and there, like if Aaron Rodgers picks a team, something like that. But now we can really dig into strength of schedule and rest advantage or disadvantage. And so I'll give you some stuff on the schedule for the 4 teams in the NFC North, too. All right, Adam, what else?
All right, so the Thunder knocked off the Timberwolves last night. The Pacers could knock out the Knicks tonight. Your series prices for the NBA Finals. The Thunder are a minus 800 against the Pacers and a minus 700 against the Knicks should the Knicks come back and find a way to win the series.
So you're saying they're a heavy favorite?
Yeah, they're a heavy favorite.
That's what you're saying.
I'm actually surprised that they're higher against that they're a lower favorite against the Knicks than they would be the Pacers, given where the series is.
Yeah, that is a little surprising. It's got something to do with market? I don't know. That is a little surprising, Adam. You're right about that. This is, I think, going to end up being Pacers and Thunder, and maybe even as quickly as tonight. Now, they won't start until a week from tonight. The NBA Finals do start June 5th.
I like that nice lull.
They really drag it out. There's like 2-game break in between. It's really
Sure, I like that lull.
You like that lull?
Oh, you can build it up to a crescendo.
Maybe.
Get all your talking heads out there killing us with their NBA talking thoughts.
We told you that the Thunder had the best differential in NBA history for a single season. And historically, those teams have done very well. I'll save this because I heard Chris talking about it last night when he was on. Maybe we'll sneak it in sometime after 2 about if the Pacers were to go on and win, like how unlikely that would be. It made me think last night. I was going through the few teams that I think you could single out in NBA history and say, that was kind of a weird one. That was a little unlikely. There aren't many of them. This league has been built on like the singular great players and duos and dynasties. Like that's just what it's been. We're in this little bit of an unprecedented era of parity right now where it's the 7th straight year where there's going to be a new champion. So we're in a slightly weird time. Even with that said, I don't think anything in the last 6 years has been like, oh my God, I can't believe that team won. Like Kawhi was the best player on one of those teams. That makes sense. Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown last year, like that makes sense. Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, that makes sense. There's not like and I don't think the Pacers will. I mean, they're going to be behind the 8 ball, but like if they were to win, it might be the most unlikely champion ever. And I'll give you the list I was thinking of coming up maybe after 2 o'clock. Go ahead, Adam. What else?
All right, 2 hockey notes. How about this from Puckdala?
Let's go, Puckdala.
So the Capitals are doing a little bit of cleanup this morning because they sent out an email to their season ticket holders insinuating that next year would be Alexander Ovechkin's final year. And they had to come out and make a statement saying that we don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, because
next season is not going to be his last year as far as we know.
Hasn't he been adamant about not like putting a timeline on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's going to keep going. Dude, he just scored 40 goals again or whatever. I mean,
The quote is, an email was sent from an individual within the corporate sales department that mistakenly alluded to next year being Alex Ovechkin's final year.
Wow. Unless they do know something and now they have to walk it back. I don't know. He'll be 40 next year. He's coming off another 40-goal season, you guys. 44 goals.
Amazing.
In 65 games.
Absolutely amazing.
He's at 897 after breaking the record. It is amazing. Anything else, Adam?
Yeah, finally, this coming out from Pierre LeBrun just about 30 minutes ago. Jonathan Toews has reached out to his agent to inform him he 100% committed to coming back to the NHL next season. He spoke with his agent, who said he started taking calls from NHL teams on Toews now leading up to July 1st. Toews is 37. He last played in April of 2023. He's been working out the last several months to get himself ready for his comeback.
Love it. I hope he finds the right space for him, the right place, the right team, the right role.
Where'd Q just go?
Anaheim.
Ooh, might be a spot.
Does he want to be on a team that can win, though, Jurk? I don't think Anaheim can win right now. Don't you think he wants to go and find a team that can win?
I think he wants to get back in and prove that he could still do it.
What if he goes to, Toronto? Where he doesn't have to be the star, but can help, but give them what they don't have.
A guy that can win at the face-off circle?
A guy who, doesn't cower in games 6 and 7 in the playoffs. Like a guy who's, I don't know if he can still be that. You're pushing late 30s now if you're Toews. He hasn't played in a couple years. I don't know that he can ever look like the great player he was in his prime, but just the mentality. How about just having Toews in that dressing room talking to those guys beforehand? They don't have it. It's quite clear. And if anything, just, his mindset, his attitude, if they can get anything out of that.
Yeah, he just turned 37.
And he hasn't played in a while. But, look, he didn't go out on his terms. That's quite obvious.
Oh, that's true.
And it's shameful how the Hawks treated him on the way out. Shameful. For a player who is as great as he was and meant as much to this city in terms of sports and what he meant to that franchise, shameful how he was kind of just like, we're going to discard you and that's it. And everything he's had to kind of go through to get himself healthy enough to even be able to play again. I hope some situation arises that's good for him and he still goes out and maybe can have a productive year or be on a team that's good and make a run. You want me to do one quick extenuation of the lunch rush? It's food related, you guys, and it's something I think we're all a little bit interested.
Let's go.
That I'll talk to you guys we'll talk about coming up next.
Carmen and Jurko. They'll be right back. ESPN Chicago.
Did you miss Carmen and Jurko? Don't do without. Get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Woodford Reserve.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
We hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell them, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Got a shipment that needs to get out the door today and overnight delivery is just too slow? Then call ERC Delivery Service. 24/7, 365 days a year. ERC will get your document, package, or truckload of merchandise where you need it, when you need it delivered, guaranteed. And it's not just Chicagoland. ERC has dedicated daily routes that include Milwaukee, Rockford, and Indiana. Call ERC Delivery Service. 630-516-1199. That's 630-516-1199.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer. Our policy is to provide equal opportunity employment, development, and advancement to all current and potential teammates. If you are an organization that maintains a job bank, provides employment information, or gives job referrals, you may request to be placed on the station's mailing list for future career opportunities. To learn more about careers at Good Karma Brands, please email careers@goodkarmabrands.com.
Our local hospitals are the heartbeat of our communities, delivering critical care every hour of every day for everyone, training the next generation of caregivers. Beyond the walls, their benefit to the community is everywhere, driving the local economy and supporting local organizations, initiatives, and neighbors. Illinois Hospitals, healing communities. Learn more at team-iha.org. Sponsored by the Illinois Health and Hospital Association. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
The Nissan No-Hitter is back on the White Sox Radio Network. Head to NissanNoHitter.com to enter, and if the Sox throw a no-hitter this season, you could drive away in a brand new 2025 Nissan Rogue. Presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Nissan dealers.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now. Live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
I wanted to read this story to you guys. We got some foodies in the group. I think this is important for restaurants in Chicago, Yerk. Because remember when we were out in San Francisco for the Bears game last year, and we decided, let's do something fun. Let's go to the French Laundry. That's like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing, right?
Yep.
Well, we tried to book the reservation when the window opened. You know, they do it on these websites, right? And the restaurants release these blocks, and it's about a month out usually. And
sure.
Some of the best restaurants here in Chicago, all over the country, do this. Well, what happens is they get bought up by companies, bots, like and they make a secondary market out of it, like they do for sports tickets. And so they were gone instantly. You can't even get them. They just have bots buying them up at 12:01. So most people can't even get them. You get squeezed out. And then they try to sell them. And I was looking, and let's say the reservation hold, the price was $425 per person, right? Then they're charging $700, $800, $900, $1,000. Well, did you know that a bill is headed to Governor Pritzker's desk aimed at protecting local restaurants from third-party vendors that buy and resell reservations? Proponents say they can lead to costly no-shows and consumer fraud if signed into law by Governor Pritzker, and I certainly hope this would be. Illinois would join states, including New York and Florida, in attempting to bar third-party reservation services from listing, advertising, promoting, or selling reservations without a written agreement with the restaurant. The bill passed the Senate last week and was approved by the House unanimously in April, York. It opens the third-party vendors to litigation and provides for civil penalties of up to $1,000 per violation. Restaurants plan their nights based on the number of bookings and staff accordingly. Third-party reservations are often no-shows. They're booked so the restaurants think they've got a reservation, but maybe someone didn't buy it on the third-party site. They have no way of knowing that the reservation was purchased because now the third party is technically the holder of the reservation. It goes on again to say that a lot of times they're doing this with just bots that are grabbing all these things within minutes of the reservation opening. Now that's a bill I could get behind. I hope that passes. And I don't know if you guys have experienced trouble with it, booking restaurants here or different parts of the country.
I have not.
I have, and I'm glad that Illinois is addressing. That's something the lawmakers are doing that's useful, if you ask me, Yerk.
Yeah, it sounds good. Let's fix Ticketmaster first.
If somebody's selling
Adam brings up something good.
Let's fix sneakers by Nike so I can get some Jordans and not have to buy them secondhand. Let's do that first.
If somebody is selling a seat to a restaurant, I'll find another restaurant.
Yeah?
That I don't have to buy a seat for.
I know. What if it's one you really wanted to go to?
Most restaurants you call and say, I'd like a table for two, and they're like, oh, what time? Okay, that'll be perfect, and boom. You're telling me I got to pay for the right to go to eat? Blow it out your keister.
Well, no, you pay. That comes out of your food. That's what you pay for your meal. That's not like an added charge.
Then how does that third party get paid? Oh, it most absolutely is.
Not always. I have definitely reserved a table, and that charge did not go towards
They
the
didn't
bill.
take it off of your bill? I've never experienced that.
How do you think they're making money, kid?
Yeah. It's definitely a thing.
What's the hold on it, Chris? Do you know? Like, what
Depends on the restaurant. Sometimes it's like $25. Sometimes it's $50.
Oof, and that's not coming off the bill.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you think it's coming off the bill? That entity has to make money, and that money is the upcharge they're going to charge you.
That's brutal. I guess I didn't realize that.
I'm with Jurk. If that's the situation, my first response is I'll
no.
go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Usually.
I'll go somewhere else.
But we're all
I
men
think- but
here.
I'm open-
Sometimes
but
we don't determine where we are going that evening.
Yeah, but
You
if you're
got that
right.
right.
Here's where I think we're getting confused.
Another can of worms.
If you're booking on the French Laundry's site, I'm telling you, that's coming off your bill. I know for a fact because I know how we got our reservation. I
Yeah,
had to
maybe
pay
that
for
one
Yeah,
restaurant.
we got our reservation through a guy who knew.
But what they're
the
saying is
guy.
when
you didn't go through a third party to get that, as far as
No,
like
but
a
like if you
company
book
or
on
an
open,
entity,
I guess those companies.
But
But
gotta make money.
I booked on Talk for a restaurant that definitely comes off of my bill. It came out of what we paid at the restaurant, 100%.
Yeah, but there are situations though that those apps you can book the reservation, they take your card, and then what will happen is if you don't use the reservation to try and limit people doing this stuff,
That I
you
could
get
see.
charged.
That I could see. That's true. But I know I've used that, like that Talk service specifically, and that comes off of your bill. You weren't asked to pay to hold the reservation and then pay your bill on top of that. So I don't know how it all works.
So how do they get paid? I remember I used to use a credit card, and the person, the business that 8 to 3%.
Yeah, now
Half the businesses in the world are charging you 3%
Now they
for
charge
using
it
a
to you.
credit card.
Yeah. When did that start?
Well, so somebody did it, and then everybody, what? You can do that? Probably somewhere here, if I had to guess.
Yeah, that is a weird one, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're right about that. That seemed like a COVID thing. Like coming out of COVID, all of a sudden that started.
Well, everybody had an excuse to steal people's money.
Yeah, it's kind of like convincing the fans that they have to pay for the stadiums. You're like one person did it, and then all of a sudden you see it pop up like that charge somehow comes to you instead of going to the restaurant. Now that I agree with you, that's true. That one's a little bit weird. Adam, you need to get the sneaker thing going. You need to lobby for that.
I mean, I think Nike's tried to do that, and they say they remove bots and all that kind of stuff, but people find ways around it. The real problem is Ticketmaster.
Do you think you expect Nike to be ethical?
Yeah.
Really?
Well, there's a story today that there was apparently a big problem with the NFL because all the tickets for the London games went on sale, and people were waiting for hours on the website to try to get tickets. Because as soon as they went into the waiting room at whatever time it was, local time, it said there's 300,000 people in front of you.
I remember that one guy from Germany we talked to in the parking lot at the Bears-Chiefs game who said that he was like number 1 million something in line when he tried to get when the Chiefs went 2 years ago for that first game in Munich. Remember? That was crazy. He goes, I was 1,740,000 in line trying to get tickets when the Chiefs went for that first game. Well, speaking of this, this is a good segue into who gets the last table. 312.
Who are you charging for a reservation?
312-332-3776. Crosstalk in 35 minutes. We're back in 2.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
The stock market has been all over the place, and if you're nearing or in retirement, it's probably got you nervous. Will you have enough to retire? Are you worried about running out of money? Are you sick of hearing, just ride it out? What can you do differently to ensure that you have enough to retire comfortably with an income that's guaranteed to last your lifetime? Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, founder of Mitch Lyons Wealth, and I've got great news for you today. I'm a featured expert in a groundbreaking film called The Retirement Deception. This film reveals exactly how you can create a guaranteed income with your nest egg protected from market volatility. Wall Street may not want you to see this film, but I do want you to see it at no cost. That's right, it's absolutely free when you call today. I want you to know the truth about retirement. A secure retirement is achievable. Call today to speak with one of our retirement specialists to get your free copy of The Retirement Deception.
Call 866-85-STEEL. That's 866-857-8335. Again, 866-857-8335. Or go to MitchLionsWealth.com. Your best game plan to protect, grow, and win retirement.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand finance on select models with approved credit.
Your tee shots can use some straightening. Your chips can use more finesse. Your putts, let's not even go there. Help is around the corner. Golf Center Displays, a year-round automatic driving range with heaters and fans on all stations. A short game area, a 9-hole course that you can even play at night. This is one-stop shopping for any golfer who needs a little help. And don't we all? Golf Center Displays, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Crosstalk in 35 minutes with Waddle and Silvy. They'll get you home until 6:30. And then we've got Bears Weekly, and Joniak and Thayer and Jim Miller will talk Bears with you until 7:30, and then they'll join Pacers-Knicks at the Garden in progress as the Pacers will try to deal the Knicks the knockout blow. They are up 3-1. Game 5 is tonight. The Knicks are 4.5-point favorite in that game. And if the Pacers do win, they will meet the Oklahoma City Thunder in the final starting in OKC 1 week from tonight. The finals, regardless of how long this series goes in the East, will start a week from tonight. Tomorrow, we kick off the summer tour that we're doing, a few different stops on some Feel Good Fridays with Yingling at Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, Wolf and Hillgrove. So home game for me tomorrow. Not far for you either, Jurko. It won't take too long. I've made that commute down 294 playing hockey with you guys over the years. Same drive for you coming up north tomorrow.
Oh,
nice,
yeah.
Easy peasy.
I know exactly where we're at. Western Springs?
Yes, sir. Right in the corner, right on the tracks, right downtown.
Right on the tracks?
Yes. You're going to get off at Wolf. You
East
come up
of-
294, get off at Wolf Road, and come
Wolf
on up
Road.
north. Yes.
I get off at Wolf.
Well, you could go all
Can't
the
go
way.
to Ogden.
You could go to Ogden and go that way.
Is it open?
Yeah. It's a little gnarly because of the construction.
Yeah,
You'll have to feel it out.
A lot of construction.
There's a
up there.
lot of construction.
Lot of
And if it's backed up, you might want to just get off, and it's about a 3-mile ride up Wolf Road.
Well,
Not bad.
hopefully I'm not backed up tomorrow.
I hope you're not backed up tomorrow,
Telling
too.
you.
So
It's a long drive, man.
So if PCA and Caleb Williams walked into a bar, sounds like a joke.
Right.
If they walked up to Chicago Cut and Flom had one table left, I mean, Flom probably just does a Goodfellas, right? He brings out like another table.
Bring out another table, yeah.
Or like at Joe's, right?
Yeah.
Like, don't they just go, well, you know, Caleb and PCA, we'll bring out another table, Goodfellas style. They just bring it out, they put the light on it. Some old group of old-timer sends a bottle of champagne.
It's the question. The answer right now,
who gets the last
in
table?
the month of May, it would be PCA.
I don't know.
In the month of November, if the Bears get off to a 8-2 start, it would definitely be Caleb Williams.
Here's the real question, you guys. Forget about, like, who is getting the last table. If PCA and Caleb Williams were on Flom's boat and it were sinking, who does Flom save?
He's got 2 life preservers?
Yeah. Barkley's not on the boat because you know he's saving Barkley. Like that, you know.
The answer
if it were the 4 of them, it's like Flom and Barkley.
Right.
That's it. Yeah.
The answer is himself.
He's got 2. Flom and who? That's what I said. Who's he save?
Caleb.
You think he saves Caleb?
I think Caleb.
Flom's gonna kill me for saying
I disagree with
this guy
Jurko.
for
I think Caleb gets the table 6 out of 7 nights.
I think Caleb might
7 out of 7 nights. See, Kap and Hood were having this conversation a couple days ago.
I know.
And because they were debating the popularity between PCA and Caleb Williams. And PCA is having a great year. He's 3rd in odds to get MVP.
You believe that?
Like, that's awesome.
PCA is
that's
3rd,
great.
you guys.
It's May.
Holy cow.
Caleb Williams is the quarterback of the Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
He has remember the episode of Hard Knocks where he had to say a signing bonus and half the rookies passed out because of how much it was. PCA's not making that much money.
It's a fun radio game to play. What's really happening is any great restaurant's going to accommodate both of them, of course.
Yeah, of course.
But it's a fun thing. It's still Caleb. I'm kind of with you. It's still the Bears. It's still the quarterback.
There are 3 Bears I can think of off the top of my head that will get it before PCA.
Yeah, see, I don't know. That I'd push back a little bit.
DJ Moore and Cole Kmet.
And a Cub.
What other Cub?
Hey, Kyle Tucker is a bigger star than PCA. Come on now. What are we doing here?
Kyle Tucker's
Is it June yet?
player.
Have we gotten to June? Cub fans need to slow their roll a little bit. This is a little aggressive.
Chris, I don't think Kyle Tucker's a bigger star than PCA.
It's a little aggressive, Carmen.
This PCA stuff is a little aggressive.
PCA, Jurko.
Carmen's aggressive.
Carmen's aggressive.
I go, it's a timeliness.
I said Caleb. He said PCA.
I said timeliness matters more. Whose season it is. I think that's a fact.
I don't think it does.
Yeah.
Caleb's the biggest star in town.
I think so.
PCA
I don't think
is
Kyle
off
Tucker's
to a great start.
I don't think Kyle Tucker's a bigger star. I think he's a better player.
He's not a bigger star in baseball. Come on now. People are talking about a $600 million contract.
I don't know, Chris.
He's played for the Astros, a team that's won.
Come on, Carm.
They've been in the playoffs.
I mean, geez, Carm.
Yeah, but
what
he
are we
never
doing?
The face of that team.
What are you
I know,
doing?
but Cub fans get giggly with things, and this is one of those things. He is off to a great start, and it's fantastic. He's in the MVP conversation. It is not June yet. Summer hasn't started. A lot can change by the time we get to August.
There are 2 mega stars in baseball, right? We all agree.
Yes.
2.
2 of them.
And only 2. For a while, I would say Harper was in there, but it's
Aaron Judge
and Shohei. That's it.
He's cornered the Japanese market.
He's cornered just about every market, Jurko. And
Japanese
you saw what those ratings were like when the Dodgers played the Cubs. What was it? It was wasn't 35% of the country watching or something ridiculous, right? I mean, it was insane. There's only 2 mega stars in baseball, and it's Judge and it's Shohei. And the game's much more regional. It's much more provincial, right? We know all these things. There aren't as many national pitchmen in baseball. We've seen Trout do it a little bit over the years, with Subway and a few other things, and Kershaw a little bit when he was in his prime, Bryce Harper a little bit. So there's been some, but primarily there are 2 megastars. I'd say Tatis is maybe close, but he also plays in San Diego. It's a little trickier. If PCA, and Chris isn't wrong. It's only 2 months, but if this is his trajectory, if this is who he is, he plays for the Cubs. You could you see another baseball megastar in him? I'm just asking. Could you see that a year from now? Maybe I'm way out ahead over my skis too. I mean, I might be.
You're fair to say you could see it, but don't you label the kid then a budding star?
Yeah, that's fair. That's
right?
fair because he's not Judge in Shohei yet. You're right. He's a budding star. You're right.
And sure, he could absolutely do that. In 5 years, we'll look back, one of the best players in baseball. He won an MVP.
Gatorade commercial.
He saved the Cubs in the World Series. Game 7, he hit 17 home runs. What a game he had.
He's Chris Bryant.
The greatest of all time. It's possible, but 2 months? What are we doing? Is that how bored we are in this city?
Maybe. We haven't had a team to cheer for, Chris.
No, I know, but that's why I'm pointing out is I think it's a little aggressive.
Bored in this city. We tried to make a story out of the Caleb Williams thing that happened last year.
Well, an hour ago, we were talking about earrings.
We're talking about earrings.
Yeah.
No, before the show, we were talking about it with Danny. I don't want him to run in here and start yelling at us again. But he said, if you walked up to 100 people on the street and said, what does PCA stand for, how many of them are going to know?
Well, out of context, isn't that kind of tricky? I mean, would you say
no?
If he's a star, it's PCA. PCA is a star, man. If
he's a star,
would you say? How would you phrase that if you did a man on the street? Would you say, "Do you know who PCA is?" Or
yeah, probably. Do you know who PCA is?
Do you know who PCA is?
It'll definitely be in a band or not a band.
Can we send Luca, the new producer? Send Luca downstairs.
Is he getting paid yet? I don't know.
Oh, is he not getting
I'm
paid?
kidding. I'm kidding.
No, he is.
I'm totally kidding.
Abdallah's making a joke back when he and I used to do work and not get paid, from the previous company. Shout out Good Karma Brands. We love you.
That's pretty good. Good Karma Brands pays.
Best Karma Brands.
Best Karma Brands. That's pretty good.
Oh, Nelly.
We should send Luca.
Remember those days, Jurk? The good old days?
Here we go.
Yeah.
We should send Luca on the street and see.
But I think the point is that there are, we started naming them, Carmen. We started going through the Bears roster before we got to PCA of who's more popular.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Komet, maybe.
DJ Moore, Komet for sure.
You think so?
Yes.
A lot of people in the Twitch chat are upset that Caleb has not accomplished anything. He won the Heisman in college. He was the #1 pick.
Yeah,
those are accomplishments. Like, yes,
yeah.
in the NFL,
They are, yes.
is he, quote, a star player in the NFL right now? No. But as far as sports go in this town, a former Heisman winner who's the #1 pick of a draft to be the quarterback of a franchise, you're a star.
Well, all of our hopes are pinned on him for right now, too. You're right. I mean, like, he is a star 100%. He plays the most glamorous, important position in the sport, right? I mean, come on. It's not a stretch to say that. I totally agree that he's a star, even though his first year in the NFL was a little bit underwhelming. He comes with already a lot of accomplishment and a lot of fanfare, and he's the quarterback. These are the stars. The quarterbacks are the stars.
Well, I get that, yes. They are the stars.
How many other
But
guys?
in this town, it used to be the stud running back.
Or the linebacker.
Or the middle linebacker.
And that can
Bill
happen.
George.
Look, that can happen, of course, especially locally. Like, that can certainly happen. Urlacher was a star.
Yes, he was.
And for good reason. Not only was he great and a Hall of Fame player, but there was charisma and the looks and everything. I mean, like, and the position. Like,
look, if you put Caleb on that team's second-year quarterback, even with the #1 overall pick, I would say Urlacher, Briggs, Tillman, like all those guys would be more popular than Caleb. But right now
Urlacher,
on this team, it's Caleb.
Yeah, it's Caleb. Yes, Cole Kmet. I don't know. I think we're getting a little over our heads with Cole Kmet, but he's a local product.
Local product. Maybe gets the benefit of the doubt.
Notre Dame. That's true. Yeah,
Fighting Irish.
Got some good ties. You're right.
God forbid we mentioned trading him.
How dare you, Adam?
Well, did you guys mention Ben Johnson?
No, I didn't mention Ben Johnson. That's interesting. Is he more of a star? Would people recognize him?
He's got to do something.
Well, of course, they all three need to do something.
Yeah. Well, PCA's doing it now.
He is. But also, we haven't gotten to June. So, yes, he's had a fantastic first couple of months.
Yeah.
But that's why baseball's a long season.
Who do you think more people on the street would know, honestly, if you said PCA or Ben Johnson? I mean,
Ben Johnson.
You think Ben Johnson?
100%.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Although he's a first-time head coach. Not everybody's as diehard sports fans as we are. Sometimes we have to remind ourselves of that. You know, like we live in a different kind of bubble. We just do. And this consumes our lives, not only because we're big sports fans. This is what we do for a living. Like, this is our livelihood. Yeah, if we all chose different paths in life, chances are me and Chris and Adam, I mean, you played Jurk, so it's different for you. Chances are the three of us, if we all chose different paths, would still be sitting around with our friends when we commiserate and talk sports, and we'd love them and we'd watch them. But, like, we really live it because this is our livelihood. And not everybody is in that bubble. And Ben Johnson's still a first-time head coach that hasn't done anything yet as a head coach.
Not yet.
I think I'd bet more people would know that name just based on the fanfare probably and that the Bears are the most popular. But I bet that'd be closer than you think. We just now have to find somebody to go on the street and do the work. Yeah. You know, when I was a young up-and-comer in this business,
you do anything.
Don Wade sent me on the street, and I ran.
You danced your way down there.
When Don said, this is what you're doing, I said, Don, give me the assignment. Come on, one of those young whippersnappers.
He's down there playing the banjo.
Up. Yeah.
Making it happen, whatever it took, right?
Let's go.
To make your way in the world. Carmen,
Making
to
your
get
way
to the
in
top.
the world today.
Yeah, it takes everything you got.
Everything you got. Where are these young guys? Luka should be beating down the door.
I thought he would be. I thought he would be. Little Luca Joniak.
What are the chances we get Jurko to go do the man on the street?
Are you kidding me? If I can get a cup of coffee right now, I'd be gone. I wouldn't come back. That's the problem.
Right. Jurko might just be taillights. That's it.
What's his last name's Giannetti.
I don't know what Luca's last name is. What is it? I don't think.
No, Vitali.
We just met him.
Luca Vitali. That's his last
Nice
name.
paisan.
Vitali.
Luca
Yeah.
Vitali. Nice.
Believe that?
I love it.
Not related to Dick Vitali.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I was wondering for a second
Yeah.
there.
Dick Vitali.
You want to grab Matt and Streamwood real
Yeah.
quick? He's been waiting patiently.
Where's
What's
he
up,
at?
Matty?
Love to grab him.
Hey, Carmen, Jurko, this is Matt. How are you guys doing? Thanks for
great,
taking my
buddy.
phone call. Can I ask regarding your Will Ferrell on my side note? Did anyone mention the cowbell episode from SNL?
Oh, we did. If it was on a few
You
of our
did?
lists.
All right, I didn't hear it. Sorry. So thanks. But yeah, so my point is regarding Caleb Williams. He keeps saying that he was bought into the Bears in the pre-draft process, but there's some confusion when he was drafted in April, and then he didn't sign his contract till I believe the second day in July of training camp, and that he was tasked. He tasked the lawyers to try to find about the 5-year buyout. They had 5th-year option, and that he didn't. Like I know I talked to Jurko many times last year regarding this, that it has to be an NFLP agent.
Right.
So he decided not to hire an NFLP agent to represent him. He wanted his marketing firm team. So there were several things that he did to not be, even after he was drafted with the Bears, to say that he didn't want to be here. But I believe once he knew that the contract, after the second day, he just signed his rookie contract, and then I think that's when he really bought into the Bears, but not before the pre-draft process. I keep saying that it was.
Listen, at some point early in the process, it sounds like they absolutely 100% had these thoughts of, oh, this is not a great situation. And it's never been. I can't blame them for that. It hasn't been a great situation for offense. It hasn't been a great situation for wide receivers.
No,
It hasn't
that's
been a
just
great situation
factual.
for quarterbacks. That's factual. When is the exact moment? Who knows if we'll ever get the real straight answer, Matt, but we'll take him at his word. And he said once he did meet with the Bears and he heard what they had to say and he knew that he was going to be the pick, because Ryan Poles had said, listen, you're going to be our pick, and that's that. He hopped on board. I think Caleb Williams is pretty bought in.
I think this was a story last year.
Would you agree that he's bought in?
Yes.
I think he is.
Yes, I did. I do.
Yeah.
I think he is bought in.
And that's what's most
and
important
I think when the
now.
reality struck in that the Bears were going to take him, it's like, hey, got no other choice but to make this thing work, so let's make it work.
Right.
That's where he's at.
And it's beneficial for him because
but that decision was made last April.
Last April, yeah.
When it had to be made.
Or March even,
Yeah.
who knows. And it's beneficial for him because you see what these quarterback salaries look like, So I do think he's bought in, and he wants to be as great as he can possibly be. It's Carmen and York. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey, guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me Thursday night, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dion, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg this Thursday night, and please enjoy responsibly.
$2.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Playing professional football and being on the radio for years, I've had the chance to endorse many companies, but I've never endorsed one owned by close friends until now. The Verdoliak Law Group has been helping people for over 60 years, including my friends and neighbors. When you need a lawyer, experience matters. The Verdoliak Law Group has recovered over $9 billion for clients, serving over 40,000 cases in personal injury, auto accidents, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and more. Their proven results and commitment to clients make them the right choice. They've helped my neighbors and friends, and they'll help you too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW today. That's 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group. Experience you can trust.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois.
Join us at the ballpark Saturday, June 7th, as the Chicago White Sox take on the Kansas City Royals at 3:10 p.m. Get here early for Sox Crawl Taste of the Sox, presented by Blue Moon, and enjoy an exclusive pregame crawl inside the stadium with food and drink specials, a sneak peek of new unique offerings, former pitcher Jack McDowell autograph signings, entertainment, and more. Plus, receive a 1993 Division Champs Rope Hat presented by Wintrust. To purchase tickets, visit whitessox.com/SoxCrawl.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I love the heat. Give me 90 degrees and a chance to be outdoors, and I'm a happy guy. But when you step out of the heat and into your home or business, I totally appreciate being able to control the temperature to make everybody comfortable. My friends at Automatic keep your AC system running its best no matter what Mother Nature throws at us. And if something were to break down, Automatic can help find the best system for your space and have it back to the perfect temperature in no time. Go to Automatic.com. That's Atomatic.com.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Harry Douglas here. When you're on a business trip, you know what goes completely off the rails? Your workout routine, folks. Especially when you book a hotel that doesn't have a gym. Then you have to squeeze in between the desk and your bed, eke out 2 push-ups, and call it a day. If you just stay at La Quinta by Wyndham, you'll discover there's a fully equipped fitness center at every location. Now you can wake up and do some weightlifting to prepare you to carry your team on your back all day long. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at LQ.com.
It's graduation season again, and nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. Use online check-in to get in for a confidence-boosting cut on your schedule and get ready to walk across the stage in style. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Game 5 from the Garden tonight. We'll join it in progress after Bears Weekly. That's going to follow Waddle and Silvy. We'll cross-talk with the boys here in about 12 minutes. It's Carmen and Jurko. Hope everyone's having a great day. And so the Thunder are in, and the Pacers will try to join them tonight. Then you start to worry about, not worry, I don't know if the league's worried. I don't care one way or another. I like the NBA. I'll be watching the finals, and it could be a good finals. We'll see. But the big story is going to be, it can't be good for the league because it's two sort of Midwest small markets.
Yeah.
You know,
Oklahoma City
and Indiana.
And Indianapolis.
Yeah. Go back and look at what the ratings were like when the Pacers played the
two teams
the
in
Lakers. I mean, they had the Lakers in it back in 2000.
Two teams in flyover country.
And two teams in
That's
flyover
what you have. At
country.
least that's what they call it out there on the pompous East Coast.
Right.
And the pompous West Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards had just 35 points in the last 2 games combined. He was just 12 of 31 from the floor. They've been in the conference finals each of the last 2 years. There's this rush these days, Yerk. You know, at least it feels that way. Maybe it was always this way. It feels now more than ever, though, like there's this. Oh, Anthony Edwards. He what a failure.
How many years has he played?
Oh, thank you, Jurko.
How many years?
Great question. He's 23. He just finished his 5th season.
Okay, how many years did it take Gilgeous Alexander to move himself to the top?
7.
How long did it take?
You're talking about get to the finals? Is that when you say that?
Well,
or?
and to become the player that he is now.
He was trending this way the last couple years, but it took him 7 years to make the finals, to your point. This is SGA's 7th season. You know who else reached the finals for the first time in his 7th season?
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jeffrey Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Took him 7 years.
But you knew he was a stud.
Of course you did.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that you didn't. And I think Anthony Edwards is a stud. All I'm saying is, can you give these guys a little bit of a break, that there is a process to some of this and that maybe Ant continues to learn and get better? Look, if in year 8, 9, 10, 11, you're still asking these questions, have at it. It's fair game. And yes, you knew Michael was a stud. You knew Michael was a stud when he went 1-9 in his first 10 playoff games. That's right. Michael Jordan was 1-9 in his first 10 playoff games. He didn't reach the finals until his 7th season. Paul Pierce didn't reach the finals until his 10th, Jurk.
In the
Steph
game,
didn't reach the finals until his 6th.
In the game he scored 63, Michael Jordan lost.
That's right. Joker didn't make the finals until his 8th season. We knew he was a stud. He didn't make the finals until his 8th year. Can we give Anthony Edwards, like, a little bit of a break? Just a little. Jurko's like, no, you got to go kill Anthony Edwards. It's okay. Like, he's 5 years in. He's young. He did not play very well these last couple of games. Let's see how Anthony Edwards responds from this going forward. If we're still asking the same questions 4 years from now, I get it. That's a fair conversation to have. And people are going to wonder, why didn't he get better? Why didn't he ascend? Why couldn't he carry a team there? Yada, 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 yada. Like, that'll all be fair game. But to insinuate that, like, somehow the run is going to be over soon, or, oh, my God, I can't believe he hasn't done it 2 years in a row in the Western Conference Finals, and Anthony Edwards can't get his team to the finals. He came into the league as a youngster, so maybe just looking at age isn't fair. He has played 5 seasons. He's 23. He's got a whole bright career and future in front of him. And I think he'll get there. I mean, he's obviously got the talent and the ability to get there. So, right? I mean, can we wait and see? That's all I'm asking. Can we wait and see?
Patience.
A little bit of patience?
I think I have a little more patience than most people do when it comes to athletes. Having seen it firsthand, that it takes a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
You can see something promising, but it just takes a little bit of time for that guy to develop into the guy that you think he can be.
You played on some really good Green Bay teams, and you guys went to the playoffs, and you went far in the playoffs a couple of times. Now, unfortunately, you left in free agency, but guess what happened? They kept climbing and climbing.
Yep.
And then they got there, right?
Well, I mean, you look at the numbers, too, of the most important individual on that team, and you look at his numbers as he was developing, there's less patience now for quarterbacks that are out there.
For sure.
If you don't do it in your first 2 years, they want to murder you.
Well, it's like Lamar right now, right?
If you look at Favre's numbers when he started, after he took over in Green Bay against Cincinnati, when Mikowski got hurt, 1992,
right.
I believe.
Yeah, right.
It didn't take it. 95 is when he had his MVP season. That's when he got about 30 touchdowns, kept his interceptions somewhat down.
Right.
That's the year that he separated himself from the quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah.
Now, we lost to Dallas in the NFC Championship game, but then Favre kind of had solidified himself as the stud and won two more MVPs in the subsequent years, both which ended up in Super Bowl runs. One he won and one he lost. But look at his stats. I mean, you could see it. Completion percentage. You know, they improved.
Oh, yeah.
They improved.
Yeah, you're right.
Touchdowns, the interceptions. He threw 25 interceptions one year.
In 93, he threw 24 INTs to 19 touchdowns.
And we went to the playoffs.
And you went to the playoffs. And then he started to flip it. Then he went 33-14. Then that MVP year, he went 38-13.
Yeah.
Then he went 39-13.
What about his completion percentage?
He went from 60.9% to 62.4% to 63. He did have a dip back down for a couple years to about 59, then popped to 63 and 98. And back then, that was a pretty good, mark. About around 61, 62% back then was pretty lofty.
When he dipped, what year was that?
96 and 97. He still won the MVPs in both years because he threw for over 3,800 yards in both years. He threw 35 or more touchdowns in both years. He led the league in touchdown percentage in both seasons. He had a quarterback rating mid-90s to upper 90s. And back then, again, that was pretty good. The standard has changed a little just as quarterback play has changed. And as offenses have gotten different and more intricate and things like that. Honey Bear.
It took time.
Yeah, it took time. On ESPN 1000 with Carmen and Jurko. Hello, Honey Bear.
Man, you had me waiting forever, but that's
I know.
okay. Because
We're
I got
sorry.
to be a part of the list. So I got 2 before I go into my point. Will Ferrell. So you guys didn't mention him and Anna Gasteyer doing the whole church song thing. And the one that gets me rolling every single time is the newest one he did for the 50th anniversary, where he does Kendrick Lamar's They're Not Like Us.
I don't.
It is
I don't-
hilarious.
That one I
guarantee
don't
you
know,
to
but
see it.
all right. Well,
Another one that's more like serious, but it's really fantastic, and he brings some really good one. Will and Harper. It's a documentary he did with his best friend who came out as trans. So it's really fantastic.
What's it
He gives
called?
a little light to that. It's really, really cool. So,
Wait.
earring debate. So I'm an amateur jeweler on top of being a teacher, and the stones that he has in his ears are actually both birthstones for his sign Scorpio. Citrine, since you guys are Chicagoing these stoning, it's citrine, it's peridot, and it's sardonyx, okay?
wait, how do you say
citrine?
citrine?
Citrine is kind of the original birthstone for November. It is
That's what I told
a
Jurko.
little bit less valuable than topaz, which is why topaz moved up the chain. But citrine is considered the most positive stone because of its inner light. It's supposed to bring positive attitudes and positive energy at all times. Amethyst is actually a very, very important stone for Scorpios because it's designed to help balance your emotions, particularly frustration and anger.
Is he
It's a
wearing an
water
amethyst?
sign,
Is he? How do
so
you?
it balances it out. And the fact that he's wearing it towards his head means he's trying to bring in that energy. I don't know if he believes in any of this stuff, but those 2 stones are great for him.
I'm
And
sorry.
a really quick shout out. I'm actually on my way to Sturgeon Bay. My father is retiring after 45 years of being a mechanical engineer.
Nice.
And since, Jurko,
It's a
once
good
upon
living.
a time, many, many moons ago, actually shouted out his name for one of his random name drops that he likes to throw. I actually made it my ringtone many years ago as well. I just want to give a shout out to Thaddeus Duda and congratulate him on a 45-year-long career.
That's pretty nice.
Hey, what's Peridot have? What kind of crappy energy do I get?
Peridot.
That's what I said. I told you it was
It looks,
Peridot.
hey, Honey Bear, it looks like frozen spit.
Does it have any positive, like
anything positive with
She
Peridot?
She must have
She
fallen
left.
off.
She
Maybe I
left
left.
us.
So he's wearing amethyst, which she said is good for some sort of, what did she say? Balance?
Balance, providing balance.
What does it do? Balance? Tommy,
Balance.
you see this picture? You believe this guy
Balances.
wearing Vikings jewelry? I mean, can you believe this?
Tommy.
What is the world coming to, Tommy?
He's coming in. He's coming in. Tommy's coming in. He's going to give you his thoughts on
Believe
what
it,
he
Tommy?
believes.
Prejudice against
This day and age.
This day and age.
Prejudice against Italians.
I think they're just his birthstone. Simple as that.
Period.
We were on that very quickly after Eric made the note earlier about the earrings. Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy is coming up next. Eric in Oswego has the final word.
Carmen and Jurko present today's final word.
Because you had to be a big shot, didn't you? You had to open up your mouth.
Today's final word on Carmen and Jurko.
Eric is in Oswego on ESPN 1000. Hey, Eric.
Hey, guys. Hey, I just want to bring up real quick. I noticed in today's Chicago Tribune, they had a picture of Caleb at his press conference, or wherever you want to call it, yesterday. And if you look in his right ear, I could be wrong, but it looked like there's a purple and a gold earring in his right ear.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports. Picture yourself, cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Jurko's Summer Friday. Join the boys tomorrow as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Jurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you tomorrow from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
All right, if you've taken my advice, you know that the food scene in Elmwood Park is second to none. Don't just take it from me. Mayor Skip Saviano will tell you himself. Elmwood Park is something special. I was just there the other day, actually. It is much more than all the great restaurants. It's the people, neighbors who care, families that thrive, and businesses that succeed. Every time I visit, I feel it, and you will too. Mayor Skip always says we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in. And he's not wrong. So take it from me and from Mayor Skip. Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
It's the Kap J Hood Show here with Howard Ankin. Howard, remember back in the day when upper deck tickets were cheap?
You mean the cheap seats? Oh, sure. You're at the game, but you don't really experience the game.
Yeah, no bueno. If you've been injured, get the help you need and experience injury law made personal yourself only at Ankin Law.
Auto, truck, ride shares, work injuries, and medical mistakes. If you've been injured, call Howard.
I'm here to help. Call 312-6-million.
Howard Ankin is our go-to lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday morning, 7 to 10 on ESPN 1000.
At your Chicago area IKEA store, they believe everyone deserves a beautiful and affordable living experience. Transform your home with stylish furniture and home accessories without breaking the bank. From comfortable and fashionable sofas and sectionals to kitchens full of inspiration to bedrooms designed to help you find your best sleep and relaxation. IKEA's home furnishings combine form and function to fit your lifestyle and budget. Visit IKEA in Schaumburg or Bolingbrook today or shop online at ikea.com/US and check out their new local pickup points in your neighborhood.
Hey, parents throughout Chicagoland, if you're like me and only want the best and safest option for your kids, you've got to go check out my guys at FenceWorks, a.k.a. the guy on 41. FenceWorks is the premier spot for playgrounds, fencing, trampolines, and basketball hoops. I recently got a hoop installed by FenceWorks, and my kids are thrilled. FenceWorks has been treating families like mine to quality, safety, and exceptional service for over 58 years. Swing by their Northbrook showroom or check out theguyon41.com.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Working from home? We're back in the office? Don't miss a minute of Carmen and Jurko. Just ask your smart speaker to play ESPN 1000.
Thanks to Courtney Cronin for joining us today. Thanks to Bleck and Abdallah. Abdallah back in the house. Also Zetterman stopping in earlier. Chime in. He was actually here.
Yeah.
And he came in. Yeah. It was nice to see Danny's smiling face.
He was irate.
Tomorrow, the Yuengling Summer Tour kicks off with a live broadcast of the Carmen and Jurko Show, noon to 3 at Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. So come see us there. Wolf in the Tracks right downtown. See you there for a fun Friday tomorrow. Looks like it's going to be nice, so that'll be fun. Time for Crosstalk with Waddle and Silvy, and it is brought to you, as always, by the Verdoliak Law Group, fighting insurance companies for over 60 years.
Are we about to venture into the 80s, temperature-wise?
I think we're getting close next week. Yeah. Wow. It feels pretty nice today, actually.
Yeah,
better.
It wasn't bad. I was telling the guys, I met with some people from DePaul today with Danny Lynch,
And what you forget if you haven't lived in the city for a while, walking down those side streets in Lincoln Park when the sun's out and it was sunny earlier and the birds are chirping, and here you are in this city, this metropolis, and yet that vibe of Lincoln Park and
then a naked guy comes from out of the bushes
Why do you
swinging
gotta
a
say
hammer.
that?
Yeah.
Why do you got to go there?
Because that happens every now and again.
more downtown than Lincoln Park. State Lake. State Lake is really ground zero.
Yeah, we're kind of ground zero.
For
I kind of missed
it's not State Madison, it's State Lake.
I miss the visuals at times.
You don't though.
I do. Sometimes I like to witness
I
crazy.
miss being downstairs.
Yeah.
You do?
We both do. We
Yeah.
it kept us on our.
Me too.
We would see the same people and establish a bond. So he woke up.
You don't miss being down there. You hated it down there.
No, I loved it down there.
The sunshine.
I love witnessing the chaos from behind two bulletproof pieces of glass.
Are we sure
didn't
it's
know
bulletproof?
that.
Guys, I loved it in the summer.
Yeah.
That's when I loved it, man.
Well,
I get
it was
distracted.
first pitch, 5 o'clock. We used to say all the time.
Watching some sweet. Oh man.
Women pushing their dogs in a baby car.
Remember that one?
Yeah. All types, guys. All types.
Johnny's going downstairs to sit,
Wow.
just sit
Just sit
in the,
there.
in the
I'm
studio
heading over
for
to
about an
Advantage
hour.
Chevrolet.
But Silvy, you're right.
Well, and I don't
you
like-
go through Lincoln Park, Bucktown, or Wicker
We
Park.
don't have a window in this studio, so the backdrop has
Used to be a
this is a window there,
Right.
but
Yeah, you missed the window.
for YouTube purposes and Twitch purposes, so we don't get any natural light
That's
all
true.
day. And like I loved being on State Street because the natural light. You know if it's raining. I don't even know if it's sunny or rainy when you're in here.
This is a little bit of a box. You're right.
Is it hot? You can't tell. Is it cold? Can't tell.
The sideshow was always entertaining, kept you on your toes.
Yeah, we saw a lot of stuff down there over the years.
Oh, yeah.
you
Well, my
know?
favorite thing to ever occur was future Tom Waddle. I don't know if
Yeah.
you
Oh, I
remember that from
remember.
years
Oh,
ago.
yeah.
There was a guy who looked just like Waddle, but 30 years down the road. And every day
So
for
flattering.
about a year or two, he would show up with a beer in a bag.
Yeah.
Like a brown bag.
Yeah.
And he'd be drinking the beer.
Yeah.
And he would stare at Waddle.
Talk about
and,
future
and
Tom
enjoy
Waddle.
the conversation. And we always said it was future Tom Waddle in the future coming back to warn him of something.
Yeah, it was like that Spider-Man meme, but with, a layer of age.
Two Tom Waddles.
Yeah.
And then eventually
He died, I'm sure.
he disappeared. And that's what we
Maybe he
wonder
went
if
back
he's
to his
no
own-
longer with us.
Maybe he was from like a different dimension or
Took a
time
dirt nap.
traveler, and he came.
I mean, he had some age on him, so
Yeah.
he may have passed. I don't know.
There's a new Pixar movie about aliens. I'm sure
really?
you'll want to go. Yes.
Is it like
Helio.
Is it a real movie? Is it like
It's a Pixar movie.
Oh, so it's animated.
This isn't I didn't know about
Carm.
Lilo and Stitch.
Carmen, I don't have kids. I have adults.
Well, yeah, but you know what Pixar is.
I haven't seen a Pixar movie and been
Long
referenced
time.
to, yeah,
It's a
20
cartoon.
years.
It's their new one. It's
Since
Pixar's,
Up. Maybe since Up.
It's Pixar's new one. Lilo and Stitch is not animated though; it's live
All
action.
right. See, I told the guys, if you showed me pictures of things,
You
I
wouldn't
couldn't
know
identify
Lilo or Stitch.
Lilo or Stitch. I don't
no?
think I have.
They
Maybe,
won-
maybe
they
I
won-
would if I'd see it.
They won the weekend.
They won. It beat Mission Impossible.
It set a Memorial Day weekend record for box office.
I went and saw Mission Impossible.
Yeah, I did
Good.
too.
I heard
Yeah.
you guys talking about it. A slow start,
But it's good. I mean, it's good. Go see it in the theaters.
Yeah.
Good theater experience.
There's some silliness, but
Of course.
yeah, it's a
Yeah.
good movie.
He's right. Of
how
course.
long is it? Because they're usually long.
220.
Yeah.
Right? You're
Yeah.
220.
220. You know what I like down there? The eye candy. That's what.
Oh,
I
in the
like.
movie?
No, downstairs.
Oh, we back to the studio.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I never got a chance. You transitioned to the. You guys transitioned to the crappy
I knew
transition
what you were talking
to.
about. I knew what you were
We
talking
even
about.
mentioned the eye
It's
candy.
the
I
eye,
thought-
you mentioned one specific eye candy. My point is the multitude of eye candy, the multiplicities
Johnny was spraying off
in the
fields.
municipality
That was so funny.
of
though.
the
Like,
eye candy.
I'm like, oh, in the
you guys
movie?
can't go to the movies without letting me get a little chime in.
I always thought at some point though we had one person ever, at least for our show, flash us.
Yeah.
and it was not.
No, I know.
It was
Yeah,
not
usually
good.
that person was.
I would say
I had like this fantasy that at one point some really smoking hot girl was
she
going to come by
had
and
a
just
real
flash us.
crystal meth quality to
Yeah,
her.
I was gonna say,
she was
it's-
on meth.
yeah.
It was rough. That's not what you want.
Are they supposed to be?
Yeah, you
shaped
tucking those
like
things
that?
into your shorts. That's not what I want.
I don't know.
See.
You never had that fantasy, like just one day, some girl was going to walk by.
Carmen,
that was really
I
hot
showed
and
up
be like,
every day.
Didn't you ever think that? Like someday it's going to happen.
Looking for anything.
That what?
That a girl would come by and flash you
And when-
guys. That
and
was
when
really
it
cute.
did-
I hadn't have to.
Yeah,
that
I never
like
thought
that.
that.
when it
I used to
happened-
think, I'm like, one of
On
these
State
days,
Street?
we're going to get lucky and somebody's just going to come by
not
and
from
flash
someone
us.
fully control of their
Okay,
faculties.
when it
no.
happened, I said, I'll never have milk again. That's what I said.
And because you're lactose sort of intolerant. You're not like fully lactose intolerant, right? You just get the bad farts.
No, it could activate the good kid.
I'll never forget the time a guy stood and watched the show for about 35, 40 minutes with a cup in his hand.
Yeah.
And then put the cup down and walked away after watching the show for 30 minutes.
Brutal.
And there was human feces in it.
Yeah. You sent the security guard
Yeah.
out to check the cup. Waddle was concerned about what he had left there.
Yeah, because he had a strange kind of glow
You
to
think?
him.
Yeah.
And my thought was, that could be something, explosive.
I remember the time Donny Osmond went walking
Yeah.
by.
Yeah.
I remember the time Bryce Harper went walking
Yeah.
by, and Danny ran
That
on the
was the
street
best, yes.
and almost
Bill
convinced him to
Clinton?
come in. Bill Clinton.
That was my favorite.
walking by, just walking down State Street.
It was
with
so
Secret
weird
Service.
because when you're not expecting it, and boom, you see a,
Like, wait a minute.
former president. And at first, I'm like, this isn't real. This is an imposter.
We dragged Doug Flutie into the studio
Yeah,
one time.
Flutie.
Peter King. That
Peter
was the first
King.
time we met
Yeah.
Peter King. He was here for something.
Was he smoking a cigar?
He was not.
Do you remember the time Jurko and I put Adam Delovit's couch in front of the studio
Yeah.
and smoked cigars and watched you guys?
You
do
guys
the
do-
show?
yes.
Do
You guys
remember
did
that?
like an event, didn't
we
you?
were doing we had some event
had
in the
something
city
to
that
do.
night.
Later in that, yeah.
And
Was
so
I
Jurko
dressed
and
up
I
like a
went
clown?
I go, let's grab the couch. Let's go downstairs and listen and smoke.
and smoked cigars.
You know what happened
And
after
then they
that?
got mad at us.
Yeah, they did.
They got
Well,
mad
but-
because we didn't ask for permission and we didn't notify the building.
Soon after that,
I
though.
go, how can you do something spontaneous? What do you think? I'm going to get,
Yeah,
well,
that's-
we're going to get permission? We're going to fill out forms for this?
You had to get a permit.
No, we did what we wanted to do when we wanted to do it.
That's what you do in college when the first nice weather day
Yeah.
happens. We would take the couch out of the townhouse and you'd sit out Lewis Park at SIU,
That
right?
couch
Pete?
probably could use a fresh, some
Probably.
fresh air and some sunlight
Oh
too.
my God! Like
Probably.
these couches.
Oh, can
it
you
came with the apartment, so they would never swap them out. Like we didn't have furniture. It was
knows?
a furnished apartment.
Who knows? Can you
Four
imagine?
guys in like a 4-bedroom townhouse.
Disgusting.
And everybody, as soon as the weather would get nice, they would take their couches out.
That's awesome.
And you'd sit outside.
Beautiful. They take advantage. So Viking Scott is, of course, putting his 2 cents in here.
About
With regard to the
Let
picture?
Caleb know I have some Viking pendants and a couple of watches that he can borrow for his next press conference. You know that's not going to. I was waiting. I'm surprised it took him that long
So
to text me.
give me the background because I came in at the
So
end
do you have
on
the
this.
picture up, Sylvie, over
yeah,
there?
it's back.
So a
he got
guy,
rid of it.
Eric.
He got rid of it.
Eric.
I hope it's a troll job because if it is, it's awesome.
By the way, you guys noticed Jurko's wearing his golf cleats with his nice outfit.
Oh,
my
nice.
When he
and
has-
his pool balls, billiard ball socks. Did you notice that?
So this
Are
is when
you
he
coming
dresses-
from golf or going to golf?
Neither.
He's
going
always
to dinner.
coming for golf.
He's
What?
going to a steak dinner at Gibson's.
What?
I wore these to a wedding. I was down in Indianapolis, forgot my shoes. I needed new golf shoes, and I needed shoes to wear to a wedding. So I bought these, and nobody knew. Nobody knew I was wearing golf shoes. They just looked like black shoes.
You're wearing those because these are dress shoes?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like a
Did
golf
you
pro.
think at all that was a little weird? Did you do this as part of a bit?
No.
Yerk, you can take the spikes
Yeah.
off those shoes. You don't have to have the spikes on.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but
a
I
lot
use
of
them
work.
as golf shoes, you knucklehead. What are you talking
Well, he's
about?
saying
Well,
take
yeah,
them
but
off
you
and
can
put
take
them
the
back on.
spikes off and put it back
That's
on.
a lot of work. Yeah, come on,
Little
Jack.
Smokey, you know how
Walking
much work
around
that
on your
is?
cleats all day.
Come on, brother.
Anyway, so
Wow.
yeah, that's
So
that's
you're
what makes
going to
Jurko
Gibson's?
He's going to
In-
dinner.
In Oak Brook.
Look how all dressed up he is.
In Oak Brook.
Yeah.
For me, this is dressed up, golf casual.
It is dressed
This is
up.
dressed
you look
up for me.
nice.
Do you not have like black shoes that you can wear that aren't golf shoes?
I do, but remember they used to have the extended toe one? It's out of style.
Oh, like the pointy toes?
Do you know what I'm
Pointy
saying?
toe?
Not the pointy toe. The one that was like extended, made your foot look actually bigger than it actually was.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking
You know what
about.
I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're talking
He knows
about. They
what
were
I'm
like a
talking about.
rectangle kind
Yeah.
of.
Do they have that in
Rectangle
gloves?
tips.
Could you
Then
kick
it
field
could
goals with him if you needed to?
If I
Square
had
toe?
to, yeah, I look
Okay.
like Rick Spangler.
Yeah.
Great Ohio State reference for you right
That was
there.
good.
Remember
Yeah.
that, Rick Spangler?
Sure.
Sure.
So, I love him. So,
Well, I mean, I don't care.
no, it's awesome.
The hell do I give a rat's ass?
Obviously.
My feet are comfortable.
You know what? He's
They
got a
look
cup
flat.
on, too, just in
Nobody
case a
cares.
fight
What are those,
breaks
foot
out.
joys? What are those? Are foot joys still
yeah.
a thing?
Oh, yeah.
of course.
Are they still a thing? What the hell's
Wow,
wrong with
how
you?
do I know?
What the hell is wrong with you?
He's got his brass knuckles.
Do you know Nike's gotten out of the golf
knuckles.
business?
They're
Nike's out.
See?
Yeah, Nike's
So
out.
maybe foot joy.
They
would've
went
been
out of the golf business?
Yeah, Nike did.
They went out of the club business a long time ago. Now they're out of the apparel
Nike
business.
used
And don't
to
you
make-
remember with Tiger? That's
Yeah.
why Tiger.
Yeah.
I don't know what they did, these golf short companies. They used to make a nice expandable, beautiful pant, short
Yeah.
with the expandable waistline, the stretchy stuff.
Yeah.
And then they went back to being,
Nike did that, yeah.
Like, what are we doing? Give me the stretchy stuff, man. I said, this is what I need. I need, flexibility. Go down, put the tee in the ground. You get the ball out of the cup. What's this tight material? What's
Yeah, I don't
happening
know.
here?
It's a good point.
The
They've
hell's
got
going
these
on?
flexible belts now, too. That,
And they got these guys wearing these capri pants out there. What's wrong with you?
Capri pants.
Do you got a mirror?
No.
Do you have a mirror in your home? Do you see what you look like?
You're wearing golf shoes.
Wow, but that's better than wearing capri pants.
What are you talking about? I'm wearing golf shoes. When I
golf shoes
stand
to
up,
Gibsons or capri golf pants
you
on the golf
had
course?
no idea these were golf shoes if I didn't say something.
I love it.
No idea.
I would have thought they were correctional
And
shoes.
if you'd have learned something from the Shawshank Redemption, Andy
no,
Dufresne
yeah.
would tell you nobody looks at your shoes.
Who looks at another man's shoes?
Thank you.
Well, I noticed them because he put them right next to me.
What are you looking at?
I'm texting.
I
I'm
know
putting
what
it on
he's looking
Instagram.
at.
No. What do you, if you're not looking at shoes? What do you look like? They always used to say
I
like a
look at
man's
the-
watch.
No.
Like women look to the watch.
I
No?
look, I look at the cut of a man's jib. That's what I'm looking at. See how the man carries himself.
I mean, on a man, I'm not looking at anything. I don't know. You're
Well,
certainly
you just
not
told me
looking at
when
his
not to look.
You're not looking at his shoes, though. I think that's true.
How
How
look
often
into a
do you
dude's
notice a
eyes
man's
to see if he waffles on me?
I would
you
tell you
know?
this. I would notice if a guy's wearing like a cool pair of Jordans. That I'd probably notice.
See?
But like dress shoes, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know if they were expensive, nice, expensive. Watch, you probably notice. Guy had a nice Rolex. Jurko, where's the Rolex? I go, oh, you got the Rolex back on.
It's out of play,
Like,
man.
that I noticed.
It's out of play.
When he put the Rolex in play, I noticed. But other than that, I don't
Striking
know.
on the big man.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when I get the Mediterranean color in me, Carm.
I know.
Thinking about taking the old shirt off this weekend and letting the sun smile upon the boiler.
I know you are.
My belly button, clean it out for the first time in a long time.
What could you get out of there right
Some
now?
lint, probably,
God only
if I
knows.
had to guess. A little lint.
Have you guys ever seen the videos
Some
where they
dust.
like pull a bug out of someone's ear?
I seen that.
Where, like
Try not
someone's
to
got,
look at that.
I've
and then
seen
you
him
see
pull
it.
a rat out of a guy's belly button before.
What?
So Eric and Oswego called before, and he goes, "Did you guys notice Caleb's earrings?" I said, "No." See, I wouldn't notice that. I guess
wouldn't
I just
either.
didn't pay close enough attention. But he's wearing purple, and gold.
Now
I looked.
that
up-
is if,
Now
if
I
in
looked.
fact, Carm, it is a troll job, standing ovation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't care.
Absolutely.
I think it would be
I don't
funny
think
as
it
hell.
is. I looked. He's a November birthday. That gold is citrine. Is that how Honey Bear
Yeah,
said you say
citrine.
it? Citrine, whatever. it is.
Citrine. She
That
said it's
is
French.
the birthstone.
Citrine.
And now that could also be like a shade of topaz, or she said it could be amethyst, which people who are Scorpios are very much in line with the stone amethyst. So you know how he is. He could be.
Yeah.
He's got an amethyst earring, and Vikings colors be damned. They're good for him. It's his birthstone. It's his sign. It's his astrological sign. And so that's what he wears.
So the day that he was meeting the media to talk about the Vikings,
You
Kevin
think
O'Connor-
that's just a great troll job by him?
I don't
mean,
know.
Boy, that's
If
next
it is
level.
a
If it is,
standing
it is.
ovation.
If that's a troll job
That's
by
awesome.
him, that is spectacular. If it is,
I think it's great. I think his very serious coach would probably not appreciate it, but as me sitting in this chair, I think it's fabulous. I don't think it has a
I
rat's
don't know.
ass
I don't
to do
know
with
that
anything that will
has he
happen
ever
on the
worn
field.
those before?
Well,
And
I
at
don't
any
know.
point, is
I
he
don't-
like,
I
hey,
don't
these
know.
are my birthstone? I'm
Do you know
Is he
how he
looking
is
at
with
his
fashion?
shoes?
He's very fashion forward.
I know.
Most of the time, I look at the size of the stone. If it's in the air, whether it's a diamond or not a diamond, then try to say is it fake or non-fake. So if I'm looking at a stone,
His new
You're talking
nickname
about
is
earrings?
in a
Are you
man's
sure?
ear,
I love the way his mind works.
If I'm
Johnny
looking
the
at a stone in
jeweler.
a man's ear, yeah.
Johnny the jeweler.
Johnny the jeweler.
Because I mean, I don't care. Dudes can wear earrings. Doesn't bother me. None of that matters to me.
Yeah, it's kind
Just
of
play ball.
Yeah, play.
You know?
Yeah.
Play ball.
Play ball. You want to get tattooed? Get tattoos. Go whatever. You want to put war paint on? Like
I said to Chris
Ray, was it
and
Ray
Adam.
Bentley? Remember Ray Bentley?
Yeah.
Put the war,
so.
put the war paint on. I
Just,
don't care.
You know what? Get the ball
But
out on
play.
time and don't take sacks.
Play. Don't play like
Yes.
crap.
Get the ball out on
Play
time.
well.
Don't take sacks.
You guys don't think it's a coincidence? Sounds like.
I don't know.
I don't know.
But if it's not, I instead of getting
Hilarious.
all gassed up about it, I'd get a good giggle out of it.
I'd laugh my
Yeah.
ass off more than anything. Yeah. I think
That's
it's a pretty
funny.
good troll job is right.
On that note, here's what we're going to start with regarding the Bears. Now that this
Let's hear
Caleb
it.
Williams thing is tucked away,
Yes, sir.
the offseason, that's what you say.
Give me your dissertation, my friend. Let me hear this.
I always hear that with the Bears. Anything like you say positively about the Bears, the others will come out and they say, we still nothing has happened yet. You've got to see them win. So, not knowing anything on the field yet, what are you 100% certain about with this Bears team right now? What are you willing to say that you're 100% certain about, and what is your biggest concern on the flip side?
Well, my biggest concern is biggest concern from a year ago, and that's they still don't have another pass rusher.
They don't have pass rush. That's the number one concern.
And my second biggest concern
What do
would
you
be
know they've fixed?
they don't have a very good left tackle.
This is
I don't know.
easy.
I hope
That's-
Ozzie Trapillo is it.
It's
but,
easy for me. They're going to be a better coached football team across the board than they were
They
last
couldn't
year.
be worse.
I would say that's what
That's
I'm
why
most
I'm
sure of.
That's why I'm
with
most
Tom
sure
Allen.
of it.
That's
It
jumbo
couldn't
shrimp.
be worse.
Jumbo shrimp material right there.
Yeah, I think I would agree. That I'm most sure that they will be a more buttoned up,
Between
better
Dennis
coach. There are
Allen
too many
and-
good coaches, I think.
Yeah, and Antoine Randall L. and Ben Johnson,
Bieniemy.
and Al Harris, and
Bieniemy, what do you think about the running back coach?
I think he's doing what he's supposed to be doing
Absolutely.
now. He's not head coach. He's probably not a play caller, but he is a demanding position coach.
Yeah.
Who knows what it looks like.
Yeah, I think the staff assembled here is going to be of tremendous benefit to them. I hope we're not wrong on this because we've been wrong before, but I think it's a complete 180 from what was happening
Carmen,
the
they
last
had to
year and
fire.
a half.
They fired two coaches for non-football related issues.
It was a disaster.
And then they
Yeah.
fired an offensive coordinator several weeks into the season, then fired a head coach.
It was a disaster. So this is much better.
Yeah, I mean, in the past they would have a guy like Luke Getsy who's never done that be their OC. Now you've got one of the best play callers who is going to be calling plays, and you've got Dennis Allen who's taking the step down, right?
Yes.
It's not a step up where you're projecting. You already know that Dennis Allen is a very good defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
You know this. He's done it in New Orleans.
Yeah, you can trust him.
And that's how he got hired twice to be a head
That's
coach.
right.
It's like Bieniemy, okay. He was not good as an offensive coordinator, but now he's going back to his roots in something that he's accomplished.
Yeah.
We know Antoine Randall L. is one of the better wide receiver coaches.
Yes.
The offensive line coach has done it at the big league level for many, many years.
Yeah, they've had some good ones there too, though, and it still hasn't. You haven't seen
Who would you say is the good one? Because they all like
the old coach at Notre Dame,
Harry Houston.
Houston.
Didn't Lovey let him go? He came back twice.
I mean, listen,
didn't
he coached a group at Notre Dame. Had how many All-Americans did he
I
have?
know. I liked Harry, but I don't think everyone did.
Maybe you're right.
I think Olin swears by him, doesn't he?
I think he does. Yeah, I think so. He coached a lot of really good players at Notre Dame, so you want to give him the benefit of the doubt. All right, boys, good stuff.
So
Anything else?
Yeah, Cubs stuff, obviously, with PCA,
man.
the 16 versus 2025 team. Does Jed deserve an extension? He's on his last year of his deal.
Mm-hmm.
Would you give it to him now?
What's the rush?
That's what I say. With every GM.
I like Jed a lot.
I do too. And I think a lot of what hasn't happened is as much to do with the owner and what he's giving Jed than what Jed's doing.
And it's maybe easy for me to say from a distance, like, if Jed were the GM of my team, you'd always find something to complain about when it's your team, I think. But from a distance, sign me up for Jed Hoyer running my baseball operation. I mean, seriously.
Let me just play this out.
Okay.
Here's what the fear would be.
Okay.
And I know we got to run. But Theo is now running like that whole Fenway group, isn't he? Isn't he back there?
I believe he is. Yeah.
Jed has roots. They're like, who is the Red Sox general manager now? Is he Ian Good? Like, what if Jed would want? He's a free agent like any baseball player. So if you wait till the end of the season, he could field offers from somewhere else.
He also hired a manager. Like, he's got some ties. He's developing this team. Like, I think he would want to stay here. I'm not telling you that he would accept a team-friendly deal. You would have to pay him top dollar.
Does Ricketts want to do that?
But I think that after firing Rossi and giving Counsell the contract he did and developing some of these young guys, I would think you'd want to stick around to finish the job. Plus, I'm going to give you...
Not if you feel disrespected, though.
Well,
and not if you're not getting...
I see the fear.
If you're not getting the money for your...
Well, I just said you're going to be paid top dollar.
No, I'm not talking about his salary. I'm talking about his baseball budget.
Yeah.
But that's all in the equation. That's what we talked about.
But that's not going to change whether or not you sign him now or later.
But if he's a free agent, there's more likely that now...
Somebody's going to woo him. I see what Silvy's saying.
Like, hey, Craig Counsell got to the market. Right. They never extended him before that. It gave him the possibility of talking to the Mets and then talking to the Cubs. Something that wasn't even on his radar. If you approach him now and you sign him, or if he's open to it and you get it out of the way, maybe there's less ill will.
I see where you're coming from.
I'm not saying that's the way to go.
Yeah,
but I'm telling you,
you're playing devil's advocate on it. I see where you're coming from.
And then I would respond with which of their playoff series wins are your favorite over the last several years.
That's harsh, Tommy. That's harsh.
I like Jed. I'm just
Red
saying,
Legs are in town this weekend.
They suck. I don't want to talk about that.
They do suck. Come on.
Yeah,
I need him to win 80 games,
well, that's
Tommy.
on you.
What are we doing?
Silly money. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I don't know.
You had the White Sox winning 80?
No, the Reds. I need the Reds to win 80. White Sox winning 80. It'll take them 2 years to win 80. Are you kidding me?
That's not true.
I know. I'm just
They beat
trying
the
to be
Mets
as funny
pretty
as you.
good.
Okay?
Year and a half.
I'm trying to be as funny as you. All right, boys. We'll see you tomorrow at Hillgrove with Yingling in Western Springs.
Where are
Waddle
those shoes tomorrow,
Waddle and Silvy are next.
Shut up.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
We're all shaped by those who came before us, including Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So at 15, my mom became an investor. She created the marketing for the largest, I'll just say, telecom company in the world, and they disposed of her. But they kept her marketing though. Gave her the buyout in 1991, and then I watched her when I was 15 start buying real estate. She opened a print shop and decided that, hey, I wanted to create an increase. But within 6 months of her doing real estate, she had made $200,000 buying property, fixing property, renovate. After she fixed it, she refinanced it and pulled cash out and her initial investment. And I looked up and she owned the whole community.
Put some real-life experience to work for you. Visit BrandonMrFinance.com.
She made me go in there and do work, so I had to learn how to do drywall and floors and masking mud and tape and paint, but it gave me several skill sets today. So I recognize, how things should be done when it comes to real estate.
BrandonMrFinance.com. Make an appointment today.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for going to Great Clips for a haircut." The skilled stylists at Great Clips salons do millions of haircuts a year. But with Clip Notes, they save every detail of your hair, including the secret to taming that cowlick. Oh, and if your wallet could talk, it'd say the price looks pretty great too. Isn't it nice when everyone's happy? For the haircut you love for less, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Hey golfers, it's Silvy. I've been talking about Chicago Southland's finest golf course for years, the Sanctuary in New Lenox. The Sanctuary offers 18 holes of great golf on a beautiful course. The track may be a challenge, but it's an easy drive from anywhere in Chicagoland. Sanctuary features a 20-bay heated top tracer range, a 30-station grass range, a putting green, and a short game area. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time. You no longer need to find your golf sanctuary.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
Bring gas.
It's locked, cocked, ready to rock. I want to talk about the Bears, baby. Love these guys.
Hope your Thursday is going well. Always slip up on the days during a holiday week.
Really?
Yeah, like it's great that it's
got
Thursday.
to Thursday quicker than normal.
It's awesome. It is awesome. And a nice day out there today, at least I think, since there's no windows here in the studio. It was earlier.
Yeah, that's kind of got me down now that I'm thinking about it. Kind of put it in the background, but now, again, you're right.
Because it came up during crosstalk about us being on State Street.
Yeah.
We don't use that
great
studio
street
anymore. We're up here because the cameras work better.
Yeah.
And don't forget our YouTube channel.
Do they work better up here?
I think they do. Yeah. I think the doors don't open, at least without you bench pressing them.
Yes.
But I think the cameras work well here, and it's a good background. YouTube.com/@Waddle and Silvy to watch us. You could watch us live. You can grab everything you may have missed, whether it was Courtney, who was very, very, very fired up yesterday about the whole thing at Hallis Hall. And Barstool Big Cat, who is fantastic. We also had Shaw on, and he followed that up. There was no Waddle and Silvy jinx last night.
No, there was not.
A couple more hits yesterday and another close game.
I got his numbers for you since coming back.
Yeah.
These won't surprise you. That young man, since coming back from AAA, 382 average, 432 on base, 962 OPS. How about that? And Tyler made a bet on him to be the Rookie of the Year.
It's a great bet. I don't know if it's going to win, but for the value and the way you forecast that, Tyler, that was really good.
It's already been like halved. So it was 20-1. I think he's like 11-1 or so now. And yeah, I mean, his average is up to 250. He's an over 100 weighted runs created plus.
That's pretty incredible.
He's
playing a position that isn't his natural position either,
and playing it well too.
And like that's like he had to go to a hitters meeting, so we didn't get to drill down as much as I would have liked with him. But think about the start he had to overcome. And I'm not talking about the failure yet, but so he was hurt, and then he comes back. And then trying to make the team, he's playing a position that is not his natural position.
Was he a second baseman?
Yeah. And then he goes, the first couple of games, you've got to go to Japan. Yeah. And you've got to play 2 games in Japan.
Oh, by the way, he's had an oblique.
Yeah, right. He was on. I said he was hurt.
Yeah.
And then when you come back from getting the regular season started, you go back to spring training.
Yeah.
Remember that? They went early to Japan. You got to come back. Now you're back in spring training mode. He's trying to do all that and contribute as a rookie, and that's tough enough. And then he had the failure, and he was sent down, and he turned it around. He talked about the mental and physical stuff that he worked on and how much in the long term the failure helped him.
I'm interested to hear from him at some point. Does he feel more pressure to perform because he's in a lineup that has got so many accomplished bats? or less pressure because not as much is expected of him?
It's a great question. I had a similar one where I wanted to ask him, is it easier or harder to develop when you're on a team expected to win?
My guess, I mean, I don't know. When you're batting that far down in the lineup, you're usually not seeing a great number of pitches, right? But the way that they have hit in the bottom half of their lineup, I mean, you're not seeing the normal pitch selection probably that other teams have. But he's been great. I mean, so far, so good. Everything about that team has been great so far, so good.
Yes, except some of the injuries, especially to the starting rotation in the long term. But to that point about developing, we've seen it with the White Sox. Vargas is finally coming through now. But, like, it's really tough when you're on a really bad team. It's tough for young players on Colorado. It's tough.
Oh, they're horrible.
I don't know if anyone saw this story. My wife actually told me about the story on Tuesday with, I think his name, is it Ronnie Bell? Is that his name?
Simon.
Ronnie Simon. A player named Ronnie Simon on the Marlins committed several errors, and I believe this is his rookie year. I think he's only 23 against the Padres, and he started crying on the field during the inning. And I'm not talking about like one tear going down as he's like in the down and ready position. He was bawling on the field after making mistakes. And then the following inning, they took him out because of that. Like it's not easy to develop on a even though you're getting a lot of at-bats and a lot of chances when you're on such a bad team.
Well, usually it's because they're not good at developing, so you don't have a whole lot of help. But I don't know. This team is, everything's cooking, and guys are developing, and young players are contributing in a fashion that I didn't expect them to contribute. So enjoy it. And what is the hallmark coming from this chair always?
Good luck.
What is that too? But
that's what
of
you
a
always
championship season,
There's
two things.
Well, you always say that good luck plays a huge role in any winning season.
Regardless of how talented your team is. Good fortune as always. And you got to start with winning the games you're supposed to win.
Yes.
And the Cubs are 12-3 in their last 15. They are stretching their legs against inferior teams. And that's how you secure the foundation to a winning season.
Yeah, and I will not ever criticize a team for that, ever.
Absolutely
it was just the Marlins or it was just the White Sox. I think the one thing that the Cubs did early in the year is they showed everyone with the toughest schedule. I think they had the toughest start in all of Major League Baseball schedule-wise, that they survived that, and they actually did well against those teams.
And now they've got at the time, as they projected out, it was the easiest remaining schedule in Major League Baseball. And that's where you got to make hay, and hay is being made on the north side right now.
All right, so if you want to talk some baseball, 312-332-3776. Football, of course, is we're your home of the Bears. They had the open OTA yesterday. We've moved on now from the Caleb stuff, but if you have any leftover opinions about that, and Ben Johnson speaking yesterday, I could listen to him talk all day.
You bet the over yet?
I'm not on the over, and I'm not going to be. You keep
I'll keep asking. Let me keep asking.
But I think I'm really, really close, if I'm not there already, to believing, and I could be wrong. I've been wrong many other times.
All be wrong.
I've been wrong. I was wrong about Nagy after, they had a 12-4 start.
Visor guy.
They had a 12-4 start, and they were a missed field goal away from getting to the second round of the postseason.
Many thought you would have been in the NFC title game with that team.
Yes, and so we thought, okay, the Bears have arrived, and the window is opening, and the good stuff is here. Then
you always felt a little skeptical though about Mitch.
Yes, especially you. Like I was a little more. I never was in Cap's territory, but I thought it was more of something that they could build off of, and it just collapsed in 2019.
Yeah, that was a win with a quarterback, not win at any point because of, unless you're playing the Bucs.
And look, in this chair, and I've grown older, and I've tried to wait a little bit to make any proclamations. Like I always joke, I was a big Ben Gordon guy. Oh, Ben Gordon. You can't move off of Noach. Noach is a guy that every team needs. He's untouchable. Like, there have been many things that I have vaulted up in my fandom, and I see a lot of that in Tyler, too. When Tyler talks about Presley and some of these other guys.
Wait, who's been, I just want to know, If a baseball judge was sitting here today, who would he rule in favor of with regard to your individual takes on Nico Horner? Who's winning that?
Well, this year he's winning.
Okay.
Like, this is what I've asked from Nico. Like,
all right.
And this is what I've asked from Seiya. It's why I've been critical of them in the past, because last year isn't good enough, and these past years from Seiya aren't good enough. You're paying them to be good baseball players. You paid Seiya a lot of money to be a very good baseball player. And last year's stats, you can't tell me they were very good.
No, they weren't. But Nico still being good is still not going to hit a home run for you. His OPS isn't going to, light your tree.
And I think it has a lot to do with who's around him. That there's not as much pressure on Nico Horner when Kyle Tucker and PCA are doing what they're doing, and it's not all about Hap and Nico.
You feel like you're over loving a Nico Horner in there, Tyler?
Not really. I mean, he's got the second best WAR among second basemen, fifth best OPS among second basemen. Like, he's delivering.
And I won't complain about him now. This is what I asked for, and this is what he's giving, and I can't complain about it.
And I got your gripe last year. Like, he was bad last year. It was not the Nico that we saw 2 years ago, who was a very good player, I thought, and gives you great defense, gives you great base running. But if he's not performing at the plate, you take away a little bit from the base running there, and then second base isn't a power position per se, but
I'm shocked he doesn't have a home run though. Like, in this game, in this age, and he's put together. You would think that he would hit one out. He has 0 home runs.
Jesse told me a story. Maybe he could expand on this tomorrow when he joins us. But I think Nico, a couple of years ago and under David Ross, the plan was him to be both. The plan was he was such a good contact hitter, and then he wanted more power. Mm-hmm. And then when he tried to go for more power, the batting average and on-base percentage dipped. So it was about, okay, look, you could add home runs, but then you are not doing what you do best. So maybe it is better for Nico. And again, I really believe that the cast has a lot to do with how we view him. When Ian Happ, Seiya Suzuki, and Nico Horner are your top 3 players, it's not good enough. But this year, I think the 3 best offensive players so far for the Cubs have been Kyle Tucker, PCA, and the shocking Carson Kelly. So Nico Horner can do what he's supposed to do when he's what? And Dansby Swanson's had a good year now.
Well, Seiya's been fantastic, too. I mean, he has some valleys, but he's been great.
So Nico Horner is probably what? Their 6th or 7th best offensive player?
Yeah.
That's
this year.
And that's what I used to complain about Kirk Heinrich, where he was overloved. Kirk Heinrich can never be your best player. Kirk Heinrich shouldn't be the face of your franchise. You can live with Kirk Heinrich when he's playing great defense against the best guard when you have other great players living up to what they're supposed to be.
Yes, but this is kind of like the exception. I maybe not. In 2023, Nico hit 283, was on base 35% of the time, and had a 5 WAR.
Yeah,
which is obviously impacted
defense.
Greatly because of his defense. But look, let's just all hold hands, because there's nothing wrong with this Cubs team right now. There's nothing to bitch and moan about. There's nothing to be upset about.
I think starting pitching.
You don't like what you see from Boyd and
okay, that's
Ray?
one of 5.
Well, the results have still been there, I think, overall. But I'm with you. If they have any plans about winning anything, they have got to get better. And I think we all know that. I think Jed knows that. I think the fan base would admit that. You can't go into the playoff series, even if Shota's totally healthy, with Shota and the rest of these guys.
You mean you're not giving the ball to Matthew Boyd in the opening game of the series?
No, but you may have to give him the ball.
Listen,
More
everybody's
than Boyd
delivered.
or Tyon. They're all sort of the same, aren't they?
I'd go with Boyd.
Right now, Boyd.
Right now.
Tyon has had some pretty good starts.
He's also he's bound to give up 3 or 4 home runs in an inning.
He's got it or he doesn't.
Yeah.
But he's also not going to be you're not going to have a pitching advantage with Jameson Tyon on the mound.
Yes.
Right.
You don't have high upside. You don't have a low floor.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. He's just kind of average. Can he get you through Basically, can he get you a quality start in the playoffs?
And depth isn't a problem. It's why when the trade deadline does get here, I don't want them to add pitching depth. They need, if they're going to add pitching, a star or someone as close to a guy.
God, is there anybody out there right now that's fits that bill that will be available?
The pitcher with the Blue Jays?
Yeah, Kevin Gausman's a name. I was looking into it a little bit. If the Rangers keep slipping, obviously DeGrom's the big name there, but Nathan Eovaldi's another one that I'd be interested in.
And with a lot of playoff experience, correct?
And like clutch playoff experience too from all those days with the Red Sox.
It's a good name, yeah. Let me take this call, then we'll move into the Bears and let's talk about it. Ray is in Plainfield. Ray, you're on Waddle and Silvy. What's on your mind?
Hey, I just want to I think Horner gets overlooked a lot. Right now, he's leading the team in batting average or runners on scoring position. So if they needed to and he was batting higher in the lineup, maybe he'd have more RBI opportunities and score more RBIs, right? I think he is what we need at second base. I think he just gets so easily to overlook because, to Tom's point, he hasn't put one in the stands yet.
Yeah,
which is shocking to me. Again, that's one of the things about this season that I still, for whatever reason, I can't get past.
If you were him, and what's his high watermark on home runs in a season?
It's
10.
Mm-hmm.
So would you try and slug more, but then knowing that it could cost you in the batting average and on base percentage and contact rate? Or are you leaning into like he's doing and just saying, look, I'm not a power hitter. I'm going to do what I do best.
I wouldn't change a thing if I was him right now.
Not with the hitters around him, because now you know this year the guys can drive him in.
Exactly.
I wouldn't change a thing. I wouldn't change a thing about any of what they're doing right now. Now, we may have a different discussion 3 weeks from now, and you may ask them to do some different things. But right now, keep on keeping on.
Later in the show, we're going to do the 16 comparison, and if we would take a player from 16 or 2025 at either position. So your second baseman for that team, it would be Javi, correct? Because Javi played second that year.
I was thinking, let's just go off of the Game 7 lineup.
Would that be Zobrist?
Well, it would be Javi at second.
It would be Javi, okay.
Zobrist was in the left.
Zobrist could play everywhere, and he was so valuable. And the World Series MVP. It's random, like the Cubs and Sox when they both won the MVP, Jermaine Dye and Ben Zobrist as your two MVPs. All right, 312-332-3776 if you want to talk to us. We've got Joniak coming up at 5 o'clock. We also have one of our greatest clips as we're up to number 19, the greatest sports clip ever. As far as the play-by-play call in game, we're up to number 19. We've got a ticket giveaway, too. Tyler, do you care to explain this? Terry Bradshaw, the Hall of Famer, is going to be out at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. He's doing, what, a variety show is this?
Yeah, he does singing. He tells his life stories,
He's
all that stuff.
a one-man show.
Yep.
You don't, I think there was a period of time where he was in Vegas. He was doing the same thing. He had a residency in Vegas.
Well, how old is he, 80 or 81?
72.
Oh, no, he's not. Is he only 72?
That's my guess. I don't think he's as old, but maybe he's
76.
76. Oh, I overshot it. So for those tickets, we're going to do this. We've been approved to do this. All right, so Aaron Rodgers roasted the Bears earlier in the week from this past weekend. We'll play you that. And then Terry Bradshaw took a shot at Aaron Rodgers. He just doesn't like Aaron Rodgers. So what we're going to do is we're going to do your best burn for Aaron Rodgers. He may play against the Bears one last time with the Steelers. And this could be really good, or it could be a colossal failure because it all depends on you at 6 o'clock. You just, it's not a long stand-up routine. We want your best burn for Aaron Rodgers.
Well, if you don't, and if you suck at it, you're not going to get the tickets to Terry Bradshaw's show.
Exactly.
I mean, it's pretty simple.
Unless it's like comically bad that we love it.
Yes. So, and we have 2 pairs of tickets. Is that what it is, Tyler?
2 4-packs of tickets.
2 4-packs of tickets. So start thinking about that now. And there's not much. Like a Packer fan was at my parents yesterday out at Emo's. We had a great crowd. It was awesome. And the dad was a Bears fan. He goes, hey, my son's a Packer fan. Come on over here and trash talk him. I go, what can I really say to him?
Yeah. Congrats on all your success.
It's tough. I know we all love to chant Packers suck and this and that, Green Bay sucks. But come up with your best Aaron Rodgers burn. We'll do that at 6 o'clock. Coming up next, what are you certain about from this Bears team as we are on the brink of mandatory mini camp and they haven't played a game? It's the thing I hear the most of. Guys, I don't want to be overly in love with what they've done this offseason because I've been burnt in the past, or they haven't played a game yet. What are you absolutely positive about this Bears team? And then what is your biggest concern? Ring up the phone lines right now. Let's take a bunch of calls. 312-332-3776. Let's talk about it is next.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Unless you got a friend like the good kid. Hey, I want to invite you out to Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill in Oak Lawn. Join me this Sunday from 1 to 3. Let's enjoy some Yingling, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Carmen and Jurko, sponsored by Blue Chew. At the end, we'll pick one qualifier to win a twosome on our team. See you Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 at Birdie's in Oak Lawn. Please enjoy responsibly.
Guys, we love Connie's Frozen Pizza. It's the official frozen pizza of the Waddle and Silvy Show. We're very proud of that. And it's Thursday, and if you want to chill towards the end of the week, pour yourself a cold one and grab some Connie's Frozen Pizza at a local grocery store. You're going to love it. You don't have to cook. You can relax, watch a game. It's Chicago-style pizza, thin and crispy, and I cut it into squares just like they do at the Connie's restaurants. Thanks to Connie's Frozen Pizza, you can enjoy that true slice of the city anytime, anywhere. Connie's Frozen Pizzas are classic thin pies. They're made with that same cornmeal crust that Connie's has been serving for over 60 years. They're perfectly cheesy and saucy, and they're exactly what you want on hand when you're craving pizza. Get to know the true Chicago style with Connie's Frozen Pizza. Born in Chicago, enjoyed everywhere, available at your local grocer's freezer.
Our goal is to provide patients with the strongest, most effective, and safest options in this exciting field of regenerative medicine.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
The idea that you can avoid a joint replacement is very exciting.
And that's from a surgeon who's done thousands of joint replacements, but who now believes there's a better way.
Regenerative medicine, as we understand it today, gives lasting pain relief, improved function, without surgery, without drugs.
Under Dr. Scheinkup's leadership, QC Kinetics medical professionals treat patients every day with the most advanced protocols in natural biologics. Literally tens of thousands of people all over America.
I've been doing research on regenerative medicine for 2 decades. This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Pat the Designer here. If you're shopping for a car, head to Madison Auto Mall, just 30 miles from downtown Chicago. Thousands of vehicles, top dealers, all in one stop. Get it all in Madison. Home for business, heart for family.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Yeah, thanks. Love these guys.
Man, how do you not love that, too? It was the whole thing. And
bet the over at the break?
I did not. I still haven't bet the over. And I won't. You're going to tempt me all off season.
Okay.
You'll get there.
Yeah.
I think
I will?
I think you'll get there, yeah.
No doubt. No question.
The one thing I'm willing to do now, I'm going to lock it in. I'm going to lock this in.
I think I know where you're going.
He's the one. Ben Johnson is the one. I haven't seen a game. I was tempted to do this last week when we brought it up. Like, are you willing to say it? And what fun is it to say wait and see? He's got the playbook that we knew. He was the guy we wanted. He brought with him a great staff. He's showing us that he's got, like, front of the room stuff, and he's holding them accountable. If this doesn't work, nothing else will. It's over then. Just fold it up. I am locking it in.
Well, that's not even factoring in your love affair with the quarterback.
Yes, and hopefully this will be something that lasts a long time. But I think, and I don't care, I'm going to put myself out there, bookmark it, put this down into the computer, Jack, throw it in my face at the end of 1 year, Pfizer guy all over again. Lock me in on Ben Johnson as the one.
Why not make a little money along the way as well and bet the over?
Because I still don't believe in the team and the talent.
How about this? Would you bet him Coach of the Year at 6-1?
Who's the favorite?
He's not winning. Time out. He's not winning Coach of the Year if this team isn't above 500.
I know,
yes,
but
that's right. So then you might as well parlay that with, if you bet Coach of the Year, don't you have to parlay an over bet in there too? Because you're not winning like Waddle just said.
Isn't this kind of just getting better odds than what the over is?
But I think you have to do both then, and then you're getting outstanding odds because, like Waddle said, you're certainly probably not even getting Coach of the Year votes if you're 9-8, and that's the over.
I can't control what they're going to do in New England. Like you have no control over that. Like how New England plays is up to them.
So Vrabel is like it's. I think I heard Shea say this. It's Pete Carroll. It's Vrabel. It's Ben Johnson. It's all the new coaches going to bad teams.
Right, because like Sean McDermott isn't going to win Coach of the Year if the Bills win 12 games. He's just not. Like this is what historically last year, it was Kevin O'Connell because they won 14 games with Sam Darnold. So if you're going to bet Coach of the Year, you might as well bet the over because you're not going to win Coach of the Year with an under 500 team.
Yes.
But this is giving you longer or better odds than betting the over.
But that's why you put them together.
Right. You probably can't parlay them.
You can't?
I would guess
or
you
at least
can't.
bet both then. You bet both.
You're definitely going to have a play on the over before this gets.
I'm not. That I won't. That I won't. But I've, like Jesse says, I've seen enough. I'm willing to put my ass out there that this is the one we've been waiting for. This is the one.
What is the what kind of value do you have on the over these days, over 8.5. By the way, the latest power rankings have the Bears at 16. That's the second time I've seen them right in the middle of the pack.
The juice is pretty leveled out right now, minus 110 both sides.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair value.
And 16 is close to being a playoff team, depending on where the NFC is. But if you're usually in the top 14, like 7 and 7 playoff teams in each conference.
Can I show you this too? So they have the alternate win totals for the Bears as well. For 10.5, it's plus 300. I think you're better off betting Ben Johnson to win Coach of the Year at 6-1 than the Bears to win 11 games at 3-1.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's 11. So that lock me in on that, and I'm still, as far as the two
Ben's
questions I put out there, like, what are you willing to say right now before you've seen a game that you know for sure about the Bears? And I'm putting myself on a limb with that. And then you know where I stand on even more so than edge. I'm concerned about left tackle. I don't believe that just improving the interior helps left tackle if he's not the right one.
I still think their biggest issue is pass rush.
Okay.
So, but I've said all along too. Like I've said forever. I have more confidence in the coach who's never done this as a head coach than I do as the quarterback right now. I believe in the coach's plan.
That's a good. Did we ever poll that question?
I don't know.
Polls, Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams.
Oh, I'm
Who
going
do you
with
have the
Ben.
most confidence in?
Ben has, at this level, had the most success in his role. He's only been a coordinator, and he's coordinated 3 of the top 5 offenses in football the last year.
And not as a head coach, but as a coordinator, yes.
He's never had the head coaching role, so maybe he'll be fantastic at it. Head coach.
All right. So what is the one that are you going?
That they are going to be a significantly better coach team across the board this year than they have been the last several years. Ben Johnson, Eric Bieniemy, Dennis Allen, their receivers coach, all of these guys. They're going to be a much better coach team this year than they have been in years.
Jack, what do you got?
I know that there's really no excuses for the offense this year because they have all the weapons that they should need. The offensive line should be improved. I still have questions at left tackle like you guys do. But there are so many weapons in this offense this year that I know the pieces are there to build Caleb Williams up.
What's your biggest concern?
My biggest concern is still left tackle. And
Okay, so
the pad rusher. Same as you
1
two
and
guys.
1A, yeah. All right, what about you, Tyler?
The thing that I know for sure is that the offensive line is going to be significantly better from last year. I think I get you can still have a hole at left tackle, but you shored up 3 pieces that definitely needed an upgrade, and I think the sum is going to, just based off of what we saw last year, clearly improve from a season ago. And then my biggest concern is the pass rusher opposite Montez Sweat. I still think there needs to be some sort of solution there.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're not if you don't watch them on a Sunday by Sunday basis and say, wow, this is night and day with regard to how they're being instructed and held accountable and taught and coached, I'm going to be baffled and shocked. Now, again, the bar is exceptionally low because we saw that poo show last year on a week in and week out basis. But not only do I think that they're going to be better just because they're alive and have a pulse and a heartbeat, it's because I do believe in Antoine Randall and Eric Bieniemy and Dennis Allen and Ben Johnson and all of them put together and Dan Rauscher and all of them. I mean, it feels like a pretty good staff. Every one of them has had success in what they've been asked to do. Other than the head coach, he's never had the opportunity. I'm pushing my chips in that he's going to be okay with it.
Sean in LaGrange, you're on Wow, I choked.
Yes,
ESPN
sir.
1000, bring that one back, Jack. What's up, Sean?
Psychopathy.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, I'm anticipating Caleb to throw over 4,000 yards. I'm calling it right now.
You locking it in?
Locking it in.
Okay. And
only concern I have is the defensive line. Actually, I think the offensive line is going to be okay. I think Darnell Wright's going to get flipped over to left tackle. I think we're going to be okay.
That's the one thing that they have been kind of adamant about is that Darnell's going to stay where he's at right now.
Yes.
Which is odd because in some ways, maybe not totally odd, but Because they're the ones that brought up the concept that they could be moving guys around prior to the draft.
You want to hear that? That was from yesterday, Ben Johnson, because it was lost in the shuffle. I thought it was the biggest news part. This is first him talking about Trapillo versus Karan Amagaji. Last week it was Karan Amagaji getting first-team reps at left tackle. Yesterday it was Trapillo, the rookie who played right tackle at BC. So this is what Ben Johnson said.
We're moving guys around. Yeah, we want to give everyone an opportunity. So, Darnell, we feel pretty comfortable keeping him at the right side right now. So the left side until we get Braxton back in the mix, it's going to be a little bit of musical chairs.
So, as he said, we're pretty comfortable keeping Darnell right at right tackle
That's
right
the
now.
plan, unless something blows up. Then they may make a move. But
And then this is what he said. Do you consider right tackle to be settled?
To be determined. Anything's on the table, and we're going to let the plan play out, which is keep them there for the time being and let these guys battle it out on the left side, and we can decide to change course whenever we need to.
I like the way he explained that. They could decide. They're free to change their mind, but as of now, they're not going to move two players and be a part of a rotation when then right gets left tackle, snaps, and then you've got to put someone at right.
Whether you think this is dangerous approach or not, I think there is a portion of them up there that believes by solidifying themselves from guard to guard and by being better at their jobs, while they're not going to solve the left tackle position, it won't be the issue that it has been prior because of some of the mortar that they've placed in filling some of the gaps in other places.
Tristan on the south side, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Tristan?
Hey, how you doing? This is Coach Stovall, man. I'm your former or your alum, TF North's former head coach.
You know, Jurko left like a half hour ago, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, did he? Hey, sorry about that, man. Just let him know, man.
Yes, for sure. So, wait, give us your tie to Jurko here.
Hey, TF North, he was a football player there back with, what was the quarterback there, man, many, many years ago.
Ooh, I don't know.
Were you the coach? Were you one of the coaches when Jurko played?
No, I took over the program in 2021.
Oh, great. So you're the head coach now of TF North?
No, former. I'm out of there now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was a tie. All
right.
So now what I wanted to talk about was the great thing I think the Bears did was our coach came in without the attitude of I got to be the smartest in the room. Coach Spurlock, former coach from Morgan Park who passed away, his favorite line was Moses is only as good as his staff. Ben brought in a staff.
Yes.
To train, to prepare, so they didn't have to do everything. I thought that's it. That's the move. That's it.
You're absolutely right, Tristan. And it's what the last coach was scared of. The last coach,
absolutely,
when he had a chance to improve at OC, he felt threatened by the better candidates because they could take over for him. And
hey, come on.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yes. It's all about the development, right? So these young people have lost a year of development because he was afraid of losing his opportunity.
It's crazy. Tristan, good stuff. Thank you.
Thanks, Tristan.
This is Let's Talk About It, and it's all brought to you by my guys over at BetterHelp. They've got thousands of therapists to match you with someone who can help, whether it's just dealing with day-to-day anxiety or stress, or if you're getting over the grieving process. Check them out, betterhelp.com. And mental health is health. Visit betterhelp.com/timeout. You'll get 10% off your first month of therapy. Let me go to Adam in Boston. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Adam?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're great.
All right. Well, the thing I'm most excited about is probably for the preseason, because they have an opportunity on the goal line to put Kramer and Newman in the backfield. And I think you fake it to Kramer, and then you give it to Newman, and when he scores, I want Joniak to say, hello, Newman.
Oh, that's great. That's fantastic.
And I saw this thing online the other day of Poles and Cunningham during the draft. And Ian Cunningham, when they're about to draft him, is going, hello, Newman. And Poles keeps getting it wrong. He keeps going, hi, Newman.
Oh, really? So they, I still haven't seen that. Keep wanting to go back there. So I'll look at that at the break. That's great.
Yeah. But the thing I'm a little concerned with, I saw a press conference of Montez Sweat yesterday, and he didn't seem super excited or motivated. He called Dennis Allen complicated. And it's almost like he was trying not to say something bad about him. And you need Montez Sweat pretty in, and I don't know if he's bought in.
I raised an eyebrow on that statement, too. I didn't want to look too far into it. Maybe, Jack, you can pull that. But I think then my first blush was like, oh, did he just say that? But I think he was saying his defense is complicated. And, like, he's just trying to learn it.
I wouldn't make any rash judgments about Montez's excitement level based on how he presents himself
That's
at
sort
the
of
podium.
how he is, yeah.
Yes, he's a very low blood pressure type. I think the fact that he's in attendance says a lot.
Yeah. I think, though, if we ranked guys who has the most pressure on them this year, I think he's up there, top 3.
Yeah, he's
It's
gotta
Caleb.
deliver.
Would you say DJ? And then Montez?
I would say Montez has got even more pressure than DJ.
Really?
I would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Philip in Cedar Lake, you're on ESPN 1000, 312-332-3776. What's up, Philip?
Silvy, what in the tiniest hands are you doing preaching Ben Johnson as being the guy already, as the one? You did this back with colors, saying we were going to the Super Bowl. Then it was Visor guy. Now this?
Yeah.
Are you...
I don't learn, Philip.
I mean, are you the one hexing us, preaching about this? Maybe you're doing this to us.
Oh no, it's bigger than me. Believe
Silvy,
me, way bigger.
I don't know. We're all starting to wonder.
I feel so bad now, Philip. You
need to go stand in the corner for a timeout.
Right.
We just can't.
That is one of the weirder punishments when you really zoom out and think about that. That people back in the day used to have their kids stand in a corner.
That was not part of protocol in my house.
You got the belt.
Yeah, I got the belt. Yeah, there was no standing in the corner.
Where was the root of that? Where that, like, and then there was one where in school you would have to wear the dunce cap.
Yeah, the dunce cap always was like...
You would sit in a chair.
That was not part of the program for me either. It was usually a class ring turned around and smacked in the back of your skull.
We had this one field trip when we were in elementary school where we went to like an old-time schoolhouse, and you basically did like an hour of school like back in the olden days.
Yeah.
So like there was the one guy
churning butter.
Well, pretty much. There was the one person who would have to go and sit in the corner with a dunce cap. Another person got to sit on a one-legged stool. I'm trying to remember some of the other things, but yeah, it was a little bit of a wake-up for a lot of the kids.
Are there any people out there who are listening to the show that used to be punished by having to stand in the corner? 312. I'm going to Google that, where that came from.
Or you got your fingers hit by a ruler? Is that what, I mean?
Or the pointer? I think Jurko always says it was the pointer, wasn't it?
We had like a ruler, yeah.
All right, we'll take more of your calls. Give us one thing that you're certain about. I just got scolded for locking in Ben Johnson's the one. I don't learn. Or what is your biggest concern? That you, before they've played a game, we've got some Cubs talk coming up, Waddle's World, Joniak at 5 o'clock, some giveaways today. So stay where you are. It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Bears Weekly. Host Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer take you inside with the latest on your team. The latest news and the best interviews. Bears Weekly, tonight at 6:30 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
It's that time of year again, and if you or someone you love is graduating soon, you know there's a lot to do with all the finals, papers, party prep, and more. It's easy to forget about details like getting a fresh haircut. Luckily, that's why there's Great Clips. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere, and they'll text you when it's time to come in. No need to worry about finding time for an appointment in your busy end of the school year schedule. The skilled salon stylists at Great Clips are schooled in all the latest styles and techniques, so whatever haircut you're going for, you'll look and feel great in your cap and gown or as a guest cheering from the audience as well. Plus, with the affordable prices at Great Clips, you can save more money for summer fun, and who doesn't love that? So get into your local Great Clips salon today and get ready to celebrate in style. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
This is your White Sox Minute. I'm Len Casper. The Sox busted out the heavy lumber in a 9-4 win at the Mets on Wednesday afternoon. Starter Shane Smith had an uncharacteristically short start, but the bullpen covered the final 5 1/3 innings, and Andrew Benintendi knocked in 4 with a single, triple, and home run. The Sox are off today. They open up a weekend series in Baltimore tomorrow night. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 tickets to the Flo Rida postgame concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Great Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes. This has been your White Sox Minute.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Another accident? What happened? Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing. Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this? Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault. So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims? Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operates smarter.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-646-5959. That's 800-646-5959. 800-646-5959.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text STAPLE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text STAPLE to 321-321. That's STAPLE to 321-321.
Want to buy a vehicle in 60 minutes or less? Purchase your next vehicle in 60 minutes or less at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook, or your first car payment is on them. And every new Chevy comes with the Advantage Plus program. Together, let's drive. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
Opened a can of worms with the last caller telling me to stand in the corner for saying that Ben Johnson is the one. And then I asked, do you remember that as a punishment, where it came from? I just read that it was due to separation and having to reflect on your misbehavior for a time being. And so I
you do all that in the corner while the rest of the class is learning?
Yeah, you have to face, or your parents would do that.
I'd be farting. I'd just be turning my butt in your direction and try to blast you with some gas.
It's kind of just like detention, if you think about it. You're put in detention. You're put in the corner.
Except you're facing the wall. It's so weird.
Well, not just that, but detention is taking me away from doing stuff I want to do after school. That ends as soon as the class ends.
They refined it, and they call it timeout now, where you just sort of separate, but that used to be a thing where kids used to have to stand looking into the corner.
What are you doing in class, by the way?
Huh?
What are people doing in class? You're there for a reason.
Oh, get out of here! You were some sort of a bookworm.
You don't have to be a bookworm, but I wasn't an asshat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You were stuffing kids in the locker.
I was not. That's a fallacy. That's a
Yelling
lie.
nerd to everybody.
That's not true.
Who weren't smoking down by the river and drinking beer at 15.
I was at practice.
Sure. As a child, were you ever told to stand in the corner as a punishment? I've polled the question.
Nope.
I'm shocked by this. 61.4% of the people said yes.
I was never told to stand in the corner.
We have about 200 votes. Let's go to Mike. And then Bongwater Chad, don't go anywhere, because we'll get to the Bears calls, too. Everyone with the Bears stuff, we'll get to them. I just want to get to some of these punishment calls. Mike in Plainfield, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Mikey?
Hey, what's up, guys? So I grew up outside of Ottawa, Illinois, at a small country school. There was like 100 kids, kindergarten through 8th grade. And whenever you got in trouble and you got detention, you had to stand against the wall, or like close to the wall, for like 45 minutes to an hour, and you had to hold a book to the wall with your nose.
Oh, wow.
And
it's some sort of a balance.
I mean, I think it's old school. Like, you would think it'd be like a story from like the 50s or something, but this was just back in the 90s. And it was brutal, man. It was a little workout.
Your town had a lot of neck injuries?
Yeah, pretty much, dude.
I mean, I can't even imagine holding a book to the wall with your nose.
Yeah, that's wouldn't it fall?
You had to do it. If you had it drop, they would add on time of your detention.
Send me outside to chop some firewood. I mean, don't make me do that.
Mike, that's a good story. That's a good one. All right, let's go to Eric. You're on ESPN 1000. Eric in Wisconsin. This should be good.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
We're good.
Good. I went to public school in northern Lake County, Illinois. Dunce caps were definitely used, but some of the better ones were you would have to stand with your feet back and your hands behind your back with your forehead pressed against the chalkboard.
That's kind of like the book thing. Wow.
Eric,
Similar.
Eric, how old a man are you?
63.
63.
So this is old school.
So I date. Oh, yeah, definitely old school. My second grade teacher, I think the first week, she had a wooden spoon that she would hit people on their backside with. She broke it on mine.
Wow. What'd you do?
Yeah.
What'd you do to get that?
You know why? Because he was a hard ass. Get it?
Exactly. Exactly. I don't know. I was talking in class, and she blew a gasket, basically. There was one other one. The vice principal had mounted behind the counter, and, when you would walk in to the clerk or whatever, had a paddle because he was the enforcer that had holes drilled.
Yes, I was just going to ask you,
This
Eric.
blows my mind when you tell this story, too, Waddle, the paddle.
Oh, with holes in it.
With
so
holes
that you
in it,
could
so
get
it would
more
cut the air
more
resistance.
velocity.
Yes, right. Aerodynamic.
Exactly.
Wow.
Trying to think the other one.
Oh,
that's good enough. I think
good old days. The good old days.
Eric, thank you.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
There you go. There's Eric. Let's go to Chris in Glen Ellen. Hey, Chris.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're good.
Thanks for having me on.
You got it.
Yeah, similar story to the last caller. I'm only 40 years old, just turned 40, but I went to school in southern Louisiana. We decided to skip school one day when it was 98 degrees, 90 degrees humidity.
Makes sense.
And hang out in the field, because that was supposed to be better than school. we all got caught because we lived in a tiny town with a population of 500 people.
Wow.
Anytime you walk down the road, you'd be seen. Yeah, I remember when I got picked up from school from my stepmom. She asked if I was thirsty. I knew I was in trouble. But we got the paddle there. Your parents would sign a waiver at the beginning of your school if you do detention or corporal punishment, it's the same thing. The paddle with the holes in it, which I would usually prefer because they don't call your parents. It's a couple licks with the paddle. You know, no harm, no foul. But my friend Ryan, he literally bruised him with the paddle. The next day he was black and blue.
Wow. Like this, I grew up in the 70s, but like we never saw anything like that. Like,
My mind was blown. Yeah, coming from Chicago to go down there to see that.
Like I would see a gym teacher get angry and grab someone kind of by their shoulder or something.
Yeah, you guys were also standing naked in line waiting for a Speedo for a team swim.
That is true, and that was mental anguish.
You know what? Hit my ass with a paddle instead of that.
I still have nightmares about it. I still do.
I can understand why.
As a freshman. And like underdeveloped freshmen too.
Well, it's just not normal for everyone to be standing naked in line at the age of what, 14?
14, and it was the swim class, and then you'd have to tell the man in the closet what waist you were, bathing suit, because you weren't allowed to bring your own bathing suit, and you had to shower first before you wore their bathing suits.
Yeah.
So then you had to stand, because you'd be naked in the shower.
And you big city
you'd
guys.
be in a line. You'd be in a line.
You big city guys are going to make fun of us in smaller towns who got just whacked with a paddle instead.
Yeah,
there was no naked swims for our team.
And I always told you there was no it was an all dirt infield for me at 14. There was not a inch of grass. There was no grass. And then there were the other kids who were like twice my size with hair all over their body. Size 28, please. Thank you.
Yeah, if you could have at that time chosen the paddle, which would you have chosen?
I think so.
Yeah, give me a couple of licks with that thing with the holes in it,
You
please.
would have your pants on, though, right?
Yeah, I never had the pants down, no. That was not. Some other guys may have, but I did not.
So you may be asking, how did we get here? Well, when I said that Ben Johnson is the one, a caller called in and said, Silvy, you need to stand in the corner. You're making this mistake all over. And I said, boy, that was a punishment, wasn't it? And so now we have a bunch of people wanting to talk about how they were punished and if they ever had to stand in the corner. And I found that people had to balance books with their nose or stand facing the chalkboard or getting a paddle with holes in it. So more of your calls coming up. Bears calls as well. We got the Montez Sweat sound we're going to play for you. It's all coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The CDGA Golf Show. It's your source for golf news, course to course, and golf news coast to coast. Hosts Tyler Rocky and Mike Gilligan are linked up with golfing knowledge to help us all. Tune in Saturdays 9 to 11 on all the ESPN Chicago channels. Brought to you by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Guys, I love my Toyota Sequoia. It is absolutely awesome. I just had a friend today text me saying, hey, Silvy, which dealership should I go to? Any of the Chicagoland dealerships are fantastic for Toyota. And right now it's the summer starts here, sales event, summer finally here. The weather is turning, guys. Think about a great summer vacation. You can make the most of it. Maybe it's taking the whole family to a game in the spacious Grand Highlander, or you can get out of the city to explore in the rugged RAV4. It's what I used to drive, and I loved it. 40 miles to the gallon with a hybrid version, or you can use the powerful Tundra to get the boat in the water. There's a Toyota for every adventure, and every Toyota comes with Toyota Care. It's a 2-year or 25,000-mile no-cost maintenance plan that even includes roadside assistance. It's a value you can expect from Toyota. Summer starts now at your Chicagoland Toyota dealer. Visit your local Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
If you got money in 401ks and 403bs and TSPs and deferred comps and 457 plans, that's not really to your benefit. You're delaying it, inevitable, more taxes, because of accumulation. So you over 20 or 30 years of work, you're going to build more money, which is going to put those monies in a higher tax bracket.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
I say pull those monies from those things, invest with me, or put money into what we call qualified accounts, the insurance vehicles, the annuities, the IULs, to where you can get the compound interest and then protect family, but also create generational passive income, right now residual income streams, leveraging insurance, because insurance is the biggest business in the world, the only one that cannot fail.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
I don't do any risky things. I like the money to go to work, and I like to see it.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Jewelry is a gift that says more than any other. It tells the recipient that they're extra special. This is Courtney Cronin for Rogers & Hollins Jewelers. For over 100 years, Rogers & Hollins has been Chicagoland's trusted, family-owned jeweler. They have always offered meaningful pieces at a great value, and their expert guidance when buying and hands-on service with repairs will make you a customer for life. Visit online at rogersandhollins.com or stop in a store near you. That's Rogers & Hollins Jewelers, for now and forever.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
This just in, the NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station.
Well, I mean, I'm saying I'm trying to learn a new defense right now, so it presents its challenges, different fronts, different blitzes, different coverages and things like that, and it's just more than I had to learn in the past. I would say so. He's definitely a little bit more complex than DCs I had in the past.
So he said that we were wondering about
Montez Sweat.
About Dennis Allen, that Dennis Allen is more complex as far as his defenses, though. Is
not a lot to ask, though, for $100 million.
No. Exactly.
And I don't think Montez is complaining either. He's just describing how it's different.
He's being honest.
Yes.
He's saying, look, this is the most I've ever had to learn in a defense, and that's why I'm here and I'm working.
Yes.
You applaud that.
Yeah.
I
think it's great that he's there. Listen, again, it's great. I'm not going to go over the top and give you extra credit because this is your job.
Right.
I know this is voluntary, but with a new coaching staff, I'm glad. And I think that he met the media for, quite a while. And I think one of the other comments he had is he was there because he wasn't happy with how he played the prior year.
When they redo the deal, and they're probably never going to, because they give the players something that's not substantial and they think they act like they're giving the players something. But if I were a player, I'd go back and go, let's get rid of the voluntary and non-voluntary. Everything should be either mandatory or don't have it. This is our job. If you hold an OTA, everyone on the team should come unless they have an excused absence for some out of the ordinary. It's not a lot of days. And then let's work on, for the 18th game, give us something substantial that we can hang our hat on. Yeah. Like you've always talked about lifetime insurance or other things. But this nonsense of voluntary versus voluntary only makes it cloudy.
Yes, it does.
Because we know it's not. Vrabel made it even more clear. It's not voluntary.
No.
You're expected to show up. They can't
this is your
totally
job.
say that. Yes.
This is your job.
So, anybody who is a player in that union who thinks that that's a benefit, it's not a benefit. And I think it hurts the players when they don't show up and they just cite that, it's voluntary. It looks like you're less committed.
It gets real next week. More real.
Yeah.
Because it's mandatory.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday out at Hallis Hall. So we're talking about the Bears. We're also talking about the punishments came up when you were a child. Because someone told me to stand in the corner today, and I wonder where that came from, because I remember it was a thing when I was a kid. It really was a thing.
Your mom and dad told you to go stand in the corner at school?
My dad would chase me around the house, and when he caught me, he'd grab me by the arm, and he'd take his arm and he'd whip my ass. He'd literally, with his arm swinging, and as I got older, he would punch me in the shoulder. That was acceptable.
Like the chase.
Then when you got to college, you kick you in the nuts every now and again.
I never got there.
Oh.
But I've always told you the chase was the worst part. Like it wasn't.
I knew better than to run. You running?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I never understood the movies or the television shows when the dad said, "Okay, now it's time for a spanking," or "It's time," and then they would lay, and then you'd have to accept. I wasn't accepting anything. I was running.
That is a show of disrespect, which would mean the punishment would be even greater and not where.
Really?
Oh, yes. You do not run from the parent that is administering the punishment.
There'd be yelling going in with the run from him and the heavy footsteps of a heavier dad running and chasing me.
When I catch your ass, it's going to be twice the punishment because you ran. That's what I can hear in my head. I don't know anybody who ran.
Oh, really? Did anyone run now that we're getting into the punishment?
Nobody ran. If you knew you had done something that was worthy of, what do they call it? Corporal punishment? Is that what they call it? Is that physical? I mean, isn't that
that's what the last
punishment?
caller called it.
Then you did not run. That is a total a sign of disrespect.
Okay. Wow. So
is this not a game of tag?
I felt like if I could outrun him and wind him, that it would lessen the punishment, or maybe he'd give up.
At some point, whether it's at dinner or when you go to sleep, he's going to be able to sneak up on you.
You can't do it while you're sleeping.
Well, then don't run away from him. Wow, you guys is like a game of tag at the house.
So we'll take more of those. I want to take the Bongwater Chad because we haven't heard from him in a while. Where have you been, Chad? You work during our show, don't you?
Shalom, gentlemen.
Shalom.
Yes, fellas, I work during your show. I had an early off today. Usually I don't get off until 7:30, 8 o'clock at night.
Me
so
neither.
I had an opportunity to call today and figured I would chime in. First off, worst punishment I ever got. I got punished a lot as a child. You don't get a nickname like Bongwater Chad without raising some hell. When I was in military school, I got caught chewing tobacco and was forced to eat an entire tin of Kodiak and then do PT until I vomited said Kodiak everywhere. And ironically, it worked. I stopped chewing tobacco after that at the age of 15. Never touched that again.
There you go.
Because you could taste it throwing it up, so you never.
I could taste it for days.
Yeah.
I could taste it for days. Burping, like it was worse than taking fish oil. If you've ever taken fish oil, it was really, really bad.
This is the goal of punishment: is to serve as a deterrent for future bad behavior.
And it worked, yeah.
It worked. It definitely worked. All right. Now, that being said, Silvy, I feel like I'm watching the movie Groundhog Day right now. I'm going to need you to take the next segment off, towel yourself off, change your shorts, and just whoa that thing a little bit. Yes, I'm excited about Ben Johnson. Yes, I'm excited about the acquisitions. But, dude, until they prove it, I've got this team at 6 wins. You do need to go put a dunce cap on, and you need to just take a deep breath, towel yourself off, and bring yourself back to reality just a little bit until we see it. Miss you guys. Great show as always.
Thank you, Chad.
Later.
So, yeah, there's
now, I will say this. You're going to need more than a towel off. If this team only wins 6 games, I'm going to bet it's in large part because the quarterback didn't improve at all over last year's performance. And if that's the case, we're all going to need a talking to because we're all going to be wandering in the football desert.
Like, it's really tough when you make that equation that if they lose like that, but I don't have them winning a ton of games because the schedule's hard. Is there a medium in there where, look, they could be outclassed in games and just get beaten in the fourth quarter while still doing a lot of good things, and we consider it progress even if they don't win more than 2 or 3 more games than last year?
I'm fine if people want to think that I'm out over my skis with optimism. I have them winning 9 games. That's 1 game over 500, people.
Yeah.
Like, if this team, based on the resources that they have pushed in, if you can't win 9 games, then it will be a disappointment. Now, you may have injuries, and the ultimate record may be more affected by something other than your total play, but
that's the floor for the Steelers. When the Steelers don't even have a quarterback, the floor for the Steelers is 9. That's bottom. Like, he doesn't go under 500.
Well, when their quarterback is fill in the blank.
Right.
It's like our guy was the first pick of the draft last year.
Yeah, exactly. So when they don't have a quarterback, they still find a way to win 9 in a really tough division.
Right.
James, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, James?
Hey, guys. A couple punishment stories.
Did you hear us talking about you the other day, too?
I did not. Hopefully it was all good things.
We were talking about prison guards. Good. Yeah, you're still working in the prison, right?
Yeah.
Or jail. There's a difference, right?
Yeah, the one's just pretrial. The other guys are sentenced in the prison, so.
Okay.
But what were you saying about me?
We were talking about prison guards or something like that, weren't we?
Oh, I got you.
We do it on a pretty normal basis, regular basis. We talk about prison.
I forgot the context, but then we were asking about, and a prison guard called in, and we got a few of them, including James and New Lenox.
Well, we were talking about toupees because of one of the Menendez brothers.
That's right. If they could wear a toupee in prison.
Right.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I'm not sure anybody's tried that where I'm at, but couple punishment things I got for you guys. Pretty much like middle school, I had to write in my notebook, I will not talk during class so many times. I'm 45 years old, and I still have an indentation in my finger from where the pen or pencil was like pressed up against my finger, like just under my nail.
That was the old school way. Then obviously, The Simpsons would open every week.
On the chalkboard 1,000 times.
Yeah, and then every open he would be writing something different. Correct?
Yeah. I also we had these desks that we would use for like some specific kind of testing. I don't know if it was state testing or what it was, but they had like little dividers on them. It was almost like a little desk cubicle. And instead of being put in the corner with the dunce cap, I was put in the side of the room at one of those desks. And I had my hands covering my ears, and I thought I was like just humming like a song, but I was actually singing it, but it sounded like so low because I had my ears covered. All of a sudden, I just hear everyone in the class start like dying laughing, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? So I look, they could hear me singing the entire time, and I think I sang like 3 straight Michael Jackson songs. It was so embarrassing.
Give us a little Michael Jackson.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I could give you a guy who sounds like he smoked for 80 years just talking, but no singing for me anymore.
Okay,
but haven't talked to you in a while, so I figured I'd call and say hello. And take care, guys.
Thanks, James.
Thanks, James.
There's James and New Lenox, our prison guard. Henry, I want to bump Henry here. Henry in Cherville has something interesting that caught my attention. What's up, Henry?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Great show as always.
Thank you.
Thanks, Henry.
Thank you. Everybody wants to put you in the dunce cap and in the corner, Silvy. I want to put Carmen there. I love him. Love everything he does, especially relating everything back to Goodfellas is great, but he referred to Caleb Williams as a star today. And that is way over the skis considering what he did last year. He was a college football star. He's not an NFL star unless you're also considering Caleb Haney and Blake Bortles a star in the NFL.
Thanks, Henry. Did Carmen say that?
I didn't
that
hear him
doesn't
say
sound
that.
like something
No.
Carmen would say unless he was just, speaking quickly. And I think he's supposed to be a star. And a lot of people think he's destined for stardom, but no one could say now that he's a star.
No. That would be a premature evaluation.
Zach on 94, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Zach?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Thanks for taking the call.
You got it.
Yeah, so I had my 7th grade teacher. She was a little bit crazy. A cat got into the school once, so everyone would always fake meow, and she would go running out of the room looking for a cat.
What?
But the best one was...
Time out. You could fake out your 7th grade teacher with a fake cat meow?
100% every day, kids would just start meowing and covering their mouths.
Let's hear that. I want to hear you meow.
Oh, no, it wasn't me. I was never one of those kids. Of course not.
Sounds like a brilliant education was doled out there.
You give a meow. Waddle, you give a meow for Aki's A-list because it's in the... that's a good one. I think.
But that wasn't even the best one. The best one was probably last 2 or 3 weeks of school, again, 7th grade. We were doing posters, whatever reason, end of school. And I walk up to her desk and I say, hey, do we need to color our posters? And she just slowly looked up at me and said, you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is die.
What?
And everyone was just staring. And another teacher came in from the other room. She left for the day, and later we found that she got early retirement, or they offered her early retirement because of that.
That's crazy.
Yes, it was.
I mean, where's the lie?
What do you mean?
I mean, she's right. You really don't have to do
that's
anything.
That's all we got is that's the inevitable.
Yeah, sit
for
down.
every person.
Sit down and wait to die. Color your poster if you want to.
Let's go to Julian in Lindenhurst. What's up, Julian?
Hey guys, how are you? I got a couple for you. So the old man, one of his easier ones was we used to live in the apartment flats in Chicago, and they had the space heaters. So they'd be vented out, through a chimney through the wall. But he would turn the heat up and make you kneel in front of the space heater with your hands behind your neck, like you're going into a full Nelson hold. But talking about corporal punishment,
Put you in the hot box.
In the hot box, and don't be wavering because you waver right into the hot box. But talking about corporal punishment, I went to good old St. Pat's back in the day, and they paddled the heck out of us. Yeah. And the most memorable incident was one of the smart freshmen or sophomores when I was an upperclassman stole a packet of mitt slips if you were tardy. And the dean of students, who was also the basketball, tennis, and golf coach, took a wiffle ball bat in the gym, and he got whacked for every slip that was in there. And it took 2 days in the gym. It was packed. And he would stop, and they had a towel for him. He would towel off. It was one of the greatest events ever in high school.
You're talking about they made this into an event? Not only did they make it a punishment?
The gym was packed. We were packed in the gym watching this go on. It was incredible.
It was different back in the day. Like we had someone call a little bit earlier as well. Thanks, Julian.
Yeah, Julian, how old are you? First of all, how old are you?
I really got to tell you that I'm gonna be a big 65.
Oh wow!
Right.
See, you sounded very young. Not that 65's old. I thought he was a younger guy.
We had someone who I had the similar experience at Sharonville Elementary School. At the principal's office, the paddle used for paddling was basically on the wall that was hung up almost like you would like your diploma or an award. And I don't know if it was to serve as a deterrent or if they were proud as hell that they were smacking the crap out of some kids.
What do you mean? Like
it was on the wall.
What was on the wall?
The paddle was hung on the wall.
Like as they did almost like a decorative thing in the wall. Like it's there.
Yes.
Just so you know it's watching.
Yes. Like a picture of your family. Or
it's like the
your
elf on the
diploma.
shelf.
Yes. It was there. And again, I don't know if it was because it was to serve as a deterrent or it was just like, I'm proud. Look at this thing. This thing is awesome.
Was it decorated at all? Or
yeah, it was. It had the colors of the school.
Blood decorated.
It's just a Pollock.
Wait, did you just say it had the colors of the school?
I believe so.
There was school spirit in the paddle?
Yeah.
Go Moeller.
No, it wasn't high school.
Oh,
this was grade school.
What were you guys?
I don't even remember.
Yeah, we were
Sharonville.
We were the Jane Stenson Lions, the Old Orchard Junior High Bulldogs, and then the Niles North Vikings.
I don't think I had any sports attached to my grade school. I think it was all just like community sports. May have, but I don't remember. Maybe I got hit in the head with one of those paddles one time.
Yes, that's how it all started.
Yeah.
That's how you got good.
Yeah.
Mo, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Mo?
Hey, what's up, Waddle and Silvy? Long time. No talk to. Long time.
Great to hear from you,
All right,
Mo.
Waddle, I think me and you might be family members in some long-lost lineage because, Silvy, you are a lucky child because running away.
Oh, no.
Running away. Oh, my God. Do you know what? Man, listen, but I got two. So my dad, we would get the belt, but we would also have to stand in the corner. This is when you had children's encyclopedias in the house. I would have to stand on the corner and on one leg and read the children's encyclopedia, and he would sneak in there with his belt. If he ever caught my leg down, that was another hit. That was one.
That's like a double dip of a punishment. You had to do that, and then you went to the next stage.
Yeah, so number two is when they developed that number where you can call and say, oh, my parents are abusing me. He came up with something else. He would go and wet a pair of blue jeans. and make me stand crouched and hold the blue jeans out. Do you know how heavy a pair of wet blue jeans get over time?
Yeah.
That is crazy. But, Silvy, you are a lucky child because running away,
Wow,
interesting. You stand there and take it. And then don't put your hand in front of the belt because that's even worse.
Oh, I see. Wow. You just got to take it. Like, I never knew this until today. Like, 53 years old, I never knew that it was disrespectful to run.
And guess how old I am, Silvy?
53.
I'm only 43.
Oh, okay.
But my dad, I grew up in the 80s, mid-90s, so my dad still had the old school mentality to where it's, no, not here, not here. So you don't put your hand in front of the belt and you don't run. You sit there, you take it, you know, and you just keep on pushing. Cry, you go cry somewhere else.
That's right.
So that's all I got to say, and I land my plane.
Thanks, Mo. That is it more than caught my attention when you said, I would run around the house and try to evade my dad.
Yeah, and
that was the cardinal sin right
there.
there.
It was never even told to me, don't you dare run from me. It was like a part of the thing.
Yeah, you knew. It was an unspoken rule. You don't run.
I thought you were going to say unsportsmanlike.
That too.
Unsportsmanlike penalty for running, extras. SWATs.
Yeah. Did you ever try to like go to the bathroom or go to your room and lock the door?
There was no locking of the doors either. You were not allowed to lock a door.
Waddle's done some notorious thing with the door for his daughter.
I took the door off the hinges.
I remember you telling me.
But
about
there was no locking doors. You locked a door, you were asking for trouble even more.
You were just getting staked out.
Yeah. And by the way, like, look, I mean, the houses you grow up in, the rooms are next to each. I mean, there's not a lot of space. So
there was no space. It was a little
like
area
a little rat
with
maze.
three little bedrooms.
Yeah, it's a little rat maze.
Where's the one that I want to take? Philip. Let me get to Philip, and then we got Waddle's World. These have been fun. It's a little bit of a nice break. What's up, Philip?
Hey, I've been hearing about y'all talking about the whipping, and especially not in the Chicago area now, but I'm from Louisiana, and it was pretty common that if you were standing outside of the classroom, if you got sent outside of the classroom and the principal walked through, it was going to be some licks being passed around there. You were going to be on the worst end of the stick there. I can tell you that. And I know that they're still doing it at the school I went to school at because my little cousin is 16, goes there, and he called me the other day telling me that the same coach that was my coach gave him 3 licks for saying the S word on the baseball field because he heard it out loud.
There you go.
That's incredible. So, what, that's illegal, isn't it now? Like,
no, sir.
No,
sir.
Louisiana.
They still sign the slips and everything.
Oh,
it's still happening.
Wow,
it's still happening. They're still breaking paddles. I can promise you. My dad gave it was an LSU paddle, and it said "paddle that" on it to my coach. He could imprint it on your backside. He knew how to swing it so perfect.
Yeah.
I
have a big LSU on your ass.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I promise you. Anyways, it was nice to hear the conversation come up. Me and my wife talk about it all the time because she's from here. Me being from Louisiana, she thinks it is so crazy that they can still get a paddling in school.
So do I, yeah.
And I'm like, well, you ain't hearing any bad kids coming home from that, I can promise you.
Yeah, that's right. There's still some old school ways that will make a, we'll
different strokes.
Yeah, we'll shape you up. Yeah.
That reminded me, I think I gave this story to Waddle like almost 3 years ago, but there was a Missouri school district that brought back corporal punishment, brought back paddling
Yes, I remember
3
that.
years ago.
And I want to check in with them and see whether or not the school has had less disruptions. Has it worked? Has it served as a deterrent? Maybe it hasn't. Maybe everyone's just getting their asses whipped.
So thank you to the original caller who told me to go stand in the corner based on my Ben Johnson proclamation.
Was it Philip?
Yeah, Philip. And then he started a whole thing. It was good. Way to program the show, Philip.
Yeah.
That was quite fun. All right, we'll talk to Joniak. Always has good stories about this, too. Joniak's coming up at 5. We've got Waddle's World coming up next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. Picture yourself, cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Jurko's Summer Friday. Join the boys tomorrow as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Jurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you tomorrow from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Hey, thinking about new windows or doors? Trust the team at Window Works, Chicago's go-to for over 30 years. Their custom designs fit your style, home, and budget. No cookie-cutter installs here. Factory-certified pros handle everything so you can relax. And with summer coming, now's the time to beat the heat. Right now, buy one window, get one free. All you have to do is dial pound 250 on your phone and say the keyword Waddle to schedule your free consultation. That's pound 250, keyword Waddle. Ring them up!
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Hinsdale and Deerfield, call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Hey, football fans, it's Shane Orling, and I'm headed to Chicago's best dive bar, Weed's Tavern, for more foosball fun. Mick Ultra, the official beer of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and me are inviting you out to watch the UEFA Champions League Final. We're searching Chicago for the best foosball player. Come play, and if you win in Chicago, you could qualify for a chance to play in the national finals for 2026 World Cup tickets. Join us at Weed's Tavern Saturday, 2 p.m. We're giving away a messy Mick Ultra jersey, playing foosball, and drinking ice-cold Mick Ultra. See you at Weed's, and please drink responsibly.
On the golf course, do you use words like mulligan, do-over, worm burner? Then you are like millions of golfers who can use a bit more practice. Imagine a driving range where you're protected from the elements and you don't have to bend down to put a new ball on the tee. Now imagine a section where you can practice your short game and add to that a 9-hole course you can play day or night. It's real and it's spectacular. Golf Center Des Plaines, 353 North River Road in Des Plaines.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as
$2.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Follow Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
It's that time again when we venture deep into the great unknown.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
A trip inside the mind of a multi-concussed former Bears wide receiver.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him, and he had an all-time day in the use of smelling salt.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Tom Waddle, every team wants to have a Tom Waddle. If I had a football team, I'd like to have a Tom Waddle on my team because you draw from that.
It's time to go inside Waddle's world.
Tom Waddle did have to use a lot of smelling salt.
It was an interesting pre-show meeting today before you arrived. Tyler, Jack McGrath, who is in today as well. We're having a conversation that ranged anywhere from baseball and the All-Star game to a story that Tyler handed me for this version of Waddle's World. And the headline is, Sydney Sweeney is selling her literal bathwater to rabid fans. So before I get to this story, I said, I bet you, Jack, you're a big fan. You're a young guy. I bet you're a big fan of Sydney Sweeney. You'd drink her bathwater, wouldn't you?
To which I responded, no, that's disgusting.
And I said to him, who's at your top of... What did I ask him, Tyler? I said, who's at the top? Wait a second, mister. I said, who's at the top of your Hollywood starlet list?
I think the context was a little different.
Isn't that what I said, Tyler? What did I say?
I think that was pretty on point of what you said.
Don't try and squirm out.
So Jack pauses for a few and he goes, I really think Melissa McCarthy's comedy is great.
She does have good comedy. I appreciate her acting.
Now you evaluate that
the context of the conversation was different.
That I asked.
No, I don't think it can. I don't think there's any way. I know Waddle pretty well. You could not have been talking about Sydney Sweeney's bathwater and then him asking you a follow-up question after you poo-pooed that, like who's on top of your starlet list. And you can look different, like Waddle says, different strokes for different folks.
Sure, I'm not passing judgment.
And she's a Saluki. I love Melissa McCarthy, but that's not where I would have gone on that.
Good comedy. Funny actress.
He's all jacked up. That's the new segment. All jacked up. So, anyway, I asked Tyler the same question, and what did Tyler say?
Ana de Armas.
There you go.
Who's that?
Ana de Armas.
Ana de Armas?
Who is that?
You might recognize her.
She's no Melissa McCarthy. Comedy show. By the way, I love Melissa McCarthy. I think she's fantastic. Anyway, Sydney Sweeney, back to the real story. Sydney Sweeney is selling her literal bathwater to rabid fans. I guess it says here, taking a page out of Euphoria and her co-star, Jacob Elordi's playbook, repurposing her bathwater for rabid fans. Is that what happens in Euphoria? Or is that what this guy's doing?
I think
he's doing the same.
The actual actor did,
Jesus.
yeah.
This actress, Sydney Sweeney, 27, previously stripped down and took a dip in a bubble bath for soap brand Dr. Squatch, promoting the brand's natural body wash. Now she's taking the eco-friendly route, with the company packaging the same suds from the ad into a brand new product. Called Bathwater Bliss, the limited edition bar soap is formulated with exfoliating sand and pine bark extract, as well as a splash of Sweeney's soap that channels two of the best places on earth, the great outdoors and Sydney Sweeney's bathtub, per a press release from the brand.
I'm confused over everything, including Jack. But I also think that isn't this just breeding more creeps? Like, if you're like, hey, get a load of my bathwater, like, that's only something a creep would want, isn't it?
I don't know if it's breeding it, but it's profiting off of it.
But isn't that the essence of OnlyFans?
Kind of, yeah.
And I'm not suggesting this is OnlyFans. No, this is Dr. Squatch's natural body wash.
Yeah, but it's not bathwater on OnlyFans.
Oh, there's people who sell bathwater.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
There's a thing.
Oh, yeah.
Where have you been, sir?
How would I know if people are selling bathwater?
Because you spend half your time on the TMZ website.
I do. I have not seen that, though.
They sell bath water, jarred up farts. Like,
What did we hear recently? There was something they jarred something like that.
Jarred farts. Like, this is kind of tame based on what you can buy on that site, isn't it? Sydney
so,
Sweeney's, bath water turned into soap.
you're a bar soap guy, as we've learned.
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting in on this?
No, I
Limited
use
edition?
Irish Spring. Just opened up a new bar 2 days ago.
Nothing better than Irish Spring.
Oh,
It's like one of
It
those
lasts
things
for
that
a long time.
Yes, and
I'm telling you, I can't. I don't know if you were here when we had this. No, I think it was Peggy. I can't do the body wash. It's slimy. I can't do the. It's got to be a bar
sponge.
soap.
You got to get a sponge for the. I'm not a body wash guy either.
I don't
I
have
had
a
a
sponge.
phase where I was a body wash guy. It was like one of those Axe body washes, and they gave a sponge with it where you would pour it in a little sponge
Yeah, I know what
hole.
you're talking
Not
about.
using
Yeah.
a sponge. Sponge me.
Sponge hole.
No.
And then it would the sponge would be
I
act
think
like a bar
I
of
think
soap.
if I brought that product home as a kid, I'd get whipped again. Here's body wash with a sponge hole. Get out of my house! Send you away to camp. Get you right. This is another strange story here. First of all, no, I'm going to do this one. Do you know what they call people who stand up on an airplane before everyone else after landing?
Yeah, an
aisle lice.
Oh, aisle lice.
Aisle lice.
Yeah, there's a system in place, right? Like we all know this. You go 3 by 3, row by row, until it's your turn. And look, I understand if you want to stand up because you got to
got
stretch
a
the
hip
legs.
issue,
Yeah. But like the people who charge up, I don't understand. And
Turkish aviation authorities will now fine passengers who stand up early and crowd aircraft aisles while waiting to deplane, with penalties for that and other annoying antics reaching nearly $70 per ticket.
If you're like in the back row, though, what's the problem? Why can't you stand up?
Well, you could stand. Yeah. Just don't
You just can't
prevent
jump
other
in line.
But this airline's ticketing people for it.
You don't get in the aisle and try to jump
Grab your
the line.
bag and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is not a competition, Jack.
Oh, I'm sure, like, the airplane, a place notoriously known for civil behavior, this is going to go over well.
That's an area where the most fights happen.
Other finable infractions include unfastening seat belts while the plane is still taxiing, or opening overhead bins before the plane has been parked.
Yes.
All of which the notice described as strictly forbidden.
You got to wait for the ding.
Yes.
Once you hear the ding, then the seatbelt comes off.
That's fine, but you still don't be jumping, let's do this in an orderly fashion. And
I bet you, though, that if you've had to go to the bathroom, what about like when you take off, but the seatbelt
I've done
sign
that,
is still on.
Yeah.
But like it's at your own risk, isn't it?
Correct. I'm just talking about the deplaning exercise. Don't be an aisle lice.
Aisle lice.
Okay, Jack was, of all people as well, Jack was explaining this story to me as well.
You and Jack really had some pre-show bonding.
Yeah, we were jacking around.
The new segment.
Sounded weird and uncomfortable. I'm not going to lie. Police make firearm-related arrest number 11 at Naperville Top Golf.
Wow.
In just under 4 months, police have made 11 firearm-related arrests in or near the Naperville Top Golf parking lot. And the latest was occurred over the weekend.
That's Carmen's hometown. And it's always one of the always known as one of the great places to live in America. Naperville's always on the list.
Delfino Andrade, I think it's Andre Jr., 32 of Chicago, was taken into custody Saturday night on felony charges of aggravated unlawful use of a weapon and possession of a controlled substance. Officers were conducting a proactive patrol outside the 3211 Odyssey Court business when the odor of cannabis drew their attention to a specific area of the facility's lot. Looking inside a parked unoccupied vehicle, they observed several open alcohol containers and a handgun in plain view beneath the driver's seat. A check of the vehicle's owner registration card showed that Mr. Andre did not possess a valid firearm owner's identification or FOID card.
Why would the Top Golf be like is it a big parking lot?
I have a theory. It's a huge parking lot, and it's right off the highway. So I think people probably just go there to meet up, and so that's where everything happens.
It has nothing to do with the business. They're not going to hit some balls. They're just
Well, I mean, maybe they'll do that too. It's a nice location, nice
So
venue.
I'm going to buy a brick of cocaine, hit a couple of drives, exchange cash, and head on back to wherever I came from. Is that what you're saying, Jack?
I mean, who knows? Different strokes for different folks.
After nearly a 4-month break, gun-related arrests outside the facility started up again in early February. Last month alone, police made 5 arrests in the business lot. Wouldn't you think that after a while, if you're a good criminal, that this word travels and you know not to pull into the Naperville Top Golf parking lot?
We're going to need a new place.
And by the way, if you do have an illegal handgun, which I'm not an advocate of, get your FOID card if you're going to have one. Do it the right way. But if it's not legal, I'm not sure why it's in view of anybody just looking in the window. You're asking for trouble. You're asking for heat.
This public service message brought to you by Tom Waddle.
Well, first of all, let's not, let's not do stupid stuff.
Get your FOID card.
Yeah.
And don't put your gun out in plain sight in
Have
the
it
Top
registered,
Golf.
go through the process.
Right.
Everything will be fine.
And by the way, don't jack a drive over the net either. They'll kick you out of there too. Have you seen these guys who go in there and they
Trying to hit the ball out?
and they get thrown out? I've seen these on Instagram.
Didn't
on
Mike
the
Trout
reels.
do that?
Who did?
I think Mike Trout did that. I don't know if he
did,
got
but I
kicked
know
out,
he didn't
but-
get kicked out. But there are people who do that purposely, and the Top Golf workers get very angry.
This thing you touch every day is filthier than your toilet. What is it?
The phone.
I'm not talking about your junk either.
It's the phone. Your cell phone. So it's some money.
Nope.
That's what we used to know. Dollar bills, your phone.
Your pillow.
Oh, not bad.
Nope. That's a good one.
We touch it every day.
Yeah.
Steering wheel.
Yes, there you
Oh,
go.
no way.
How did you get that, Jack?
I was thinking of things a lot of
That you
people
touch
might
all the
touch,
time.
and you touch all the time.
So you're constantly bringing in germs from different
outside,
places
or if you
you've
share
been.
a car with somebody, then you're touching their germs and stuff.
Especially if you have an unregistered handgun underneath your car seat that's visible to the naked eye. All right, when we come back, I am in fact going to get back on the reporter's trail of the Diddy trial.
Oh, we haven't had a Diddy update
Haven't
in a
had
while.
a Diddy update
I don't know
in a
what's going
while.
on.
I have a story for you when we come back.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
These days, we're all thinking more about our health. And if you're living with joint pain, I get it. You want real relief, but without the surgery, pills, or endless steroid shots that only cover up the pain. If that sounds like you or someone you care about, don't give up. It's your friend Tom Waddle here, and I want you to know about QC Kinetics. They're doing something truly different with regenerative treatments that help your body heal and restore damaged tissue naturally. This isn't about masking pain. It's about treating it at the source without surgery, meds, or downtime. You'll meet with Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her incredible team here in Chicago. They'll walk you through the process and answer all your questions. QC Kinetics has already helped thousands. They'd be honored to help you, too. Call now for your free consultation. Saturday appointments available as well. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Take the first step toward living pain-free.
Make lunch, dinner, or game day easy with Lou Malnati's Chicago's legendary deep dish. Fresh salads, appetizers, pizza, pasta, and desserts. Lou's has something for everyone. And now, here's the latest dish and the hottest collab. Lou Malnati's has teamed up with Frank's Red Hot to bring you the Buffalo Chicken Pizza. It's a limited time deep dish or thin crust, drizzled with bold, spicy flavor that brings the heat in every bite. Order the Buffalo now at LouMalnati's.com or on the Lou's app. Lou Malnati's, Chicago's legendary deep dish.
White Sox fans, we want to reward you with incredible experiences all season long. Enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for a chance to attend Chicago's hottest summer events. This month's winner will receive 2 tickets to Lollapalooza and Riot Fest, plus 2 Field Pass tickets to the Flow Rida post-game concert presented by Coca-Cola on June 27th at Rate Field. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
Hi, it's Peggy Kaczynski. You've heard me talk about how the village of Bolingbrook continues to rank as one of the most livable communities in Illinois. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. With excellent schools, beautiful parks, and a wide range of shopping and dining options, I invite you to come and experience the warmth and friendliness of Bolingbrook for yourself.
If you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your family, visit BeBolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
Hey Chicago, IKEA is making it easier than ever to give your home a stylish, functional, and comfortable makeover with new local pickup points around the Chicago area. Just order online at IKEA.com and select the local pickup point near you, including Loyola University, University of Chicago, University of Illinois Chicago, and now Gurney Mills. Get fast, free local pickup available as soon as the next day. So whether you're looking to create your dream bedroom escape or making that perfect space to relax after work, shop IKEA.com and let IKEA bring it to you.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Guys, I've been telling you about FenceWorks now for a while. With summer here, you got to go see my guy Jake in their beautiful Northbrook showroom. Whether you're in the market for a new basketball hoop like I just got for my driveway. We have family games. We play horse all the time. The kids love it. Lowers to 6 feet in a blink of an eye. Easy for the kids to do it. I got white glove delivery service and outstanding customer service as well. Or you want a custom-built play set. They've got all sorts of play sets to fit your budget. And only the best and safest trampoline on the market. Plus, it's in the name FenceWorks, and you can find them at theguyon41.com. That's theguyon41.com. They've got the best fences around. These are all custom built to fit your needs, not out of a box. And that same customer service, whether it's to keep your kids in the backyard and safe, or a pet, or maybe it's for security reasons, and it will look great as well. Theguyon41.com. They've been in business for over 58 years, family owned, and they care about you, the customer. Only the best quality. Go to theguyon41.com.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
Before I get to the Diddy trial, a couple of quick hitters. Do you have a guess as to where the Cubs rank in the newest ESPN Major League Baseball power rankings?
5th or 6th?
Which one?
5th.
5th is correct. I knew those guys had already seen it.
I not
so
seen
you're
it.
climbing the ladder. Good work. Also, I'd seen mention of this, but former Blackhawks star Jonathan Toews planning an NHL comeback. He's informed his longtime agent that he intends to come back to the NHL after missing the past 2 years.
He went to India, right, to try to find something that was ailing him. I believe he was in India recently, and it's been very frustrating for him because he was always fatigued. Always sick.
Citing the effects of chronic immune response syndrome and long COVID, which is something that he has talked about being having to deal with. But I believe he's a free agent now. His camp can speak with any of the league's 32 teams immediately. His free agency opens July 1st.
He was so dependable. Very similar to Rizzo, too, and so big in all those games, both ways.
Would be a good mentor here in Chicago for some of those young guys, too.
It doesn't seem like they're interested in that. Like, they were not interested in Kane, and I just don't think they're in the market for that.
Not sure. Here's a little Hollywood note for you. Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence are officially in-laws after their kids got married.
Wow, really?
Yeah, how about that? That's a comedy power couple.
What was that? I saw the movie in the theater when they got old. They were, it's an old movie, Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence, right? You just said?
Yes.
It's from years ago.
That I don't recall.
And they were older versions of themselves. Now Google that.
I forget.
Life?
Yes, Life. Well, give me the description of Life.
Life. It's a pain in the ass in most instances.
Sure.
During Prohibition, loudmouth Harlem grifter Ray, Eddie Murphy, and no-nonsense Claude, Martin Lawrence, team up on a bootlegging mission to Mississippi that could bring them big bucks, but they run into trouble when a crooked lawman hits them with a phony murder charge.
Oh, it's got to be like 15 or 20 years old, isn't it?
1999.
Oh, wow, yeah. That's
26.
Even longer, yeah.
Doesn't sound like it is, obviously, but 1999 to me still doesn't sound like it's that long away.
I'm with you. I just saw there was something going around, the NBA tweeted out, where Rick Smits hit a game winner, and it said 30 years ago today. I'm like, 30 years?
They showed him in the stands at one of the Pacers-Knicks games.
Yeah.
Crazy. Kid Cudi says that Diddy broke into his home and unwrapped his family's Christmas presents one year. Listen, if this trial, I was going to say, if this was the most salacious incidents, it would be fine. But Kid Cudi has said that Diddy broke into his home and unwrapped his family's Christmas presents. This comes as the rapper testifies in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial yesterday. The trial's now in its second week of testimony. He claimed the break-in occurred after Combs found out he was dating his ex, Cassie Ventura. Do you know what Kid Cudi's real name is? Come on, I'll give you money if you...
You told me, and it's something that sounds like Cudi, right? It's C-U-D-Y or something.
Scott Miscudi.
Miscudi, yeah.
Reportedly had planned to give his family Christmas gifts from Chanel, which were unwrapped and opened during the alleged break-in. I think that's like one of the only things I can actually report from the trial that is ongoing right now, because a lot of the other stuff is just horrible. Speaking of horrible, this is a bad mistake. Tripping hikers mistakenly report a companion's death in the Adirondacks. Going to the northern part of New York for this one. 2 hikers in New York's Adirondack Mountains called 911 to report a third party of their party had died. Turned out they had taken hallucinogenic mushrooms and they were mistaken.
Oh. It's better to err on that side.
State Forest Ranger responded to a call Saturday about a hiker who had reportedly died on Cascade Mountain, a popular summit in the Adirondack High Peaks. 2 hikers who called 911 also told someone on the mountain summit that they were lost. Stewart determined the hikers were in an altered mental state, and the supposedly dead person called and said he was not injured.
He's fine.
He's just fine.
All's well that ends well.
Yeah. And finally, almost half of young people would prefer a world without the internet. UK study finds.
These are young people?
Yeah.
Well, like we had
the research reveals that nearly 70% of the 16 to 21-year-olds feel worse about themselves after spending time on social media.
It's true. That's a social media, but you said the internet, correct?
Yeah.
So, like, we had a caller who was talking about, like, a punishment, but it racked my brain when he brought up encyclopedias. Back in the day, if you wanted to look up a fact, you couldn't do it on your phone or a computer. You literally had to go to the library or find yourself.
Shocking that you'd actually maybe have to get on your bike and ride to the library and put in a little work to find the book you
I know.
needed.
Which way do you want it, though, when you need facts? You want to do that, or you want to just go to your phone and hey?
I want to get on my bike and ride to the library.
With your baseball glove on the handlebar?
And baseball cards in my spokes?
Yep.
Making noise. All right, that's all I really got for you today.
Jeff Joniak is going to join us coming up next. What it was his thoughts on yesterday's OTAs. Is he willing to go as far as I am with Ben Johnson? And what do you think about Caleb yesterday? So much to discuss with the voice of the Bears. Jeff Joniak joins us next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
The 5th annual Grip It and Sip It Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club, presented by Yingling Flight, is sold out.
Not so fast, my friend. You still have a chance. Hey, guys, it's Peggy Kaczynski inviting you out to Halftime Bar and Grill in Johnsburg. Join me tonight, 6 to 8. We can enjoy a Yingling or two, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Peggy and Dion, sponsored by Advantage Dealer Group. At the end, we'll pick one person to win a twosome on our team. See you at Halftime in Johnsburg tonight. And please enjoy responsibly.
If you or someone you love is graduating soon, nothing compliments a cap and gown quite like a fresh haircut from Great Clips. The skilled stylists at your local Great Clips salon are schooled in delivering the confidence-boosting cuts you love. And with convenient online check-in, you can stop in whenever it fits your busy schedule. Plus, with their affordable prices, you can save more money for the summer fun. Get into a Great Clips salon today and get ready to walk across that stage in style. Great Clips, it's going to be great.
Guys, it's Carmen. You know I love the food scene in Elmwood Park, but we're joined by someone even more biased, the mayor of Elmwood Park himself, Skip Saviano.
I've got the best job, Carm. The restaurants are amazing, but there's much more that makes me so happy in our little hidden gem of a community.
So what makes it special?
The people, no question. Elmwood Park's neighbors care for each other, the families thrive, and businesses succeed.
I definitely feel that every time I come through.
You know, we hook you in with a meal, and the next thing you know, you're moving in.
Tell him, Mayor Skip.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
When you're injured, you need a team that knows how to win. Postman Law delivers. Simple, right? Even simpler. Remember this number, 844-POSTMAN. Postman Law has secured over $3 billion for clients. Fast, easy, and stress-free. So think Postman Law when you've been hurt in a crash, on the job, or anywhere else. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN for Postman Law Offices Chicago.
Hey, it's Brandon Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker, here to share ways to create non-traditional wealth. At BrandonMrFinance.com, we are using good credit, real estate, and insurance platforms to build for right now and to build generational wealth for you and your family. I know life hasn't always been easy, but me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com have some solutions that can make life easier by setting up financial freedom outlets to win and beat inflation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hope your Thursday's going well. We've had a great fun show so far. We've started off talking about the Bears and things that you can say without playing a game yet that you know for certain and your biggest concern. We listed both of those. That then got into punishments because someone told me that I need to stand in the corner.
Yeah, Phil thought you were too giddy about
Ben Johnson.
How do you feel about Ben Johnson?
I was texting with Joniak yesterday because he was there. We weren't. It was one of the rare days where the radio studio was being used. So, the Bears let us. They roll out the red carpet for us. It's their radio studio. It's not ours. And they're nice enough to let us use it when it's open. And yesterday we were not able to be there. So I was texting a lot of the people over the happenings. And Jeff knows that I'm pretty giddy. And that I think this could be finally the culture changer and the development guy and the...
But not willing to say they'll win more than 8.5
Not
games.
this year, no. Yeah. Not this. You could understand. Can't you understand why? You can't understand why?
Maybe.
That he could be the answer, but they may just fall short of winning 9, because I still think there are things to be concerned about.
Jeff doesn't feel that way.
Jeff Joniak joins us right now on the Yuengling guest hotline. By the way, I was out for Yuengling yesterday. I had the flight. It was outstanding. We appreciate them. We also saw the Great Clips people. They were out there for the Team Great Clips.
Nice.
For our golf outing. So, Jeff, how do you feel about that? If Ben Johnson is everything we hope he's going to be in his first year, are the Bears for sure winning 9 games or more?
I never put anything on a number, okay? I just, that to me is fruitless labor, as you know. So, he could majorly turn this whole thing around, and if you don't win 9 games or 8 games, you don't go to the playoffs, it could still be a success. I mean, there's still a lot to be done. There's a lot to learn, a lot to know. But into your first phase of this show, you were talking about, or this interview right here, the absolutely certain things. Can I answer that?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So
says the man who picked them to go 11-6.
I
Back
know,
to you.
And 6-0. And 6-0 to start, right?
Yeah.
In a fun way. I mean, come on now.
What do you mean in a fun way? So you're telling us you're not giving us your real thought? You're just
your
fun
that
thought.
We're having fun. Because I never do it. I never do it. I never ever. Anybody ever asks me how many wins they're going to have. You guys are the only ones that have pulled anything out
That
of it.
makes us special.
In 29 years.
Yep.
Nice going.
Thank you.
So, absolutely certain they will be well coached.
Thank you.
With every dotted I and crossed T that you can possibly imagine, despite him being a rookie head coach. But it's not just Ben, it's from Ben Johnson on down throughout the whole staff. I am all in on this staff. Because if I say anything other than that, I'm being disingenuous with you and your audience right now, our audience. Because every time I speak, and I've been speaking on the daily up here at Hallis Hall to partner groups of the Bears, and they want to know what's going on, it's the first thing I bring up.
Me too.
It's the first thing I bring up. Coaching staff. It's excellent. It's well prepared. It's creative. They're teachers. You can go watch and listen. Watch and listen. When you come to training camp, when it's all for real, watch and listen. And if I'm wrong, man, I don't know.
I'm with you, Jeff.
I don't know what I think anymore because the teaching and the type of teaching is not just, hey, go run over here, run this route at 7 yards, make a 3-yard in cut, block this way. It's the repetition and the requirement of persistent perfection. You're trying to perfect this down in, down out. Every snap matters. And I believe that's going on in just the OTAs. You can't learn anything more about OTAs, and certainly when the media is permitted to see one of those practices each of the 3 or 4 weeks of the OTA sessions, you're not going to learn the entirety of what's going on. So you can only look and respond to what's in front of you, and I'm doing the same. And the people I've met, the men I've met that are on this staff, I can only tell you how I feel about what they say. And it's no nonsense. That's it.
With that in mind, Jeff, I mean, this was a team that clamored for being held accountable and wanted to be coached harder last year. Is there a palpable difference with the players and how they have accepted the different approach from this staff?
You know, I don't know that because I haven't physically gotten in front of guys one-on-one to talk to them about it. Only the guys that have come in from other teams, that's been the bulk of our interviews. So I haven't had that chance. But from what I'm hearing from inside the building, yes. And they're going to be pushed hard. And nobody's waiting around for anybody to get on that train. That's it. Train's leaving the station, time to roll.
Yes.
And there's a lot on the line for everybody. Ben Johnson's a first-time head coach who got a handsome salary as the #1 coaching candidate in the second year in a row in the hiring session. And he's got a lot to prove as well. And he wants to be great at what he does. And this is a great opportunity. So I don't know. It's just the type of people on this staff. It's just something I don't know. Until we see it, you only can say what you're seeing from afar. Until we actually have games and somebody gets punched in the face and facing challenges, which they will. They're going to face all kinds of stuff. They will. It's going to be a difficult season. Schedule-wise, and hopefully everybody remains pulling on the same
Not in the
rope.
first 6 weeks, according to someone I know. It should be
6-0. Yeah, it's a cakewalk.
Yeah.
I got a question off topic, though, before I get to the biggest question. So I watched your pre-show fist fight. What was up today? Not good.
Sometimes
what
less
do you
is
mean
more,
not
Jeff.
good? Yeah, I mean, what was
Silence. Tommy's head was hanging low. You were standing there not talking. I don't like silence. Dead air.
It caught your attention. When have you ever talked about our pre-show video
well,
before?
Because I saw it today, and it concerned me. I thought everybody's in a bad mood.
No,
I mean,
no. I was waiting.
We're knocking on June's door here. I mean, let's go. It's vacation season.
Who's this June you speak of?
So, did I miss something? Did I
No,
miss the inside
no.
joke?
It was just we were goofing around. Like we don't never plan the pre-show video.
Oh, no, we don't ever plan anything in radio.
Right.
For the show.
So why you shouldn't be surprised that it was just a whole lot of nothing.
Tyler did not like it. I knew right away. I go to Tyler. I go, was that fine?
He's like, seconds. I was expecting a little more.
I think it was because Tyler didn't know when he should start and when he should stop because nothing was happening.
He kept pointing to me, go. Like,
I know. Yeah, right.
And then so I just went with it then. After he kept pointing to go, I decided to not go.
Jeff, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay? Get in the Wayback Machine, all right?
Yeah. How way back are you going?
Childhood.
Oh.
Something goes wrong.
Yep.
Okay? And punishment is going to be dished out. In my house, I'll speak for myself, that meant my mom grabbing my dad's belt and administering the punishment. We had this long conversation, and Silvy caught me off guard because he said back in the day, while his father would in fact spank him at times, it would only be if his dad could catch him. Silvy said that when things went south and he was about to be spanked, he ran from his dad, and I almost fell out of my chair. I thought it was the most disrespectful thing I've ever heard in my
Jeff,
life.
I said the chase was more mentally exhausting for me than the actual spanking, because like he would be angrily running after me, and like I would try to outrun him. In like we were talking about, we had a very small house.
Yeah.
But like the living room went into the dining room, and then in the kitchen it was a circle, and I would try and run around.
I was just glad that our caller Mo said, "Waddle, I'm right there with you. If you ever tried to escape and run, it was significantly worse." Yeah. Am I right or wrong? Growing up in the Midwest like you did in Cleveland, right?
Yeah, Cleveland and Chicago. So
yes.
My late father, he had himself a temper on him now. So yeah, I got it pretty good back in the day. I was a talkback guy, unfortunately.
Dad, you are ridiculous.
I was a talkback guy, so there were some things that went on, and as I got older, and I remember, I mean, I had some battles with him, man. Even first year out of college, I was still living at home. I was working at Sports Phone, so I'd take the train into the city, and he allowed me to live at home. But we had a little disagreement about something, and I remember.
You
Now,
never
listen.
tried to run from him, though,
But
did you?
But listen to what I did. This is funny. So, like Silvy says, I grew up in Mount Prospect. Those days, we had a bi-level, ranch-type bi-level, and it was a short stairs to the top of the stairs. And I really pissed him off about something, and I gave him the Billy White Shoes Johnson in the end zone with the legs, like, come and catch me. And I ran through the hallway and locked the door.
See?
I swear to God.
I can't believe that. I
locked the
cannot
door.
believe that. Both of you have shocked me.
Wait, and so I didn't know what he was going to do, and I didn't want to have a physical confrontation at that point. And so I remember he wouldn't talk to me for like a month. So I put a basketball on his bed, and I said, "Ball's in your court."
Well, you were
not
playing
joking.
mind games as a
This
20-year-old.
happened. So I conveniently got the basketball deflated in my room, and he goes, "This is my house." So I got the message, and all things settled down. But yeah, no, my dad was the guy. Also, he loved. I love yard work. I did it all weekend, 3 days. My body's aching.
You got a bad back. What are you doing?
Bad back. I got a torn labrum in the right hip, and it was just. But I love yard work because of my old man.
So, like, what? You were planting? What were you doing?
Planting, digging, weeding, you name it, edging, you name it. There's a lot.
Are you out there in a tank top? What are you wearing for your gardening?
I don't want poison ivy because I've had bad poison ivy over the years.
Wow.
I was covered, man, head to toe. Don't mess with me. No more poison.
So full
anyway,
length, full sleeves?
Yes, for sure. So anyway, but my dad, we would get into these philosophical discussions about all kind of, and he was high, blah da 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 da. But when my mom would get mad at me, we'd laugh at her. My mom, God rest her soul, she would get the belt out and we would wrestle it out of her hands. But the bad news is, my dad was in this little small house, and he knew where everything was, and everything was in its right place according to him. So if there was the slightest thing, slightest vibration, who was in my drawer? Who is this? Who is that? Why is the belt out? She would conveniently put the belt out, knowing then that we were in trouble. So yeah, we got it from him. We got it from him.
I can't believe you guys are runners.
Yeah.
You're runners.
I was a runner. But just up the stairs. I'm not running around the house in circles around the neighborhood. No.
No, not outside the house. But that's why I always like when in all these sitcoms or whatever shows, I would always be like, oh, they just relent and let the dad give the spanking. I'm like, I'm not doing that.
He also, when when you're home from college, I slept in. I mean, I may have been
till like noon.
Out drinking with the buddies, and I hear my dad shovel in the backyard. He's digging up the dirt. He liked to turn over the dirt.
Digging a hole to push you
so
in.
Then all of a sudden, at like 7 a.m., he opens the door and yanks open the curtains. You're burning daylight. Think you might want to help your old man? I mean, I'm home from college, and he makes you feel guilty.
7
So I had
a.m.,
to go
that's
out
early.
there.
He
But
put the
gave me-
basketball on Jeff's bed, said balls in your court.
He gave me the work ethic, I will tell you that, because my dad
Yeah.
worked, man. Everything was about, I did a lot of chores as a kid, for sure.
It's great. That's good stuff. Back to the Bears then.
Okay, the biggest question.
Yeah.
Who's the starting left tackle?
Here's what I want. Can I
That's
tell
my
you what
biggest
I want? Here's what I want. I want it to be Trapillo. Because I think if Trapillo is not your starting left tackle, Trapillo's on the bench. And for your second rounder in an important year to not have an impact on this season, I think is worrisome. What is he then? Is he a right tackle if he's not earned the left tackle position? What are you doing here? I think your second-round pick has to be an immediate impact guy. So I would want him to win the job. I don't know if he's capable of it, though.
Yeah, and that'll be the question. Can he actually be a consistently quality left tackle here in a very important second season for Caleb Williams? So that's part of the big question. I don't think I know what you're saying. Like, you want all your high draft picks to start, but sometimes they got to wait their turn as well, and that doesn't mean it's a bust or anything's bad. It just means for the time being, and maybe as the season goes, that person becomes more of an impact player on the roster. So I don't know, but that's my biggest question, because it's going to be a fun watch, and that includes Karan Amagaji, and see what happens with him. And I know Tom's big on this too. It's not a small thing, and I know, when I used to do these reports with Tom Waddle, not Tom Waddle, with Tom Thayer, Waddle, Silvy used to give me cracks every time because we do these Bear reports. We do so many. He wanted to hit all the headlines, be the top hits, but we got into the weeds a little bit about the fifth safety and the seventh offensive lineman, eighth offensive lineman. But Tom's big on sixth, seventh offensive lineman because you got two veterans coming into the starting lineup, but they did not finish last season. So you gotta be ready for anything. And as we've been exposed to here, unfortunately, over the last several years, the amount of offensive linemen being needed and used has been astronomical. Yeah. So I think everything on the offensive line is important. It's not as a big a question as it was a year ago, but that one position excluded. And I'll throw 1A in there, is how impactful will they be stopping the run? They're going to be very aggressive, fly off the line of scrimmage, but they struggled last year for a lot of reasons stopping the run, and they need to stop the run against this particular schedule here in 2025.
Yeah. Jeff Joniak, the voice of the Bears, joining us. It's Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000. We talked about this last week when we saw you at House Hall. You were in the camp, and a lot of people were. I think the majority of the people were, that you thought the Caleb stuff was yesterday's news. You had no problem with him speaking. You would have rather him probably not even address it. But now that he did, and you were in attendance for that, what did you think of what went on at House Hall yesterday with that?
Yeah, he was damn good. He was. I don't know. I was not listening to your show yesterday. Shame on me. But I don't know what you guys thought. But I'm sure I'll hear it from you now. But I thought he was excellent. Every time he's at the podium, in his first 2 years here now in the National Football League, he's acting like the CEO, a businessman. He's speaking about it. He hit all the touch points. He said what he said, but then, like I expected him to say, hey, we're done with that. We're moving on. Whatever was said, whatever was thought, whatever it may have been, it's old news. We can't have distractions. And, this has been a pretty distraction-free offseason. And that's necessary. I don't want to be the team every year that has a distraction that's weighing you down. I think I was thinking about it. I'm watching practice yesterday. I'm thinking, is he thinking about, because we all knew he was going to the podium, was he thinking about that through practice yesterday? No. Because when I have a big event, if I have a big thing to do where I'm required to be on a stage or I'm speaking to a group of people, that's on my mind all day. I mean, I'm not great at compartmentalizing things. But once I start, I'm in my zone, and I can nail it. In my opinion, I get it done, and I feel better about it in the end. But I'm wondering if that was weighing him, how that was going to come out. He's not scripted. He's just speaking from his heart. He's probably thought about it a great deal after it all went down. But that's the definition of being professional, right? Even for an OTA practice, you got a demanding head coach and a lot of people watching. From the media, you got to go out there and perform, but then, you got to get to the podium and answer this stuff.
Yeah, as expected. I thought he handled it the way he's handled pretty much every one of his press conferences since he's become a Bear, and I think that was quite well. So much so that I'm not even going to dwell on it. I'm going to move forward and ask you, Jeff.
Right?
Absolutely.
I mean, is it going to linger? I don't
No.
think so.
No.
It'll resurface for the opener, though. National media is going to have a field day crack at it, right? It's going to be a topic.
Yeah, but I think having addressed it already, that it'll come and go.
Yeah.
I said, maybe kind of just goofing around, but I do mean it as well, that things get more real next week. They'll kick it up a notch because this is mandatory mini camp versus OTAs. Is that exaggerating the situation, or do you expect it to kick up a notch some?
No, I don't think it'll be kicked up a notch. There's no pads. Until pads come on, it's
But everyone's got to be there for this one.
Oh, yeah, everyone's got to be there. And it's been very well attended. Very, very well attended. The only guys really, for reasons that we're not exactly sure why in terms of injury, are not here They were revealed a little bit yesterday with the soft tissue stuff for Kyler Gordon. Jalen traditionally has things going on at this time of year, so he'll miss a few. But, I'd like to know how some of the guys that have been banged up, like a Braxton Jones, they're going to be present. So that's probably the difference. Will they be standing there with their position groups and whatnot? I don't know, but Ian Wheeler is another one. I want to see where he's at from his injury. I know Billings. I think Billings is back, so that was another injury concern. So, yeah, that'll be interesting. I have one for you, too. What did you guys like Montez Sweat? Do we think he was more injured last year than we really were let on?
I do.
From the time training camp started, when he was trying to get himself right, because he's a big part of what happens next. I mean, he's got to be.
I think he was probably more hurt than I anticipated, Jeff. But by the same token, that doesn't mean that, like I still think he is a guy with a lot of pressure on him and a guy that has to prove a lot, having, been given the contract he was given and being one of the linchpins of that defense.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm hoping he loves the way Dennis Allen wants his defense to play. Very aggressive, violent. He's got the body to be violent and the mindset to get after the quarterback. So that's going to be very, very important. And I thought what he said yesterday about Javon Dexter Sr. was important also for a young guy. He said, hey, he's a leader. You did bring those guys together. That alone is not enough to be a leader. Hey, guys, I'm down here in Florida. It's convenient for me. Come on down. But he made the initiative. That's a great first step. But of a young player, I'm looking for that. I'm looking for Darnell Wright. I'm looking for Javon Dexter. I'm looking for Caleb. I'm looking for Roma Dunze. I'm looking for Kyler Gordon. These guys to be Jalen Johnson, to be leaders, because not just by name or just by reputation, but by action. And I still think that there's a void to be filled, and who are those guys going to be filling that void? They're going to be leaders when the Bears are competing for a Super Bowl.
Anything else that, or you want to tell us what's on Bears Weekly tonight?
Bears Weekly, non-guest, no guests tonight. So we're just going to break down some of the audio from yesterday with Jim Miller and Tom Thayer at 6:30. So we'll address some things. I know these guys always have topics they bring to the table that just flare up on the fly. So hopefully interesting conversation.
Ball's in your court, Jeff.
It sure is, Tommy. I'll do the best to dribble my way out of trouble.
I still can't believe you ran from your dad.
4 steps.
Both of you.
4 steps and lock the door. Come on. What's the big whoop?
Not even lock the door. You're not allowed to lock the doors in the Waddle house.
There are rules. There are unwritten rules into getting your ass
kicked. You lock
kicked.
a door, that door's getting kicked down.
Wow. So, hey, listen, it was tough enough as a
By
Catholic.
my mom, not my dad.
It was tough enough as a Catholic school kid to get the paddle. I got Mr. Belcito, gave it a whack. Bend over, grab your ankles in front of your friend.
Oh.
It's no fun. With the holes in it. Here,
yes,
we were talking about that. Yeah,
the whistler.
Kneeling, I get your gym shorts on, and you were making trouble in the classroom. Kneel in the corner on uncooked rice.
Yeah, someone Eddie on the north side was on hold with that one.
I had that one too. Oh yeah. Instigating a fight on the playground because this bully kept picking on this poor kid, and I said, hey, stop taking the beating. Ball up your fists and hit him back. So he closed his eyes, started to punch him, and he got a black eye instead. So, yeah, I
You're
got
no
pulled.
Ferdy Pacheco, the fight doctor, are you?
I got Sister Ursula, came out on the playground, grabbed me by the ear, and that was trouble.
Oh, my goodness.
Say that.
It's so great.
The good old days. Hey, you know what? Other than that twitch I have, I turned out all right.
You turned out great.
I mean, come on.
Yes.
Then they'd call the parents, and boy, that was worse.
That's what someone said, too, that they would rather get the paddle than the parents called.
Oh, no, the paddle came with an automatic phone call just in case.
Well, then you just went home and ran around and chased, try to elude your father.
No, I mean, he's not here to defend himself. But, listen, I was not the perfect youngster. Okay.
Jeff, great stuff.
On that note.
Great stuff.
Exactly.
Thank
All right,
you.
guys.
Thanks, buddy.
There he
See
is.
you soon.
The voice
See
of
you
the
next
Bears. 1 hour from now, you'll hear him and Thayer and Miller, Bears Weekly, right here.
I can't tell you how much I enjoy hearing news stories from him, just about his life every time we see him.
It's fantastic. I love talking to him. I look forward to that every single week. All right, we've got Aki's A-list coming up. We've got the 19th greatest clip. One thing I did forget to ask him. We've got our Terry Bradshaw ticket giveaway at 6 o'clock. So start preparing for this. We want your best Aaron Rodgers rip or like your best burn for him. It's not like a full roast, but because he was roasting Bears fans and because Terry Bradshaw ripped him, we'll set it up with all the audio. But think of a one-liner that you would say about Aaron Rodgers, and the best burn of Aaron Rodgers will win tickets to Terry Bradshaw and his show at the Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. It's all coming up.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. The Odds Couple. Host Mike North and Carmen DeFalco. These guys like to bring you the latest numbers, odds, and important stats so you can place your bets with confidence. Hear the show on demand on the ESPN Chicago app. Brought to you by Bet365.
Guys, you have a few more days to act on the semi-annual sale going on right now at Window Nation. I love my windows from Window Nation the last couple of years. We got new windows in the living room, in the kitchen, in the master bedroom, and in the kids' room. And now with the weather warming up, we are opening up and letting the fresh air in. It was something I wasn't able to do before because they would always be sticky. They wouldn't shut properly. It was a pain in the butt. I was losing money on my energy bills because the seals were broken. They were foggy. If you're having any of these issues, do what I did and call Window Nation at 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or check out all they have to offer at windownation.com. Now the savings part, which what I was telling you about the semi-annual sale going on right now. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. 8 windows for the price of 4. And when you buy a house full of windows, they'll also throw in a free entry door. Think about that. So you're getting free windows, a free entry door. Call them today, 866-90-NATION. It's a family-owned business, A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, 5-star reviews across the board. And also, you'll have no money down and no interest or payments until 2027. All kinds of savings for Window Nation. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com and let them know that Silvy sent you.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Another accident? What happened?
Our truck driver got cut off, and they're getting blamed. No witnesses, no proof, and insurance is skyrocketing.
Wait, our drivers shouldn't take the blame for this?
Exactly why we need Samsara. Their AI dashcam show real-time video proving when our drivers aren't at fault.
So we protect our drivers and avoid false claims?
Yep. Companies using Samsara have exonerated their drivers and saved millions on insurance.
Protect your drivers and your bottom line at Samsara.com. Samsara. Operate smarter.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply in app only.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Exciting things are happening in Madison. Market Square Crossing is a 50-acre mixed-use development perfect for retail, hospitality, and more. Just 30 minutes from downtown Chicago, it's a prime spot to grow your business. Learn more at villageofmadison.org.
Hey, it's Brandon, Mr. Finance, the Millionaire Maker. Life's been really good to me. Not always easy, though, but I've had help along the way. This is why I work so hard to give back and help people all over Chicago to make investments that work best. Always taking into account your situation. Me and my team at BrandonMrFinance.com are not pitching for a particular fund or stock. We can see the whole field and the options that can work for you and your unique situation. Are you ready? Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today. BrandonMrFinance.com. Let's go.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's time for Aki's A-List. From the mind of the man who understands the 4 Ps of Waddle's world. Aki's A-List. The top questions and topics floating around in Tyler Aki's mind.
Are these really the questions that I was called here to answer?
Aki's A-List on ESPN Chicago.
That's right. Aki's A-List is brought to you by Mr. Finance. Build wealth through smarter investing by visiting BrandonMrFinance.com. It's BrandonMrFinance.com. What do you got, Tyler?
All right, the Cubs continued their surge last night after they swept the Rockies. Interesting note, too, from this series. The Cubs swept the Rockies. However, it was the fewest number of runs that the Rockies have allowed in a series all season long. 9. A series low.
They were all very close games.
And to add to that, as we were going through some numbers today, do you realize that the Cubs have only scored fewer than 9 runs in a 3-game series once this year? Think about that. Only one time has this Cubs team scored less than 9 runs in a 3-game set. That was against San Diego earlier in the season.
If that's going to happen, it might as well happen against the Rockies because they're probably the only team that you would have swept with less than 9 runs.
Absolutely.
Don't you agree?
Absolutely. But think about that, how prolific the offense has been.
Yeah.
That only one time have they scored less than 9 runs in a 3-game series. It's crazy. Crazy good.
Yeah, pretty incredible. So the Cubs currently the second most wins in the NL right now. And when you're playing like this, you probably end up with some sort of accolades at the end of the year. I want to throw this out. If you had to pick one Cub to win an award this year, is it PCA to win MVP, Counsell to win Manager of the Year, or Matt Shaw to win Rookie of the Year? Or maybe there's someone I'm forgetting.
It's a great question because I still think it's a long shot that PCA finishes start to finish as the most valuable player.
Tyler and I have a bet.
And then I don't look at Counsell as Manager of the Year stuff. Even if they win the division going away.
If they have the best record in the National League, he may.
Who are the other candidates here?
I think the best candidate right now in the NL is Cardinals manager Ali Marmol.
Yeah.
Because that was a team that was supposed to finish the way that they're playing right now. They were supposed to finish probably anywhere between 3rd to 5th in the division, and really more realistically 4th or 5th in the division.
Yeah, if they continue to play like this and find their way into the wild card, you're right.
Like if they make the playoffs, even if the Cubs win like 95, 97 games, but the Cardinals find their way in the playoffs, I would give it to Marmol over Counsell.
By the way, you realize Cardinals, I know you do. The Cardinals are 18-5 over their last 23 games.
Yeah, I know.
18-5.
Did it start with a 10-game win streak?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go by process of elimination of Shaw, especially the way he's playing. And it wasn't one of the rationales that you used to buy the ticket for Shaw is there isn't a dominant rookie this year?
Yes. And off of that, too, one of the guys who had odds better than him Smith Shawver from the Braves, he had an elbow pop today.
Oh, wow.
So that could be all for him.
Well, and it's not just that he's raking. It's also he's a really good defensive player, too. Shaw is.
Yeah.
So I think that's
I'm with you.
been the most pleasant surprise with Matt Shaw.
Yeah, he
learning a
fields
new
it
position, and like you knew eventually the bat would get there, whether it's this year or down the road. But acclimating to a new defensive position and playing the way that he has, he's made some pretty spectacular plays.
It's a lot on your plate to start a rookie season. So who would you go with? What was your bet?
Our bet was I have Ohtani winning the MVP. He has PCA. If neither wins, then the bet's off.
It's a wash.
So it's a $10 bet. I'm picking Ohtani. He's picking PCA. If neither
you
wins.
get odds on this or
No.
what? No.
No.
Wow, look at you, Tyler.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I mean, actually, he's the one that was champion the bet.
No, you offered the bet.
Yeah, but you were the one talking down Ohtani, and I was like,
I think
okay,
Ohtani
let's
has
play.
to pitch.
Ohtani has 20 home runs now, doesn't he?
Yes, he's got an OPS over 1,000.
Unless you get this thing where people are tired again, like in the NBA. But if he is pitching then, and he pitches halfway decent.
I don't think people get tired for guys that are considered all-time grades. I think there
People
is
got
some
tired
fatigue.
of LeBron.
Yeah, that's how Derrick Rose won it. I mean, Derrick was fantastic, too, and the Bulls were not expected to win 62.
Well, also, I mean, Michael could have won it every year. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
that's
there's
for
a
sure.
stipulation with everything.
Right.
For sure.
Like there is voter fatigue, I think, to a degree. Now, maybe the fact that he's switched leagues would change that up a little bit, but and what Jesse's
What
told
if he
us
goes 50-50 again?
well, then he probably will win it. But do you think he's going to go 50-50 again?
Don't know. He's got 20 home runs already.
What's his stolen base at right now?
11.
Yeah, not bad. And as Carmen put it, as soon as he realized that he had a chance for like 50-50, he started stealing bases every day.
Yeah. And he ended up with almost 60 last year. It was closer. He finished with 59. But
I would probably, to answer your question, I'd probably go with Shaw as well.
Yeah, that's
for the
what I
reasons
did.
you mentioned.
all right.
I hope you're right, though, Tyler.
That with PCA?
Yeah, I mean, if PCA is the MVP.
We're going to have a great summer.
Yes.
No doubt about that.
Jack thinks that the Cubs may have two catchers in the All-Star game this year.
I said before Amaya got hurt.
Jacking around before the show again.
Before Amaya got hurt, there was a case that both of those guys could sneak onto the All-Star team.
Has that ever happened in the history of Major League Baseball?
I believe it's happened. I saw a stat that it happened twice.
When?
I don't know when it happened.
Two catchers?
Two catchers from
From
it was one of
same
the
team.
Yankees teams and from a while ago with Yogi Berra.
But how does that work? Because I bet you Yogi caught pretty much every game. So who's the other catcher that they're just sliding into that All-Star lineup?
I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay.
But
We
That's
also
your
found out
assignment.
today that Jack triple knots his shoelace.
Yeah.
Which
yeah,
I
because
find
they
to be
come untied all the time.
Well,
Even with a double?
You're not double knotting them correctly if that's the case.
Put a little more force into your double knots.
I try my best, but it always comes untied. Maybe I have forceful steps or something like that.
Stop
but
jacking around.
I want
No,
my
I think-
shoes nice and tight, triple knotted.
I think the problem is he ties his shoes too tightly. Like if you look at where the tongue on the shoe is, it's a very narrow bind there. You can tell
his feet are purple.
He is white knuckling that thing when he's tying his shoes.
Really?
I have thin feet. The shoe has to go around my foot.
I've never heard anyone describe their feet as thin.
Well, you have wide feet. You have people that have to buy the wider shoes.
right.
I
Right.
need the thinner shoes.
You got
I think-
narrow feet.
Carmen's attracted to that, I think. Thin feet.
Yeah, you could OnlyFans some pics to Carmen. You could make a nice little living.
Are you like Costanza? Could you be a foot model?
Well, I mean, I'm sure, but I'm not going to try it.
Should text Carmen, ask him if he wants a
No,
picture of Jack's
that's
feet.
the last thing I want to do.
You like what you see, Carm?
We should do an unsolicited text.
An unsolicited foot pic to Carmen.
Hey, Carm, what do you think?
You up?
I haven't cut my toenails in a while, so might need some trimming.
Oh,
before.
really? But nothing's
I mean,
worse
they're
than
not
waddles.
terrible, but
Hey, you might be into that. Who knows?
No, I walked the golf course on Monday. So do you know what I did before I actually got in the car and drove to the golf course? Clipped my toenails.
Good for you.
Yeah,
About
because
time.
I didn't want the horrible pain that would ensue with long toenails walking a golf course.
And then if you missed the picture, I posted it on my Instagram story because Carmen posted it and I used his picture, or I tweeted it out. Jurko today is going out to dinner at Gibson's in Oak Brook, and he needed black shoes for his nice outfit that he's wearing. So the only black shoes...
Nice outfits. He's wearing a pullover. He's wearing a quarter zip.
But he's wearing nice pants, sort of nice pants. And he needed a black shoe, and he doesn't have any black shoes except his golf shoes. So he's wearing spikes. He wore spikes today to the studio, and he's going to Oak Brook wearing golf spikes.
They're plastic spikes, but they're spikes nonetheless.
Which means they're removable,
Yes.
though. I saw his
I'm
shoe
with you,
because he
Jack.
props it up on the table, and you can just pop them in and
Yeah,
out.
they have a little device. You just
But that
you're
is a lot of work just to wear these shoes to dinner.
And we know that Jurko doesn't like to work.
I think you can probably get all of those spikes off of each shoe in under 2 minutes.
Yeah, one of us could.
Are you saying he's got fat fingers and he can't work the device? Or
I'm
what?
saying he may not be motivated to do it.
Do you think Jurko knew that he was wearing golf spikes? Because
yes,
word is he can't see his shoes. Go ahead, Tyler.
This was from Adam Schefter earlier today. The Dolphins have had trade discussions with the Pittsburgh Steelers about Pro Bowl tight end Jonnu Smith. Now, this is over a contract dispute, and Miami has looked for trade partners. Smith's preference is to stay in Miami, according to Schefter's sources, on a reworked deal. If this deal falls through, and then Jordan Schultz followed this up by saying that Pittsburgh is still looking to add playmakers to their roster, especially after losing George Pickens. If this is the case and this trade falls through and Jonnu Smith stays in Miami, should the Bears get on the phone with the Pittsburgh Steelers about potentially moving Cole Kmet?
You think that's what they're looking for, though? Who was their tight end who started off his career well, but he's fallen off a bit?
Freiermuth? Pat Freiermuth?
Yes. Like, what's the difference between Freiermuth and Kmet?
Same kind of player.
So why do they need another one?
What
Jonnu Smith is like a wide receiver as a tight end.
Yes, he's more athletic. What are you looking to get in return?
I've been looking for some compensation or like some trade packages. I haven't really seen anything.
By the way, listen. I know there's another. Who was the what was the outlet that ranked the tight ends? The
Pro
power
Football
rankings?
Focus.
Pro Football Focus has him like 27th or 28th.
29th.
29th. Cole Kmet. I think that's I'd put him higher. As you know, I like him as a player. I've never said he was a top 10 guy, but I'm very interested to see how
it all fits.
How Ben Johnson uses him in this offense with Colston Loveland. So I wouldn't be looking to move Cole Kmet to move Cole Kmet.
Also, I want pieces for this season, and I don't know that the Steelers have anything for this season. If it's draft picks in the future, I'm out unless it's a second or first round pick.
Right, and you're not getting that for Cole
Exactly.
Kmet.
So
why
I'm
is
good.
it worth
We'll
it?
punt on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I would probably, that wouldn't be something that would interest me.
All right, good stuff, Tyler. Coming up next, our Great Clips promotion where we are counting down the 25 greatest sports clips of all time. These are play-by-play calls from sporting events locally and nationally. We're up to number 19. What's it going to be? It does involve a miracle, and that's next.
This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
The 5th annual Gribbett and Civic Classic at Seven Bridges Golf Club presented by Yingling Flight is sold out.
Unless you got a friend like the good kid. Hey, I want to invite you out to Birdie's Sports Bar and Grill in Oak Lawn. Join me this Sunday from 1 to 3. Let's enjoy some Yingling, and you can qualify to win a spot on Team Carmen and Jurko, sponsored by Blue Chew. At the end, we'll pick one qualifier to win a twosome on our team. See you Sunday afternoon from 1 to 3 at Birdie's in Oak Lawn. Please enjoy responsibly.
Guys, nothing beats a great night's sleep on a beauty rest from Steinhofels. Right now, you'll get a free foundation when you buy a Beauty Rest Black or world-class mattress. Queen mattresses start at just $30 per month when you use Steinhofels' 60-month financing. And with Steinhofels' 110% price guarantee, 120-night sleep guarantee, and free delivery. You cannot make a mistake. So don't overpay for a good night's sleep. You can test rest any mattress at one of the 6 Chicagoland locations. I shop at the one in Vernon Hills. The newest one now open in Orland Park. Shop Steinhoffel's in-store or online. Shop Steinhoffel's today.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 630-425-5033. That's 630-425-5033. 630-425-5033. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
If your hair could talk, it would probably say, "Thanks for saving time on a great haircut at Great Clips. You used online check-in to put your name on the list in the app and made it to the salon right on time, thanks to getting a Ready Next text." Your hair would also like to add, "This cut rules." And the price? A very close second. For a great haircut that fits your schedule and your budget, take it from your hair. Take yourself to Great Clips. Download the app today.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ. That's JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Need assistance with door and window projects? The Home Depot can help. From inspiration and materials to ordering and installation, our free millwork virtual apron service can get you moving and doing. Plus, we speak Spanish too. Our associates can help you tackle complex jobs without you leaving the job site, saving you time and money. Call us at 1-833-HD-APRON or visit homedepot.com/MVA. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
$2.5 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2.5 million for a client who was injured in an auto accident. If you're injured, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
Waddle and Silvy, from our State Street studio to your hellish commute home. We're there with you, making it bearable. Never mind. Back to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago. From championship calls
3 seconds at midcourt. Gives it to Jenkins for the championship.
to the soundtracks of summer.
There's a drive. Deep left center. Cubs win. Oh, baby.
And everything in between.
Pull up your pants, take off the bra, and be a man.
Waddle and Silvy count down the greatest clips of all time. Presented by Great Clips. Number 19.
That's right. I always jump the gun there. There's that pause before he says the number. Number 19. We love the people over at Great Clips.
Yes, we do.
I a couple of them yesterday out at Emil's up north. People run a bunch of the Great Clips, and they're just absolutely fantastic.
Yes, Great Clips stylists use clip notes to know the details of your haircut. Download the Great Clips app today. At Great Clips, it's going to be great. And right now, caller 10 will win a 10-pack of haircuts from Great Clips. So be caller 10, 312-332-3776.
We always say it's a hell of a prize. That's not one free haircut. That's a 10-pack.
10-pack.
Of haircuts. 312-332-3776. All right, so this, I was watching on my couch in the city, in my apartment in the city, much younger. And what I said, a miracle wasn't maybe the miracle you thought. That should be on the list, though. This is from the 1999 NFL season. And this was a postseason game on, I believe, January 8th, 2000. And on the call is a guy named Mike Keith and Pat Ryan. And it's the local call for the Tennessee Titans.
Do the Titans have a miracle left in them in what has been a magical season to this point? If they do, they need it now. Christie kicks it high and short. Going to be fielded by Lorenzo Neal at the 25. Pitches it back to Wycheck. He throws it across the field to Dyson.
He's got something.
30,
He's got
40,
something.
50.
He's got it.
40,
He's got it.
20, 10.
He's got it.
End zone. Touchdown Titans. There are no flags on the field. It's a miracle. Tennessee has pulled a miracle. A miracle for the Titans.
I think it was so good, that call. It was such a memorable finish where I think they reviewed that play for a long time to see if it was a forward pass.
Yeah.
And that was a big controversy for a while. Frank Wycheck, who is no longer with us. I think, too, that Dyson wasn't originally supposed to be the recipient of that. There's a whole backstory to it, but the Titans beat the Bills 22-16, and then they went to the Super Bowl that year to face the Rams, and you remember the way that Super Bowl ended?
The 1 yard line.
1 yard line on a great tackle by one of the Rams linebackers.
He was, I believe, it wasn't Dyson the guy.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Kevin Dyson was tackled at the 1.
Yes.
And to me, that was like the first good Super Bowl we had after a bunch of bad Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And then now we have a bunch of them. But
Music City Miracle.
Do you remember where you were that game?
I remember sitting on my ass in my house at home watching that game.
Yeah.
I don't remember which home it was at the time because I've moved a lot. But I remember being on my couch at home for that. 2000. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, the 1999 season.
Yeah, I was home. I wasn't wasn't on site. That's for damn sure. But it was a great play. I mean, so many great calls as well. But that one is spectacular also.
Yeah. Do you have the other thing that I wanted to play broadcast-wise? Do you have the thing from 15 years ago? I know this isn't a part of that one, but that's number 19, the Music City Miracle. One of the spectacular plays in NFL playoff history. Think about where you guys were. I was just asking Waddle where he was, and maybe you guys can remember this more. And it's crazy to ask the producers of the show. What were you getting ready for 15 years ago right now? Before I play it, just if you're driving or you're thinking about it, what were you guys getting ready for? What were we getting ready for as a city 15 years ago today? And here it is by the legend Doc Emmerich. My guy Mitch and Bartlett gave me the heads up on this, and he sent me this clip. Doc Emmerich sets it up as they were ready to do the broadcast on NBC.
It is a game that has always had a close relationship with its history. But after nearly half a century of disappointment in Chicago, a new generation of Hawk hockey has arrived.
And we proudly select
young stars living up to expectations. And a brawny folk hero who looms largest in the biggest of team separates Chicago from the Stanley Cup. On this Philly squad, a proven winner has proved to be a throwback to the Broad Street Bullies era, anchoring a gritty team that doesn't know how to give up and only gets tougher against the steepest of odds. That spirit is embodied by a relentless captain, the latest heir to the tradition of this proud franchise. History shadows two teams in the Stanley Cup final. The next chapters await. Game 1 is next.
Doc Emmerich, what a legend.
Oh, it's so silky smooth when he speaks.
Gives me chills.
Where were you, Jack?
I was 10 years old.
Thank goodness.
He was on a playground somewhere in Wheaton.
Yeah. Did you watch that game? Were you into hockey at 10?
I wasn't super into hockey because, I was 10 and I hadn't really watched it before, but I remember the hype around it, and I remember watching the games on our TV, not a flat screen, a little like one of the big bulky ones, and watching that game. Yeah, for sure. I remember that. I remember 13 and 15 a lot more than I remember 2010.
What about, Tyler, you're a little bit older than Jack. Do you remember?
Yeah, I would have been 13 then. And that's probably the I remember bits and pieces of the White Sox run in 05, but this is like the first championship I remember.
This was a shootout, too. 6-5. Chicago.
Oh, yeah,
won the
there were
game.
some high-scoring games in this series. There was one, I think, where the Hawks scored like 7 goals.
They did, Game 5.
Yeah,
they
I think
won
that was the
7-4.
game that I was at. Then I had to go to the final word after that. Were you still working the final word in
sure
2010?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, and then, of course, Game 6 was the ultimate.
I think you smelled like booze when you came into the
That's
studio.
right. Yeah, I had a beer or two that night, but I didn't get hammered. And then in Game 6, of course, they won it in overtime with the Patrick Kane goal. But do you remember who the villain was that he was talking about, the captain of the Philadelphia Flyers, that he was talking about? Doc Emmerich there.
I don't.
Was it Chris Pronger?
Yes. Chris Pronger.
Look at you.
This is the hockey show.
Yeah, you're right. We pick each other up.
Somewhere Patty
Somebody's
Boyle's smiling.
Yeah, that's right. You know, Tyler came onto the ice for a shift right there and put the biscuit in the basket.
Seat's getting a little hot.
Yeah.
In that open, too, he's talking about the brawn of the Hawks, and they're showing Dustin Byfuglien. Remember how vital Dustin Byfuglien was in that playoff run?
Yeah, I love Byfuglien.
Yeah, in front of the net, and then he left after that season, I think it was. All right, so some good memories there. All right, this is either going to be spectacular or it's going to suck.
Which also could be spectacular.
It's up to you. If you have, we have Terry Bradshaw tickets to the Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. We'll give you the date. We'll set up the contest in detail. But if you have a burn for Aaron Rodgers as a Bears fan, it's tough to do since, quote,
he's been talking smack about us.
Yeah, he's been talking smack about the Bears. And then Terry Bradshaw, not because of that, just doesn't like him. So we said to win these Terry Bradshaw tickets, the quote sickest burn gets the tickets.
Make it short and sweet too.
Yeah,
don't go on a diatribe.
We don't want a routine.
Yeah.
What is your quick burn on Aaron Rodgers? 312-332-3776. We'll have 2 winners. You'll win a 4-pack of tickets. We'll give you some examples coming up next.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, you are listening to the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Carmen Brands radio station. Picture yourself. Cold Yingling in hand, warm breeze blowing through the bar, wild sports takes being hurled from the stage. It's Carmen and Jurko's Summer Friday. Join the boys tomorrow as they broadcast live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs, presented by Yingling. You didn't really need an excuse to start your weekend early, did you? But that's what Yingling and Carmen and Jurko provide with Summer Fridays. See you tomorrow from noon to 3, live from Hillgrove Tap in Western Springs. And please, enjoy responsibly.
Window Works has been the trusted choice for Chicago homeowners for over 30 years, delivering custom windows and doors that fit your style, home, and budget. No cookie-cutter installs, just factory-certified pros and top-quality results that you can count on. And with summer heating up, now's the perfect time to upgrade. So act fast. Buy one window, get one free. It's happening now. Dial pound 250 on your phone and say Waddle to schedule your free consultation and estimate. That's pound 250, keyword Waddle. Ring them up now.
You have heard me talk about how businesses are elevating their game in Bolingbrook. Here's Mayor Mary Alexander Basta to tell you herself.
Thanks, Peggy. Bolingbrook remains the most desirable southwest suburban location to start or expand your business. I invite you to learn how welcoming we are to the many businesses who recently have made Bolingbrook their home.
So if you're looking to elevate your future and the future of your business, visit bebolingbrook.com to learn more.
Join us and be Bolingbrook.
News just in. Bet365 is now live in Illinois.
That's right. Join Bet365 today and get $150 in bonus bets when you bet $5, win or lose.
That's amazing.
That's for sure. With Bet365, you can bet on the spread, totals, and money line.
Well, there you have it, Illinois. Download the Bet365 app and get your $150 in bonus bets today.
And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. TVs apply and app only.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
I'm guessing you're like the normal Bears fan. The best thing about Bears fans is every year, this is our year. This is our year. We added this guy and that guy, and we got a new coach from Detroit. Oh, man. Look out.
This is it.
Right? Packers fans, we know that, right? And what does every coach that signs at the Bears say? We got to beat the Packers, right?
Yeah.
Packers don't give a shit.
There he is, Aaron Rodgers. Discount double checking again. And
listen, I'd like to be angry, but he's spitting the truth.
We hit him twice.
Okay.
There were two of the best chances. That NFC title game would have trumped everything.
Yeah,
and the last game of the season at Soldier Field for the division, where they blew coverage.
And how'd that all go?
Pick up a fumble. They all lost.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. And then the other years, it wasn't even close. The Bears weren't even good.
He has rightfully owned or claimed ownership of this team.
But
times are changing.
If the script holds. Because it's the same thing with Favre. Favre tormented the Bears. Favre then went to the Jets, and it was a massive, massive failure. And then Favre went to his third team, in this case Minnesota. Maybe Aaron Rodgers goes to Pittsburgh. And his last game Brett Favre ever played was the Bears knocking him out. They knocked him into retirement. Right? Corey
Wooten did it, I think.
Yeah, it was Corey Wooten. And Brian Urlacher stood over him. So maybe he plays for the Steelers this year, and maybe the Bears get the last laugh and knock him out.
I hope so.
Sounds like something Booker would do. You got to get a comp to, Corey Wooten. someone who's like not their best player, but a guy who rushes the passer in the rotation. Maybe it's a Dio. Adedangbo. Odangbo. Odangbo.
Not Adedangbo.
All right, so this was Jack's idea. We have
jacking around in the meeting room.
So this is what it says. Terry Bradshaw. It's the Terry Bradshaw Show. He brings his dynamic singing ability. Did you know this?
Yes.
Endearing personality,
yes.
That we knew, and charisma to a production that chronicles his life's journey through comedy, music, and storytelling.
One-man show.
And it's coming to Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, Saturday, June 28th. If you've never been to Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, they're a big partner of ours. We've had football conventions there. We've had shows there. They're one of the great partners in Bears and football and White Sox baseball. They're absolutely awesome. It's great to see a show. Great place to go play and gamble and great food as well. It's a total entertainment place, and they roll out the red carpet for all of our fans. We've got 2 4-packs of tickets to give away. So originally they were going to do like a random call-in. Hey, like be caller of so-and-so. And then we're like, okay, well, maybe we play like a drop from this where Terry Bradshaw was ripping Aaron Rodgers. This was on 103.7 The Buzz just a few days ago.
That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just to me is a joke. What are you going to do? Bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man. That guy needs to stay in California and go, somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the guys out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
Now, he does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am. Yeah. And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing. So.
All right, so he was ripping Rodgers. We're not looking for a whole routine.
No.
Jack said to us, okay, instead of just playing a drop from Terry Bradshaw, why don't we try to burn Aaron Rodgers?
And I said, Jack, why don't you give me an example of what a burn would sound like? And what'd you say?
Well, I said there's so many things we could roast him on. He's too old to play quarterback.
He just said you're old. That's what he said.
He's not any good anymore. He should hang out and do whatever he does in his caves and do his own thing.
He's got caves?
Apparently. He goes to a cave every offseason and sits in darkness. And
the first thing Jack said is, you're old.
Is it a cave that he goes to? Isn't it just a dark room? Like
a retreat.
Yeah, and they bring him like food at the door. I don't think it's a cave.
Yeah. That would be funny, though. That would be better.
So if it's going to go like Jack just did it, the segment's going to suck. Or it's going to be so bad that it could be fun. But that's the fun of all this. We don't know. So ring us up right now. We'll line up 10 callers, 312-332-3776. How would you burn Aaron Rodgers? There's not much. He's controlled the Bears almost his entire career. So what would you say to him? Your sickest burn.
Sickest burn.
We're
a bunch of high school kids. Hey, man, that's
do the kids still say that? Do the kids say sick burn?
Sick burn. That's a roast. Roasted.
Some of the lingo I don't like. I get further. My kids are using some of the lingo that they hear at school.
You don't understand it?
I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Any of it. Like there's
sick burn.
Like is it a put down to call someone a quarter pounder these days?
Whoa.
Is that a thing?
What does that mean?
Have I misheard that?
Tyler, what does it mean to call someone a quarter pounder? Tyler? Do you know? Put that guy on hold.
Sorry, what'd you say?
What does it mean to call someone a quarter pounder? Is that a
maybe I don't even have it right. It's some burger
one
reference.
of Sylvie's kids is saying, calling people a quarter pounder.
Yeah, I've
never heard of that one. I mean, the quarter pounder's pretty good, so I would think it would be a compliment.
Of course.
Sick burn.
All right, so maybe someone could give me context on Twitter or something like that. So burn Aaron Rodgers if you can, and that's the challenge here. And this is why I think it's either going to be funny, it's going to suck.
My money's on the latter.
Or it's going to be both. 312-332-3776. There's no way he's got a good one here. No offense, Elmhurst Steve, but you are first up. You usually have a good Cubs thought or two, but I can't imagine you've got a good burn for Aaron Rodgers.
All right, Aaron, the season before last, you had just 4 snaps with the Jets. My favorite was your Achilles.
Oh, snapping. Okay.
That's okay. I got
it. Yeah, it took you but maybe we're slow. That's not terrible.
Yeah. I mean, leader in the clubhouse only because you're the first person.
It's better than I thought he would do.
I got it. Yeah. It was clever.
Okay, Tim in Naperville, what's yours?
Hey, Aaron. I heard that you called a 5-star restaurant for a family reunion and asked for a table for one.
I knew the family stuff. I think that's the only thing we could get him on.
Not bad, Tim.
Okay, hold on.
Not bad.
Is he ahead of Elmhurst Steve?
I think they're tied right now.
Okay. Bill in St. Charles. What's up, Billy?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Aaron, since you're so excited about taking all these psychedelic trips on ashwagandha, why don't you go back to the 80s and the 90s when the Bears dominated you with average quarterbacks and the Packers had to go get not one but 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks to consistently beat us?
If this was a gong show, I would have hit the gong a long time ago.
Yeah.
But thank you, Bill.
Bill, no offense, I think the best part of that one was your ums.
Yeah.
When he started off with 2 ums.
Less is more.
Yeah, exactly. Ryan in Hammond, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ryan?
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, I'm a carpenter. We were setting rafters the other day, and a guy in the top goes, hey, this rafter's a little long. I'm like, is it just a little long, or is it Aaron Rodgers high?
Hang on, buddy. Ooh. I mean, what are you looking at me for? You know what to do.
I was thinking,
you know what to do.
Did I miss?
He told it to me on the phone. He mixed up his dimensions.
Yeah.
Like he totally fumbled it.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad on the phone.
It wasn't
his
bad on the phone?
His delivery was atrocious.
Yeah. I'm like...
He flubbed it.
Yeah, I was like, did I miss something? All
no,
right.
you didn't.
Don in Algonquin, this is going swimmingly. This is it was either going to be
as
really
advertised.
bad or, like, at least it's not in the middle. What's up, Don?
All right, so Aaron Rodgers claims he owns Chicago, but everyone in Chicago knows Danica Patrick owns Aaron Rodgers.
Ooh.
Julian in Elmhurst, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Julian?
What's up, guys? So I don't know if you remember, but Rodgers dated Shailene Woodley, that girl from Divergent. And she is quoted to say that Aaron Rodgers caused her to lose her soul, happiness, and joy in life when she was with him. So that's a pretty good burn right there.
But that's her burn, not yours, Julia.
Fire Marshal Bob. What's up, Bob?
Like this.
All right, guys. So, hey, Aaron, Danica says you're faster in bed than she was on the racetrack.
Oh, okay. All right. Now we're playing, Bob. Now we're talking.
That still could
gotta
be
throw
slow,
a zinger
though.
at him, man. Got to get him where it hurts.
Yeah, all right. That's
All right. Put Bob on hold.
Bob's on hold.
I think Bob's the leader in the clubhouse.
It is. Tim in Uptown, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Tim?
Hey, boys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Silvy, why can't Rodgers keep a girlfriend?
Why?
Because everybody who hears him talk discount double checks out of his life.
No.
I always look to Waddle to make sure.
No. Like you're missing something. No, you're not missing anything. Trust your sense of humor.
But yours is better. Henry in Cherville. What's up, Henry?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on again. I wanted to talk about Aaron Rodgers for a minute.
I'm looking to you again.
Yeah, the Lloyd Christmas. Is that from Dumb and Dumber?
Yeah, absolutely. Remember when he had the little bowl cut thing going on a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
Before he became a hippie?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so as far as Aaron Rodgers burns go, he's only talking about the Bears because he can't talk about the 2 years he was in New York.
And the sickest burn is he has David Kaplan as the president of his fan club.
That's not bad, though. You went a long way.
It's better, Henry. You're warming up. You're warming up. I gotta say, Fire Marshal Bob has got the
we need
appropriately
to,
has had the sickest burn.
Oh, I'm sweating.
Jake tweeted us, and he just said, all he wrote was, "How's the family, a-hole?"
Give him some ticks. There you go. There you go. That's it. That's over. Game over. Mic drop. Yes. Ask him if he wants some tickets. Give him more than allotted.
We got one more on the line, Mark.
Oh, we do. Okay, good. Did you block out all the callers now? Did I see that you've...
Well, yeah, that was just to keep the order of 10,
you
but yeah.
shut it down. Oh, Mark, the pilot in Lincoln Park. What's up, Mark?
Great show, guys. I wanted to keep it short and sweet after watching every home game live. F that guy. I'm done.
I didn't get it.
One more time. Maybe it went over our head.
I said F that guy. I'm not allowed to say it. Tyler said I could say that. That's it.
Yeah. F that guy is what he said.
Yeah.
That's the burn, Mark?
No, it's terrible. I'm just sick of it. That's it. I'm just sick of him, man.
Yeah, I know.
Just F that guy. Yeah. That's it. I'm done. I know I'm not winning tickets for it.
All right, Mark,
that's
thanks.
how I feel about him. I'm sick of the guy.
Mark is, I love Mark. He's one of our favorite guys, but he doesn't win. All right, so we're giving it to Fire Marshal Bob.
Fire Marshal Bob, winner.
So did that go as badly, or
it was hideous.
It made me laugh, though.
It was hideous.
Some of the burns.
I think the tweet was the true.
How's the family, a-hole? Like, there's nothing else. That's the point,
you just walk away.
Like if Rodgers would hear this, he'd be like, "Oh, I win again."
Yes,
he'd be
he
like,
did. He owned the contest.
I just won again.
He just won the contest.
Oh,
that's good.
All right, so Fire Marshal Bob and Henry will give you guys the tickets to the Terry Bradshaw Show, June 28th.
Jack's going.
You're going, Jack?
I might venture out there.
Yeah.
It's one of those things I have to see. Terry Bradshaw singing and
he's
performing.
A legend. Yeah.
And we're going to get a show recap from Jack.
Do you remember back in the day we put Terry Bradshaw? I think we've only had Terry Bradshaw on the show one time. And he was like working out while he was doing the interview. Do you remember then? He was very out of breath. And we were wondering.
Was he doing his television show at that time? Like he had a show on one of the channels, not just
Why do I not remember that? No,
yeah,
we had him on to talk football or Cutler, and Merkin got him because Merk has him in the Rolodex, and he booked him, and he was very breathy. And I said to him, Terry, I go, why are you out of breath? And he says, I'm getting in my workout, and he was working out while he was doing the interview with us.
I don't think he does that anymore.
Working out or interviews?
Both. He's 76 now.
Yeah, I thought he was older.
Yeah.
All right, this portion of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by Steinhoff.
So Jack's going. Jack's going to go and give us a review of how the show is.
I will.
Yeah.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
Do you think his voice is good?
I think it's
it's
acceptable.
He wouldn't be doing a show where he's singing if he didn't have a beautiful voice.
Well, I don't think it's beautiful, but I think he gets away with it because he's Terry Bradshaw. But I've always found him entertaining.
Yeah, and he's been in movies. What was the movie that he was in where he played like a parent with Kathy Bates? Was Kathy Bates his movie wife?
I think so. I
They were in like a
remember
hot
the
tub
name
or
of it.
something like that?
There was a time when he was in shows and did a show, and there was a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously his schedule has kind of diminished, but isn't he still doing the Fox? He'll be on Fox at least one more year. I know Jimmy retired, or is retiring after this year.
Yes, Jimmy retired, and then I think Terry said only one more year. Or something like that. Maybe he's changed his mind. So, fun show today. A couple of other things. I sent you guys a video. If you guys could find this, because it's not something that we could play on the air. It was very funny. The Tigers grounds crew.
Yes.
I don't know. So I guess one of the grounds crew workers got hurt. And the television broadcast was showing it. Like, he was on the ground, and he was surrounded by trainers, and it looked like something with his knee or his ankle. Yeah. And he noticed that the red light on the camera was from one of the dugouts was on him, and obviously was not in a good mood, so he flipped off the camera.
Yeah. And then I think one of the other workers kind of brought his finger down.
I was surprised.
Yeah, I was as well.
Do you think he gets disciplined or by the team?
Probably so, yeah. I mean, you can't be given the bird on your local broadcast. I mean, can you imagine if somebody that was attached to Marquee did it? You can't do that.
Like, I understand that you're hurt, but you can't flip off the camera.
No.
I mean, they're covering what's going on the field.
I got to be honest with you. I'm a little disappointed there's no baseball tonight. I'll watch the Eastern Conference Finals. Game 5 in New York tonight is the Knicks look to stay alive, but I've become accustomed to getting home and turning on the television and watching the Cubs slaughter people. And
who do you have tonight in the basketball game?
I think the trend has been, I just saw it on ESPN, that, like, this is the pattern that Indiana has been in. Like, they win 3, they lose 1, then they win the next one. So I believe aren't the Knicks favored by 4 or 4.5?
4-point favorite, yeah.
I would definitely play the Pacers. I
was going to say, I'd take the points.
With the points, yeah.
Yeah, I take the points.
This series feels over. Like, maybe that's not how they feel in New York, but to me, from an outside perspective, this one feels like Indiana's basically has it wrapped up. Yeah. So we might not see very much from New York tonight.
I was on with Q and Joe Fortenbaugh earlier today. Mm-hmm. You know, they wanted to know all about the Caleb Williams story. I love both of those guys, but Fortenbaugh, like, I love what he does in the gambling world. So after I was on with them, I was then listening to their show driving in, and he gave the play tonight. His favorite play in tonight's game is T.J. McConnell, and I believe his point total is 7.5 points. I think he scored 8 or more points in every game except the last game, where he scored 6, but he still played well, and he's getting a lot of minutes. I think he's averaging like 9 points in the postseason, or 8.5, something like that.
Does it have a lot to do also with Nesmith's availability?
Yeah,
I mean, he was fine last game. But
I just think that he's getting a lot of playing time, and that he's been averaging.
Who did he favor in tonight's game?
He liked he didn't have a big call on it because he's a little scared that the Pacers could be I don't know. I forgot the way he termed it, but maybe overlooking them, or thinking that it's over, and maybe the Knicks do give a good punch. But he said if he would have to make a play, he would play the Pacers in the points.
Really? That's what I would do as well.
Me too.
I would take the 4.5. I don't know exactly what it's settled at, but I've enjoyed the hell out of the NBA playoffs. Last night, not much fun because the T-Wolves kind of punted. But I think there have been some really classic moments in each of these series.
It's been good, but yes, the blowouts have been too, like...
the come-from-behind games have been very exciting.
Yes.
And I actually have enjoyed watching the Knicks do what they've done, and I've enjoyed watching the Pacers kind of find their way this season again. So, and look, the Thunder, they're a very likable team, too. So I kind of like I like the combatants that are still available.
We talked a little bit with Wilbon about it. What do you think about anybody in New York who criticizes Tibbs? Like, New York, again, they're... And I'm not saying criticize, because everyone's open for criticism. Like, Ant could be criticized because of his comments after the game and the way he didn't show up in some of these games. But I just think that if you have Tibbs as your coach...
You got a chance.
Yes. Yes, he's got shortcomings.
Yeah.
He's stubborn to a fault. Well, but I'd still rather have him than not have him.
And I think Wilbon told us, didn't he, that he hasn't even begun his new contract extension, or the new contract extension hasn't kicked in. I think anytime you get your team to the Final Four, regardless of sport, you're doing something right.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be looking to move on from that guy.
It's one round further than they went last year, isn't it?
Yes, they got beat by Indiana, right?
Best season they've had since 2000.
Yeah.
Yes, I get it. You want him to be better. I always think that's fair, but the grass isn't greener. We could attest to that.
Yep.
All right, Bears Weekly coming up next. Thanks to Jeff Joniak. We had great caller participation. Let's continue that. Even with some of the funny Aaron Rodgers calls that weren't funny. They were funny because they weren't
funny.
They weren't funny.
Jack was funny today.
Jack
so
was great.
Tyler, as always.
Thank you, guys. For Waddle, I'm Silvy. It's ESPN 1000. Have yourself a great Thursday night.
Waddle, he's gone.
Really excited.
That was a big thrill.
Hi, it's Andre Dawson, including myself, Ed Belfour.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Who's getting wild tonight? That's what I'm talking about, baby.
No hi from you?
What?
No hi from you?
I'll give him more buys than highs.
Waddle, waddle, waddle. Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle, till the very next day. Bum, 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 bum.
And thank you to all, and to all a good night.
I just want to say thank you all, and as always, everybody else. I love y'all.
It is a top concern for us all. What to do with your hard-earned dollars. Here's Brandon of BrandonMrFinance.com.
So we show people how they can borrow cash to buy cash to beat inflation, right? So banks charge interest on your money, so I believe in reverse engineering things. So you borrow money, take the bank's money, and then go out and create increase. Do it by way of a business so you can create leverages, and then you can get tax rates for making more money.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
And you're your number one asset, but many times people don't insure themselves. So life insurance is a big deal, but it's also a vehicle of how the wealthy, basically shelter money.
If you want to rethink money and how to leverage yourself to create wealth, visit BrandonMrFinance.com now.
And then you can prepare yourself by putting money into insurance outlets that will grow compound interest and create generational wealth to have a living and a death benefits.
Go to BrandonMrFinance.com and book an appointment today.
Those are some of the ways that you can use to create wealth and give yourself financial freedom while protecting your family.
BrandonMrFinance.com.
Hey friends, I'm Tom Waddle and I drive a Hawk. The Memorial Day sale is on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands. Save with 0% financing for 72 months or make no payments for 90 days. That's no interest for 6 years or no payments till August. Get your Memorial Day savings at hawkauto.com.
HawkAuto.com.
$13.89 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
We're all better with help. Hey guys, it's Silvy. Take it from me, I use therapy all the time. But too often, people stay silent to avoid being judged. For over 10 years, BetterHelp has been finding the right therapist for people just like you and me. Visit BetterHelp.com/timeout and get 10% off your first month of therapy. That's BetterHelp.com/timeout. And let's get the help today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The playoffs are in full swing, and you can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest game-changing moments to placing bets in just a few taps. Right now, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code JOEQ, J-O-E-Q, to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Hey, this is Chauncey. For 25 years, I've been your host of Chauncey's Great Outdoors. Clever name, huh? I came up with it, and I stand by it. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday morning from 6 to 7 on ESPN Chicago.
Welcome into Bears Weekly, powered by IGS Energy, a Chicago Bears network production. Bears Weekly is brought to you by Advocate Healthcare, Athletico Physical Therapy, CDW, Connie's Pizza, IGS Energy, and Miller Lite. Here are your hosts, Jeff Joniak, a.k.a. the Mayor of Bearsville, and his sidekick, Tom the Surfmaster Thayer.
Hey, how we doing, everybody? We're learning more and more about the 2025 Bears with each passing day during the OTA portion of the offseason, with mandatory minicamp set to open next Tuesday here at Hallis Hall. Welcome into Bears Weekly on ESPN 1000 and the Chicago Bears Radio Network with Super Bowl winning Bears guard Tom Thayer. I'm Jeff Joniak. Along in a moment, former Bears quarterback Jim Miller from SiriusXM NFL Radio. Guest free tonight, but we'll hear from Bears head coach Ben Johnson, quarterback Caleb Williams, defensive end Montez Sweat, and the new veteran quarterback Case Keenum from the week that was up here at Hallis Hall. Tommy, good evening. Dan Barilli and Jordan Tredup, our producers. Spinning the dials at ESPN is Jack McGrath, our executive producer. Eric Ostrowski of the Bears Radio Network. A lot going on. We got the next week's going to be big. Going to love that. But, hey, what have we learned this week? What have we learned about the Bears that has caught your attention? It's almost my weekly question to you out of the gate, but with a few more OTAs in the books and the Caleb Williams podium experience. We'll hear some of that tonight. So a lot of things.
You know, they're playing a faster brand of football. There's a lot of encouragement and coaching going on from the coaching staff. I think that they're trying to identify who fits where. We often talk about, and I talk about, with the depth chart, and everybody's trying to get their name on that depth chart because that's a key ingredient when you move into training camp. What I'm excited about going forward is next Tuesday, all the alumni are invited to the practice. And I think that the way you monitor social media, I think you'll be able to read a lot more about what the alumni that come to the practice for the first time, what their reflection is of the atmosphere. And I think because these guys have so much experience in their football life, they understand how to listen to coach, and they understand how to watch their position. They understand how this stage of development is really important part, but stage with the next stage of the whole process in a football team development is that's when the real stuff starts. And so I'd be excited to talk to a lot of those guys at practice, but I'm super encouraged by what I see at practice. I'm super encouraged at the speed at which they're playing and the requirements of Ben Johnson and all of his staff.
Hey, Big Jim Miller joining us now. Jim will be here at training camp. He'll do his Sirius NFL training camp tour, and his stop will be here in Chicago, hopefully with yours truly. We'll be breaking things down, but I know you're going to be excited to see all this too. You're an alumni. It matters to you. I know you've played for several teams, but I'm wondering for both of you, and Jim, welcome and good evening. Hope you're doing well. Did you guys have a lot of alumni hanging around when you guys were at these guys' age right now? For the 85 Bears, Tommy, that was your first year. But, Jim, I mean, there were plenty of 85 Bears around. Certainly Tom was one of them, calling the games that you worked in for us.
Yeah, guys would show up periodically and also at training camp. And, yeah, it was important, and you'd have different staffs that come into, like college football staffs that come in. This is typically the springtime where staffs want to see what you're doing offensively, and certainly Ben Johnson, he'll have a couple of staffs that roll through there that are interested to see what he's doing offensively and how we install things, how they coach certain positions, all those type of things. So there's actually a lot going on in the spring, and it is more teaching during it is an install. You're teaching guys the basics of what you want to accomplish and all the discipline and the techniques and all those type of things. So it's very thorough, and it has to be very thorough for a reason. And these are building blocks of what they want to press onto, and that things are going to come a lot faster come training camp. But it was always good to have the older players come by, stop by, just to see them, that they've been through it. They've going through the same things you're going through as a current player, and they had a lot of success. So you try to tap their brains. Guys like Tom Thayer, hey, man, what was so different about your team? Why were you guys so tight? What made you guys so close-knit? We knew they were talented, but I think if you're a very good team, typically you're going to have guys that work hard, that are self-starters, like a Tom Thayer, like that whole 85 Bears team, and there's a reason why they were so close-knit. They knew that they were going to be good, and they believed in one another, and they counted on one another.
Who showed up back in your day?
Jeff, because we didn't have OTAs and it led us right into mandatory minicamp, we didn't have a lot of alumni hanging around at a mandatory minicamp, and it was a 3-day mandatory process that, Dick kind of dangled that carrot in front of the horse where, okay, the last day of minicamp, we'll either have one practice or two practices. But it was more training camp when the guys came to Platteville. And that's when, either it was a destination to drive to with their family for a day or even a couple days. There's nice surrounding areas up there in Platteville. And so if you had that chance for 15, 20 minutes in between practices, while we were in the weight room, they would come and visit the weight room in Clyde Emmerich. Or even at night when we had our 15 minutes of free time at the end of meetings, and guys would go to different places and have a beer, and they would be there as well. So for us, it was more catching up with the alumni at training camp more so than mini camp.
Do you remember who showed up?
Oh, there was a lot of guys like Mike Pyle, Ed Obradovich, Roland Harper, Jim Osborne, Danny Neal, Doug Buffone, Doug Plank, Terry Schmidt. There's plenty of guys. You still had your Bob Avellini's and stuff. So there was plenty of guys that showed up for one reason or the other.
Yeah, I get a kick out of that actually when I see all that. I think it's important to keep that the alumni close to the organization of the Bears. Do a really good job at trying to make that happen. So they'll continue to do that next week. So guys like Kyler Gordon, T.J. Edwards dealing with some soft tissue injuries, Luther Burden III as well. And we'll learn more about this during the next week with the minicamp, who's available. But Ben Johnson saying yesterday that everybody should be in the building at least. It is mandatory, so even if you are injured. With that said, let's listen in to some Ben Johnson yesterday at the podium. He was talking about the specifics that he needs from his players, no detail too small. And one is they got to start defining what a snap, a rep, a play looks like at the finish, from defense right through to the offense.
The ball, the momentum of the ball running through the defense in practice, even without pads on. And so it's a learning experience of what that looks like and what we're going to be about. And then offensively, we talk about the finishing aspect of getting connected down the field and blocking for our buddies. So finishing is a huge deal about what we're doing. We're very much rooted in the fundamentals and the techniques of what we're asking our guys to do. And so we saw growth last week in that way, and that's the expectation for us going forward.
I saw you guys make them go back in the huddle several times. What exactly are you looking for in the huddle and as they come out of it?
Yeah, there's a certain way that the play needs to get communicated in the huddle. There's a certain way that the break should sound to us around us that means that we're ready for business and we're ready to get going. And if it doesn't sound that way, then we're just not going to allow the practice to go south. Fatigue is something that we're going to combat. The longer practice goes, the more fatigue guys get, and the mental toughness has to come through of still doing the little things correctly. So that's a part of it.
We saw Magaji at left tackle last week when we were here, and today it was Ozzie. Is it one day on, one day off for each guy, or is it based on how they're?
We're moving guys around. Yeah, we want to give everyone an opportunity. So, Darnell, we feel pretty comfortable keeping him at the right side right now. So the left side until we get Braxton back in the mix, it's going to be a little bit of musical chairs.
Consider right tackle settled then, that he's not going to move?
To be determined. Anything's on the table, and we're going to let the plan play out, which is keep them there for the time being and let these guys battle it out on the left side, and we can decide to change course whenever we need to.
Ben, what are you learning about what Caleb can handle at this point as you're kind of resetting for him?
It's been consistent throughout. He's been very attentive. He's been very detailed in terms of the meetings. He's taking great notes. He's asking excellent questions. The more we're out on the grass together, we're figuring out what we can put in the morning and what we can execute later on in the afternoon. And so that's been the fun part of it so far, because there's for everybody, there's a saturation level that we got to find what that point is, so that as coaches, we don't ask too much out of any player over the course of the season. We got to be able to download a game plan and execute it. And so it's been a healthy process right now. I think JT Barrett's doing a phenomenal job. Declan's a big part of that as well, just figuring out how much install we can push on these guys. And the good news is we got the weekend that they can get the plan and start ahead for the next week. And you can really see guys separate, not just at the quarterback position, but really all around on offense and defense, who's in their book a little bit extra than the next guy.
How have you seen Keenum helping Caleb throughout the process?
Case has been phenomenal. I haven't been with him in the past, but he came highly recommended from a number of people that I trust. He's got skins on the wall. I mean, he's been to playoff games. He's won playoff games. He's done it at a high level. He's been the number 2 quarterback at a number of different places as well. So his experience level is off the charts. He's seen a little bit of everything that this league has to offer. And I can say from my experience of being in the room with him, he finds a good way to ask questions that I might not, or Declan or JT, we might not have provided the answer to prior. So he does a good job filling those gaps. And then, of course, we're constrained so much by the time limits in the springtime that he's able to help the process when we're not in there as coaches.
And he is battling for the number 2 job with Tyson Bagent, entering his 3rd season. One thing out of this that I'll throw in, and then I want your reactions from both of you guys. He is a first-time head coach. He has not had a regular season game just yet, but he certainly sounds like he's been here before. He sounds like a head coach, and everything he's saying makes sense. That's the number one thing for me. Everything Ben Johnson is saying makes sense.
You know, one thing I kind of giggle at is when I listen to Ben Johnson. If you didn't know he was a first-time head coach, you really wouldn't know it, because he's prepared and he's concise about all of his answers. However, when I listen to him, he reminds me so much of George Allen talking at the podium, because George Allen was a stickler for breaking the huddle. And he says the breaking the huddle, that was a big part of the influence of practice, because he kind of got a feel that everybody was on the same page. The sound of the break, the way you went to the line of scrimmage. And when I think about my past experiences of football and all the quality coaches that I had a chance to play for, it already kind of makes me think about a guy that we're all waiting to see how his first experience goes at head coach, but he sounds like a seasoned head coach. And it's super encouraging to me, because it's things I've heard I've heard before from coaches with a great deal of experience.
Yeah, I like the part of we don't allow things. That was the problem last year, and it was veteran players saying, well, we just kind of skipped over things, and if something wasn't run right, they just let it go. Okay, you can't allow that. That's why you're dead last in offense, dead last in sacks. I literally would put up every statistic of what the Bears did last year in that locker room to let them know how bad they were. And if I were Ben Johnson, I'd say when a player says, oh, I got it, coach, don't worry, I got it, the only thing you're going to get is me fired. I'm not going to be the guy that gets fired over you not knowing your job. Okay, so don't allow it. Don't allow it at all on any single play, and it starts with breaking the huddle, like Tom just said. Don't allow any of it, because they haven't earned that right as any player in that locker room.
Well, by watching practice, I can tell you it's fast, it's furious, it's aggressive on both sides of the ball, and they are pushing the limits here just in short pants and shirts and helmets. No pads. It's going to be a great training camp. When we come back, we'll be joined by Caleb Williams, some of his press conference yesterday here at Halisaw. This is Bears Weekly on ESPN 1000 and the Bears Radio Network.
You're listening to Bears Weekly on the Bears Radio Network.
From last-second game-winning field goals to 98-yard kickoff returns, football is exciting. But as the official bank of the Chicago Bears, PNC prefers to be steady and boring, like a solid ground game that eats up the clock. A strategy that scored a lot of financial wins over the last 160 years. And while our customers may not wear our name on the back of jerseys, Bears fans can get 20% off regularly priced merchandise with the Chicago Bears PNC Bank debit card. A pretty exciting option play if you ask us. Find out more at pnc.com/bearscard. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Make Hollywood Casino Aurora and Joliet your new game day headquarters this football season. We've got the biggest screens, ice-cold pints, and the area's best game day food. Plus, when you join Penn Play, the official loyalty program of Hollywood Casino, you can earn rewards that will cover your next round of wins on us. Getting the most out of this football season? Well played. In partnership with Hollywood Casino Aurora. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Counseling resources available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Want to make a world of difference without leaving your street? The answer is right above your head. We're IGS Energy, We offer solar solutions that make a world of difference. That's why you see solar systems popping up around your community. It's easy to switch. Now you can choose your energy source, manage your impact, and protect the systems that keep your home comfortable. Choose IGS Energy, and let's go green for good. Visit IGS.com to learn more.
Traveling to an away game to watch the Bears win big? Get ready to celebrate. Celebrated a little too much? Time to sleep in. Slept in and gonna miss that flight home? Time to change your flight without paying change fees thanks to United. So, when will you worry about getting back? Tomorrow? Maybe? United, proud to fly the Chicago Bears. Does not include basic economy unless a United waiver applies. Exceptions apply for certain international flights. Connie's Pizza has been Chicago's go-to pizza for over 60 years, with pizza options including classic Chicago deep dish, stuffed, thin crust, and our original Connie's Pan Pizza. Located at 2373 South Archer Avenue, you can stop by to dine in before the game and then hop on Connie's free shuttle to Soldier Field. Call 312-CONNIES or visit ConniesPizza.com to place an order. Connie's Pizza is your go-to pizza for Chicago pizza. Call 312-CONNIES and order today.
This is Bears Weekly with the voice of the Bears for 24 years, Chef Joniak, on the Bears Radio Network.
This segment of Bears Weekly is brought to you by IGS Energy. Jeff and Tom and Jim Miller from SiriusXM NFL Radio as we break down what has been an interesting offseason for the Bears leading into next week's veteran minicamp. It was admittedly a distraction, frankly, the only one of this offseason. Distraction-free is good. That's what teams want. But ESPN senior writer Seth Wickersham's upcoming book, American Kings, a biography of the quarterback, will include some Caleb Williams in there. Some of what came from Wickersham was discussed at length Wednesday as the Bears quarterback, who did a very good job tackling some key points, clarifying his thought process and what he wants to do as a Bear moving forward. And this is about moving forward, among other topics. Here's Caleb Williams.
The main goal and the main objective of being here is to turn around. That's why I was selected number one. And so, that's what we're here to do. That's what they brought, me here to do. That's what they brought all these guys here to do. Joe, DJ, all these different guys. And that's why they brought Ben here. And so, like I said, it's a challenge. And we look at those challenges and, we don't laugh. We look at them really, really seriously, and we go attack them, to the best of our ability to go and change it and turn it around.
What about the new leadership under Ben has left an impression on you?
Yeah, no, Ben's. I think y'all have been able to see it when he gets up here, and you get a little taste of how he is. He's always laser focused. He encourages. And he pushes you and challenges you to be at your best as a team, offense, defense, special teams, doesn't matter position. He's sharp. And he's a guy that wants to win. And so, being here, being the head guy, and to be honest, he's consistent with it every day. So, so him being here and being the head guy and doing all of those things and being consistent with it, so far it's been awesome, and I think everybody's been enjoying.
What has Ben taught you about those shortcuts or just things that maybe he sees that he wants you to start seeing?
Like I said, I think Ben has been extremely detailed, and so when he talks about the plays, when he talks about the pass, run, screen, play action, he talks about them really in depth and what we love them versus and what we don't love them versus and things like that. And, just having an idea going into practice, going into soon game days and things like that. It's going to be nice for something that we've been repping and getting after. And, I think that's been one of the things that's been really awesome is the detail and, him really being on top of that. And I mean, he's been in it for 6 years, been his offense for 6 years. So, he's really on top of it. And, we're only trying to catch up. I'm only trying to catch up to him and be on the top of the details as much as possible.
This is in the chapter. I'm curious what that chapter is going to look like.
Nah, I honestly don't care. It's not, like I said, we're all of those things were in the past. All of the things happen already. And so we're here focused on the future. We're here focused on the present. And really trying to, like I said, get this train going and have this thing picking up steam and choo-chooing along.
Caleb, with that being said, when the past is the past, you're here now. Ben Johnson has made some tweaks to your game. How have you adjusted to the change in the stance? How have you adjusted to being under center a little bit more?
I guess the Ben Johnson effect, right?
Huh?
I guess the Ben Johnson effect, right? He's gonna get a kick out of that when he hears it. I think part of it is just different coaches have different philosophies philosophies for things. And, that's one of his things is left foot up. I've been a right foot up guy for typically all of my career, and I think I've done it once or twice throughout my time of playing QB. So, it's just one of his things. And then, like I said, the details, being on top of it, huddle, we call it PSP, but pre-snap procedure, all these different things matter. And especially in big games and big moments, all the little things come up. And so, I think that's important to him, and it's important to us. And we gotta get on top of it and be on top of it from the head down. So, like I said, the Ben Johnson effect, I guess, right?
Yeah, and the Ben Johnson effect is permeating the entire building in many different ways. But okay, so that's a portion of it. Tommy, take the floor.
The thing about whether what foot forward or, and how things are changing, that is fundamentally done. And you're going to do it a million times before the season starts, and it's going to become second nature. And that'll be an easy transition. But when Ben Johnson was talking up at the podium, he was talking about oversaturating these guys and see how they absorb that amount of information and then how they carry it to the field in the afternoon. And that's just the process of installing a playbook to all these guys because they're all starting from ground zero because this is a new head coach. Fortunately, I was in a system for 7 years, and by year 2 or 3, it's second nature to you. You know every single little thing about it, and then you just keep repeating it. It's not something you start installing different stuff because that's not what your offensive game plan is. So by the time Caleb gets into training camp and the latter stages of training camp, all of this footwork and terminology will become second nature to him.
Jim, that's a great point. It would be refreshing to know that Caleb Williams will be with this head coach for the next 5 years at a minimum and learn, everything second nature. And to me, that would make the most impact on Caleb Williams is the continuity with the head coach and play caller.
Absolutely. And here Ben Johnson's given him the reasons why. There's a reason why he wants his left foot forward. It's to make him a more efficient, better quarterback. And it absolutely correlates to him playing better. And so, again, he's not responsible for the sins of the past. However Caleb was coached in the past, I don't care. I don't think Ben Johnson cares, and nobody else should care. The bottom line is to make him a better quarterback. And having your left foot forward will make him a better quarterback. So do it coach's way, and maybe we'll have better offensive numbers than we had a year ago because there's a reason why he wants you to do that. And so he's got to do it his way. And, again, you don't allow certain things, and Ben Johnson's in control of it.
Jim, what will defenses – this may be a shot in the dark, but what will defenses do to challenge Caleb now that they have a 17-game survey of sorts to sift through from last season, or is it all irrelevant from last season because it is going to be a new system?
Yeah, it's irrelevant. They'll go by the first game breakdown or the first 5 weeks breakdown. They'll see what the Bears, I think they'll go back, they'll watch the Lions tape. Oh, Ben likes to, he does 2 tight ends 26% of the time. So we're probably going to expect Loveland and Cole Kmet are going to be out there 26% of the time, is how other teams are going to game plan them before week 1. They're going to look at some of the things that Ben taps into, some of his tendencies. But as for the Bears players and what they've shown,